In the realm of Xianqin, spanning the 9 provinces, martial arts reign supreme. Immortals and Buddhas bow their heads, demons and monsters flee in terror, and under the banner of the Great Qin, all territories submit. Each province stretches across thousands of miles, teeming with mountain spirits and demons, yet all are subdued by martial strength and governed by the principles of literature. The great paths of the world may differ, but they ultimately converge. The Zhenfu Division is the most fearsome authority in Luoyang Prefecture. It suppresses immortals, demons, and all manner of evil on one hand, while comforting officials and common folk on the other. Its decisions on life and death are absolute, reaching directly to the emperor. It is the sharpest blade in the hands of the great Qin ruler. Before the imposing and austere gates of the Zhenfu Division, flanked by 2 towering stone lions, a young man over 8 feet tall took a deep breath. Clad in a black robe with a dark belt, his hand resting on the hilt of a yinling blade, he straightened his back and ascended the 13 stone steps with firm strides. This was Zhang Yuan, a young man from an ordinary family in Luoyang Prefecture. Orphaned early, his elder brother Zhang Yuan had died in the line of duty 3 months prior. Thus, Zhang Yuan had come to the Zhenfu Division to take his brother's place, following the rule of the Xianqin military. When a father dies, the son succeeds. When a brother dies, the younger brother continues. As he stepped onto the 13th step, the 3 ancient characters above the gate, Zhenfu Division, loomed large, radiating a faint golden glow. At the grand entrance, Banner Officer Sun Zhe engaged Zhang Yuan in conversation. Dressed in black martial attire, his hand resting on the hilt of his yinling blade, Sun Zhe had been Zhang Yun's direct superior. Zhang Yuan, Sun Zhe said, his gaze piercing, your elder brother Zhang Yun and I were comrades in arms. I should look out for you, but the Zhenfu Division has its rules. If you pass the trial, you'll become one of us brothers in life and death, clad in black robes, wielding the yinling blade, with the authority to handle all matters under heaven. If you fail, we'll help you settle down, marry, and ensure the Zhang family line continues. Are you ready? Zhang Yuan nodded, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. The Zhang family had served as black-robed guards for generations, and he had been preparing for this day since he was old enough to understand. The trial took place at the end of a dim corridor, in a spacious chamber. Enclosed by high walls, the area spanned 10 paces in each direction, solemn and imposing. Half of the ceiling was adorned with overhanging eaves, while the other half opened to reveal a 3-foot stone platform. On the platform knelt a figure, shackled in iron chains. Ahead, beneath the roofed structure, a scribe from the Zhenfu Division, dressed in a green robe, sat behind a long desk, flanked by rows of armed guards on either side. The trial was simple kill. The initiation for new recruits of the Zhenfu Division had always been the same. Without taking a life, one was unworthy of the black robes. Standing at the edge of the stone platform, Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on the thick, crusted blood stains. The overwhelming aura of malice nearly drowned him, cold sweat soaking his body. Gritting his teeth, he picked up a 3-foot-long heavy-backed chopping blade. The prisoner on the platform, clad in tattered clothes with disheveled hair and beard, was none other than Hu Jinren, a bandit guilty of 16 murders, 5 rapes, and countless atrocities. Verification complete. Hu Jinren, execution, the scribe declared. Zhang Yuan slowly approached Hu Jinren from behind, gripping the blade with both hands as he raised it steadily. The blade's edge whistled through the air as it descended in a sharp, diagonal arc. A flash of cold steel flickered through the bandit's matted hair. A spray of hot blood shot up a full 10 feet before raining down, drenching Zhang Yuan's face and head in crimson. Boom! A heavy rolling sound echoed from the stone platform. Zhang Yuan withdrew his long blade, his gaze vacant as he stared at its edge. Raising his hand, he wiped the blood clean. Cradling the blade with both hands, he walked heavily back to the wooden rack and returned it to its original position. The trial. It's done, he murmured softly. Before the words fully left his lips, his face turned from flushed red to a pale bluish purple. His body swayed a few times before he finally collapsed heavily to the ground. In the haze of semi-consciousness, he felt himself being dragged away from the execution platform. Fragmented murmurs reached his ears. That's Zhang Zhan's younger brother. He looks young, but he's got the guts to kill. The crisp clinking of silver ingots sounded nearby, and a few cold pieces of silver were stuffed into the pocket of his shirt. Sun Zhe's voice drew closer. Have you arranged for a clean courtesan for this kid? Zhang Quan's response was clear. Miss, the boy's been sent to you. Take good care of him. Warm water repeatedly wiped his face, and a pair of delicate hands gently caressed his chest and abdomen. Soft whispers hovered around his ears, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. All he could see was a swirling mass of deep red blood. Suddenly, the blood mass exploded, and a gaunt, tall warrior wielding a blade lunged at him with a twisted expression. It was none other than Hu Jinren, The man Zhang Yuan had just slain a villain who had murdered 16, violated 5, destroyed families, and robbed and discarded bodies. Summoning strength from an unknown source, Zhang Yuan found a blade appearing in his hand. He swung fiercely toward Hu Jinren. The man split apart under the blade, transforming into a single blood droplet that hovered in midair. Scenes began to flash before him. A childhood spent training in martial arts at 7 or 8 years old. The first time he killed someone as a teenager, his years on the run in his early 20s, and finally, his descent into banditry in his 30s, committing crimes and atrocities until a brilliant flash of a blade ended his life. The visions faded, and the blood droplet merged into Zhang Yuan's body. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His blood and energy roared, and his martial cultivation advanced steadily from the body refining stage to the hidden origin realm. However, the rapid increase was too much to control, and his body felt as though it were being scorched by flames. "Young master, what's wrong? Young master! Young master!" A gentle yet anxious voice kept calling out. Zhang Yuan's eyes flew open, and he saw a tear-streaked face, the brows and eyes filled with joy. "Young master, you're awake." A fiery intensity seemed to blaze in his eyes as he rasped two hoarse words. "Get on." As the eastern sky began to brighten, Zhang Yuan woke quietly. He carefully pulled a thin blanket over the sleeping courtesan and rose to leave the room. The frenzy from yesterday afternoon through the night had clearly left her utterly exhausted. She was the person Zhang Chuanwu and the others had arranged for him, someone to share a peaceful life with if he failed the Jiaoyi Guard trial, a way to honor his late brother's sacrifice. Standing in the small courtyard and feeling the surging tide of energy rushing through his body, Zhang Yuan's face broke into an ecstatic smile. The hidden origin realm. So this was the hidden origin realm of martial cultivation. In this world of Xianqin, where the nation was built upon martial strength, the path of martial cultivation was clearly defined. Hidden origin realm, illuminated insight realm, radiant shard realm, and open sun realm. Among them, open sun realm warriors were the strongest martial artists one could encounter in Luoyang Prefecture. Above the realm of Kaiyang lies the fabled Yuheng, and ascending further brings one to the legendary stage of the celestial being. The path of martial cultivation is divided into 4 stages: the initial, intermediate, advanced, and mastery levels. Each step is fraught with challenges, requiring a combination of talent, effort, and opportunity. Zhang Yuan began practicing martial arts at the age of 8. 10 years of arduous training led him only to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, yet he had not even stepped into the first realm of martial cultivation, Yin Yuan, and thus lacked the qualification to call himself a true martial artist. However, even at the peak of body refinement, he could lift weights of 300 to 500 pounds, and his saber skills were sharp and swift, making it impossible for ordinary men to approach him. This level of achievement had once earned him praise from his elder brother, who remarked that Zhang Yuan had some talent. Yet Zhang Yuan was well aware of the vast gulf between his current abilities and those of renowned martial masters in the martial world. Martial cultivation depends on 4 key factors: talent, resources, lineage, and effort. Among these, Zhang Yuan could only claim modest success in effort. His aspirations were not lofty. If he could one day reach the late stage of Yin Yuan and serve as a banner officer in the Zhenfu division, he would be content. After all, in the Zhenfu division, rank was closely tied to cultivation level, and a banner officer was required to have achieved at least the late stage of Yin Yuan. Who could have predicted that in a single night, his cultivation would leap directly into the Yin Yuan realm, bypassing years of painstaking effort? This unexpected breakthrough sparked fleeting ambition within Zhang Yuan, but he quickly suppressed these thoughts, focusing instead on analyzing the cause of his sudden advancement. The day before, after killing a man, he was knocked unconscious by the lingering malevolent energy. In his mind, he saw a blood-red mass taking the form of the bandit Hu Jinren. When he struck down Hu Jinren in his consciousness, a blood bead fused into his body. This blood bead not only contained surging vitality but also fragments of Hu Jinren's memories. The violent energy had nearly ruptured Zhang Yuan's meridians, yet thanks to the gentle care of Xiaonyang, it was eventually refined into cultivation power. Recalling Hu Jinren's memories, Zhang Yuan's expression turned grave. It was a life steeped in bloodshed. Unlike Zhang Yuan, who came from a family that had served the Zhenfu division for generations, Hu Jinren was born into the wilderness. He practiced martial arts to survive, killed to stay alive, and ultimately descended into an abyss from which there was no return. Walking over to the wooden rack in the corner, Zhang Yuan removed his outer robe, leaving his upper body bare. He drew a 3-foot-long blade and gazed at its edge, then began practicing a set of unfamiliar saber techniques. These were Hu Jinren's martial world saber techniques, fluid, agile, and sharp in their thrusts. After practicing twice, Zhang Yuan had already mastered them. Then, his aura shifted. With a low shout, he executed the Zhenfu division's military saber techniques. Compared to the martial world techniques, This set had fewer moves but was born out of battlefield strategies, each strike powerful and unstoppable. With Hu Jinin's memories for comparison, Zhang Yuan seemed to gain a higher perspective, discerning the fundamental differences between the two styles. The techniques merged in his mind, forming unique insights that made his strikes faster and more forceful. With a loud shout, he gripped the blade with both hands, moving in sync with it, unleashing a silver-white arc of light that cut through the air with a piercing whistle. Behind him came a soft gasp of admiration. Zhang Yuan sheathed his blade and turned to see Xiaonyang at the doorway, her hand covering her mouth. As her eyes fell on Zhang Yuan's sweat-drenched, bare torso, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned away in a fluster. Moments later, she returned with a towel, approaching gracefully to gently wipe him down. The morning dew is chilly. Take care of yourself, young master, she said softly. Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. Did I disturb you? You worked hard last night, so I wanted to let you rest longer. Her fingers trembled slightly, and with a face still red, Xiaonyang stammered, I, before hastily retreating. Zhang Yuan's heart surged with emotion. Unable to contain himself, he let out a hearty laugh, swinging his blade once more. The blade's edge gleamed even brighter. From dawn until the sun rose high in the sky, Zhang Yuan spent the entire morning under the meticulous care of Xiaonyang. After washing up and having breakfast, he carefully tidied his clothing before stepping out of the small courtyard. I have some silver coins in my pocket. Keep them safe, Zhang Yuan reminded her before leaving. Once Zhang Yuan departed, Xiaonyang returned to the side room. She stared at the blood-stained garment and carefully retrieved the silver coins from its pocket, clutching them tightly in her hand. Zhang Yuan reporting for duty. At the gates of the Xinfu office, Zhang Yuan spotted a few familiar figures. Feeling slightly reassured, he quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Zhang Yuan greets you, brothers. Standing at the forefront was Flag Officer Sun Zhe, the very man Zhang Zhan, his late elder brother, had once called a trusted comrade he could entrust his life to. Beside Sun Zhe stood three others. Chen Liang, a black-faced, bearded man in his 30s who had sworn at Zhang Zhan's funeral to look after Zhang Yuan. Li Changwei, with a ruddy face, arched eyebrows, and prominent cheekbones. And Zhang Chuanwu, a sturdily built man. These men would soon become his brothers in life and death. Whether it was youthful vigor or Xiaonyang's attentive care, Zhang Yuan now stood on the stone steps exuding an air of confidence and strength. Well, you've shaped up nicely, kid, Li Changwei remarked with a glint in his eye as he scrutinized Zhang Yuan. Sun Zhe also nodded slightly. Flag officer, I am here for duty, Zhang Yuan said again, bowing with cupped hands. Zhang Yuan, do you know where you are? Sun Zhe asked in a steady tone. The Xinfu office of Xianqin. Zhang Yuan immediately replied in a loud, clear voice. And what is Xianqin? To subdue the celestial and the demonic, to reign over the mountains and seas of the 9 provinces that is Xianqin. And what is the Xinfu office? Sun Zhe's gaze was piercing. Gripping the Yinling blade at his waist, Zhang Yuan's voice rang out, bold and resolute, reminiscent of the spirit he had when following his elder brother Zhang Zhan. Throughout the 9 provinces of Xianqin, we suppress all celestial, demonic, and evil entities, safeguard the officials and civilians of the land, and serve as the emperor's blade. That is the Xinfu office. Zhang Yuan, the Xinfu office has its own rules, Sun Zhe declared sternly. Zhang Yuan understood well. To become a true black-clad guard, one had to not only have the ability to kill but also earn the acknowledgement of one's comrades. He recalled how his elder brother had endured nearly half a year of torment when he took over their father's position. If Zhang Yuan couldn't pass this trial, he would not be qualified to truly join the ranks of the Xinfu office. I understand, Zhang Yuan replied, bowing respectfully. Zhang Yuan, black-clad guard of the Xinfu office, is assigned to duty in the prison division for 1 month, Sun Zhe announced, handing him a black waist token. The prison division a forbidden zone within the Xinfu offices of Xianqin's various regions. Few who entered ever came out alive, and even members of the Xinfu office avoided it at all costs. Its dark, damp environment, filled with concentrated resentment, malice, and deathly energy, often left those stationed there sick or worse. For this reason, assignments to the prison division were usually determined by drawing lots. Zhang Yuan accepted the waist token without hesitation and strode swiftly toward the direction of the prison division. This trial is brutal, Zhang Chuanwu commented with a grin, following closely behind. As he watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance, Sun Zhe let out a quiet sigh. He's killed a man and bedded a woman. If he can survive a month in the prison division, he'll be forged into something formidable. Li Changwei, standing to the side, nodded, his expression a mix of emotions. As a member of the Xinfu division, life and death were already commonplace to them. Within the Xinfu division, Zhang Chuanwu caught up to Zhang Yuan, panting heavily. I've redeemed that girl for you from last night, he blurted out eagerly. From now on, she's yours. Zhang Yuan slowly turned around, his gaze lingering on Zhang Quanhua's face for a long moment before he spoke in a low voice. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Zhang Chuanwu patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder with a grin. What's there to thank me for? We're brothers. As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned awkward. But, brother, I'm a bit short on money myself. The money for redeeming that girl is still lacking. The brothel madam agreed to give me a month to make up the rest. If I can't, he looked at Zhang Yuan with a trace of guilt. Shall have to be taken back. Anyway, you've already passed the trial. Taken back? Zhang Yuan's mind flashed with images of the girl's shy demeanor from last night and the way she clung to him, sobbing. This morning, just for the lack of a little silver, he would have to let go of such a good girl? Money could be earned again, but a girl like her might never come by again. Zhang Chuanwu observed every change in Zhang Yuan's expression. He understood the fiery and impulsive nature of young men all too well, knowing that time and experience would eventually harden them. Brother Chuanwu, how much is still needed? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and asked. Zhang Chuanwu raised 5 fingers. 50 taels of silver. The number sent a jolt through Zhang Yuan's heart. As a member of the Jiaoyi Guard, his monthly salary was 5 taels, already one of the most generous in the entire city. Even with indulgent spending on food and drink, it was more than sufficient. But 50 taels, his entire savings didn't even amount to 10. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Chuanwu leaned in and whispered, brother, 50 taels isn't a small amount. Maybe it's better to just let it go? Of course, if you really want that girl and can't come up with the money, I might have a way. Zhang Yuan fell silent for a moment, then lowered his head slightly. Brother Chuanwu, please advise me. Zhang Quanhua's gaze fell on the Yinling blade hanging at Zhang Yuan's waist, and he chuckled lightly. Killing. That was the way Zhang Chuanwu had suggested to make money. Since taking on the role of executioner yesterday, he had received 5 taels of silver. In the Zhenfu division, an executioner earned 5 taels for each kill. Zhang Yuan suppressed the turmoil and faint excitement in his heart. It wasn't about the money, it was about no longer needing an excuse. He had already wanted to take on the role of executioner again, to verify if he could truly obtain blood pearls. All right. Zhang Yuan nodded firmly. Then this is where I leave you, Zhang Chuanwu said, glancing at the stone gate ahead. Without a waste token, outsiders can't enter the prison. With that, he cupped his hands in farewell to the guards by the gate. Zhang Yuan looked up and saw a massive stone door carved with ferocious beast patterns, exuding a chilling and oppressive aura. 3 lean men in black stood guard at the entrance. Their attire was neither the dark clothing of the Jiaoyi guards nor the black robes worn by banner officer Sun Ze, but rather a deep grayish black. Zhang Yuan knew that the varied uniforms within the Shunfu division signified different roles, levels of cultivation, and ranks. Every time he asked his elder brother about it, he was dismissed with the excuse of Shunfu division secrecy. He took out the black waist token given to him by Sun Ze. The 3 guards exchanged knowing smiles. If you're here to take up duty in the prison, come on in and have a look. The elderly guard with a face full of wrinkles waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk toward the heavy stone door. Zhang Yuan quickly stepped forward to follow. Behind him, the gatekeepers exchanged teasing remarks. Think this kid will wet himself in there, one said. Maybe. Not many walk out on their first trip to the prison, another replied with a laugh. Zhang Yuan ignored them, focusing on keeping up with the old guard steps. The passage sloped downward, the air growing colder with each step. The walls, constructed of bluish stone, had torches mounted every few yards. Their flickering light stretched shadows long and distorted, casting writhing shapes on the uneven surface of the walls. In the distance, faint sounds began to filter through the air, a mix of anguished screams, wails, curses, sobs, and an eerie, indistinct chanting. Zhang Yuan's breath caught in his throat. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, as if the act might provide him with a shred of security. The old guard ahead suddenly stopped and turned to face Zhang Yuan, who wore a tense expression. Relax. The prison isn't anything special, the guard said. Name's Luo Shanghu. You can call me Old Luo or Tiger Master. I've been working here in this prison for nearly 10 years. Zhang Yuan greets Tiger Master. Zhang Yuan replied, bowing slightly with his hands clasped. Luo Shanghu gave a nod of acknowledgement and continued walking, gesturing toward their surroundings as he spoke. He explained that the prison had 3 underground levels, but they were only responsible for guarding and maintaining the first floor. Their daily tasks included delivering meals, cleaning, replacing torches, and passing along messages, work that seemed far more relaxed compared to the duties of the Zaoyi guards. Stopping in front of a heavy iron door, Luo Shanghu said, "This is where we keep the most dangerous criminals, outlaws from the martial world and high-ranking officials guilty of serious crimes. Some of them are so skilled in martial arts that we wouldn't stand a chance against them. Getting involved would be a death sentence." Zhang Yuan felt a chill run through him. As someone who had reached the hidden origin stage of martial cultivation, He understood all too well how terrifyingly powerful martial experts could be. The Xian Qin dynasty was built on martial strength, and its martial arts techniques were countless. It was said that those who reached the pinnacle of cultivation could split mountains and rivers with sheer force. So, the job seems simple enough? Luo Shanghu said with a wry smile as he turned to walk back. As long as you don't provoke the prisoners, don't ask questions you shouldn't, don't look where you shouldn't, and don't touch what you shouldn't, you'll live a long life working here. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ponder. If it were truly that simple, why would the guards for the prison be chosen by drawing lots? Tiger Master, shouldn't we check out the other 2 levels? Luo Shanghu's expression darkened as he turned back to Zhang Yuan. Kid, unless you've mastered the hidden origin stage, you'd best stay away. The 2nd level holds great scholars of Confucianism who can twist your mind with just a few words. And the 3rd level? That's where they keep cultivators, demon practitioners, and even mountain spirits and water demons. Do you think you'd survive down there? Zhang Yuan instinctively shrank back at the thought. In the world of Xian Qin, cultivators were very real. Even someone at the peak of the hidden origin stage would likely stand no chance without advancing to the 2nd stage of martial cultivation, the enlightened stage. Quickening his pace to catch up with Luo Shanghu, Zhang Yuan remembered the task assigned to him by Zhang Chuanwu. Tiger Master, about the execution duty, has it been assigned yet? Zhang Yuan's words made Luo Shanghu's face darken. Prison executioner kills, 5 taels per head. The weight of this money was not something anyone could bear lightly. The ferocity of those martial artists in their final moments was enough to leave ordinary people sleepless at night. Those serving as prison executioners typically took on such duties only once or twice a month to supplement their income, yet no one dared to make this a long-term livelihood. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Shanghu spoke solemnly. Zhang Chuanwu and the others must have told you the rules. Know your limits. Young man, you can't earn all the money in the world. I understand, Zhang Yuan replied with unwavering determination. Luo Shanghu shook his head silently. Another rookie chasing money, sooner or later, he would realize just how dangerous it was. Zhang Yuan began his first shift guarding the 1st level of the prison. He replaced the burnt-out torches one by one, opened the narrow half-foot-wide windows for ventilation, and swept the passageways until they were spotless. Whenever he encountered heavily armored escort officers, he would silently step aside, neither asking questions nor looking their way. Behind the iron doors came the constant sounds of roars, curses, and eerie chants. Yet today, these noises seemed less unsettling than the day before. Perhaps it was the experience of having faced death, or the improvement in his martial arts cultivation, but Zhang Yuan's state of mind had clearly changed. By midday, he tidied his clothes and made his way toward the execution platform. As he walked through the long passageway, his heart surged with an uncontrollable anticipation. Could killing truly produce blood beads? Could it really enhance his cultivation? His clenched fists turned white, and the sharp pain in his palms went unnoticed. If it were true, what would it mean? At the end of the passageway, blinding sunlight poured in. Executioner Zhang Yuan greets the pointing officer, he said with a respectful bow. Sitting behind the long desk was none other than Tu Hao, the sentencing officer from the day before, one of the 8 pointing officers of the Luoyang Prefecture Suppression Bureau. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yuan found himself calm, no longer falling into illusions as he had the previous day. Was this progress in his martial cultivation the result of his experience with killing, or the memories inherited from Hu Jinren? He straightened his back, his expression steady. You're the first to adapt in a single day on your first assignment as an executioner, Tu Hao remarked with a slight nod before gesturing with his hand. Take the blade. Zhang Yuan strode up to the execution platform, indifferent to the bloodstains scattered across it. Approaching the wooden rack, he picked up a thick-backed, ghost-head blade with both hands. Kneeling on the platform was a burly man whose imposing figure still loomed at 5 feet tall despite being on his knees. One of his arms was missing, and his back was bound with dark red chains as he hung his head low. This was none other than Meng Tao, the 3rd leader of the White Horse Mountain Gang, known as the Horse Slayer General. His martial cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the hidden Yuan stage, and he had single-handedly defeated the constables and patrol guards sent by Yonglin County to besiege White Horse Mountain. It ultimately took the combined forces of the Luoyang Prefecture Army and the Suppression Bureau to capture him alive. Under the orders of the chief of the Luoyang Prefecture's Supervisory Division, the identity of the bandits from Bema Mountain is to be re-examined. The voice of Tu Hao, the examiner, echoed clearly and authoritatively in front of the stone platform. Are you Meng Tao, one of the leaders of the Bema Mountain bandits? His voice carried an undeniable and commanding force. Zhang Yuan stood nearby, holding a long blade, feeling a faint breeze sweep past him before pressing heavily upon Meng Tao, who knelt on the stone platform. The one-armed man on the platform trembled but did not speak. He merely nodded slightly. From August of the 3rd year of Wuchen to March of the 6th year of Wuchen, the Bema Mountain bandits attacked merchants traveling through Yonglin County. Leader Meng Tao alone killed 5 people. Do you admit to this? Meng Tao nodded again. In September of the third year of Wuchen, the Beima mountain bandits ravaged the counties of Yonglin and Shanglin, destroying 41 households and slaughtering 124 innocent civilians. Leader Meng Tao personally tortured and killed 16 of them. Do you admit to this? The figure on the stone platform remained silent, only nodding without any sign of rebuttal. Zhang Yuan knew this was merely a formality. The case had already been decided. Tu Hao suddenly raised his voice. Meng Tao, are the other Beima mountain leaders, Du Haijing and Lu Qingnan, still in Luoyang Prefecture? At this, the one-armed man kneeling on the stone platform finally lifted his head. Zhang Yuan could clearly see his square face, now marked with several bloodied cracks that stood out starkly. Please, make it quick, Meng Tao said in a deep voice before bowing his head once again. Zhang Yuan pondered silently. Under the Confucian methods of interrogation, the accused should lose their will and answer fluently. Yet Meng Tao only sought a swift death. Could it be that his advanced martial cultivation allowed him to resist Tu Hao's Confucian power? As a novice-level member of the Black-clad Guards, Zhang Yuan knew little about this vast and enigmatic world of cultivation. After a brief silence, Tu Hao marked a stroke on the scroll before him and declared, "The re-examination is complete. Proceed with the execution." Zhang Yuan stepped forward, feeling a greater sense of urgency than the day before. As he raised his blade behind Meng Tao, he heard the man speak softly, "Brother, I am an evil man. Strike hard, so my malevolent energy doesn't harm you." This reminded Zhang Yuan of the previous day's execution, where Hu Jinren's malevolent energy had nearly overwhelmed him. Yet Meng Tao, with even higher cultivation, seemed so composed perhaps it had something to do with his background. Understood, Zhang Yuan replied, gathering his strength. With a low shout, he swung the blade down. Blood sprayed forth, and a wave of heat surged. Even though this was his second execution, Zhang Yuan still felt his stomach churn. His face turned pale after flushing red. He returned the blade to the wooden rack, bowed weakly toward the long table, and then turned to leave. "Collect your stipend from the Treasury Division," Tu Hao's voice reminded him, adding that the next execution would be in 3 days. Walking through the dim corridor, Zhang Yuan's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, not from taking another life, but because, deep in his mind, a blood-red mass far larger than the one after Hu Jinren's execution was now surging violently. Zhang Yuan hurried to the doorway marked with the Kusi plaque. Inside, he saw an elderly man dressed in a black robe, sporting a goatee, who had already laid out 5 one-tael silver ingots on the table. The old man glanced briefly at Zhang Yuan, then gestured toward the silver and a nearby scroll, signaling for him to sign and seal. Zhang Yuan quickly picked up the brush, signed his name, grabbed the silver, and gave a slight bow before leaving in haste. By this time, the blood mass in his mind was already churning violently, almost impossible to suppress. As he stepped out of the prison office, Luo Shanghu, standing at the entrance, cast him a calm glance. "Go home for now. You're off duty this afternoon," he said. At the edge of the courtyard outside the Zenfusi office, a group of burly men was carrying a stretcher covered with blood-stained white cloth. A tall, broad-shouldered man in a green robe, with a square face resembling Meng Tao, approached quickly. The man bowed deeply to Zhang Yuan. "My younger brother owes you, executioner." He then took a tray from an attendant, on which sat 2 large silver ingots totaling 10 taels. Without a word, Zhang Yuan grabbed the silver and tucked it into his robes before walking away. Luo Shanghu had already explained the custom to him. Families of the condemned would offer silver to ensure the executioner's blade was swift, granting the prisoner a quick death. With one hand resting on the hilt of his blade, Zhang Yuan's blood-stained black uniform caused passers-by to avoid him. Upon reaching his home, his pace quickened into a run. He pushed the door open and immediately shut it behind him. In the courtyard, his young wife, who was washing clothes, was startled. Recognizing him, she exclaimed, "Husband." Zhang Yuan scooped her up in one motion and carried her straight into the side room, kicking the door closed behind them. Moments later, muffled sounds emerged from the room. Amid this intimate moment, the blood mass in his mind suddenly erupted like a storm. In his vision, Meng Tao appeared, holding a heavy longsword. Towering over him, Meng Tao was as imposing as a mountain. Zhang Yuan saw his own shadowy reflection dressed in black robes, wearing a black hat, and adorned with a goose plume. Meng Tao approached him, speaking softly, "I owe you my thanks." His gaze swept over Zhang Yuan's attire, briefly revealing envy and regret, before Meng Tao dissolved into 5 floating, blood-red beads. Real blood beads. And 5 of them. Zhang Yuan inhaled sharply as the beads shot toward him, transforming into a crimson glow that enveloped his body. A surge of vitality, 5 times stronger than before, coursed through his veins, as if a dam had burst. His martial cultivation instantly advanced to the midstage of the hidden origin realm, bypassing a decade of arduous training. Though his cultivation had leapt forward, Fully integrating this newfound vitality 3 times his usual capacity would take time. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's entire body creaked as his muscles and bones swelled, his frame seemingly expanding. The surge of energy roared within him like a raging torrent, shaking the very air around him. Neither his wife's soothing presence nor the rapid rise in his cultivation could temper the overwhelming force of the blood energy coursing through him. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt his entire body on the verge of collapse. The energy coursing through his blood was like a flood breaching its dam, slipping out of his control inch by inch. He clenched his teeth tightly, a suppressed growl escaping his throat. Is this all the fortune I am destined to have? The Zhang family had served as members of the Black Robe Guards for generations. As the most promising descendant of his family, how could he resign himself to mediocrity? His father had passed away early, and his elder brother remained unmarried to this day, spending all their wages to buy him medicinal herbs to strengthen his body. You are the Zhang family's best chance at becoming a banner officer. His brother's words echoed constantly in his ears. I will become a banner officer. Zhang Yuan suddenly sat upright, his fists clenched tightly. Xiaonyang glanced up and saw the redness in his eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Young master, she called out softly, but Zhang Yuan pushed her aside. Bare-chested, Zhang Yuan stepped out of the side room and stood in the courtyard. He began punching the air with all his might, each movement channeling every ounce of his strength. Over and over, he practiced the family's ancestral iron armor fist. Under the moonlight, the sweat and blood energy steaming from his body coalesced into a crimson mist around him. Xiaonyang slumped on the doorstep, her hands clenched tightly, biting her lips. Tears welled up in her eyes as an inexplicable fear gripped her heart. She was terrified that this man, her young master, would leave her just like her family had. By now, Zhang Yuan's consciousness began to blur, his thoughts merging with the towering figure in his mind, Meng Tao, the third leader of White Horse Mountain. As the fifth son of the prominent Ming family in Luoyang Prefecture, Meng Tao had displayed extraordinary martial talent from a young age. Within 10 years, he had gone through 8 martial arts instructors, each leaving after failing to teach this prodigy. The last instructor, an expert in heavy sword techniques, remarked upon leaving, Meng Tao, if you join the military, you could secure a hereditary rank as a military officer. The Qin dynasty values military merit above all. The army is your future. Meng Tao relayed this to his father and his eldest brother, who managed the family business, only to receive disappointing responses. His father dismissed him as foolish, while his brother bluntly stated that the Ming family lacked military credentials and could never attain a military rank. Assigned as the captain of the merchant caravan's escort team, Meng Tao built a fearsome reputation as the horse-slashing general with his heavy sword. However, his harsh treatment of bandits invited retaliation, forcing the Ming family to bribe the bandits and ultimately replace him. No one told him what he had done wrong. Later, a friend took him on a journey to spar with martial artists across the land. During one encounter, Meng Tao accidentally inflicted serious injuries on an opponent, violating local laws and prompting the authorities to pursue him. His friend suggested he join a mountain stronghold, where he could later seek amnesty and obtain military credentials as a penitent criminal. In the mountain stronghold, Meng Tao held himself to the standards of a future general. He abstained from indulgences, refrained from oppressing the innocent, and devoted himself to daily training with his heavy sword, tempering both his body and spirit. The mountain stronghold erupted into internal strife, and his close friend ultimately became the new leader. He patiently awaited the day his friend had promised, the day they would be pardoned by the authorities and formally enlisted into the military. However, reality soon extinguished his hopes, as the government remained indifferent. We're just not famous enough, his friend stated bluntly. The authorities couldn't care less about a small band of mountain bandits, so they began organizing larger-scale raids. Each time they descended the mountain, his heavy sword would unsheath, and blood would spill. Their plundering expanded over a wider range, their loot accumulated, and their numbers grew steadily. Though he had no idea where the stolen goods went, he firmly believed this was the necessary path to becoming a general. Eventually, their actions drew the attention of the authorities. Yet his friend remarked, "It's still not enough. We need to make them fear us." With that, he wielded his heavy sword with even greater ferocity, until one day, the town's military forces came for them. It was a battle with no chance of victory. Surrounded, his heavy sword was too slow to touch any enemy, and his steps could not keep up with their movements. He shouted for a duel, but his answer came in the form of a rain of arrows. In the end, his arm was severed at the shoulder. Though his brothers managed to save him, he refused his friend's offer to take him away. Without an arm, he could no longer wield his heavy sword. How could he ever realize his dream of becoming a general? His friend's parting words still echoed in his mind. The Meng family has always been using you. Everyone has been using you. Stop chasing that dream of becoming a general. It will never happen in this lifetime. Thank you. The voice from his memories softly resurfaced, pulling Zhang Yuan's consciousness back to the present. He was in the midst of practicing his punches when his entire body suddenly shuddered, as if a thunderclap had exploded within him. He felt as though his muscles, bones, and blood had all dissolved into an intangible form, and a long-dormant power began to gather within him. This is... Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. True essence. Innate true essence. In the hidden essence realm of cultivation, practitioners must temper their muscles and bones while accumulating the latent power of true essence within their bodies. This innate essence could take the form of true energy within the meridians, or even spiritual energy, demonic energy, or monstrous energy. Regardless of the cultivation method or path followed, anyone seeking to ascend from the hidden essence realm to the higher state of enlightened heart and clear mind must first unlock their own true essence. This is the crucial step toward advancing to the realm of clarity and insight. The cultivation of the Dongming realm is built upon the innate true essence refined during the Yin Yuan realm. Zhang Yuan understood this principle well. No matter how abundant the acquired true essence may be, the foundation always lies in the initial innate true essence, and its quantity directly determines the upper limit of one's cultivation. This is why martial arts practitioners tirelessly temper their bodies with potent elixirs, and it explains the saying, poor in literature, rich in martial arts. Those from noble families may appear unremarkable in the Yin Yuan realm, but their strength often surges dramatically upon reaching the Dongming realm, thanks to the abundant resources their families invested in them during the Yin Yuan stage. Before reaching the peak of the Yin Yuan realm and unlocking the true essence, no one knows how much innate true essence they've accumulated. Once one steps into the Dongming realm, it becomes nearly impossible to further enhance the innate true essence or strengthen the foundation. The mystery of the Yin hidden lies in this. It's during this stage that the difference between talent and mediocrity remains unseen. Yet, Zhang Yuan defied this norm. Though he had only reached the mid-Yin Yuan stage, he could already sense the presence of his innate true essence. This meant he could begin tempering and cultivating it early, ensuring that by the time he entered the Dongming realm, he would possess a foundation far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The regret of Meng Tao, who in his lifetime never gained military status and failed to step fully into the Dongming realm, echoed in Zhang Yuan's mind. That figure, who once touched the threshold but could not cross it, further solidified Zhang Yuan's resolve. He was determined to achieve the Dongming realm. As his innate true essence awakened, the surging energy and blood within Zhang Yuan's body gradually calmed. The true essence began to guide the flow of his blood, condensing the excess energy into 3 blood pearls that quietly floated in his mind. Though his aura seemed somewhat weakened, his internal energy and blood were far more vigorous than those of others at the same stage. Seeing the worried expression on Xiaonyang's face, Zhang Yuan gently embraced her. "Xiao Lang, are you all right? If you still need, I can." Before she could finish her sentence, she fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Zhang Yuan changed into a coarse cloth outfit and quietly left the chamber. He began washing the uncleaned laundry and the blood-stained robes from earlier, that dire routine task he had long been accustomed to, just as he had once washed every bloodied garment for his elder brother, except for that final blood-soaked robe. The door to the chamber slid open, and Xiaonyang, wrapped in a robe, came to sit beside him. "Couldn't sleep a little longer? Did I wake you?" Zhang Yuan asked softly. "Xiaonyang's hands are not meant for this. From now on, I'll hire an old servant. You shouldn't have to do these rough chores anymore," Zhang Yuan said softly as he scrubbed the clothes in his hands, wringing out the water. Xiaonyang simply watched him quietly, saying nothing. "This courtyard needs renovating too," Zhang Yuan continued. "The last time it was repaired was 10 years ago. And we should get a guqin. I know you can play. Though I'm just a rough man who doesn't understand music, I like listening to you play. Once I've saved up a bit more, it'll be enough. If I can gain some merit and get promoted, I'll make sure to—" "My name is Shui Yunyang," she interrupted him gently. Zhang Yuan paused for a moment, then turned to her with a soft smile. "Yunyang, it's a beautiful name. I'm Zhang Yuan. You must already know that. I'm just a member of the Jiaoyi Guard. Life with me won't be wealthy or grand, but it will be steady and secure. If we have children, the boy can learn martial arts from me, and the girl, she can learn the guqin from you." Before he could finish, he noticed tears streaming down Shui Yunyang's face. Zhang Yuan fell silent, reaching out with his somewhat clean hand to gently wipe the tears from her cheeks. By this point, Zhang Yuan was no longer the clueless, brash man he once was when it came to women. Having lived through 2 lifetimes as a wandering swordsman and advanced his cultivation to the midstage of the hidden Yuan realm ahead of his peers, he carried himself with a steadier demeanor. The two of them hung up the freshly washed clothes to dry. Turning back, Zhang Yuan said, "Yunyang, let's go eat at Mingquan Tower. It's been 2 months since I last had their braised pork head." After returning from his post at the Zhenfu office, followed by all the chores, the sun was already setting. With his protective internal energy, Zhang Yuan felt no exhaustion, but Shui Yunyang had gone most of the day without eating and had done a lot of work. "Are we really going out?" Shui Yunyang glanced nervously toward the courtyard gate, worried about how the neighbors might look at her. Don't worry, Zhang Yuan said, taking her hand. You're not married, and I'm not married. In a few days, I'll ask Officer Sun to officiate our wedding. Though the Jiaoi guards are part of the military registry, we're often mingling with people from the martial world. Customs aren't too strict. With me around, no one will dare look down on you. Luoyang City, the capital of Luoyang Prefecture, had a permanent population of over 500,000, with districts sprawling across dozens of miles. The Dingjia Alley where Zhang Yuan lived wasn't a wealthy area, but because it housed many patrol soldiers and officers from the Jinfu office, the surrounding streets were bustling. These soldiers and guards, while not affluent, rarely struggled financially. In Xianqin, a country built on martial strength, the military was its backbone. Mingquan Tower was a 3-story restaurant, brightly lit and already bustling with customers, many of whom wore military robes and armor. The air was filled with noise and laughter. Zhang Yuan deliberately chose a secluded corner on the second floor and ordered the restaurant's signature braised pork head, along with a couple of small side dishes. Why aren't you eating, Yunyang? Zhang Yuan looked up to see her sitting quietly across from him. She was wearing his coarse robe, which was too big and hung on her in layers. She had insisted on wearing men's clothing to go out, too shy to appear in public in women's attire. You eat, young master, Yunyang said softly, placing a piece of meat into his bowl. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yuan called over a waiter and whispered a few words. Shortly after, the waiter returned with a clear bowl of rice noodles and 2 small plates of fresh green vegetables. Yunyang, you're from Yunzhou Prefecture. They have Yunzhou-style rice noodles and side dishes here. I should have ordered them earlier. It was my oversight, Zhang Yuan explained gently. Yunyang lowered her gaze to the bowl of clear soup and rice noodles, which reflected Zhang Yuan's face. This self-proclaimed warrior not only remembered her hometown, but had also gone out of his way to order her a taste of it. Her gaze shifted past the pink lanterns and the sound of string music in the distance, landing back on Zhang Yuan's clear and resolute face. It's been so long since I last had Yunzhou noodles. Maybe 10 years. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she smiled. Seeing her smile, Zhang Yuan grinned as well. If we get the chance, I'll take you back to Yunzhou to visit your family. Eat quickly. Rice noodles aren't as good once they cool, he said, waving for the waiter again. Another plate of braised pork head, please. The old saying, the poor right, the rich fight, encapsulates the survival wisdom of martial artists. As someone who practiced martial arts, Zhang Yuan deeply understood the importance of a sufficient diet in strengthening vitality and enhancing skill. At this moment, he was no longer the low-ranking soldier who once fretted over a mere few taels of silver. With his growing strength and broadened horizons, the 50 taels required to buy his freedom, which had once been a source of worry, now seemed trivial. Generously, he ordered another plate of pork head meat and watched as Yunyang, sitting across from him, devoured a bowl of rice noodles ravenously. She must not have eaten properly all day. How does it taste? Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. Yunyang blushed and nodded. She was about to stand up when Zhang Yuan gently pressed her shoulder back down. Wait for me here, he said. He went downstairs to settle the bill and whispered a few words to the shopkeeper while handing over a few copper coins. The shopkeeper soon brought out an elderly man with a hunched back, dressed in coarse cloth, appearing to be around 50 years old. This humble one greets you, sir, and thanks you for your generosity. If you find the food to your liking, please visit us again, the old man said respectfully. Though the 10 copper coins Zhang Yuan gave were not much, they equaled nearly half a day's wages for the man. In Luoyang City, the average worker earned only about 1 tael of silver a month, which came to about 30 copper coins a day. This amount was sufficient to feed a family. By comparison, Zhang Yuan's monthly salary of 5 taels at the Zenfusi was considered quite generous, allowing him to spend freely. Your Yunzhou-style cooking is impressive. Are you from Yunzhou? Zhang Yuan asked. The old man quickly replied, yes, my family is from Yunzhou. We've been living in Luoyang Prefecture for nearly 20 years. My young lady is also from Yunzhou, and I'm looking for someone skilled in Yunzhou cuisine to help out at home. The pay will be generous. If you know anyone suitable, send them to the Zhang residence at the 5th house in Dingjia Lane, Zhang Yuan said. After leaving these words, he nodded to the shopkeeper in farewell and turned to leave. He used to live alone and never cared much about such things. But now that Yunyang was in his life, it was time to make the house feel like a proper home. Old Tao, most of the families in Dingjia Lane are with the Zenfusi or patrol guards. You should put some effort into this, the shopkeeper whispered to the elderly man. Zhang Yuan, leading Yunyang, did not head straight home but instead visited a tailor's shop. Yunyang went with a shop assistant to pick out some women's clothing, while Zhang Yuan waited in the men's section. The shop was brightly lit, and a copper mirror about 2 feet square reflected every detail clearly. It was said that the prefectural capital had massive glass mirrors tall enough to stand before, offering a reflection as if stepping into another world, though Zhang Yuan had never seen one himself. As he casually looked around, a familiar figure appeared in the copper mirror, causing his expression to change abruptly. The man's name was Husan, a cunning lackey from the White Horse Mountain bandits who often acted as a messenger for their leader. At that moment, Husan had just tried on a piece of clothing, shook his head, and returned it to the rack before turning to leave. The garment was immediately taken by another customer to try on. Zhang Yuan spun around sharply, his eyes fixed on the doorway, and called out in a deep voice, "Husan." As Husan reached the doorway, he instinctively turned back and caught sight of Zhang Yuan. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately spun around, dashing out of the tailor shop. Zhang Yuan took a few swift strides and followed closely behind. This sudden chase threw the shop into chaos. Some guests scrambled to get out of the way, while others, unable to suppress their curiosity, surged toward the door to watch. Yuanyang, who had been trying on new clothes, didn't have time to tidy herself up and hurriedly ran to the entrance. By then, Zhang Yuan had already rushed onto the main street, where he spotted Husan weaving through the crowd, trying to escape. Zhang Yuan let out a thunderous shout, "Town Patrol Division! Make way, everyone!" His voice boomed like a clap of thunder, and the townsfolk, as if rehearsed, swiftly retreated to the edges of the street, crouching down. Caught off guard, Husan was left standing alone in the middle of the road, visibly panicked. Zhang Yuan's blood surged with the strength of his mid-level martial training, propelling him forward at lightning speed, like a galloping horse, as he closed in on Husan. Just then, two patrol guards clad in partial armor emerged from a street corner, blocking Husan's path with their drawn sabers. "Patrol guard, where do you think you're going?" they barked. With armed guards ahead and Zhang Yuan closing in from behind, Husan gritted his teeth, pulled out a short blade about a foot long, and turned to charge straight at Zhang Yuan. Yuanyang, standing at the shop's doorway, covered her mouth in shock, while the surrounding crowd let out hushed gasps. Zhang Yuan neither dodged nor hesitated. Instead, he quickened his pace to meet the attack. As Husan's blade slashed toward his neck, Zhang Yuan's left hand shot out with precision, catching Husan's arm just below the shoulder and forcing the blade upward. In the same instant, Zhang Yuan shifted his left shoulder slightly, channeling a surge of power from his feet through his torso and into his shoulder. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yuan's iron shoulder strike hit Husan squarely in the chest. The force sent Husan flying backward nearly 2 meters, tumbling to the ground as he coughed up blood, unconscious. Zhang Yuan effortlessly caught the falling blade midair. The two patrol guards quickly approached. One checked on Husan while the other, hand on the hilt of his saber, addressed Zhang Yuan. "Fighting in public, please come with us to the patrol station." Zhang Yuan calmly took out his identification token and handed it over. "Zhang Yuan, 4th Squad, Black-clad Guards, Town Patrol Division. This man is a bandit from Bema Mountain. Take him in for interrogation." Hearing this, the patrol guards' expressions instantly changed. They respectfully accepted the token, examined it, and promptly returned it to Zhang Yuan. "Rest assured, Sir Zhang. We'll take the criminal into custody and report everything to our superiors." Zhang Yuan nodded, offered a polite gesture of thanks, and turned to see Yuanyang slumped by the shop's threshold. He hurried over to help her up. "I'm sorry. I forgot I wasn't on duty. I must have frightened you." Seeing that he was unharmed, Yuanyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My little hero," she murmured, her cheeks flushing red. Zhang Yuan gently lifted her chin and said solemnly, "My family has served as black-clad guards in the Town Patrol Division for generations, from my great-grandfather to my father and elder brother. Perhaps this is my fate." Then, gazing at Yuanyang, he added softly, "Just as meeting you might also be fate." Yuanyang stared at him, momentarily lost in thought. Zhang Yuan smiled and guided her back into the shop. Raising his voice, he called out, "Shopkeeper, wrap up all the clothes my lady just tried on." Yuanyang ultimately took only 2 plain dresses and a simple hairpin gifted by Zhang Yuan. On the way back under the cover of night, she no longer resisted Zhang Yuan's supportive arm. At dawn, Zhang Yuan woke up feeling refreshed. Whether it was due to the improvement in his martial arts or the infusion of true essence stabilizing his spirit, he had slept exceptionally well that night. Standing in the small courtyard, Zhang Yuan gripped his long blade with both hands and began practicing. With each heavy slash and thrust, the blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle. It was evident that these were Meng Tao's heavy sword techniques. After several rounds, he had already mastered this set of moves, which combined battlefield swordsmanship with martial arts from the Jianghu. Thinking of Meng Tao, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. That martial arts fanatic had perfected the heavy sword techniques to such a refined level that he single-handedly rendered the county constables powerless. As before, Zhang Yuan integrated these heavy sword techniques with his own blade style, gaining new insights in the process. What surprised him the most was the clear sensation of his blood and true essence flowing within as he wielded the blade. This not only enhanced his strength, but also improved his precise control over force. Just like how he subdued Husan with one move last night 3 days ago, he wouldn't have stood a chance against him and might have even fallen to his blade. The progress he had made was not just in cultivation but also in combat instincts and situational awareness. Lowering his stance, a glimmer of clarity flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Much of this progress was thanks to inheriting Meng Tao's martial talent. Perhaps what he gained from the Blood Pearl wasn't just tangible power, but also an intangible legacy of gifted aptitude. Junwei, is it? I will help fulfill your dream. Zhang Yuan murmured softly, taking a deep breath. After having a less than appetizing breakfast prepared by Yuanyang, Zhang Yuan strapped on his Yinling blade and headed to the Zenfis division to report in. At the entrance, he saw Sun Zhe standing beside a square-faced flag officer in a black robe, who appeared to be in his early 30s. The man exuded an intense aura of hostility and a powerful life force. Was none other than Yu Xiao, the flag officer of the 3rd Squad of Bingwei Camp. So, you're Zhang Yuan? Yu Xiao asked, scrutinizing him. Subordinate Zhang Yuan greets the flag officer. Sir. Zhang Yuan replied with a cupped fist salute. Yu Xiao's expression darkened. So you're the one who made us in Bingwei Camp run around all night? The Zenfis division was divided into 8 camps: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung, and Xin. Each camp further split into smaller squads. Typically, each squad was led by a flag officer and comprised 4 Zaoe guards, though not all squads were fully staffed. Zhang Yuan recognized that this was about the incident with Husan, but he chose to remain silent. There were too many complexities involved, and he preferred to wait for the final merits to be assessed rather than speak out prematurely. Brother Sun, how about we strike a deal? Yu Xiao suddenly shifted the topic. This Zhang Yuan looks like a reckless rookie. I heard you even sent him to the prison. Why not hand him over to me instead? I'll treat you to 3 days of fun on the pleasure boats. What do you say? Yu Xiao, Sun Zhe chuckled. You caught quite the big fish last night, didn't you? You've already earned plenty of merit. If Zhang Yuan joins your squad, you might not even have the chance to promote him before you're transferred to a higher position yourself. Why bother? Go home and catch up on your sleep instead. This comment clearly pleased Yu Xiao, who burst into hearty laughter, instantly dispelling the earlier tension in the air. The 2 squad leaders and the entire 1st Battalion of Wuzhen Jiaoyi mobilized, aiming for the big catch. Yu Xiao looked at Zhang Yuan, a smile of admiration appearing on his face. Even the Dian Sea Lord has taken note of your name. Your future is limitless. Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hand. I dare not claim such credit. Last night was pure luck. After giving Zhang Yuan a once-over, Yu Xiao bid farewell to Sun Zhe and left. Those White Horse Mountain bandits were interrogated overnight, and they revealed quite a few accomplices hiding in the city, Sun Zhe remarked once Yu Xiao had walked away. Kid, your luck is truly something else. You know, because of this White Horse Mountain case, everyone from the Zhu Sea to the Dian Sea, and even the Du Wei, has been reprimanded by the Sea Show. If those bandits had caused trouble in the capital, our Jinfu Sea would have lost all face. The value of this achievement lay not in its scale but in its timeliness. Zhang Yuan understood that without the knowledge and memories from his past life, as well as his enhanced cultivation, he would never have had the insight to capture Husan. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, he whispered a few words into Sun Zhe's ear. Haha. Sun Zhe laughed heartily and agreed. As Zhang Yuan walked away, Chunliang and Li Changwei arrived for their shift. Was that Zhang Yuan just now? I heard he made a major contribution last night, Li Changwei asked, staring at Zhang Yuan's retreating figure. The boss looks so happy, could it be well get a share of the credit? Sun Zhe shook his head, smiling. I'm afraid there's no credit for you two. Last night, it was the Bingwei battalion that did the work. I'm laughing because that kid wants me to be his wedding officiants, planning to marry that young lady. Chunliang and Li Changwei exchanged a smile. Settling down is a good thing. If Zhang Zhan were still here, he'd probably throw us a banquet to celebrate, Li Changwei said with a hint of regret. It really is a good thing, Chunliang added. Old Tiger said the kid has a heavy killing intent. Having a wife by his side might steady him a bit. The old tiger he referred to was Luo Shanghu, the veteran warden of the prison. At the prison, it was unusually busy today. Jiaoyi guards in armor were frequently seen escorting prisoners in and out. Typically, the guards wore plain clothes, donning light armor only when on duty. The military armor of the immortal Qin dynasty was intricately crafted in early stage. In Yuan cultivator was considered skilled if they could break through it in 3 strikes, while a mid-stage cultivator was expected to do so in 1. Anyone capable of holding their own against 3 opponents without defeat qualified to become a banner officer. Not enough hands today. You all go distribute the meals, Luo Shanghu ordered as they changed out torches. A few black-robed prison guards grumbled with sour faces. What a pain. Delivering meals in the cells is like peeling off a layer of skin. By now, Zhang Yuan understood why they dreaded entering the first level of the prison. It was steeped in an oppressive aura of death and malice, unbearable for anyone with insufficient cultivation. I'll do it. I'd like to see for myself, Zhang Yuan volunteered, picking up a meal bucket. The others immediately sighed in relief. The black-clad guards at the gate whispered among themselves. This kid's something else, say he's only just arrived and already dared to kill. Now he's been a penal officer for 2 days straight. Should we bet on whether he can walk out of there on his own feet? Sure. A round of drinks? Or should we raise the stakes? The iron gate creaked open, releasing a chilling wave of deathly stillness. Inside, the cacophony of voices from the prisoners echoed through the darkness. Damn it, where's the food? You trying to starve us to death? Jinfu has really gone downhill. Are we skipping meals today? Haha, keep the music playing, keep the dancing going. The long corridor was lined with prison cells built from bluestone bricks, each reinforced with thick iron bars as sturdy as an arm. Each cell offered barely half a zhang of space, just enough for a person to lie down. Zhang Yuan followed Luo Shanghu as they patrolled the first level of the prison. To his surprise, the area was much cleaner and brighter than what he had seen through the memories of Hu Jinin and Ming Tao. In their recollections, this place was perpetually shrouded in darkness and oppression. As Zhang Yuan placed a bucket of food in front of one of the cells, a thunderous shout erupted, startling him. Boy, why is there no meat today? Zhang Yuan flinched and looked up. Inside the cell was a burly man with disheveled hair and a face covered with a thick beard. His hands and feet were shackled with heavy iron chains. The man glared at him with a fierce intensity, and a wave of murderous energy surged from him, rushing toward Zhang Yuan like a storm. It was the killing intent of a martial arts master. Instinctively, the innate true essence within Zhang Yuan's body surged forth, instantly devouring the oppressive energy. Curiously, the true essence seemed to savor it, vibrating within him for a long moment before reluctantly settling down. Zhang Yuan glanced at the wooden plaque on the cell door. Bing 13, Xiong, heavy sentence, mid-stage Tongming realm. The prisoners here were categorized into 4 levels: Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding based on their crimes and power. Bing 13 was a relatively high designation, and those detained in the Town Suppression Division's prison were invariably hardened criminals too dangerous for the local authorities to hold. Well, this kid's got some backbone, Xiong muttered upon seeing Zhang Yuan unaffected by his killing intent. Xiong, it seems you're in a hurry to die. A cold voice sounded from behind Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, a grayish-blue whip lashed through the bars like a flash of lightning, striking Xiong's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. With a crisp crack, his clothing tore, and blood splattered. Zhang Yuan turned to see a stern-faced man in his 50s, dressed in a black robe, calmly retracting the leather whip before walking away without a word. The precision and force of that strike were something Zhang Yuan could only understand but not replicate. Thank you, senior, Zhang Yuan murmured with a slight bow before resuming his task of distributing food. The whip strike served as a warning to the other prisoners, silencing them. Zhang Yuan, however, felt a twinge of disappointment, had wanted to experiment a bit more with absorbing killing intent using his innate true essence. Perhaps only someone like him, an anomaly who had unlocked innate true essence while still in the hidden origin realm, could treat such deadly energy as a delicacy. Just as he was about to move forward, a group of armored soldiers marched in, swiftly escorting a few well-dressed and relatively healthy-looking prisoners away. Luo Shanghu spoke while carrying the wooden bucket forward. These were all caught last night. They should be under interrogation now. Those found guilty will stay locked up, while those with minor offenses will be handed over to the patrol guards. The magistrate's office needs some credit too. He glanced at the nearly empty cells. Saves us the trouble of serving extra meals. Hey, give me an extra serving of food, and it'll help you solve a question about martial cultivation. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to move forward, a voice stopped him. Turning around, he saw a prisoner inside a cell, his hands restrained by chains, with another chain running across his back. It was a method of confinement designed for powerful martial artists, using dragon-locking nails to penetrate the scapula and spine. The wooden plaque read, Ding Wu, Zhao Pingchuan, heavy sentence, late stage of Dongming realm. With cultivation at the late stage of Dongming realm, one could command 3,000 soldiers in the army or stand on equal footing with a department head in the Luoyang Prefecture Suppression Division. Yet, even such a formidable figure could not escape the fate of being pierced by bone nails and imprisoned in the division's jail. This was the iron rule of the Suppression Division: no matter how powerful you are, if you commit a crime, you must face justice. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, then took a serving of food from the wooden bucket and placed it in front of the cell bars. He asked, Senior, what is the difference between innate true essence and acquired true essence, and how are they refined? Zhao Pingchuan squinted at Zhang Yuan, a faint smile playing on his lips. That's 2 questions, isn't it? He struggled to move his body and reached out to grab the food. Zhang Yuan gently nudged the bowl forward, sliding it 2 feet closer, until it landed right in Zhao Pingchuan's hands. Zhao Pingchuan devoured the food ravenously, finishing it in no time. He exhaled deeply, his face flushing slightly. See, this is acquired essence, he said. Then, as he began eating the second bowl more slowly, he continued, and the bowl holding the foodthat's innate essence. Zhang Yuan appeared thoughtful. Acquired essence was like food. The more you consumed, the more strength you gained, but without it, you'd be powerless. Innate essence, on the other hand, was like the bowl, only with a larger, sturdier bowl could you hold more food. A solid foundation in innate essence was necessary to fully utilize acquired essence. This explanation made Zhao Pingchuan's eyes light up. He slapped his thigh in approval, the chains clinking loudly with his movements, drawing the attention of other prisoners in nearby cells. Brilliant. You've got talent, kid. Now that you understand the difference between innate and acquired essence, the method of refinement is straightforward. If you've got money, take elixirs. If you don't, dig deeper into yourself. Martial cultivation relies on blood and energy, celestial cultivation on spiritual essence, Confucian cultivation on righteous energy, and even demons have their own paths. In this world of cultivation, it all boils down to one thing: freedom. Before he could finish, a calm voice echoed from afar. The suppression division has plenty of techniques. If you want to learn, earn merits and exchange for them. Under the rule of Xian Qin, where else can you find methods stronger than those in the suppression division? It was the same person who had earlier struck down Xiangyang with a single whip. Zhao Pingchuan gave a sheepish laugh and fell silent. Zhang Yuan rose, bowed, and continued delivering meals. He thought to himself, those expensive elixirs costing thousands of silver coins were out of reach, but his ability to sense innate essence while still in the Yin Yuan realm already put him ahead of many. As for the method of refinement, since it was called refinement, he might as well give it a try. The phrase martial cultivation relies on blood and energy, dig deeper into yourself, was worth careful consideration. Moreover, as the senior mentioned, the suppression division indeed had a wealth of techniques available for merit exchange. When he reached the end of the cells and placed down the last bowl of food, another voice called out, "Give me an extra serving too, and he'll let you ask me a question." Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on the wooden plaque of the cell before him. Jia Yi, Jin Chenglu, heavy sentence, Kaiyang realm, the 9 realms of martial arts, each step a leap to the heavens. Yin Yuan, Dongming, Yaoguang, Kaiyang, the 4 progressive stages, with a martial artist in the Kaiyang stage capable of guarding an entire region. In Luoyang Prefecture, the strongest warrior was one in the Kaiyang stage. General Jin. Zhang Yuan stood outside the prison cell, speaking softly. The prisoner before him was none other than Jin Chenglu, once the prodigy of the Jin family in Luoyang Prefecture, who rose to the rank of 5th-grade martial general through military merit. 10 years ago, this figure, once idolized by the youth of Luoyang City, fell from grace. Leading 8,000 soldiers in a campaign in the northern territories, his entire army was annihilated in the wilderness, and he alone returned alive. Rumors claimed he had survived by stepping over the corpses of his subordinates. In Xianqin, a society that revered martial valor, such a deserter became the city's most scorned laughingstock. The Jin family expelled him, and by law, he should have been escorted to the imperial capital for execution. Yet, unexpectedly, he had been imprisoned in the dungeons of the Luoyang Prefecture's Bureau of Suppression for a decade. Zhang Yuan silently added an extra portion of food and placed it in front of the cell bars. "Why did you come back alive?" he asked, gazing at the figure seated inside. The man appeared emaciated, his disheveled beard and hair obscuring his face, but his eyes remained piercing. 2 iron rings were nailed into his shoulders, yet he bore none of the usual chains of a prisoner. The question caused Jin Chenglu, who was about to eat, to pause. "Why did I come back alive?" he murmured, repeating the words as his trembling hands picked up the food and shoved it into his mouth. "I let 8,000 brothers die. They all died for me. How could I not live? I must live. I must live." In the past, Zhang Yuan would have condemned him as a coward. But now, after experiencing the memories of Hu Jinran and Meng Tao, his perspective had changed. He recalled how Hu Jinran had sought death after killing for the first time, only to ultimately choose to continue the bloodshed. He thought of Meng Tao, who, after losing an arm and being unfit to lead, longed only for death. The choice between life and death often hinged on a single moment of thought. A man like Jin Chenglu might not truly fear death or cling to life out of cowardice. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think of his elder brother and the saying, "When the father dies, the son succeeds. When the brother dies, the younger brother follows." After his brother's death in battle, Zhang Yuan merely handled the funeral and donned the black uniform of their lineage. As a member of a family that had served as black-clad guards for generations, personal grudges had long since faded. That uniform and the Yinling blade symbolized their family's unwavering belief. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists. Now, he felt as though he could see farther and even had the ability to avenge his brother. The thought burned within him, but the 3 blood pearls in his mind trembled, and the innate true essence coursing through his body quickly calmed his surging emotions. Some things, if you want to do them, just do them. This newfound clarity broadened his perspective. He turned his gaze back to Jin Chenglu, who was devouring his food ravenously. 8,000 brothers had died, so he had to live. Perhaps, within this simple obsession, lay a reason far deeper than mere fear of death. But what's the point of living like this in a prison cell, for 10 years, 20 years, until you're forgotten, or one day beheaded? Zhang Yuan's voice was soft as a drizzle, yet each word cut like a blade. Jincheng Lu froze, his gaze still cast downward. Slowly, he raised his hand and pointed to the wall behind him, covered with countless carved marks. I think about it every single day. I carve a mark on this wall daily, waiting for His Majesty to pardon me, waiting for the day I can lead the army again. Why wait for His Majesty's pardon? Zhang Yuan looked at him steadily. Why wait to lead the army again? For every day you wait, the suffering of your fallen brothers stretches on. Do you think your torment in this prison compares to the agony they endured before their deaths? These words made Jincheng Lu snap his head up, his entire body trembling as he stared at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan met his gaze unwaveringly. 10 years 3,600 days. Kill one enemy a day, and that's 3,600 of them. Kill 2 a day, that's 7,200. Kill 3, and the revenge for 8,000 of your brothers is complete. Jincheng Lu's lips quivered, his body shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, only to collapse heavily back to the ground, letting out a guttural cry of anguish. He turned and slammed himself against the wall, clawing at it so fiercely that his nails cracked and bled, the blood streaming down the carved marks on the wall. Han Changzai, let me out. He rushed to the iron bars, gripping them tightly enough to make them rattle. Han Changzai, I want to enlist. I want to fight as a convict soldier. Let's get out of here. This is beyond what we can handle, Luo Shanghu muttered, tugging at Zhang Yuan's sleeve as they hurried away. He glanced nervously toward a black-robed figure standing in the distance, hands clasped behind his back, a long whip in his grasp. Zhang Yuan lifted his head high as he left the prison, ignoring the gambling guards at the entrance. He made up an excuse and headed straight for the office of the Zhao Wei. Inside, the flag officers Sun Zhe and Li Changwei, who had just finished their lunch, stood up when they saw him enter. Flag officer, I want to know how my elder brother died, Zhang Yuan said, locking eyes with Sun Zhe, his voice steady but firm. The question made Li Changwei stiffen visibly, while the smile on Sun Zhe's face froze. Narrowing his eyes, Sun Zhe scrutinized Zhang Yuan. In the Zhao Wei, we have our own rules for revenge. Blood revenge is for kin, but whether you can avenge him depends on your ability. With a cold snort, Sun Zhe adjusted his robe and strode out. I was thinking of transferring you back and even arranging a marriage for you. But now, it seems your temperament might ruin some poor young woman's life. Li Changwei sighed and explained, Zhang Yuan, your brother's death every member of Jiaxi Squad and the Luoyang Prefecture Town Patrol Division remembers it. Over the past 3 months, we've been working tirelessly for justice. If this revenge were something you could accomplish, do you think we'd still be waiting? Clang clang. The sharp sound of a copper bell suddenly echoed. Sun Zhe returned in quick strides. Town Patrol Division mission, Jiaxi Squad, assemble. Arm yourselves. He glanced at Zhang Yuan, who was still standing motionless, and barked sharply. What are you standing there for? Get to the Armory Division. The Archives Division and the Sentencing Division were under the jurisdiction of the Civil Affairs Office, responsible for managing records and determining sentences. Meanwhile, the Detention Division and the Armory Division were governed by the Martial Affairs Office, with the Armory Division primarily handling the storage and management of various weapons and armor. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the Armory Division, Zhang Xuanwu and Chen Liang were already waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, both men exchanged knowing smiles. Zhang Xuanwu was about to pat Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, but noticing the stern look from Li Changwei nearby, he froze mid-motion, his hand awkwardly suspended in the air. Get your gear on, Sun Zhe said coldly, dropping a pile of armor on the ground and tossing a black leather cuirass to Zhang Yuan. Grab a crossbow and follow. Zhang Yuan quickly donned the lightweight armor. The others, too, began assisting one another with their equipment. The heavy armor consisted of half-body scale mail, weighing 30 pounds and resistant to blades, requiring help to put on. The light armor, on the other hand, was made of leather with steel reinforcement covering the chest. As Zhang Yuan went to retrieve his crossbow, Zhang Chuanwu leaned toward Li Changwei and quietly asked, What's going on? Li Changwei glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. He asked today about how Captain Zhang Jin died. At these words, Zhang Chuanwu and Chen Liang's expressions turned grim. Although the Martial Affairs Office had officially announced Zhang Zhan's death as a Lineoptity sacrifice, it was clear Zhang Yuan wanted to uncover more details. Standing at the weapon rack, Zhang Yuan selected a compact waist-hanging crossbow and a foldable composite bow. He vividly recalled the tactical configuration of the patrol squads from the memories of Meng Tao and Hu Jinren. 2 heavy-armored spearmen leading the charge, 1 light-armored combatant engaging in melee, 1 light-armored support soldier, and a rear-position crossbowman providing overwatch. Though the crossbowmen appeared to be in the safest position, they bore the critical responsibility of ensuring the squad's safety, ready to eliminate threats, signal warnings, or cover the retreat at a moment's notice. After equipping himself with 10 boxes of crossbow bolts, 2 quivers of arrows, and a futanda half-long short blade, Zhang Yuan slung his Yinling saber diagonally across his back and strode out. Li Changwei and Zhang Chuanwu, armed with a spear and a long axe respectively, exchanged astonished glances as they watched him. "You really take after your brother," Li Changwei remarked, but immediately regretted his words and turned his gaze away. A flicker of something unspoken passed through the eyes of Sun Zhe and Chun Liang as well. Zhang Yuan remained silent, holding the folded short bow in one hand, while resting the other on the hilt of his blade at his waist. He stood alongside the others. Not far away, 3 other squads had already assembled. A middle-aged officer clad in black armor approached with large strides, accompanied by Tu Hao, an official from the sentencing division. Squad 4 of the armory division, Sun Zhe, reporting to the commanding officer, Sun Zhe announced with a salute. Captain Wang Sheng of Team A6 greets the commander. Inside the Xinfu division, 3 team leaders stepped forward one after another to pay their respects. He Chang of Team B5 and Lu Shengxiong of Team B8 greeted the commandant in turn. Standing before them was none other than Zhou Lin, the head of Camp A and the commandant of Wuzhen division. Within the Xinfu division, serving as a commandant and leading an entire camp required reaching at least the 2nd level of martial cultivation, the Tongming Realm, a strict rule that linked military rank to personal strength, with no exceptions for merit or hereditary privilege. Zhou Lin's piercing gaze swept over the group as he clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. Today, the Pointing Justice Division uncovered intelligence on a band of outlaws. Commander 2 of the Pointing Division will join me in their capture. The operation will take place outside the city, and it must be executed swiftly and decisively to minimize disruption. With that, he gestured for the 4 banner officers to step forward and began issuing low-voiced instructions. Before long, each of the 4 had received a scroll from Tu Hao of the Pointing Division, bowed, and stepped back. "Move out," Sun Zhe called out in a low tone. Holding a scroll in one hand and resting the other on the twin curved blades at his waist, he took the lead. Zhang Yuan and the others followed closely behind. Outside the rear gate of the Xinfu division, several gray-blue carriages were waiting. The drivers, wearing straw hats and gray uniforms, stood by the reins. Zhang Chuanwu and Li Changwei climbed into the first carriage, laying their long weapons flat. Once Sun Zhe and Chun Liang boarded, Zhang Yuan was the last to step into the carriage. Inside, Sun Zhe unrolled the scroll and began outlining the plan. The White Horse Mountain bandits are hiding at the dock near the outskirts of the city. This is a map of the dock's layout. Our mission is to guard the western wall. Within a 30-foot radius, there are 3 gates, and one side leads to the Guelu River. If the bandits make it to the water, they'll be nearly impossible to pursue. Our task is to hold this 30-foot section at all costs. He scanned the group with sharp eyes. Understood? Understood, the 4 replied in unison. Sun Zhe fixed his gaze on Zhang Yuan for a moment before leaning back against the carriage wall and closing his eyes to rest. Chun Liang cleared his throat and spoke to Zhang Yuan in a low voice. "You'll stay by the riverbank. If anyone climbs over the wall, shoot them down with your bow. If we engage in combat, keep your distance." Also, he glanced at Sun Zhe, who still had his eyes closed. "You haven't participated in the Xinfu division's battle drills. Joining the fray recklessly might disrupt coordination. Just be sure to stay clear of the fighting." "Understood," Zhang Yuan replied succinctly, his directness leaving Chun Liang momentarily speechless. The carriage fell silent, save for the creaking of its wheels and the distant cries of vendors outside. Zhang Yuan understood that if not for his earlier confrontation with Sun Zhe about his brother's death, the carriage would likely be filled with tactical discussions. Despite his growing cultivation and insights, he knew his temperament still needed refining. The story of Lu from Jinqing, which had moved him in the prison, was further proof of this. The path of cultivation was fraught with hardships. His brother's death could serve as motivation, but it must not become a shackle. He believed his brother would not want that either. He gently stroked his folded short bow, calming his thoughts. As a member of a family that had served as Jiaoyi guards for generations, he had trained in archery since childhood. Whether learning from his brother Zhangzhen or studying under Meng Tao, the 3rd leader of White Horse Mountain, these were essential skills for a future leader. Now, he circulated the innate energy within his meridians, meticulously controlling his muscles and bones. Unlike swords or blades, which relied on brute force, archery demanded precision and control. As his fingers moved slightly, Zhang Yuan marveled at the subtle applications of his energite didn't merely amplify strength, but allowed for more refined and accurate execution. "Sir, we've arrived at the dock," the driver called out. Zhang Yuan leapt from the carriage, landing lightly on its roof. His left hand held his short bow half-drawn, while his right palm gripped 3 arrows. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Chen Liang was the next to step out, carrying a round shield in one hand and a short blade in the other. He surveyed the area around the carriage, and his gaze eventually settled on Zhang Yuan, who stood atop the carriage. Through his sharp eyes, a flicker of surprise flashed. Zhang Yuan's every move exuded a composure and skill far beyond that of a newcomer. The other three followed suit, disembarking one after another. Li Changwei, gripping a long-handled battle axe, glanced upward and muttered, "He really looks like..." Before he could finish, Zhang Chuanwu shot him a sharp glare. Zhang Chuanwu, armed with a spear, strode forward with quick steps, prompting Li Changwei to hurry after him, dragging his heavy axe. Sun Zhe moved cautiously, his body slightly hunched and his hands resting on the hilts of his waist-mounted blades, ready to draw at any moment. Chun Liang's round shield was perfectly positioned to cover half of Sun Zhe's body. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had already leapt lightly from the top of the carriage, knocking 3 arrows simultaneously. With his body slightly angled, he maintained a distance of over 20 feet from the group ahead. Chun Liang glanced back and caught sight of Zhang Yuan's stance and position, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face. Sun Zhe also turned to look briefly before refocusing on their path. "This is it," Zhang Chuanwu said, halting to catch his breath. Wearing 30 pounds of heavy armor and carrying a 20-pound spear, running 2 miles at full speed had taken its toll. Before them stretched a narrow path, 10 yards long and barely 5 feet wide, flanked on one side by the wall of a warehouse and on the other by the Guelu River. "No room for long weapons," Zhang Chuanwu muttered, dismantling his spear into 2 parts, a blunt iron rod and a 5-foot short spear. Li Changwei followed suit, breaking his battle axe down into a hand axe. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the narrow path, while Sun Zhe and Chun Liang positioned themselves a few feet behind. Zhang Yuan held his bow at the rear, keeping watch. Suddenly, a firework shot into the sky from the distance, exploding at a height of 30 feet. Immediately, a series of commanding shouts echoed. "Patrol guards, surrender immediately. Archers, ready your bows. Surrender within 3 counts, or face death. The Luoyang Prefecture army is here, you won't escape." The imposing declarations, filled with the force of an army, did nothing to deter the enemy's advance. With a deafening boom, the chaos began. Arrows whistled through the air, soldiers shouted, blades clashed, and cries of pain pierced through the cacophony. On the narrow path, all was silent except for the howling river wind. The 2 armored men were drenched in sweat, and Sun Zhe repeatedly wiped his palms on his back. Zhang Yuan's senses seemed heightened. Every sound magnified: the rustle of willow branches, the faint flight of a dragonfly. He was confident that if he released an arrow now, he could sever the long tail of the dragonfly on the left. Zhang Yuan raised his bow and released an arrow. The shadow of a figure that had just appeared atop the wall fell with a thud, accompanied by a pained cry and the dull sound of impact. "Ambush! Push through!" someone shouted. From the narrow gate ahead, several rough-clad men wielding swords and blades charged out. But before they could advance more than a few steps, Zhang Chuanwu and Li Changwei intercepted them. Though the 5-foot spear was not particularly long, it still held an advantage over the enemy's 3-foot weapons. Thrusting forward, sweeping sideways, the spear's cold gleam flickered, forcing the bandits rushing out of the courtyard gate to retreat. Li Changwei, wielding his axe with unstoppable force, cleaved a gray-clad bandit armed with a short blade in 2 as the man rolled close. Blood splattered against the dust-colored wall. Without hesitation, Li brought the axe down again, instantly shattering 2 short blades raised to block him. Nearby, Zhang Chuanwu took a glancing blow from a swinging sword, but the blade bounced harmlessly off his shoulder armor. His spear swept out in a wide arc, clashing against multiple weapons with a resounding metallic clang. The 2 heavily armored warriors held their ground at the narrow gate, locking the battlefield at the entrance and cutting off the enemy's escape route. A short spear thrust forward with a wet squelch, piercing through an opponent. With a thunderous roar, Li Changwei swung his axe into the wall, sending dirt and debris flying. The sheer force of the blow intimidated the bandits behind the narrow gate, who hastily retreated and slammed the door shut. On the small path lay the corpse of the bisected bandit, still faintly twitching, as blood pooled in front of the gate. Zhang Chuanwu and Li Changwei leaned on their weapons, panting heavily, their bodies trembling from the intense fight. Zhang turned to look at Zhang Yuan, who stood about 10 feet away. A smile broke through the bloodstains on his face. "Zhang Yuan, nice shooting." If not for Zhang Yuan's timely arrow that took down the bandit attempting to leap over the wall, the consequences would have been dire. Beside him, Chun Liang grinned as well. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to nod in acknowledgement, his arm shot up, and 3 arrows flew simultaneously. 2 bandits peeking out fell instantly, while the 3rd arrow was deflected by a flash of blade, and its wielder leaped down from the wall. "Kill!" Sun Zhe roared, drawing both of his swords. His strikes came in rapid succession, spinning like a deadly wheel. The first forced the enemy to dodge awkwardly, the second slashed through their leg, and the third decapitated them in a spray of blood. Such ferocious techniques clearly came from battlefield experience, far beyond what ordinary wanderers could achieve. Suddenly, all three narrow gates burst open at once. Bandits charged out, holding burlap sacks, pressing Zhang Yuan and Li Changwei back step by step. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 more enemies appeared atop the wall. If they managed to jump down and engage at close range, the group would face a devastating encirclement. Fall back, Sun Tzu growled, launching a concealed sleeve dart skyward as a signal for reinforcements. He turned to Zhang Yuan, as if seeing the newcomer, positioned furthest from the chaos, as their only hope for survival. But Zhang Yuan remained unervingly calm. He grabbed 10 arrows from his quiver and loosed them in rapid succession, forcing the enemies on the wall to momentarily retreat. Tossing aside his short bow, he pulled out a crossbow and loaded a fresh cartridge. With a series of sharp clicks, 10 bolts were fired in the span of 2 breaths, keeping the wall-top opponents pinned down. Without pausing, Zhang Yuan reloaded the crossbow as he darted toward the wall. Leaping into the air, he fired a volley of bolts at the dense cluster of enemies outside the gate. As he landed, he had already loaded a new cartridge, positioning himself alongside Qian Liang on one side of Sun Tzu, while Zhang Chuanwu covered the other. The 5 of them formed a tight defensive circle, their backs pressed together. Sun Tzu turned to the newcomer, who should have been fleeing for his life, and growled, "You fool, are you trying to die?" Zhang Yuan remained silent, firmly pressing the crossbow against Zhang Chuanwu's shoulder. He then unleashed a round of bolts in quick succession. At such close range, the barbed, foot-long iron bolts struck the bandits charging through the narrow doorway with deadly precision, splattering blood in their wake. Amid screams and roars, the bandits were forced to retreat, hesitant to approach again. Swiftly reloading a new quiver of bolts, Zhang Yuan raised his hand to point at the wall above. Everyone held their breath, bracing themselves for enemies who might leap down from the wall at any moment. Despite their armor, the narrow pathway rendered the Jiaoyi guards of the prefecture's pacification bureau unable to fully exploit their formation advantages. If it came to close combat, they would have no choice but to fight to the death. Luoyang Prefecture Pacification Bureau in pursuit of justice. Those who resist will be killed. A calm voice suddenly echoed from within the walls. The serene tone clashed starkly with the tense atmosphere, yet it exploded like thunder in the minds of the bandits near the narrow doorway, sending shivers down their spines. This was the Confucian technique of Tu Hao, a senior officer of the Pacification Bureau. With a resounding crash, a thick-backed broadsword smashed through the wall, carving a wide gap in the foot-thick brickwork. Zhou Lin, the captain of the armored guards and a commanding officer, stepped through, his blade in hand. Upon seeing Sun Tzu's 5-man squad unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Attack! From a distant corner came the sound of rallying cries. A group of patrol soldiers clad in military armor arrived, armed with bows, and quickly stabilized the situation. Retreat! Retreat! The bandits inside and outside the walls began shouting as they fell back. Those near the narrow doorway either withdrew or knelt to surrender. Zhang Chuanwu collapsed to the ground, his thigh bleeding profusely. Li Changwei dropped his axe and rushed to support him, while Sun Tzu swiftly took out medicinal powder from his belt, applying it to the wound before expertly wrapping it with gray bandages. "Clench your teeth," Sun Tzu instructed as he tightened the bandages with a sharp pull. "Ah, damn it." Zhang Chuanwu flinched in pain, trembling all over. Seeing Sun Tzu glare at him, he quickly explained, "Boss, I wasn't cursing you, I was cursing the bandit who hurt me. Consider yourself lucky," Li Changwei joked as he helped him up. "A few inches higher, and your life would have been a lot quieter from now on. Spit. If I lost that, none of you would be visiting the pleasure boats either." Zhang Chuanwu retorted, wincing in pain and clutching Li Changwei's arm. "Not bad, kid." Chen Liang, having put away his small shield, nudged Zhang Yuan with a grin. "He's all right. Not afraid to die, at least," Zhang Yuan replied. Before Zhang Chuanwu could finish his comeback, Sun Tzu gave the bandage another tug, making him nearly jump in agony. "You're off duty for 3 to 5 days. Stay away from alcohol for half a month," Sun Tzu said as he stood and packed up the remaining bandages. By this time, other Jiaoyi guards, patrol soldiers, prefectural troops, and officers had arrived, securing the surrendered bandits in one place. "Old Sun, still alive?" He Chong, a banner officer from Team 5, approached in his heavy armor, hefting a large blade as he scanned Sun Tzu and Zhang Chuanwu. As Jiaoyi guards, getting injured on a mission is inevitable. Surviving is the real blessing. "Ha, who's the crossbowman from Team 4? That skill is impressive," someone from Team 8 remarked admiringly. The man appeared to be in his 30s, holding a short bow with a hand crossbow hanging from his waist. His shout immediately drew everyone's attention to the battlefield. The crossbow bolts and arrows embedded in the walls, the scattered shafts on the ground, and the 7 or 8 bandits wounded by arrows all bore evidence of a fierce fight. The seasoned veterans present understood well that while bows and crossbows provided ranged suppression, their lethality was limited. Especially in close-quarters combat, archers rarely had the chance to fire a second shot. However, Zhang Yuan's decisive barrage of arrows, combined with the rapid firing of his crossbow, had clearly played a pivotal role in this skirmish. Zhang Yuan, the rookie, this kid's got some talent, Sun Ce remarked, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes as he glanced at Zhang Yuan. But the moment Zhang Yuan looked up, Sun Ce had already turned away. Nearby, Qin Liang and the others grinned knowingly. Zhou Lin, the captain wielding a long blade, also gave Zhang Yuan a second look upon hearing his name. At that moment, Punishment Officer Tu Hao stepped out from the narrow gate, surveyed the area, and finally rested his gaze on Zhang Yuan, nodding with a faint smile. The cleanup of the battlefield began promptly. Broken weapons and salvageable arrows were carefully collected. Within half an hour, the group was back in the carriage. Inside, the 5 of them slumped down, exhausted. The life-and-death struggle had drained them, but the spoils of victory and the prospect of a day's rest tomorrow soon lifted their spirits. That was exhilarating. Outnumbered 5-1 and still held them off. Did you see how Captain Zhou was looking at us? Boss, do you think Squad 4 has a shot at being promoted to Squad 3? Chun Liang and Li Changwei's jubilant chatter made Zhang Chuanwu, who was lying down, curse under his breath. At this point, Sun Ce's gaze shifted to Zhang Yuan, who had remained silent. The carriage fell quiet. Don't trade your military merits for money, Sun Ce said seriously. The Archives Division has martial techniques, and the Treasury Division holds top-quality medicinal herbs. These things can enhance your martial cultivation. You're young, don't waste the opportunity to strengthen yourself. After speaking, he leaned back against the carriage wall, staring at the ceiling. The others lowered their heads and thought. Thank you for the advice, officer. Zhang Yuan replied respectfully. It's not really advice, Sun Ce said, shaking his head, his voice tinged with restraint. When your brother joined Squad 4, he wasn't much older than you are now. He worked himself to the bone, earning money and military merits, exchanging everything from medicinal herbs to strengthen the body, but he wouldn't use them himself. He said he might never make it to officer rank in this life, but his younger brother definitely would. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists, his heart feeling like it was about to burst. The innate true energy coursing through his meridians churned violently, barely contained by its rapid circulation. Only now did he truly understand his elder brother's sacrifices. Perhaps if his brother had prioritized his own cultivation, or hadn't risked his life for military merits, the outcome might have been different. Zhang Yuan understood the principle of inheriting a father's or brother's duty, but he had never realized just how much his brother had given up for him. Boss, tell me, how did my brother die? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, raising his head slowly to meet Sun Ce's gaze. The suppressed innate energy within him made him appear unusually composed. Inside the carriage, only the sound of heavy breathing remained. Inside the carriage, Zhang Chuanwu, Chun Liang, and Li Changwei all turned their gazes towards Sun Ce. Sun Ce's expression was grave, and after a long silence, he slowly shook his head. Back then, Zhang Zhun was involved in a special mission for the Zhenfu Division. The participants and details of such missions are strictly confidential, leaving outsiders completely in the dark, Sun Ce said, his voice weary. Over the past 3 months, we've searched every corner of our prefecture and even visited several other prefectures that might have been connected. We also discreetly inquired within the Zhenfu Division itself, but we found no Thingyo leads at all. At this point, Sun Ce's face betrayed a deep sense of defeat. Perhaps this was why he had reacted so angrily when Zhang Yuan questioned him about his brother Zhang Zhan's death, because he truly felt powerless. Zhang Yuan nodded silently, now fully composed. He understood that secret missions of the Zhenfu Division were never something ordinary martial artists could handle. Even the infamous White Horse Mountain bandit case, which had shaken the entire prefecture city, hadn't been classified as a secret mission. Missions of this caliber were often tied to prisoners from the 2nd or even 3rd levels of the Seijo prison. Zhang Chuanwu's lips twitched slightly as he spoke in a low voice. 3 years ago, I participated in a secret mission. I shouldn't even be talking about this, but since we're all on the same side here. He glanced at Zhang Yuan and the others, his facial muscles twitching visibly. It was a mission to hunt down a Demona wolf demon. That was a real Yao, a true monster. As he spoke, Zhang Chuanwu's body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror. 30 black-clad brothers set out on that mission, but only 8 of us came back alive. The carriage fell into silence once again. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his breathing growing heavier. This secret mission had either already been completed, with vengeance achieved, or remained unresolved due to the sheer impossibility of exacting revenge. Yet, he refused to give up on uncovering the truth behind his elder brother's death, even if the enemy was a demon. If you can become a captain in the Dui Battalion, you'll gain access to the mission records in the Dianji Division. You'll naturally find information related to your brother's death, Sun Ce said, looking at Zhang Yuan. Then he shook his head and added, I'm getting old. Once you've earned enough merits, I'll step down and let you take my position as a flag officer. Several higher-ups have already taken notice of you. Work hard and the opportunity will come to become a captain and command an entire battalion. Even if everything went smoothly, accumulating enough military merits would take years. The Xianqin military merit system was notoriously rigorous. 3 minor merits equaled 1 major merit, 3 major merits equaled 1 promotion, and 3 promotions equaled 1 rank. Rising from a black lad officer to a flag officer required 27 levels of military merits, and advancing from flag officer to captain demanded nearly 100 levels of merits. This was precisely why hereditary military positions were permitted. Zhang Yuan knew all too well that from his current position, earning enough merits to reach the rank of captain could take an unimaginable amount of time. Although he had the secret ability to enhance his cultivation through killing and had already unlocked his innate true essence, military merits had to be earned through genuine achievements. Boss, is there no other way? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and lowered his head, his voice thick with frustration. If not for his hidden ability to grow stronger through killing and his already awakened true essence, he might have resigned himself to following Sun Ze's advice and patiently accumulating merits. Sun Ze fixed his sharp gaze on Zhang Yuan. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and asked, Zhang Yuan, what is your current cultivation level? This question caused everyone in the carriage, including Zhang Chuanwu and Chan Liang, to instinctively look up. It was only now that they realized the strength Zhang Yuan had displayed today was far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. Both his knowledge and his responses revealed a level of cultivation that surpassed the norm. Midstage Yuan, Zhang Yuan replied softly but clearly. What? You're already at Midstage Yuan? Zhang Chuanwu couldn't help but exclaim. You're not even 20 yet, are you? No wonder your brother said. Chen Liang abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Sun Ze nodded slightly, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. He then asked directly, have you heard of the Xuanjia Guards? I remember my brother mentioning them. They're the most elite force of the Shenfu division, Zhang Yuan replied. Boss, are you thinking? Li Changwei looked at Sun Ze in shock, but before he could finish, Sun Ze raised a hand to silence him. Sun Ze stared intently at Zhang Yuan and spoke each word with deliberate precision. Reaching in Yuan completion before the age of 20, accumulating 9 merit levels, and serving in the top 3 squads of the Shenfu division's Joe Camp, all of that is required to qualify for the Xuanjia Guard selection. Can you achieve this? Zhang Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his heart surging with fierce determination. If I join the Xuanjia Guards, will I be able to uncover the truth about my brother's death? Sun Ze nodded in confirmation. The Xuanjia Guards handle secret missions and have access to the archives of the Dianji Division's mission records. Those words ignited a blazing fire within Zhang Yuan. His inner energy surged rapidly, and he entered an unprecedented state of clarity. Yes, I will become a member of the Xuanjia Guards. The other 4 in the carriage exchanged glances, their expressions complex. The fervor of youth was always something to marvel at. Upon returning to the Zhenfu division, the group first went to the Bingjia division to return their equipment, carefully documenting any damages and signing off on the records. The celebratory feast they had planned was postponed by Sun Ze due to pressing duties and Zhang Chuanwu's injuries. Zhang Yuan then headed to the prison to complete tasks like cleaning the passageways and replacing the torches. During this time, Luo Shanghu appeared with a beaming smile. Kid, you really pulled off something big this time, he said, handing over a scroll as he praised Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan unrolled it and saw the large characters Military Merit Award written at the top, followed by a detailed record of 1 merit point. While he would need to visit the Wunfu division to learn the specifics, it was the rewards attached to this military commendation that truly excited him. Through the explanation of the clerk from the Xianwei department, Zhang Yuan learned the rules for exchanging military merits. 1 first-class merit could be exchanged for 10 taels of silver, and 1 merit for 30 taels. These rewards could be exchanged for money at the Treasury Department, for martial arts manuals at the Archives Department, or for opportunities to train with the Medicine and Martial Arts Department. Within the Zhenfu division system, there are 2 branches, the Wuzhen Military Affairs and the Wanfu Civil Affairs. The Wanfu division oversees 4 departments: punishments, archives, treasury, and Xianwei. The Wuzhen division manages the arms, prisons, martial arts, and Wuwei department, which commands the Zhaoyi Guards. The Xianwei department is responsible for distributing and publicizing military achievements. Upon reviewing the sources of his military merits, Zhang Yuan noted that he earned 1 first-class merit for capturing Husan. For today's mission, his team was credited with 2 merits for successfully holding off the enemy, and due to the generosity of Sun Ze and others, he was granted both merits. If calculated fairly, he should have only received 1 merit. Grateful for their kindness, Zhang Yuan silently remembered this favor. I'll exchange for 3 months of training at the martial arts department, Zhang Yuan decided. With 30 taels of silver, combined with his previous savings, he had enough to buy Yunyang's freedom. Although martial arts manuals were also necessary, 1 merit wasn't enough to obtain a high-quality manual, and with the blood pearl in hand, he could temporarily delay acquiring medicinal resources. The martial arts department is a crucial place for learning battle formations and martial arts cultivation. As Sun Tze had mentioned, not only do the section chiefs and lecturers teach here, but even the head and deputy head personally conduct lessons. Those with exceptional talent might even gain special attention. The department teaches not only martial arts but also knowledge about the structure of the Zhenfu division and the Xianqin dynasty's court, which is vital for those aspiring to join the Xuanjia Guards. Holding the 3-month training voucher, Zhang Yuan finished his duties for the day and returned home. The day's events, from the prison meal to the fierce battle, left him with much to reflect on. Standing on the steps of the Zhenfu division, he looked at the setting sun in the west, resolute in his direction. Cultivate, earn merits, and aim to join the Xuanjia Guards. By the time he reached Dingjia Alley, night had fallen. Yunyang was standing at the door, watching for him. When she saw him, her face lit up with a smile. Once inside the small courtyard, Yunyang began chatting about the day's events. Uncle Tao from Mingquan Tower and Aunt Wu had come to suggest hiring a servant, but she hadn't dared to decide. She had also spent time chatting with Aunt Han from next door and Sister Sue from the corner of the street. Under the oil lamp, the two sat together for dinner. Clad in simple clothes, Yunyang ate little but talked a lot. Zhang Yuan glanced up at her and noticed that her eyes no longer held the distance they once did. Instead, they now carried a warmth, a hint of the life they were beginning to build together. It wasn't just because she had changed her dress, it was because she truly considered herself his wife now. Yunyang was no longer the ethereal beauty singing softly on a pleasure boat. She had become an ordinary wife of a Jiaoyi guard, someone who could chat casually with neighbors about mundane matters. Noticing Zhang Yuan pause with his chopsticks midair, Yunyang asked with concern, "What is it? Is dinner not to your liking? I can learn from Sister Sue tomorrow." Zhang Yuan shook his head, his gaze soft as he looked at her. "I spoke with the flag officer. Once Brother Wu recovers, he'll officiate our wedding. Also, there's no need for Aunt Wu to help anymore, let others handle those chores. Today, I earned 30 taels of silver for my service. With what we've saved, tomorrow we'll go to the pleasure boat and redeem your contract." "Wedding? Redeem my contract?" Tears welled up in Yunyang's eyes. "My dear, I was sold to the pleasure boat at 6 years old. I never dared to dream." Her voice choked. "How many of the girls there ever have a happy ending? I've seen so many tragic stories that I didn't even dare to hope. All those tales of love and grandeur lies, every one of them. Even you. I thought you were a dream I shouldn't dare to have. Yunyang, as long as you don't mind my Jiaoyi uniform and my lowly life, and you're not afraid to face hardships with me." Zhang Yuan put down his chopsticks and was about to raise his hand to swear an oath. Yunyang quickly stood up, her soft palm gently covering his mouth. "No need. I trust you, my dear." A rush of warmth filled Zhang Yuan's heart as he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into his embrace. "Ah, aren't you going to eat anymore, my dear? I'm already full with you." The night was one of unbridled passion. At dawn, Zhang Yuan stood in the small courtyard practicing his punches, a joyful expression on his face. He noticed that both his qi and blood cultivation, as well as his innate true essence, had significantly improved. Perhaps it was thanks to Zhao Pingchuan's guidance in the prison cell, or the tempering of yesterday's fierce battle, or maybe even the clarity of having a Golto join the Xuanjia Guard. As he punched, he recalled the moments yesterday when he felt his true essence shift. Zhao Pingchuan had said that innate true essence in martial arts comes from qi and blood, from delving deeply into oneself. During the intense emotions of the battle and on the carriage, he had clearly felt the surging of his true essence. His movements became faster, yet his mind grew calmer. The innate true essence within him began to flow smoothly, each cycle bringing a slight improvement. This was the process of self-discovery. The once familiar iron armor fist now revealed a new depth, swift as lightning, steady as a mountain, light as a drifting cloud, and heavy as a collapsing peak. With his current skill, he felt confident that he could have single-handedly held off all the bandits in yesterday's fight. Boom! His final punch sent a ripple of force reverberating through the air. Zhang Yuan withdrew his fist and turned to see Yunyang standing at the door of the side room, already dressed and ready. "I'm off to morning classes at the Martial Academy. When I return, we'll go to the pleasure boat and redeem your contract." Yunyang nodded firmly. The morning sunlight bathed them in its glow, radiating a sense of youthful vitality. They had their whole lives ahead of them. The martial arts division was located in the back hall of the Shenfu division. When Zhang Yuan stepped into the classroom, over a dozen people were already seated. "Over here," a low voice called out. A figure in a blue robe waved at him. It was the crossbowman he had met the day before in Team E8. Zhang Yuan walked over and took a seat beside him. "My name is Jiang Qing, a crossbowman from Team E8, the man said with a faint smile. Zhang Yuan, the newcomer. "I know." Zhang Yuan cupped his hands slightly in greeting and replied, "Good to meet you, Brother Jiang." Looking around, Zhang Yuan noticed that most of the attendees were young, likely under 30, and probably new recruits like himself. Jiang Qing, noticing Zhang Yuan was empty-handed, reminded him, the morning session covers martial cultivation, but in the evening, you'll need paper and a brush. There's a lot worth noting. Zhang Yuan nodded in realization. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Before their conversation could continue, a figure strode in with firm steps. The room immediately stood at attention. The newcomer wore black martial attire, his hair tied with an iron crown, a black belt around his waist, and his face was stern, appearing to be in his 40s. That's Chao Zhangtang, the captain of the E-Guard battalion, Jiang Qing murmured. Chao Zhangtang raised a hand, signaling everyone to sit. He picked up a scroll from the desk and said plainly, "Let's begin roll call." A man in the front row stood up immediately. Team Jia 6, Tao Qing Han, he announced. One by one, names were called. When it was Jiang Qing's turn, he responded promptly. Then Zhang Yuan stood and said, Team Jia 4, Zhang Yuan. Chao Zhangtang glanced up briefly before continuing to mark the roster. After calling out all 21 names, Chao Zhangtang set down his brush and flexed his wrist. Today, we'll cover the principles of Jinfu Division's fist techniques and energy flow. He widened his stance into a horse stance and demonstrated a punch. Power originates from the soles of the feet, and force is driven by the waist and back. Internally, refine your essence and vitality. Externally, strengthen your muscles and bones. The foundation you lay in your youth determines your future achievements. Although the technique he demonstrated was an iron armor fist, Zhang Yuan listened attentively. The explanation of energy flow resonated with the insights he had gained through his cultivation of true essence. In fact, 7/10 of it aligned with his understanding, while the remaining 3/10 seemed even more intricate and dynamic in his perception. This realization reassured Zhang Yuan his cultivation path was indeed the right one. Boom! Chao Zhangtang concluded the sequence with a punch that echoed like thunder. Mastery of fist techniques, blades, and swords naturally leads to phenomena wind and thunder, the roar of tigers and leopards, or even a glow enveloping the body. Each varies. Once you reach such a level, you'll understand. The records in the Classics division document these occurrences, so I want to elaborate further. Chao Zhangtang's sharp gaze swept over the Jiaoi guards before him like a scanner. You may divide into groups based on the martial arts techniques you're skilled in and begin practicing. I'll guide you. As soon as he finished speaking, responses came one after another. I practice the wild bull fist. I train in the iron armor fist. I specialize in blade techniques. Within moments, the guards naturally divided into 4 or 5 small groups, each distinctly aligned with their respective martial disciplines. Chao Zhangtang first called over the 6 practicing the wild bull fist to demonstrate. Zhang Yuan stood off to the side. Though he had some understanding of the technique, he was far from proficient. Watching his colleagues practice while listening to Chao Zhangtang's detailed guidance, his comprehension of the technique advanced rapidly. Observing this scene, Zhang Yuan suddenly grasped the deeper intent of the martial arts division. Having someone like Chao Zhangtang, a camp commander, personally instruct them was not only meant to enhance the Jiaoi guards' combat skills, but also to foster bonds among these comrades, who might one day entrust their lives to one another. Jiang Qing and 3 others were practicing the single-line fist. This technique had few moves but emphasized a straight, precise approach and agility. For crossbowmen, nimbleness often outweighed brute strength, determining life and death in critical moments. After correcting the power execution of 2 individuals, Chao Zhangtang patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder. Jiang Qing's mastery of the single-line fist is impressive. In time, he will undoubtedly become one of the most outstanding crossbowmen in the Luoyang Prefecture's patrol division. This praise brought a flush to Jiang Qing's cheeks, and he straightened his back, replying, "Thank you for the compliment, instructor." The others cast envious glances his way, knowing that receiving such recognition from a future superior could greatly benefit one's career. However, Jiang Qing's gaze shifted to Zhang Yuan, his tone carrying a complex undertone. Instructor, when it comes to crossbow skills, Zhang Yuan is the true expert. Zhang Yuan. Chao Zhangtang turned to look at him, and the others followed suit with surprised expressions. To recommend someone else so openly in front of the instructor, Jiang Qing must genuinely acknowledge Zhang Yuan's capabilities. I've heard a bit about yesterday's mission, Chao Zhangtang said with a nod. Camp Commander Zhou also mentioned that his crossbow skills are quite remarkable. He then addressed Zhang Yuan and the 6 others practicing the iron armor fist. The iron armor fist originates from the military. It's a technique that's easy to learn but difficult to master, balancing offense and defense. Show me your practice. The 7 stood in formation, clasping their fists in salute. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, stepping into position with the others. His eyes sharpened, as though summoning the fierce energy that had once coursed through him in life-threatening battles. As a mid-stage martial artist of the hidden Yuan realm who had faced bloodshed, he had already honed his own killing intent. The moment he moved, all eyes were drawn to him. His aura had shifted entirely, starkly distinct from his earlier demeanor and from that of the others. Boom! The force of his punch resounded like a thunderclap. Excellent technique. Chao Zhengtang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in admiration. With a commanding shout from Chao Zhengtang, all eyes instantly turned to the center of the training ground. To everyone's astonishment, they noticed that while Zhang Yuan's movements mirrored their own techniques, there was something profoundly different about them. His strikes carried a power and rhythm that transcended mere form. Chao Zhengtang's sharp gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yuan's every move. By now, Zhang Yuan was entirely immersed in the art of his martial techniques, his inner energy flowing seamlessly, his blood surging with vitality. Each move he executed seemed to originate from deep within his stance, traveling through his core and erupting with precision and force from his fists. His attacks were like unsheathed blades, swift and unstoppable. His defense resembled an impenetrable iron fortress, as unshakable as a mountain. This effortless balance of offense and defense made the movements of the other 6 practitioners pale in comparison. Anyone who faced Zhang Yuan at this moment would undoubtedly feel the extraordinary essence of his martial art firsthand. As he concluded his final strike, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration, a faint mist of energy and vitality rising from his body. Chao Zhengtang cast a critical eye over the group, first pointing out the flaws in the techniques of the others before approaching Zhang Yuan. In a deep and steady voice he said, "Come, let me spar with you." This simple declaration sent shockwaves through the surrounding Jiaoi guards. After all, Chao Zhengtang was no ordinary figure. He was the commander of the Bing battalion of the Jiaoi guards in Luoyang Prefecture, holding the rank of duel, and had achieved mastery in the Tongming realm of martial arts. Within the entire martial arts division, only a handful of battalion commanders could match his prowess in combat. Jiang Qing looked at Zhang Yuan with a mix of admiration and introspection. Just the day before, the members of Team E8 had been discussing Zhang Yuan's exceptional performance on the battlefield, predicting his bright future. Now, it seemed that future was already within reach. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination and battle spirit. To face a master of the Tongming realm, even in a sparring match, was a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, launching the third technique of the Iron Armor Fist, Iron Armor Charge. This strike was powerful and resolute, carrying the weight of several hundred pounds, enough to bring down a strong ox. Even though he hadn't fully unleashed his energy, the ferocity of his attack was undeniable. What was even more remarkable was his composure. Despite facing such a formidable opponent, Zhang Yuan maintained his sharp momentum, earning the silent respect of everyone present. Chao Zhengtang waited until the punch was mere inches from him before raising his hand to intercept it. The force of the strike landed squarely in his palm, yet he remained unmoved, steady as a mountain. In the past, this might have thrown Zhang Yuan off balance, disrupting his rhythm. But now, he was a different fighter entirely, fully aware that Chao Zhengtang was testing his adaptability. Without pausing to let the first strike lose its effectiveness, Zhang Yuan followed up with a swift and ruthless move, close-range elbow, targeting a vital spot with precision. This 8th technique was executed with incredible speed and ferocity, flowing seamlessly from the previous strike. The strike aimed directly at Chao Zhengtang's neck. With a composed smile on his face, Chao Zhengtang deftly positioned his right hand beneath Zhang Yuan's arm, skillfully neutralizing most of the force from the ferocious blow. However, as soon as he blocked Zhang Yuan's arm, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The force behind the strike was unexpectedly light. Before he could ponder further, Zhang Yuan's true killing move was upon him. In a flash, Zhang Yuan lunged forward, transforming his elbow strike into the 12th form of the Iron Armor Fist, Iron Mountain Crash. This was the very technique he had used earlier to knock out Hussein. The previous direct charge and close-range elbow strike had merely been setups to gather momentum for this ultimate move. With a dull thud, Zhang Yuan's shoulder slammed heavily into the left side of Chao Zhengtang's chest. Chao Zhengtang's body swayed slightly, but he skillfully dispersed all the force. Zhang Yuan, still propelled by the momentum, staggered forward 3 steps before turning around and assuming a defensive stance of the Iron Armor Fist. The entire sequence of movements was seamless, executed in the blink of an eye. Attack like raging fire, defend like a solid rock. Chao Zhengtang turned slightly and nodded in approval. "Kid, you've got solid foundations. Sun Zhe from Squad 4 has really found himself a gem." His sharp gaze locked onto Zhang Yuan. "Is Sun Zhe hoping for you to aim for the top 3 of the Xuanjia guards?" Zhang Yuan understood the significance of ranking in the top 3 of the Xuanjia guards and solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Chao Zhengtang patted him on the shoulder, his expression complex. "Kid, the path of martial arts is as deep as the ocean. The gap between the Tongming realm and the Yinyuan realm is like the chasm between heaven and earth. Your opponents won't just be at the Yinyuan realm." Glancing at the sky, Chao Zhengtang announced the end of the morning training. After the group dispersed, he quietly rubbed his chest, still numb from the collision, and muttered to himself, "This kid's talent is truly extraordinary." It's been over 5 years since Luoyang Prefecture produced a Xuanjia Guard. The 21 Jiaoyi guards gradually left the training hall, some heading off to change into their duty uniforms, while others, like Zhang Yuan, went to rest. Many gave Zhang Yuan a second glance, but no more than that after all. Talent and future prospects were personal matters, and besides, he was still only at the Yinyuan realm. I'm heading back for a nap. The evening class is on law, taught by the Xinwei division, Jiang Qing said, waving goodbye to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan walked briskly, replaying his sparring session with Chao Zhengtang over and over in his mind. His understanding of the iron armor fist deepened with each step. As he approached Dingjia Alley, he spotted Yunyang from a distance, standing gracefully by the courtyard gate in a simple green dress. Yuenga, skipping duty because you can't bear to be apart from your wife. A woman holding a large ceramic bowl teased from the alleyway, drawing chuckles and curious glances from the neighbors. Zhang Yuan smiled as he walked up to Yunyang. Let's take the money and redeem your contract. Yunyang nodded, her eyes welling up with tears once again. When Yunyang was 6 years old, she was sold to the Huachuan Ningcue Fong. Curled up in Zhang Yuan's arms, she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. I can no longer remember what my hometown in Yunzhou looked like. I only remember the rice noodles were delicious, and the sky was so blue. That day, my family was ambushed, and there was blood everywhere. Her body trembled slightly. Someone hid me under the wagon frame. I can't even remember if it was my parents or someone else. Zhang Yuan held her tightly with his strong arms. I was only 6 or 7 when my parents passed away too. It was my elder brother who held the family together. His hand unconsciously touched the Yinling blade by his side. When my father was carried back, covered in blood, all I could do was cry. But my brother didn't cry. He took up my father's blade. Later, when my brother died, I didn't cry either. Yunyang looked up at him with tearful eyes. Maybe it's fate, bringing two lonely souls like us together? Zhang Yuan gently wiped the tears from her face and smiled. Promise me if I die, you'll pass this blade to our son and tell him not to cry. Yunyang froze for a moment and then softly asked, what if we have a daughter? She immediately regretted her words and looked up to see Zhang Yuan smiling at her. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Then we'll have another child, Zhang Yuan said with a laugh. If it's still a daughter, we'll keep going until we have a son. No more. Yunyang murmured in mock annoyance. The Ningcue Fong was docked on the Guelu River outside the city. During the day, it rested at the shore, and at night, it lit red lanterns and drifted to the center of the river, requiring small dinghies to ferry people aboard. The 3-story, 30-foot-long ship was lavishly adorned with carved dragons and painted phoenixes, its vermilion lacquer appearing freshly applied, outshining all other pleasure boats. A single evening's expenses could easily reach 30 to 50 taels, making it a true den of extravagance. According to Yunyang, the Ningcue Fong was backed by powerful figures in the martial world, and no one dared to provoke it wherever it went. Miss you. Xiao Yu is back. As the two approached the boat, someone recognized Yunyang. She smiled brightly, while Zhang Yuan tightened his grip on her hand. The madam of the boat, her eyes red with emotion, came forward to greet them. My dear Xiao Yu. Aunt Hong missed you so much. She reached out to take Yunyang's hand. Others gathered around as well. We heard Miss Yu married into a good family. You two look like such a perfect match. Zhang Yuan's grip grew even firmer. Yunyang turned to him with a soft smile. Nervous? My dear husband? Disperse, the madam said, noticing Zhang Yuan's discomfort. She waved the crowd away and led the couple into the cabin. Xiao Yu, I truly hate to see you go. After all, I raised you for so many years, treating you like my own daughter. Aunt Hong, with heavy steps, led the two to a cabin. She retrieved a piece of paper and half of a jade pendant from a cabinet. Speaking gently, she said, this is your contract of indenture, along with the jade token you wore when you first arrived. Yunyang, you are from Yunzhou, and perhaps your origins were extraordinary, but that's all in the past. Living a stable life with Mr. Zhang is what truly matters now. Zhang Yuan accepted the contract and the jade token, examining them carefully. The contract bore the red official seal of Yunzhou Prefecture, and the jade token was engraved with the characters Yuning. He gently placed the jade token into Yunyang's hand. My real name should be Shui Yuning, Yunyang said softly. When I was a child, my family called me Yuning. Outsiders heard it as Yunyang, and the name stuck. Zhang Yuan patted her shoulder reassuringly, and then took out 50 taels of silver from his pocket. Aunt Hong, surprised at first, waved her hand with a smile. No need for that, Mr. Zhang. Master Sun and Master Zhang have already paid the redemption money. They instructed me to hand over the contract when you arrived. This 50 taels is the dowry from the Green Jade Pavilion for Xiao Yu. It turned out that Sun Zhe and Zhang Chuanwu had pooled together 100 taels to buy Yunyang's freedom. Normally, a courtesan like Yunyang, skilled in musical arts, would require at least 300 to 500 taels for her release. However, Due to Sun Tze and Zhang Quan's positions as members of the Black-clad Guards, the Green Jade Pavilion dared not offend them and reluctantly agreed to the lower amount. Zhang Yuan put away the silver, a complicated expression crossing his face. He had hoped not to owe anyone a favor, but now he found himself in deeper debt. Such a kindness would be hard to repay with money alone. Returning to her cabin, Yunyang distributed her saved jewelry and clothing among her sisters, keeping only a few personal items. At the request of the boatwomen, she played the qin one last time, singing a Yunzhou folk tune she had learned when she first arrived on the boat. The melodious strains echoed between the cabin and the riverbank. A man dressed in fine robes overheard the song and asked, "Is that a tune from Yunzhou? Is there a girl from Yunzhou on this boat?" "Yunyang is from Yunzhou," a boatwoman beside him explained, her tone full of relief. "She was sold to the boat 10 years ago when she was just 6. Now, at last, she has found a good home." Upon hearing the words 10 years, Yunzhou, and 6 years old, the man's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he murmured to himself, "The Shui family, the foremost family of Yunzhou, has been searching all these years." Zhang Yuan led Yunyang away from the Green Jade Pavilion and made a detour to visit Sun Tze. However, Sun Tze was on leave and not at home, so his wife, Madame Chun, welcomed them instead. Madame Chun had met Zhang Yuan before and had even once proposed a marriage match for her brother, Zhang Zhan. She held Yunyang's hand and sighed, "Your elder brother passed away so young. In the future, you two should have many children to carry on the Zhang family line. That would honor his memory." Her words made Yunyang's cheeks flush red. Before they left, Madame Chun insisted on giving Yunyang a bracelet and asked her 15-year-old son, Sunli, to guide them to find Sun Tze. The young Sunli, eyes gleaming with admiration, glanced at the Yinling saber at Zhang Yuan's waist and was about to call him Brother Yuan. Zhang Yuan, however, cut him off with a firm, "Call me uncle. I'm of the same generation as your father." They headed straight to Zhang Quan's home, where Sun Tze was visiting the injured Zhang Quanwu at the time. In the Su family alley, in front of Zhang Quanwu's house, Chun Liang saw Zhang Yuan approaching, raised his eyebrows slightly, then broke into a grin. The courtyard was littered with stone locks, iron hammers, and other training equipment, giving it a rather chaotic appearance. Madame Wang was chatting with Yunyang, but upon seeing Zhang Yuan visit, she quickly said, "Please forgive the mess, sister-in-law. My husband loves tinkering with these things, and there's barely room to walk in the courtyard." Zhang Yuan stepped into the side room, where Zhang Quanwu was reclining on the bed. Sun Tze and Li Changwei stood by his side. "You rascal, why aren't you at home keeping your young wife company? What brings you here?" Zhang Quanwu's eyes lit up with a hint of joy when he saw him, but he still pretended to scold him sternly. "I went to Ningxue Fong," Zhang Yuan said, first glancing at Sun Tze and then shifting his gaze to Zhang Quanwu. "You went to Ningxue Fong?" Zhang Quanwu exchanged a look with Sun Tze. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Quanwu spoke solemnly, "Zhang Yuan, we brothers have been through life and death together with your elder brother. The responsibilities he couldn't fulfill, we naturally must help carry. If you can't become a member of the Black-clad Guard, then just live a peaceful life with your young wife. When you have children, raise them well and continue the Zhang family's legacy as Black-clad Guards." Zhang Yuan nodded silently. Fortunately, not only had he become a Black-clad Guard, but he had also encountered an unexpected opportunity. "Now that you've joined the Black-clad Guard, you should understand that our days are spent living on the edge," Sun Tze said, glancing toward the door where his son, Sunli, was peeking in. The boy quickly withdrew when he noticed his father's gaze. The room fell silent. Zhang Quanwu's injuries were not severe, but this was the norm for the Black-clad Guards today. 5 might gather, but tomorrow, someone might fall during a mission. The Jinfu Bureau and Black-clad Guards wielded great power, but it came at a cost unimaginable to ordinary people. "I understand," Zhang Yuan said, taking out 50 taels of silver from his pocket and placing it on the cabinet. "I'll cover the cost of redeeming Yunyang's freedom. As for Sun Tu's share, I'll pay it back once I earn enough. Silver is silver, and gratitude is gratitude. The money must be repaid, but the favor should be remembered," Zhang Quanwu said, attempting to sit up, only to be pressed back down by Sun Tze. "Zhang Yuan, you don't need to repay my share," Sun Tze said in a low voice. "I only ask one thing of you." "Ask me?" Zhang Yuan looked up, and the others also turned their attention to Sun Tze. Sun Tze spoke slowly. "Do you know what kind of place the Jinfu Bureau is? What the Black-clad Guards do? Scholars call us dogs. People in the martial world say we're lackeys. Officials fear us, immortals and demons despise us, and even the common folk only feel dread when they see our black uniforms and Yinling blades. I don't want Sunli to follow in my footsteps. I want him to take the civil path, find a stable position in the Wunfu Bureau or a government office. The boy may not be exceptionally talented, but he's earnest. Zhang Yuan, your future is boundless. I hope you can look out for him when the time comes." These words revealed Sun Ze's deeper intention. She recognized Zhang Yuan's extraordinary potential and was willing to offer his full support, even considering relinquishing his own position as a banner officer for him. Sun Ze got straight to the point, emphasizing the weight of this favor. Zhang Yuan must look after the younger generations of Sunli and a few other families in the future. This bluntness, surprisingly, made Zhang Yuan feel at ease. Chun Liang and Li Changwei exchanged a silent glance, both understanding that it was better to lay things out clearly. Helping Zhang Yuan achieve 3 major merits and reach the level of Yuan mastery within 2 years meant that everyone would have to risk their lives. Military achievements in the Jiahui Guard were always earned through blood and sacrifice. Captain Sun, elder brothers, Zhang Yuan will repay this kindness generously in the future, Zhang Yuan said solemnly, clasping his hands in respect. The group broke into smiles. Li Changwei patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. We'll do our utmost to help you. But tell me, when are we drinking at your wedding banquet? Or are you planning to combine it with a baby's full-month celebration? The laughter that erupted in the private room startled Wang Shi and Yuanyang in the courtyard. Once the laughter subsided, Sun Ze shifted the conversation to the main topic, the case from the previous day. The ones we ambushed were members of the Qingzhou gang downstream on the Guelu River. A few of their more skilled fighters were apprehended by the division chief and camp leader, Sun Ze explained. After the White Horse Mountain was eradicated, those bandits collaborated with the Qingzhou gang to plot the robbery of the Meng family's merchant ships, but they were discovered and reported to the authorities. Hearing the mention of the Meng family, Zhang Yuan immediately understood. Meng Qinghai, the head of the prominent Meng family in Luoyang Prefecture, was the elder brother of Meng Tao, the infamous White Horse Mountain bandit leader. Clearly, due to the incident with Meng Tao, the Meng family harbored a deep hatred for the White Horse Mountain bandits. This had led them to abandon their usual harmony brings wealth philosophy and turn against the Qingzhou gang. There are still scattered remnants of the White Horse Mountain bandits. Now that the Qingzhou gang is in trouble, the investigation office will likely dig deeper. If we want to earn merits, we should keep an eye on this in secret, Sun Ze said in a low voice. In the past, none of them were particularly fixated on gaining merits. But now, to help Zhang Yuan become a Xuanjia guard, no opportunity could be wasted. After everyone nodded in agreement, they began to divide tasks in detail, each outlining their available resources. As they left Zhang Quanwa's house, Wang Shi insisted on gifting Yuanyang a set of jewelry. When they returned to Dingjia Alley, they found 2 people standing at the courtyard gate: a chef from Mingquan restaurant named Old Tao, and a middle-aged woman in her 40s dressed in a gray robe. Master Zhang, madam, this is my wife, Wu Shi. She's quick with her hands and knows how to make all kinds of Yunzhou dishes, Old Tao said, bowing hurriedly. Wu Shi followed suit with a respectful salute. To ordinary folk, the Jiahui Guard and their Yinling blades were terrifying enough to silence crying children. Old Tao, working at Mingquan restaurant, knew well that getting connected to Zhang Yuan was an incredible opportunity. If his wife could work in Zhang Yuan's household, he would no longer be bullied at the restaurant. Just as Yuanyang was about to speak, Zhang Yuan interrupted. You can live here, cook Yunzhou dishes, and take care of cleaning and laundry. 1 tael of silver per month, how does that sound? The offer was extremely generous. In Luoyang City, even robust laborers only earned 3 taels a month, and the Yuan level Jiahui Guard officer earned no more than 5. For a servant woman to earn 1 tael was unheard of. Old Tao and his wife nodded repeatedly, expressing their gratitude. At that moment, a voice called out from the alley entrance. Is this Zhang Yuan's house in Dingjia Alley? Zhang Yuan looked up, his expression suddenly darkening. Jincheng Lu shook his head and looked at Zhang Yuan. The provincial city lacks depth. Neither the families nor the Zhenfu department can truly nurture a talent qualified to become a Xuanjia guard. I had intended to take you to the borderlands and give you an opportunity for fortune and growth. But since you're determined to become a Xuanjia guard, so be it. Zhao Pingchuan, standing nearby, smiled faintly. He knew well of Jincheng Lu's extensive connections in the military, and taking Zhang Yuan to the border to gain experience and earn military merits would not have been difficult. It was meant as a repayment for Zhang Yuan's guidance the day before. However, since Zhang Yuan was resolute in uncovering the truth behind his brother's death and aspired to join the Xuanjia Guards, Zhao Pingchuan decided not to insist. Yuanyang approached with a tray, serving hot tea to Jincheng Lu, Zhao Pingchuan, and Zhang Yuan in turn. Zhang Yuan lifted the lid of his cup and, upon seeing the tea leaves, paused in surprise. There didn't seem to be any tea stored in their home. He turned to inquire, only to see that Yuanyang had already quietly retreated to the kitchen. Zhao Pingchuan sipped his tea and glanced at Zhang Yuan with a hint of envy. It's not a bad thing for a young man like you to avoid the tumultuous life at the border. You're still young, with decent talent. Becoming a Zowie guard, living a simple life, and having an elegant young lady by your side, it's a rare and peaceful existence. Being a Xuanjia guard isn't easy either. It's full of dangers, Jincheng Lu remarked gravely as he placed his tea down. Zhao Pingchuan nodded in agreement. Martial artists, Confucian scholars, and those demonic beings theory, all tough opponents. About 20 years ago, when I had just reached the Dongming realm, I encountered a fish demon. It took me 3 days of bitter combat in the river to finally slay it. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Seeing his interest, Zhao Pingchuan began recounting his experience in detail. Jincheng Lu joined in, sharing his encounters with cultivators, Confucian scholars, and demonic entities. According to his descriptions, many of these demonic beings were subdued by his overwhelming blood energy, unable to even use their powers before being slain. These stories were entirely new to Zhang Yuan. As an ordinary Zowie guard, he would have never had the chance to hear such accounts if not for Jincheng Lu's gratitude for the previous day's assistance. While they were talking, Yunyang returned and softly said, "Young master, Uncle Tao, Aunt Wu, and I have prepared some Yunzhou dishes for our esteemed guests. Please, come and eat." Zhang Yuan looked to the two guests for their opinion. Seeing no objections, he nodded in agreement. Soon, Uncle Tao and Aunt Wu brought out several Yunzhou-style dishes and a jug of wine. Zhang Yuan glanced gratefully at Yunyang, feeling deeply that her hospitality and way of handling matters far surpassed his own. "Young man, you're truly fortunate to have such a capable wife," Zhao Pingchuan remarked, looking at the dishes on the table. "It's been nearly 20 years since I left Yunzhou. Just for these authentic Yunzhou dishes, I ought to give you something in return." He turned to Yunyang with a smile and said, "Young lady, tell me, what would you like? What do you want?" Yunyang paused for a moment, glancing at Zhang Yuan before turning to Zhao Pingchuan with a slight bow. "Since our esteemed guest is from Yunzhou, you can be considered family to me. It's only proper to treat family well." This clever gesture not only bridged the gap between them, but also made Zhao Pingchuan burst into hearty laughter. "This girl is something else. Fine, if I live another 3 years, I'll recognize you as my little sister." Saying this, he pulled a jade token from his pocket and handed it to Yunyang. "I hail from the Dongyuan sword sect in Yunzhou. If you ever visit Yunzhou, take this token and visit my sect on my behalf." Yunyang accepted the jade token and softly said, "Yunyang greets her elder brother." Her words were perfectly timed, deepening the smile on Zhao Pingchuan's face. Standing nearby, Jin Chenglu explained at the right moment, "The Dongyuan sword sect is one of the top 3 martial factions in Yunzhou, far above the likes of bandit groups like the Qingzhou Gang or Bema Mountain." This revelation brought a surge of quiet excitement to Zhang Yuan. With the support of such a prestigious sect, Yunyang's quest to find her family would surely be much smoother. Zhang Yuan quickly stood up to pour wine for their distinguished guests, while Yunyang diligently attended to them. Though the meal was simple and their social standings vastly different, the shared harmony made the gathering warm and joyful. Yunyang's sharp wit shone through as she subtly guided their conversations. Whenever Zhang Yuan posed a question, she would tactfully follow up with more, covering topics from martial arts techniques and military formations to tales of the Jianghu. Zhang Yuan gained a wealth of knowledge from their discussions. After the meal, Jin Chenglu and Zhao Pingchuan took their leave. As soldiers in a penal army, they had to head to the border and couldn't linger. Zhang Yuan offered a small silver ingot to Uncle Tao as compensation. Though Uncle Tao declined repeatedly, he eventually accepted, knowing that missing his duties at Mingquan Tavern would result in punishment. Aunt Wu, on the other hand, stayed behind and became Zhang Yuan's housekeeper, taking care of their daily needs. Back in their private room, Zhang Yuan held Yunyang's hand and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Today, it's all thanks to you. General Jin and Brother Zhao's guidance has been incredibly beneficial to me." Yunyang gently withdrew her hand and reminded him, "Young master, don't forget we borrowed wine and tea from Sister Zhu's family today. We'll need to return them." At this time, Zhang Yuan's finances were tight. After repaying Zhang Chuanwu 50 taels of silver, even tea and wine for entertaining guests had to be borrowed. "We'll return them, for sure," Zhang Yuan replied earnestly. Although life was modest at the moment, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of peace in his heart. Given time, he believed he could achieve wealth and success. In the evening, Zhang Yuan, holding paper and pen, made his way to the Zhenfu office. It was the end of the workday, coinciding with the time for the martial arts evening lessons. Before he even reached the martial arts hall, a man dressed in a black robe, a member of the Jiaoyi guards, hurriedly approached him. Within the Zhenfu office, this black robe was either worn by prison officials or by the flag officers and guards of the top 3 teams in the armored division. "You must be Zhang Yuan," the Jiaoyi guard said, giving him a once-over. "The division chief wants to see you." The division chief? Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. That afternoon, Yunyang had analyzed the opportunities brought by Jin Chenglu and Zhao Pingchuan in the guest room. As she explained, Zhang Yuan had earned merit by enlightening Jin Chenglu and persuading someone as skilled as Zhao Pingchuan to join the prisoner army. However, due to Jin Chenglu's unique status, this merit might not be officially recognized. Yunyang had predicted that someone might come looking for him during the evening lessons, perhaps a company leader, a supervisor, or even the chief of the Wuzhen or Wenfu divisions. But no one had expected the division chief himself to summon him. Following the Jiaoyi guard through several corridors, Zhang Yuan pondered silently. The Jinfu office of Luoyang Prefecture had one general division chief and two deputy division chiefs, one for civil affairs and one for military affairs. He wondered which one wanted to meet him. Arriving at a courtyard, Zhang Yuan saw a middle-aged man in a dark gray robe standing with his hands behind his back. Intricate qilin patterns were embroidered on the man's attire. "This is Lord Su Ku, the civil division chief of Luoyang Prefecture's Shenfu office," the Jiaoi guard whispered, then stepped aside to wait outside the courtyard. The three powerhouses of the Shenfu office: General Division Chief Han Changzai, Military Division Chief Dong Junjiang, and Civil Division Chief Su Qura, among the most influential figures in Luoyang Prefecture. Even the government office and the garrison troops had to show them respect. "Subordinate Zhang Yuan greets the division chief," Zhang Yuan said, bowing deeply with his fists clasped. Despite having shared a drink with the former 5th-rank General Jin Qinglu earlier that day, he couldn't help but feel nervous in Suka's presence. He avoided eye contact, fearing his spirit might once again be overwhelmed by the civil division chief's imposing aura. After a long pause, Suku finally spoke, his voice calm and distant. "Jin Qinglu's change of heart, it's thanks to your efforts. I dare not claim any credit. I merely spoke from the heart." "General Jin is a pillar of inspiration for the people of Luoyang," Zhang Yuan replied, taking a deep breath and cautiously raising his head. Suku's deep, penetrating gaze seemed to peer into Zhang Yuan's very soul. In an instant, Zhang Yuan felt as though he were submerged in layers of seawater, struggling to breathe. The sensation came and went quickly, reminding him of Jin Qinglu's earlier warning. When dealing with Confucian cultivators, one must be wary of their soul-invading abilities, which could subtly ensnare the unwary like rising tides. Words from the heart, a pure and loyal spirit. What our Jinfu office in Luoyang has failed to achieve in 10 years, you accomplished with just a few sentences, Suka remarked, his tone neutral and devoid of any discernible emotion. Zhang Yuan couldn't tell if this was praise or criticism and chose to remain silent. "Tell me, what kind of reward do you seek?" Suku asked, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yuan. In that moment, Zhang Yuan's thoughts churned. Should he request to join the elite Xuanjia guards? Or should he seize the opportunity to uncover the truth behind his elder brother's death? His blood surged, and he found it difficult to calm himself. The surge of energy and vitality in Zhang Yuan caught Suku's attention. A faint smile played on Suku's lips as he appreciated the youthful vigor of the young man. Then, his expression turned serious. "This matter cannot be counted towards military merit, nor can the reward be considered based on military achievements. This is a special reward from Chief Han and me, which does not violate the rules of the Jinfu division." He paused briefly and added, "This matter must not be disclosed to anyone in the future." This meant that Zhang Yuan's hopes of using this opportunity to join the Xuanjia Guard or uncover the truth behind his elder brother's death in the line of duty would be dashed. Although he felt a sense of loss, he recalled that Yuanyang had already cautioned him earlier in the afternoon. Such deeds were often not made public, and the benefits they could bring were limited. After all, the matter of the prisoner army and the 10-year imprisonment of Jin Qinglu in the Luoyang Prefecture's Jianfu division could not be revealed to the public. "Sir, I am merely an ordinary Zhao Yiwei who has just taken up a position in the Shenfu division. I am not well versed in matters of rewards, so I leave it to your discretion," Zhang Yuan said respectfully, clasping his hands together as he spoke, employing the strategy of advancing by retreating that Yuanyang had taught him. His words caused a flicker of interest to flash in Suka's eyes. "Interesting," Suka remarked with a nod, taking out a jade green token. "With this token, you can select a cultivation method from the archives division." After leaving the small courtyard, Zhang Yuan held the token tightly, his heart surging with excitement. The opportunity to choose a cultivation method from the Zhenfu division's archives division was far more valuable than any monetary reward. Taking a deep breath, he carefully stowed the token away, resolving to choose his cultivation method wisely. Just then, a young man dressed in a black Zhao uniform called out to him from the courtyard gate. "Zhang Yuan, are you interested in joining Jia 3 Squad?" "I'm Lu Yangchao, the squad officer of Jia 3 Squad. I can request Sun Zhe to assign you." Hearing that joining Jia 3 Squad would give him a chance to compete for the Xuanjia Guard position, Zhang Yuan asked eagerly, "Officer Lu, if I join Jia 3 Squad, could you help me become a Xuanjia Guard?" Lu Yangchao scrutinized Zhang Yuan carefully before shaking his head. "It's not that I lack confidence in helping you secure a Xuanjia Guard position. Even if I had the ability, I wouldn't gamble the lives of Jia 3 Squad's brothers for military merit. It's exceedingly difficult for a single Jinfu division in one prefecture to produce a Xuanjia Guard." With that, he turned and left. Watching Lu Yangchao's departing figure, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. If even the squad officer of Jia 3 Squad dared not assist him, yet Sun Zhe and the others were willing to go to great lengths to help, the weight of their camaraderie deeply moved him. Their efforts were not only for his sake, but also for his elder brother, Zhang Zhen. Suppressing his swirling emotions, Zhang Yuan headed straight to the martial arts academy. There, the Zhao Yiwei he had seen earlier in the morning had already gathered, along with several individuals from the Wunfu division dressed in azure robes. The morning lessons focused on martial arts cultivation, which disinterested the Wunfu division members. The evening lessons, however, covered laws, regulations, and case-solving techniques, areas in which the Wunfu division excelled. Jiang Qing waved at him, while others greeted him with smiles and nods. Carrying his paper and pen, Zhang Yuan walked towards his companions. In the morning, Zhang Yuan sparred with Cao Zhangtang, the head instructor of the Bingwei camp, demonstrating combat prowess far beyond his peers. This earned him the recognition and respect of the Jiawi guards attending the martial arts class. It reaffirmed an eternal truth. In the world of cultivation, strength commands respect, and power is always the most valued currency. During the evening class, a lean, goat-bearded man in his 50s entered the classroom. He was Shen Wei, the DNC of the Xianwei division, dressed in a blue robe with a jade-colored hair crown and piercing eyes. After the routine roll call, Shen Wei began lecturing on the civil laws within the 12 laws of the immortal Qin. Law originates from the ruler, and the ruler's judgment is absolute. Shen Wei's voice resonated through the room. This is His Majesty's immortal Qin, and our Zhenfu division is both the blade and the pen in His Majesty's hand. With uniform laws and officials as teachers of the people, our duty is to enforce order. Both the blade and the pen serve to govern the land. Wielded wisely, they maintain justice. Zhang Yuan gripped his ink brush, scribbling furiously like the others. However, despite having attended a government school, his literacy was minimal. Without the memories of Meng Tao and Hu Jinrian, he wouldn't even be able to write a few large characters. His notes were mostly a chaotic mix of circles and markings, as he struggled with the words he couldn't write. When Shen Wei inspected the notes, his expression darkened upon flipping through Zhang Yuan's scroll. Fortunately, the DNC refrained from commenting and quietly set the scroll aside. Nearby, Jiang Qing glanced at Zhang Yuan's notes and smirked. Zhang Yuan, I thought you were a genius in this scholarly path as well as in martial arts. Embarrassed, Zhang Yuan could only admit that this was far from his strong suit. By the middle of the lecture, Zhang Yuan was utterly confused. The laws were even harder to comprehend than practicing martial arts. When Shen Wei started testing the class, Zhang Yuan instinctively shrank back in his seat. After the martial arts class ended, Jiang Qing handed his notes to Zhang Yuan and whispered, "Although we Jiawi guards aren't required to excel in scholarly pursuits, it never hurts to learn more. The Zhenfu division may claim we can kill without consequence, but it depends on the situation. If you act recklessly without understanding the laws, it could lead to trouble." Zhang Yuan nodded gratefully and accepted the notes. As night fell, the streets were brightly lit. Zhang Yuan walked briskly with his books, stopping abruptly at the entrance of Dingjia Alley. A young man in his 30s, Jinjiu, was waiting there. "Master Zhang, my uncle's release from the prison was thanks to your efforts. The Jin family will never forget your great kindness," Jinjiu said, signaling a servant behind him to step forward and present a small box respectfully. "Some things cannot be spoken openly, but this token is a small gesture of our gratitude." Zhang Yuan silently pondered. The Jin family of Luoyang City, Jin Chenglu. He accepted the weighty box and continued straight home. Back at the courtyard, Yunyang came out to greet him, concerned about how his evening class went. Zhang Yuan chuckled wryly, saying that if the instructor could expel students, he would surely have been the first to be thrown out. His comment made Yunyang laugh out loud. In the side room, Zhang Yuan placed the box on the desk, resting his hand lightly on the lid. As he opened it, Yunyang let out a soft gasp. "Such a generous gift," Zhang Yuan murmured quietly. Zhang Yuan opened the small wooden box, revealing 2 layers of neatly arranged gold ingots, their alluring glow flickering in the candlelight. He softly counted, 10 taels per ingot, 10 ingots in total, exactly 100 taels of gold. "This would be worth 1,000 taels of silver," Yunyang interjected gently. "In Xianqin, gold is worth 10 times its weight in silver." Zhang Yuan calculated silently. With his monthly salary of 5 taels, it would take him nearly 20 years to save such a sum. For an ordinary commoner, this was an unimaginable fortune, one they might never see in a lifetime. Yunyang looked at her husband with a mix of unease and curiosity. "My dear, where did this gold come from? Such a generous gift, can we really accept it?" "It was sent by the Jin family," Zhang Yuan replied firmly, resting his hand on the wooden box. Hearing that it came from the Jin family, Yunyang visibly relaxed. A 5th-rank general and a master at the Kaiyang stage indeed, they had the means to offer such a lavish gift. Though the Jin family had officially severed ties with Jin Chenglu, familial bonds were not so easily broken. Jin Chenglu, recently freed from his status as a criminal soldier, was finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yuan had played a crucial role behind the scenes, though he could not openly claim credit. Even when Jin Chenglu visited, he left without any tangible token of gratitude. This gift from Jinjiu served both as a gesture of thanks and a means to ensure discretion. "Will you use this money to purchase rare medicines for cultivation?" Yunyang asked with concern. Zhang Yuan nodded. I'll wait until I find the right medicines. He refrained from mentioning the blood pearl. This secret was one even Yunyang could not know. After putting away the wooden box, Zhang Yuan opened his evening study booklet, his brow furrowed in concentration. Yunyang, noticing his handwriting, couldn't help but laugh softly. You're mocking me, are you? Zhang Yuan teased, pulling her into his arms. With Aunt Wu still in the courtyard, Yunyang dared not make a sound. Instead, burying her face in his chest, her breathing quickened. Only after Zhang Yuan had enough of his fun did she, blushing, help him organize his study materials and take up the brush to write on his behalf. Yunyang's delicate handwriting stood in stark contrast to Zhang Yuan's bold, rough strokes. As she copied the text, she explained the principles of the law, though her voice carried a playful tone as Zhang Yuan held her by the waist. Remember, my dear, that everything in Xianqin's legal system is rooted in the law. The 12 articles of civil law must be upheld by officials and MMPH. Eventually, the candlelight faded, and the writing remained unfinished. From the adjoining room came soft murmurs, lingering and unbroken through the night. The next morning, Zhang Yuan stood in the courtyard practicing his martial arts. His energy fluctuated with each movement as he melded the iron armor fist techniques taught by Chao Jingtang with his own insights. Every strike and stance carried a unique rhythm, poised with strength ready but not yet unleashed, power prepared but not yet released. The movements of the fists appeared slow and unassuming, yet Zhang Yuan could sense the immense power contained within them. He recalled the method of innate true essence circulation he had learned the previous day from Zhao Pingchuan and Jin Chenglu. Now, as he practiced his punches, he was able to naturally guide the true essence to flow through his meridians. After completing a round of the fist technique, not only did his blood and energy surge, but even his innate true essence was compressed and refined. This was the fundamental principle of martial cultivation, refining the body and energy through martial arts. As his hands and feet moved fluidly, Zhang Yuan pondered to himself that if he were to spar with Chao Jingtang again, he would no longer be so easily suppressed as he had been last time. After finishing his fist practice, Zhang Yuan stood with his blade in hand. The saber techniques passed down by the Jiaoyi Guard were rooted in battlefield combat, characterized by swift and powerful moves. From the opening stance of raising the blade to the forward step of striking, every motion was as seamless and forceful as thunder and wind. When he spun around for a horizontal slash, the blade's light resembled a green dragon's claw, leaving behind a dim trail of light that exploded a few meters ahead. In the small courtyard, Zhang Yuan's saber techniques alternated between dazzling and agile, with every step and pause accompanied by flashes of blade light. The innate true essence and the power of his blood and energy surged simultaneously within him, enveloping the blade in a frosty silver glow. He recalled Zhao Pingchuan's words, "Below the realm of clarity, it is hard to combat demons and evils because their bodies are impervious to blades and swords. Only by infusing weapons with true essence can one use the innate to break the innate." At this moment, the blade emitted waves of icy energy, seemingly capable of slicing through anything ahead under the guidance of true essence and blood energy. After completing a round of saber practice, Zhang Yuan felt his blood and energy churning, and much of his innate true essence was consumed. Yet, this was precisely the process of refining true essence. As he stood still with his saber sheathed, one of the 3 blood beads in his mind suddenly burst, and the energy coursed through his entire body, gradually enhancing his mid-stage hidden essence cultivation. Feeling the speed of his blood energy circulation, Zhang Yuan silently considered finding a better technique, as the iron armor fist's method of refining blood energy was too slow. By the time he finished his morning training, Yunyang and Aunt Wu had already prepared breakfast together. Though today's dishes were tastier than those made by Yunyang alone in the past 2 days, Zhang Yuan tactfully refrained from mentioning it. After breakfast, he changed into his Jiaoyi uniform and reported for duty at the Zhenfu department. The day was relatively uneventful, with no criminal assignments or prison inspections following the morning roll call. After replacing torches and cleaning the corridors in the prison, he found a quiet spot to study the legal notes copied by Yunyang. While he was softly reciting the text, a sudden voice interrupted him, asking, "The 12 civil laws, do you know what defines the people?" Startled, Zhang Yuan looked around but saw no one. His gaze turned toward the corridor leading to the second level of the prison, where Confucian cultivators were held. After hesitating for a moment, he replied softly, "The people are like grass and reeds united. They form a rock. Scattered, they become grains of sand. Driven like cattle and horses, they bring harmony when obedient, and chaos when defiant. Defiance brings the collapse of heaven and earth." The voice completed the phrase. It was something he remembered Ming Tao's friend, the leader of the Baima mountain bandits, often saying. Has the spring and autumn faction infiltrated the Zhenfu department already? The voice carried a hint of surprise before fading away. Zhang Yuan continued reading after that, hearing nothing unusual again. At midday, he He spent 2 copper coins on a meal with both meat and vegetables in the department's dining hall. He returned the notes to Jiang Qing and learned that her team had taken an assignment outside Luoyang Prefecture. Keep copying the notes and lend them to me when I return, Jiang Qing said with a smile. Sure, as long as you don't mind my handwriting, Zhang Yuan replied, tactfully refraining from asking about the details of her mission. After lunch, Zhang Yuan reported to Luo Shanghu before heading to the Archives Division. Holding the jade token that allowed him to exchange for cultivation techniques, he planned to acquire a method that could refine his blood energy more efficiently, compensating for the shortcomings of the iron armor fist in this regard. The Archives Department was where the Zhenfu Division stored its various records. Inside the towering repository, rows of bookshelves were neatly arranged, filled with classified dossiers handled by the Zhenfu Division, martial arts manuals, and secret records from various sects, Taoist teachings, and Confucian doctrines. Zhang Yuan stood in front of the Archives Department and pulled a jade token from his chest pocket. This token, the Chief Archivist's Jade Order, granted him access to all the cultivation manuals within the Zhenfu Division of Luoyang Prefecture and allowed him to choose any technique for his own practice. The middle-aged scholar who received the token showed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. This type of jade token had only appeared twice before in the Zhenfu Division of Luoyang Prefecture. The scholar led Zhang Yuan through the storage rooms of the Archives Department, explaining in detail as they walked. The martial arts of the immortal Qin are divided into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human, with each tier further divided into 9 grades. Heaven-tier techniques are stored exclusively in the Imperial City and are rarely shared beyond its walls. The highest we have here is Earth Tier, Grade 9. He paused briefly before continuing. In truth, His Majesty does not forbid martial arts. On the plaza outside the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace, the Heaven-tier techniques are inscribed on the 9 cauldrons for all to see. However, martial arts cultivation requires perseverance and natural talent. Without sufficient aptitude and foundation, even if a Heaven-tier technique were placed before you, it would be meaningless. There was a hint of pride in the scholar's tone. The strongest martial legacies reside in the immortal Qin. The richest resources are found in the immortal Qin, and the mightiest practitioners hail from the immortal Qin. Ultimately, the strong will serve the immortal Qin or face obliteration. Zhang Yuan felt a trace of yearning stir within him. He had once dreamed of beholding the Heaven-tier techniques engraved on the 9 cauldrons. But Luoyang Prefecture was merely a city within Tengzhou, one of the 9 provinces, under the jurisdiction of Zhangyang County. Even with a travel permit, it would take a year or more to journey from here to the Imperial City. For ordinary people, this was a dream forever out of reach. They arrived at a bronze door, and the scholar pushed it open. A wave of the scent of books, mixed with a faint heat, greeted them. Young man, when choosing a technique, make sure it aligns with your own abilities. The Chief Archivist's Jade Order is invaluable. Make the most of this opportunity. Once you've made your selection, head to the 2nd floor to consult the advisors for guidance. Zhang Yuan cupped his hands in thanks and stepped through the door. His gaze swept across rows of bookshelves, where manuals, either unfolded or rolled, were meticulously arranged. Wooden tags clearly categorized the techniques by type and level, such as fist techniques or swordsmanship. In the human tier, Grade 3 section for fist techniques, he found the familiar iron armor fist manual, a thin booklet with only a few pages. Apart from diagrams, it contains simple annotations, no different from what he had already learned, and even less detailed than Xiao Jingtang's explanations. The Iron Armor Fist manual lay quietly on the shelf, surrounded by various martial arts texts of similar caliber. Zhang Yuan casually flipped through the pages and quickly noticed a stark difference between the martial arts of the martial world and those of official institutions. Manuals from the martial world often opened with exaggerated claims, boasting phrases like, shake the mountains and rivers, dominate thousands of miles, or even claiming enlightenment comes only after 60 years of practice. In contrast, the techniques of the military or the Zhenfu Division were straightforward, recording only essential information such as one of the 12 foundational martial arts of the Zhenfu Division, or created by General Han Zhao in the 31,530th year of the Xianqin era. Given this rare opportunity to choose a technique, Zhang Yuan had no intention of wasting it on a human tier skill. He headed straight for the Earth tier section, only to find the shelves for 9th and 8th grade techniques completely empty. Among the 7th grade techniques, only one manual remained, the 3-spirit technique. This somewhat sinister technique was rumored to make practitioners agile and unidentifiable in gender, which clearly was not what he sought. The 6th grade Earth tier shelf held only 3 texts: Cloud Void Force, Wind Spirit Movement Technique, and Mountain Stabilization Art. Cloud Void Force was touted as the ultimate technique of the Cloud Void Temple, claiming mastery would grant natural celestial energy. Wind Spirit Movement Technique promised practitioners the ability to move, like clouds and mist. In comparison, the description of Mountain Stabilization Art was far more pragmatic, stating that it was an advanced blood energy cultivation method from the Zhenfu Division. After careful comparison, including reviewing 4th and 5th grade techniques, Zhang Yuan ultimately chose mountain stabilization art. Outside the library, a white-beard elder was waiting to verify his selection. The elder, dressed in a green robe, glanced at Zhang Yuan's choice and spoke slowly. The mountain stabilization art is fairly common in Zhenfu divisions across the prefecture, but rare in the capital city. While this technique doesn't demand exceptional talent at the start, it requires vast resources to progress. Without sufficient accumulation, entry-level mastery is difficult. Once advanced, it still depends on innate comprehension, or else it remains an ordinary martial art. The elder gave a meaningful smile. Are you sure you want to choose this technique? Zhang Yuan thought to himself that resources could be amassed through completing more missions. Moreover, this was one of the most advanced techniques available in the capital. Mastering it would undoubtedly surpass the iron armor fist. Resolutely, he cupped his fists and said, I humbly request senior's guidance. The elder, named Tao Qing, carefully explained the technique to Zhang Yuan. He learned that the mountain stabilization art emphasized two stages, stabilization and mountain. It required an immense accumulation of blood energy and true essence to reach the realm of moving mountains and stabilizing peaks. The technique came with two accompanying martial skills, the mountain stabilization fist and the mountain stabilization sword. The latter could also be adapted into a saber technique using a Yinling saber. By the time Zhang Yuan left, his head was spinning. The complexity of a 6th-grade earth tier technique was overwhelming. After an entire afternoon, he had barely grasped even a fraction of it. Even with Ming Tao's memories as an advantage, he felt the technique would be incredibly challenging to master. Back at the prison, he happened to encounter Luo Shanghu hurrying past with a piece of clothing tucked under his arm. Noticing Zhang Yuan's gaze, Luo grinned and explained that he was delivering something for a condemned prisoner to earn some extra cash. This kind of minor rule-bending was generally overlooked in the prison. Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and picked up a broom to sweep the corridor. Halfway through, he suddenly froze. The piece of clothing Luo had been carrying seemed strangely familiar. Zhang Yuan gazed at the long robe. It was the very same one he had seen Husan trying on at the tailor shop that day, later hung on the rack. The memory was vivid, distinctly recalled the peculiar patterns reflected in the mirror. But why was this robe now in the prison, and why was it being sent out? Master Hai, Zhang Yuan called out. Luo Shanghu turned around, giving Zhang Yuan a surprised glance before breaking into a smile. Kid, don't be so rigid while on duty in the prison. Once your tasks are done, head over to the black-clad guards' quarters. You're only here for a month to gain some experience. Don't treat this place like your home. Remember, you're one of the few young men the black-clad guards value. With that, Luo Shanghu turned and left the prison. Zhang Yuan stood motionless, pondering Luo Shanghu's words. It was a clear reminder I wasn't part of the prison staff and should stay out of its affairs. This implied that Luo Shanghu likely knew the origins of the robe or was aware of something unusual about it. Yet, despite this, he still intended to send the robe out. But to whom? And what secrets did it hold? As Zhang Yuan weighed the pros and cons, his thoughts churned. Luo Shanghu had survived 10 years in the prison, all thanks to his cautious ways. The prison had its own rules, and Zhang Yuan, as part of the black-clad guards, was only there to gain experience before leaving in a month. However, if this robe was indeed connected to Husan, it might be tied to the case of the White Horse Mountain bandits. Solving that case could be a rare opportunity to earn military merit. Without such merit, he would never enter the Xuanjia Guards, let alone uncover the truth behind his elder brother Zhang Zhen's death in the line of duty. After glancing around, Zhang Yuan set down his broom and headed straight for the black-clad guards' quarters. Zhang Yuan? Shift almost over? Here to call us for drinks. Li Changwei, who was patrolling near the quarters, joked with a grin. Sounds good. With Zhang Chuanwu away, we can finally drink in peace. Chun Liang chimed in. Zhang Yuan approached, his expression grave, and spoke in a low voice. I need to see the captain. Noticing his serious demeanor, the two men immediately stopped smiling. The captain's inside. They'll take you to him, Chen Liang said, gripping the hilt of his goosefeather saber as he quickly led Zhang Yuan into the quarters. Sun Ze was writing something in an open ledger when Zhang Yuan entered. In a hushed tone, Zhang Yuan recounted what he had just witnessed Luo Shanghu taking the robe out of the prison. Sun Ze's face darkened as he asked, Are you sure it was that robe? Zhang Yuan nodded firmly. Sun Ze stood up, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Leave this matter to me. He'll report it to the unit leader. Brothers in the black-clad guards are brothers, but rules are rules. You did the right thing. When Zhang Yuan finished his shift and returned to Dingjia Alley, Yunyang and Aunt Wu had already prepared dinner. Though not extravagant, it was the most comforting meal Head had in days. Young master, Madame Fan's son is studying Confucian law. I borrowed 2 law books from their family, Yunyang said as they ate. The West Wing was originally a storage room, but I've been thinking of cleaning it out these past few days to make it your study. After dinner, Yunyang sat with Zhang Yuan, helping him transcribe legal texts and noting down key teachings he had heard from Tao Chun, the temple's offering master. during his practice of Yuankang. "Young master, I know little about martial arts," Yuanyang said with a gentle smile. Yuanyang's face was clouded with worry as she looked at the words on the page. While she could help Zhang Yuan with legal matters, martial arts techniques were beyond her expertise. Zhang Yuan stared at the page in front of him, his brow furrowed. Despite the simplified explanations in the Jinyue Gong manual and the teachings provided by Tao Chun, his foundation in martial arts was far too shallow. Even in the memories of Ming Tao and Hu Jinren, he had never come across such a precious earth-grade technique before. Maybe he'll ask the reverends again in a few days, or seek guidance from the camp leader, Zhang Yuan murmured to himself. However, he knew that both Chao Zhangtang and Tao Chun were unlikely to have the time to thoroughly guide him. Moreover, what he lacked wasn't just an understanding of Jinyue Gong, but also a fundamental grasp and accumulation of martial arts basics. Leaning closer, Yuanyang softly suggested, "Young master, I think you should read more books. Whether it's martial arts or Confucian philosophy, they are interconnected. Reading can enlighten the mind and might help you comprehend the profound techniques you are trying to learn. Read books." Zhang Yuan thought of his feelings after the evening classes, realizing that his knowledge of literature and philosophy was indeed lacking. Today, while reading the martial arts manual, he deeply felt his insufficient foundation. But reading wasn't so simple. "I have my duties to attend to, so I barely have time to read. Besides, even if I wanted to, where would I find a teacher? To those scholars, someone like me, a member of the Black Robe Guard, is no different from a menace." At this, Zhang Yuan let out a bitter laugh. "Calling myself a menace is almost flattering. To those scholars, it's just 3 words, ugh, a lapdog." Yuanyang gently held his arm and said tenderly, "Tomorrow, they'll visit Sister Fan's house and see if I can find a teacher for you." The next day, Zhang Yuan went to the prison to report for duty but didn't see Luo Shanghu. Without asking further, he went about his tasks, replacing torches and cleaning the passageways as usual. Once he completed his routine duties, he found a corner to read. After repeatedly copying texts, he could now read and even recite several passages fluently. With the help of the notes Yuanyang had copied for him, he had begun to understand some of the content. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke beside him. "You're wrong. The laws of the people are meant to bring order and harmony. But harmony for whom? Harmony with the Qin immortal laws. Do you even understand the principles of those laws? Curfews, city restrictions, they're just military regulations imposed on civilians, inherently inappropriate. Qin laws, they're excessively harsh." Zhang Yuan ignored the commentary and continued focusing on his reading. After a while, feeling inspired, he put away his legal notes and took out the Jinyue Gong manual he had memorized the night before, beginning to recite it. "Gather grains of sand to form a tower, use the meridians as the skeleton, and the qi and blood as the dragon." The voice sounded surprised. "Martial arts cultivation? Interesting. This technique follows a proper method." Zhang Yuan deliberately repeated the sentences that had puzzled him for so long. "Crossing meridian points, transforming qi into blood, nurturing both simultaneously. You understand? You need to use innate true essence as the foundation, letting it collide with qi and blood to stimulate growth. Innate essence is the cornerstone of cultivation. The process of qi and blood surging is one way to consolidate true essence. Except for the immense expenditure, it's flawless. What kind of technique is this? It even includes a method to gather true essence. Must be earth-grade, right?" As the voice rambled on, Zhang Yuan felt as if a new door had opened before him. He finally understood. The concept of nurturing both qi and blood meant using innate true essence to collide with the power of qi and blood, thereby stimulating the creation of acquired true essence. The essence of Jinyue Gong was to build cultivation through resources. As long as qi and blood, as well as true essence, were abundant, progress was continuous. Immediately, a stream of innate true essence surged toward his dantian, causing his qi and blood to churn violently. In his mind, 2 complete blood beads and 1 faint, incomplete bead suddenly burst apart, accompanied by a faint rumbling of qi and blood coursing through his body. "Ah, an epiphany," the voice remarked in surprise. "This kid, he's really a him. A scholar's speech must not be vulgar. This boy has some talent. Not bad, not bad." When Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, his face was full of joy. He could feel that the true essence in his meridians had grown more than 30% stronger, and his qi and blood had increased by 50%. And this was just the result of initial practice. What would the future hold if he fully mastered Jinyue Gong? This was the power of an earth-grade technique. How unimaginable would a heaven-grade technique be? "Zhang Yuan, are you still going to carry out your executioner duties today? If you delay the schedule for the point master, you'll have to bear the consequences." A prison guard on duty approached with a dark expression, urging him. Zhang Yuan quickly straightened his clothes and hurried toward the execution platform. At last, it was time for his task as the executioner again. Execution officer Zhang Yuan bowed respectfully before the presiding magistrate. Standing before the ominous execution platform, he lowered his head, while behind him stood a black-robed prison guard who had led him there. On the platform knelt a prisoner, bound tightly in chains. His frail frame was weighed down by the heavy iron shackles that secured his hands and feet. The magistrate, Tu Hao, cast a cold, indifferent glance over the scene and gave a curt order. Bring the blade. Zhang Yuan moved with practiced ease, leaping onto the platform and retrieving the ghost-head blade from its wooden rack. Over time, his cultivation had progressed to a point where the deathly aura of the platform no longer fazed him. Even the penetrating gaze of the Confucian-trained magistrate Tu Hao failed to unsettle him. This composure was thanks to the guidance of Jin Chenglu and Zhao Pingchuan, who had taught him to steady his spirit, suppress his soul with true energy, and remain unmoved by external forces. Zhang Yuan held the blade with both hands, his eyes falling on the accused for the day. The man before him was disheveled, his hair matted and his face smeared with dirt, yet his clothing was still relatively intact. His pale complexion and unkempt beard betrayed his weariness. He didn't appear to be a martial expert, but rather resembled a scholar. Zhang Yuan recognized him as Xiao Mingjing, a key figure in managing finances for the Beima Mountain bandits, known for his meticulous calculations and trusted by their leader. The accused, Xiao Mingjing, a member of the Beima Mountain bandits, involved in their plundering operations. Though you confess to handling all financial transactions? Tu Hao's voice rang out, laced with an invisible force that bore down on Xiao Mingjing like a crushing weight. Xiao Mingjing shuddered, his eyes vacant. I confess, he murmured. The accused, Xiao Mingjing, participated in 13 raids on merchant caravans and 5 village pillages, managing loot equivalent to 7,000 taels of silver. Do you confess? I confess, he repeated. Tu Hao's tone softened unexpectedly. Xiao Mingjing, you are a man of learning and reason. If you disclose the whereabouts of the Beima Mountain bandits' loot and how it was allocated, I am willing to plead on your behalf. You may yet escape the penalty of execution. The oppressive spiritual pressure in the air intensified. Xiao Mingjing struggled to respond, his voice hoarse. I don't know. This response caused Tu Hao's expression to shift dramatically. His face flushed red, then turned deathly pale. His Confucian soul-suppressing technique had been thwarted. Zhang Yuan noticed blood trickling from Xiao Mingjing's clenched fist. It became clear that the man had used pain to trigger a spiritual shock, breaking free from the Confucian suppression. Evidently, Xiao Mingjing had once studied in the ways of Confucianism himself. Xiao Mingjing, the Beima Mountain bandits are beyond redemption. What are you all hiding? Tu Hao's voice grew darker, more ominous. At that moment, a soft cough shattered the tense atmosphere. Xiao Mingjing's eyes widened slightly, a tremor passing through him before he lowered his head submissively. Everyone, including Zhang Yuan and Tu Hao, turned toward the source of the sound. It was the black-robed prison guard who had led them there. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, the jailer, though nervous, remained composed. Bowing slightly, he explained to Tu Hao, Sir Dianxi, Zhang Yuan has already delayed the execution. According to the rules of the Shunfu division, if the execution time is missed, the case must be sent back for retrial. Moreover, several key culprits in the Beima Mountain case have already been executed. A retrial might result in the loss of crucial testimony, potentially overturning the previous verdict. Tu Hao's sharp gaze bore into the jailer. I know what I'm doing, he said coldly. With that, he made a decisive mark on the case file. Zhang Yuan, with a long blade in hand, walked steadily toward Xiao Mingjing. This self-proclaimed scholar, though never directly taking a life, had caused far more deaths than any bandit on Beima Mountain due to his greed. According to the testimonies of Meng Tao and Hu Jinrian, it was Xiao who incited the bandit leader to descend the mountain and plunder. His insatiable greed while looting was so infamous that even the bandits nicknamed him Xiao the Skinner. Xiao the Skinner deserves to die, Zhang Yuan murmured under his breath. Hearing this, Xiao Mingjing's body trembled. Just as he lifted his head, Zhang Yuan's blade descended with lethal precision. This time, as the blood energy surged into him, Zhang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He sheathed his blade, returned it to the wooden rack, saluted Tu Hao, and left the execution platform. When he went to the Treasury Division to collect his 5 taels of execution silver, a clerk passed along a message instructing him to wait for the DNC official. Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and found a spot to rest under the eaves of a corridor. At that moment, a faint surge of blood energy coursed through his body, and a sudden burst of azure mist exploded in his mind, revealing the figure of a scholar in a blue robe. With a single thought, Zhang Yuan shattered the image, and Xiao Mingjing's memories flooded into his consciousness like a tidal wave. It turned out that this man's real name was Niu Erliang, a former servant to a nobleman. For 15 years, he had carried his master's bookcase, watching him mingle with esteemed scholars and attend literary gatherings, while he himself remained relegated to the company of coachmen and stable hands. Though Niu had some literary knowledge, he could never escape his lowly status. Everything changed after his master had a fateful debate with a wandering scholar and, 3 months later, died in despondency. Seizing the opportunity, Niu Erliang assumed the identity of the real Xiao Mingjing and began traveling as a scholar. While he possessed decent intellect, his lack of wealth forced him to take a job as a bookkeeper in a trading house. He dared not sit for the imperial exams, knowing that Confucian scholars had too many ways to expose his deception. During one fateful journey, a merchant caravan was ambushed by bandits. By feigning his scholar identity, Niu won the favor of the Bema mountain bandit leader and became his trusted confidant. From then on, Xiao the Skinner devised schemes for the bandits and amassed a fortune. Though the authorities confiscated 7,000 taels of silver from the bandits, the wealth he secretly funneled away amounted to at least 50,000 taels. The final image in Xiao Mingjing's memories caused a glint in Zhang Yuan's eyes. A few days ago, someone delivered an outer robe to Xiao Mingjing in prison, the same robe previously handled by Hu San and Luo Shanghu. Before leaving, the messenger had threatened, "Hand over the item that belongs to the leader, along with the fortune you've hidden, and well spare your son's life. The seed you left in Yu family village. If you want the Xiao family to have an heir, the choice is yours." Last night, Luo Shanghu retrieved the robe with the treasure map on Xiao Mingjing's behalf. However, the map did not point to the actual location of the treasure. Instead, it led to Yu family village, 20 miles from the base of Bema Mountain. Zhang Yuan. A voice suddenly rang out in front of him, pulling Zhang Yuan out of his memories. He slowly stood up, and when he looked up, he saw Tu Hao, the execution officer of the Punishment Bureau, standing before him with his hands clasped behind his back. The air of Confucian discipline surrounding Tu Hao was calm and restrained. "Your talent surpasses that of your elder brother." No wonder he said his younger brother would one day carry the Zhang family forward. Tu Hao's words sent a shiver through Zhang Yuan, causing his blood to surge. Carry the Zhang family forward were the last words of his elder brother, Zhang Zhun, conveyed to him through Sun Zhe and the others. "Officer 2, you knew my elder brother?" Zhang Yuan suppressed his turbulent emotions and asked in a steady voice. Tu Hao nodded slightly, his gaze drifting into the distance. Zhang Zhun was a steady and reliable man. Whether it was a Punishment Bureau mission or an external task, he always completed it with precision. If not for his death in service, his chances of promotion within the Supervisory Bureau would have been considerable. Hearing such high praise for his elder brother from the officer, Zhang Yuan could hardly contain his emotions. He clenched his fists tightly. "Officer 2, my elder brother?" The rules of the Supervisory Bureau are clear. Some matters can be questioned, and some must not be. Tu Hao interrupted him with a solemn expression, turning his gaze back to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan stood in place, his blood boiling for a long moment before he managed to calm himself. He understood well that as a newly inducted black-clad guard in the Supervisory Bureau, he should not overstep and press the higher-ups for answers. "Zhang Yuan, regarding the lawful execution of Xiao Mingjing today, did you notice any issues during the process?" Tu Hao's sharp eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan pondered silently. Through examining Xiao Mingjing's memories, he had uncovered many hidden truths, methods to resist Confucian probing, concealing crimes and treasures from Bema Mountain, transferring assets, and even colluding with outsiders to exchange information. But he needed to carefully weigh how much to reveal at this moment. After deliberating, Zhang Yuan spoke in a low voice. "Xiao Mingjing had practiced Confucian techniques. He might have used some method to resist your interrogation, Officer Tuesday. Much of what he said was likely deceptive and intended to mislead. Anything else?" Tu Hao's expression remained unchanged. "There is." Zhang Yuan hesitated briefly before continuing. "If not for the prison guard interrupting today, your Confucian soul force, Officer 2, might have already caused Xiao Mingjing's mind to collapse." A glimmer of approval flashed in Tu Hao's eyes. He patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. "Zhang Yuan, there are people within the prison colluding with outsiders. Our Xinfu division is not only here to maintain order outside, but also inside. Inspect the prison, reorganize the wardens. Do you dare take on this task?" Tu Hao's voice echoed through the empty corridor. Zhang Yuan's heart stirred. As a member of the black-clad guards, he understood the weight of those words. Although the prison was under the jurisdiction of the Marshal Zhan division, making it difficult for the Wenfu division to intervene directly, Tu Hao's actions were undoubtedly offering him an opportunity for a covert investigation. Tu Hao handed over a waste token to Zhang Yuan. "With this, you can move freely within the prison, take on tasks as a punishment enforcer, and if necessary, even mobilize the black-clad guards. Completing the mission will earn you at least 2 levels of military merit, and uncovering critical clues could potentially count as an additional merit." As he finished speaking, he gave Zhang Yuan a meaningful look. "Do your best. Don't disappoint your elder brother." Watching Tu Hao's figure fade into the distance, Zhang Yuan clenched his fists tightly. This was not only a chance to get closer to the Xinfu division's higher-ups, but also an opportunity to take on more punishment enforcer missions. In the past, he might have hesitated, but the current Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed with ambition. He needed military merit and was eager to make a name for himself in the Zhenfu Divisionto, become a member of the Xuanjia Guards. During the half-day of rest after completing a punishment enforcer mission, Zhang Yuan practiced alone in a secluded corner of the prison. Although slaying Xiao Mingjing hadn't granted him the martial blood vitality feedback he had hoped for, a green orb of light had exploded in his mind. As the light flowed through his body, he opened his legal studies notebook and was stunned. The once obscure and incomprehensible texts now appeared clear and easy to understand. Even the act of writing them seemed to come naturally. It wasn't just the copied texts. An entire wealth of legal knowledge seemed to have suddenly integrated into his mind. This was the power of Confucian Haoren Qi, which contained the cultivation memories of Xiao Mingjing. From these memories, Zhang Yuan not only grasped the differences between rogue Confucians and the Imperial Confucian path, but also realized the importance of blending civil and martial disciplines. Court Confucians, with the aid of the immortal Qin official seals, could make their words law, while rogue Confucians had to rely solely on their Haoren Qi, leaving them far less powerful. This newfound understanding of Confucianism gave Zhang Yuan fresh insights into martial cultivation. As Yuanyang had once said, blindly pursuing martial strength alone was far from sufficient. One needed to master both civil and martial paths. More crucially, within Xiao Mingjing's memories, Zhang Yuan uncovered several key pieces of information. The smuggling channels used by the White Horse Mountain bandits, their collusion with merchant guilds, and a hidden treasure worth tens of thousands of silver coins. This was an unexpected windfall indeed. The memories in Zhang Yuan's mind were like detailed blueprints. He knew that, if used wisely, they could manifest as tangible achievements and wealth. However, he was in no rush to act. His increasingly rich experiences and memories had made him more composed over time. Achievements and wealth, after all, could only reach their full potential when utilized at the most opportune moment. Take the small matter of capturing Hu San, for instance. Although the man was merely a low-level thug, his capture had become the key to breaking the stalemate for both the Zhenfu Division and the Patrol Guard Army, earning Zhang Yuan the attention of various high-ranking officials. With this realization in mind, Zhang Yuan left the prison and went straight to consult Tao Qing, a scholar serving in the Records Division, about the cultivation techniques for Zhen Yugong. Thanks to the foundation of Confucian and Taoist practices he had gained from Xiao Mingjing, Zhang Yuan found himself enlightened as he listened to the explanations. His comprehension was so swift that even Tao Qing was astonished. What would normally take 10 days to explain, Zhang Yuan fully grasped in just half an hour. Before parting, Tao Qing specifically encouraged him to return anytime with further questions, clearly impressed by his talent. The 5 taels of silver Zhang Yuan earned from completing his duties as an enforcer still felt warm in his pocket as he stopped on his way home to buy a delicate gold hairpin for Yuanyang. Along the way, he discreetly observed several shops suspected of fencing goods for the White Horse Mountain bandits. Master Zhang. Suddenly, 2 patrol guards clad in partial iron armor called out to him. Master Zhang, I'm Yuliang, and this is Gao Disheng. We're with the Left City Patrol Guard Battalion. Do you remember the night we captured Hu San, the bandit from White Horse Mountain? It turned out they were the 2 guards responsible for escorting Hu San that night. Zhang Yuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Yuliang glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. Master Zhang, we brothers were hoping to invite you for a drink at Mingquan Tower later. The 2 guards had received some commendation for their role in escorting Hu San. While their reward was not as significant as Zhang Yuan's first-class military merit, it was still substantial. Treating Zhang Yuan to a meal was both a gesture of gratitude and an attempt to establish a connection with the Zhenfu Division. After all, the Zhenfu Division oversaw the supernatural realm of immortals, demons, and evil spirits, wielding ultimate authority with direct access to the imperial court. Its agents, particularly the black-clad enforcers and the elite Yinling operatives, were renowned for their fearsome reputations. Glancing at the sky, Zhang Yuan politely declined. My dear elder brothers, my wife has prepared dinner at home. Let's set a date for the drink another time. As he spoke, he took out a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to Yuliang. The White Horse Mountain case is no small matter. If you can uncover more about the leaders of the bandits, there will be no shortage of rewards. Should you learn anything while in the Patrol Guard Battalion, I'd appreciate it if you'd let me know. A tael of silver was a significant amount for an ordinary patrol guard. The 2 men exchanged glances, their joy evident on their faces. Rest assured, Master Zhang, we understand the importance of such matters, they replied, enthusiastically cupping their hands in farewell before departing. After negotiating the terms of the agreement, Zhang Yuan and the others finalized their communication channels and bid each other farewell with cupped hands. When Zhang Yuan returned to the small courtyard in Dingjia Alley, the sound of melodious zither music and voices drifted to his ears. Pushing the door open, the scene before him caused Zhang Yuan to furrow his brows slightly. By the stone table in the courtyard sat a person dressed in a blue scholar's robe, facing Yuanyang. A simple yet elegant guqin rested on the table. Yuanyang's slender fingers gently plucked the strings, producing a sound as soothing as a flowing stream. It was not only pleasing to the ears, but also seemed to help Zhang Yuan's recently surging cultivation settle and stabilize. The scholar, seated with their back to the courtyard gate, tapped rhythmically along with the music. Only when Yuanyang finished her piece did the scholar sigh softly in admiration. Yuanyang glanced up and, upon seeing Zhang Yuan, her face lit up with joy. She quickly stepped forward and took his arm. "My dear, you're back. I found an excellent teacher for you." The scholar at the stone table turned around, revealing a pale and refined face. When their gaze fell on Zhang Yuan's black uniform, a flicker of displeasure crossed their brow. Zhang Yuan's eyes briefly scanned the scholar's neck and chest, prompting them to step back defensively, raising a hand to shield their form as a look of aversion flashed in their eyes. "My dear," Yuanyang whispered in explanation, "Miss Chu may be a woman, but her knowledge of Confucian teachings is exceptional. I wanted to invite her to be your teacher." "A woman as my teacher?" Zhang Yuan asked, his tone tinged with surprise. "Your husband is a member of the Jiaoyi Guard?" Miss Chu's crisp voice carried a tone of evident disdain. "And you expect me to teach Confucianism to a Jiaoyi Guard? My husband is not like the others," Yuanyang hurriedly defended him. "Sister Chu, he is a good man." "A good man among the Jiaoyi Guard?" Miss Chu sneered. "Sister Shui, if you're unhappy here, I can take you away. My teacher is none other than the esteemed Confucian scholar, Mr. Zhuqiu Ran. The humble Luoyang Prefecture's Zen Fusi is beneath his notice." Hearing this, Yuanyang's expression tightened, and she clung to Zhang Yuan's sleeve, fearing he might lose his temper. "Hehiang County, Gunzhou Prefecture, Mr. Yuntai?" Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke, his words causing Miss Chu to look surprised. "You know my teacher's name?" Ignoring her curiosity, Zhang Yuan calmly replied. "Mr. Yuntai closed his doors to students 20 years ago, refusing even nominal disciples. Are you one of his students from 2 decades ago?" Miss Chu froze in place, her expression stunned. Yuanyang, too, looked astonished. "Are you accusing me of lying?" Miss Chu's face flushed red as she pointed at Zhang Yuan in indignation. Yuanyang hurriedly grabbed Zhang Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "Dear, Miss Chu is a learned woman." Before she could finish, Zhang Yuan gently patted her hand and replied softly, I know, she's educated. I'm just a rough man. In your eyes, anyone in scholar's robes must be learned." Miss Chu, overhearing this, furrowed her brows and shot Zhang Yuan a sharp look. "Your name is Zhang Yuan, right? I'll take you as my student. When I go to Yuntai Mountain later, I'll introduce you to my teacher. The monthly tuition fee is 2 taels of silver, and you'll need to prepare your own brush, ink, paper, and inkstone." With that, she picked up the zither on the table and turned to leave. Inwardly, she thought, how could I lose face in front of a Jiaoyi guard? I must take this student. Besides, money has been tight lately, and 2 taels of silver a month is a decent income. Yuanyang quickly followed her to the door, smiling warmly. "Miss Chu, it's settled then. My dear studies will be in your capable hands. Please don't mind him's young and impulsive. You must be a disciple of the great master Yuntai. How about starting tomorrow? The sooner he begins, the sooner he can well improve." When Yuanyang returned to the courtyard, her face beaming with joy, she rushed toward Zhang Yuan. "Dear, Miss Chu has agreed. You must study hard." Zhang Yuan knew Yuanyang had his best interests at heart. She understood his martial pursuits required the wisdom of Confucian teachings to grow, so she had been tirelessly seeking a renowned teacher for him. She didn't want to be just his follower. She wanted to help him in every possible way. For Zhang Yuan, studying Confucianism was indeed beneficial. He had inherited the knowledge and a measure of righteous energy from Xiao Mingjing, and he understood that Confucian cultivation emphasized accumulating knowledge, seeking truth, and refining one's spirit. Diligent study would not only deepen his understanding of martial arts, but also help mask the sudden appearance of his righteous energy. Gently brushing Yuanyang's hair, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "My Yuanyang is truly amazing, finding such a good teacher so quickly." As he spoke, he pulled her into his arms. Just as he was about to show her more affection, a voice sounded from behind. "Madam, dinner is ready. I just remembered there's still a soup I need to make. I'll go prepare it now." During dinner, Yuanyang explained in detail how she had found Miss Chu. It turned out she had learned about the school from a neighbor, Sister Fan, whose child studied there. Yuanyang initially wanted Zhang Yuan to attend the school, but given his responsibilities as a Jiaoyi guard, he could only study during mornings and evenings. The schoolteacher then recommended a distant relative staying at the school, none other than Miss Chu, who was using the alias Chu Yang. Yuanyang has some skill in the 4 arts zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and a modest foundation in literature. But compared to Miss Chu, she is far from adequate, Yuanyang remarked as she arranged paper, brushes, and scrolls in the newly organized study. Her gaze lingered on Miss Chu's finely crafted zither, and she couldn't help but speculate. This woman must have an extraordinary background. If not truly in dire straits, she would never teach for a mere 2 taels of silver. Zhang Yuan, meanwhile, was jotting down his reflections on martial arts training for the day, his mind quietly analyzing. Chu Yang claimed to be a disciple of Master Yuntai, which was clearly impossible. Yet her willingness to invoke such a name suggested some connection. Using literature as a cover was, in fact, a clever approach. Wow, your handwriting has improved so much, Yunyang exclaimed with delight, leaning over to admire Zhang Yuan's calligraphy. This progress was thanks to Xiao Mingjing's memories and Confucian insights, which had naturally added a sense of structure to Zhang Yuan's strokes. Perhaps it's just practice makes perfect. I've been focusing on writing all day, Zhang Yuan replied, still engrossed in his work. Yunyang, meanwhile, gently ground the ink beside him, her heart filled with warmth. Her little husband might only be a humble member of the Jiaoyi Guard, but he was loyal, diligent, and determined. In the courtyard at dawn, Zhang Yuan practiced with a long blade. The effects of the Jinyue technique were already evident. His vitality and strength had increased by more than 30, and his speed and reflexes had sharpened considerably. Against martial artists of the same level, few could withstand more than 3 moves from him. He had mastered the Jiaoyi Guard's cloak blade technique and iron armor fist to the point where his every motion radiated power. Having perfected these 2 low-level techniques, his next step was to study the Jinyue technique's complementary fist style and the sword techniques that could transition seamlessly into blade techniques. In his mind, only 2 blood beads remained, but his cultivation at the midstage of the hidden origin realm was becoming increasingly solid, advancing steadily toward the late stage. Without the blood beads, this level of progress would have taken 2 to 3 years. Little husband, hurry and put on your shirt. The teacher is here for the morning lesson, Yunyang called out as she saw Chu Yang standing at the courtyard gate. She quickly helped the sweat-drenched Zhang Yuan into a thin robe. In the study, Chu Yang unfurled a scroll and began teaching civil law. Starting with the laws of the immortal Qin, she delved into administrative, official, and military laws, explaining their connections to power in a clear and accessible manner. With Xiao Mingjing's knowledge as his foundation, Zhang Yuan not only fully understood, but could also extrapolate from the lessons. Watching their seamless exchanges, Yunyang's face lit up with joy. That's enough for today's lesson. They'll return in the evening, Chu Yang said, gathering her scrolls. As she stepped out of the study and glanced at the morning sun, she murmured to herself, could it be that I really have a knack for teaching? Even a Jiaoyi guard learns this quickly. Teacher, breakfast is ready. Would you like to have some before you leave? Yunyang called after her. After a brief moment of consideration, Chu Yang nodded in agreement. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the Zenfusi, Sun Zhe hurried up to him and whispered, Luo Shanghu is back. This time, the Zenfusi has suffered significant losses. Luo Shanghu, who had served as a prison officer for 10 years, held a secret identition investigator for the Dianqing division. Under the covert orders of the Shenfu division, he used his role as a messenger within the prison to secretly gather various clues. This role was now inherited by Zhang Yuan. This time, Luo Shanghu, after receiving a piece of clothing from Xiao Mingjing, met with his contact and immediately mobilized the Zhenfu division's elite Zowie guards to begin an investigation. However, when they arrived at a small village at the foot of Bema Mountain, they were met with a horrifying sight. The entire village had been massacred. Among the 2 squads of Zowie guards sent out, only 3 members survived to return. Sun Zhe, lowering his voice and glancing around cautiously, revealed, the leader of the Bema Mountain bandits is a rogue Confucian scholar who practices the way of Confucianism. Worse still, he has a demon as his accomplice. This revelation greatly surprised Zhang Yuan. He knew the leader of Bema Mountain was mediocre in martial arts, but his Confucian cultivation was so profound that even Xiao Mingjing held respect for him. What he hadn't expected was that this leader had colluded with a demon. Based on the Zowie guard's casualties, however, it seemed the demon had not yet fully transformed and its powers were still limited. If it had been a fully transformed greater demon, not even 10 squads would have survived. Zhang Yuan suddenly recalled something Xiao Mingjing had mentioned before. The Bema Mountain leader had spent a significant fortune to purchase a rare and precious elixir. Zhang Yuan had originally assumed the elixir was for the leader's own use, but now it seemed likely that it was meant for the demon. If the demon consumed the elixir, its cultivation would advance greatly, and it would become even harder to deal with. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to urge Sun Zhe and the others to proceed with caution, Sun Zhe raised a hand to stop him. Zhang Yuan, we are Zowie guards, he said solemnly, patting the uniform on his chest. It is our duty to protect this region. If we retreat in the face of danger, how can we be worthy of this uniform and the Yinling blade in our hands? Locking eyes with Zhang Yuan, he continued in a steady voice, if one day Squad Jiafor is entrusted to you, remember this. Preserving our lives is not the top priority. Upholding the honor of the Zowie guards is the foundation passed down through generations. Zhang Yuan nodded silently. He understood that when a son succeeded his father, he inherited not just responsibilities, but also a legacy of honor. If their reputation crumbled and morale was lost, the foundation would collapse. At noon that day, Two notices were posted on the walls of the Shinfu division. One announced that prison officer Luo Shanghu had been dismissed and was under investigation for acting without authorization, which had resulted in severe losses. The other was an obituary listing the casualties of the Zowie Guards Jia 5 and Jia 4 squads. The news spread quickly among the prison staff, leaving many guards and officers with troubled expressions. The heavy losses suffered by the Shinfu division demanded accountability, and Luo Shanghu, despite his decade of dedicated service, could not escape his fate. Before mealtime, a clerk from the Xinwei division arrived at the prison to publicly read the notices. He announced that Zhang Yuan would temporarily take over Luo Shanghu's position as head prison officer. The clerk explained that due to Luo Shanghu's case, the higher-ups had lost trust in the current prison staff and would appoint a new head officer from outside. Until then, Zhang Yuan would serve in the role temporarily. The prison guards in the facility, including Zhang Yuan, numbered just over 30 and were divided into 3 shifts. Their daily duties were limited to guarding the gates, cleaning, and replacing torches. After the administrative officials departed, Zhang Yuan, holding the head warden's badge, took out a silver ingot to treat the guards to drinks and assured them that the prison operations would continue as usual. He was well aware that the position of head warden was primarily intended to investigate internal issues, so he refrained from making any rash moves. In the afternoon, Li Changwei approached Zhang Yuan to inform him that due to the appearance of a demonic entity amidst the bandit troubles in Beima Mountain, the Luoyang Prefecture's Zhanfu division planned to retrain all Zhowie guards to prevent a repeat of the disaster that had befallen 2 squads of the Jiwei camp. Zhang Chuanwu was still recovering, leaving Jia Squad 4 unable to form a 5-man battle formation, though personnel shortages in the Shenfu division's teams were not uncommon. This was Zhang Yuan's first encounter with the first 3 squads of the Jiwei camp. The 5 members of Jia Squad 1 were clad in black robes, with 2 of them masked, exuding an intense and unsettling aura. Jia Squad 2 consisted of 4 members, with their flag officer being a burly man who had a seemingly honest demeanor but bore a sinister scar across his face. The flag officer of Jia Squad 3 was Liu Yangchao, who had once tried to recruit Zhang Yuan. Sun Zhe led them to a secluded spot, where, after some brief pleasantries, everyone fell silent. Soon, 3 elderly men in gray robes and 4 soldiers in black armor approached, led by Chao Zhengtang and others from the Bingwei camp. These were the legendary Xuanjia Guards, the most elite force of the Shinfu division, authorized to access the archives and investigate case files. Zhang Yuan's gaze settled on the 4 black-armored soldiers, striding with confidence. He couldn't help but feel a tremor in his energy. Sensing something, the middle-aged man at the forefront raised his eyes to meet Zhang Yuan's. A fierce and oppressive aura surged forth, like a blood-red mist engulfing him. Recognizing this familiar aura, Zhang Yuan slightly lowered his head, channeling his innate energy to steady his meridians and stabilize his soul, successfully keeping the oppressive force at bay. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with surprise, while Chao Zhengtang revealed a look of satisfaction. Following this, each squad reported in turn. Shan Lian led Jia Squad 1, Yang Changhai led Jia Squad 2, and Liu Yangchao led Jia Squad 3. The Zhowie guards performed a uniform salute. After returning the salute, Chao Zhengtang explained that the purpose of the training was to enhance their ability to confront martial arts experts and demonic entities. The 3 consecrated elders and the 4 Xuanjia guards stepped forward to return the salute. The leading elder in a gray robe, with a kindly expression, softly asked, "Do you know what a demon is?" The group's reactions varied. Some shook their heads while others nodded, but the members of Jia Squad 1 remained motionless. The elder smiled and stepped forward, his tone gentle. "Come, let this old man show you what a demon is." As his words fell, his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a black-scaled giant serpent, 5 zhang long and as thick as a barrel. A demon! The massive serpent, its 5 hang-long tail sweeping across the air, sent several black-clad guards flying in all directions. The sudden attack happened too quickly, and those witnessing the scene up close were thrown into chaos. Some turned to flee, while others barely managed to draw their long blades with trembling hands. Only a handful remained calm. The serpent, emboldened by the panic of those before it, raised its massive head large as a water tank high into the air. Its jaws opened wide, revealing sharp fangs, as it launched an attack toward an unmoving squad of black-clad guards ahead. This was Jiao Wei Ying's first squad. "First squad," barked Shenlian, the flag officer at the forefront of the team. Drawing his Yinling blade, he gripped it tightly with both hands and charged forward to meet the serpent's fangs. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. In this moment of crisis, no one noticed Zhang Yuan, standing 3 zhang away from the serpent. His feet were slightly apart, his body leaning back slightly, and his hand resting silently on the hilt of his blade. His entire presence was subdued, his energy and vitality seemingly dormant, as he prepared for a decisive, lethal strike. Clang! Shen Lian's blade clashed against the serpent's fangs, the immense impact forcing his face to flush red as he stumbled backward. Fortunately, for black-clad guards behind him rushed forward to support him, helping him steady his stance. The 5 of them stood grim-faced, gripping their long blades tightly. The serpent let out a sinister hissing sound, its cruel eyes scanning its surroundings. The black-clad guards retreated instinctively, even prompting Yang Changhai of the 2nd Squad and Lu Yangchao of the 3rd Squad to signal their men to withdraw slowly. But just then, the serpent froze mid-motion. It had finally noticed Zhang Yuan, who had remained 3 zhang away at its side all along. From a distance, a loud shout rang out. Zhang Yuan. It was Chun Liang's voice. He and Li Changwei were already charging forward with their blades drawn, while Sun Zhe roared, "Form up," and led the charge. The powerful surge of energy from Sun Zhe's body caused the surrounding dust and debris to tremble, revealing his peak mastery of the hidden Yuan technique. The previously scattered black-clad guards were now galvanized by this display. Cries of "charge" and "form up" echoed as they quickly formed a battle formation composed of mid- and late-stage hidden Yuan martial artists. The concentrated killing intent surrounded the serpent completely. Sun Zhe and Zhang Yuan flanked the serpent from either side, while Chen Liang and Li Changwei stood at the ready with their Yinling blades held before them, poised to strike at any moment. The 4 quickly formed a back-to-back defensive formation, cleverly sealing off attack angles from all directions, leaving the giant serpent unable to find a breakthrough for the moment. "Is this the Zhang Yuan you mentioned?" asked a camp captain standing beside Chao Zhengtang, turning his head. Another camp captain nodded in confirmation and then glanced at Chao Zhengtang. "Old Chao, you're planning to recruit this kid into the 3rd Guard camp, aren't you?" Chao Zhengtang merely chuckled lightly, offering no response. "Brother He, that's enough," a gray-robed elder said as he stepped forward slowly, speaking in a clear voice. Hearing this, the giant serpent shook its head and began to shrink, eventually transforming into a gray-robed enforcer. The enforcer cast a glance at Zhang Yuan before turning back to his original position. "You?" In such a dangerous moment, Li Changwei started to say something but stopped halfway, shaking his head as he noticed Zhang Yuan's determined expression. "Ah, youth. Full of spirit and drive." Sun Zhe and Chen Liang also sheathed their long blades, their faces lighting up with approving smiles. During this drill, the enforcer demonstrated the power and techniques of a demon, while the performance of the Jiaoi guards of the Pacification Division left much to be desired. Zhang Yuan, however, stood out by advancing instead of retreating, leading Team Jiao 4 in a formation to counter the attacks. His actions inspired the other Jiaoi guards to form up and face the enemy, preventing the scene from becoming too chaotic. The expressions of Chao Jingtang and the others softened noticeably. The gray-robed elder stepped forward to introduce himself. "This is He Yuan, an enforcer from our Luoyang Prefecture Pacification Division. His true form is that of a Qi Yuan Python, a demon who has achieved mastery in cultivation and serves the Pacification Division out of loyalty to the immortal Qin." He glanced around at the battle formations where soldiers were sheathing their weapons. As you have seen, when dealing with demons who have attained significant cultivation, ordinary Jiaoi guards, despite their bravery and vigor, are bound to suffer heavy losses. His gaze lingered momentarily on Zhang Yuan before sweeping over the 3 squads of black-clad Jiaoi guards. Even the strongest, Team Jiaoan, could only withstand a single blow. Whether they were holding back or not, I cannot say. Against a shape-shifting demon like Brother He, few can escape unscathed. However, when facing demons that have yet to take on human form, there is still some chance of victory. As he spoke, the elder raised his palm, revealing a faint golden talisman floating in his hand. "I am Zhang Yuanhe, a practitioner of orthodox Taoist teachings, well-versed in celestial arts and particularly skilled in talismans." Celestial arts. At these words, the Jiaoi guards present were visibly shocked. Although the immortal Qin relied on martial arts as its foundation to suppress celestial beings and demons, for most people, celestial beings and demons remained incomparably powerful and distant. Zhang Yuanhe smiled faintly as he twisted the talisman. The talisman ignited without any wind, transforming into a walnut-sized fireball. He gently held the fireball in his palm and pushed it forward. The fireball instantly expanded to a foot in diameter, the searing heat forcing everyone to step back repeatedly. Unlike their fear of demons, the crowd now felt an immense awe toward this cultivator who could wield such extraordinary power. The fireball moved nimbly through the air, shifting positions rapidly as Zhang Yuanhe manipulated it with his fingertips. After about 10 breaths, he suddenly clapped his hands, sending the fireball soaring over the heads of the crowd. It struck a half-zhang tall boulder in the distance with precision. With a loud boom, the boulder shattered into pieces. This level of power rivals a strike from a martial artist in the enlightened realm. With the support of celestial techniques, one can decisively defeat unformed demons in a single blow. Zhang Yuanhe surveyed the group, his tone carrying a hint of pride. The Jiaoi guards, their faces tense, were acutely aware of how vulnerable flesh and blood were against such celestial techniques. Still smiling, Zhang Yuanhe produced another talisman between his fingers. This talisman can enhance weapon speed, increasing martial combat strength by at least 30%. Who would like to try it? Care to try this talisman? Zhang Yuan's suggestion immediately caught everyone's attention. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to step forward, a loud voice suddenly rang out. I volunteer to give it a try. Liang Chao of Squad A2, reporting for duty. I am willing to test this celestial talisman on behalf of the seniors. Everyone turned to look. Striding confidently toward them was a tall, muscular young man, barely in his early 20s. His robust energy was evident in every firm and powerful step he took. It's him, Sun Tze muttered to Zhang Yuan, leaning in. If you want to join the Black Armor Guards, he's your competition. Those words ignited a fire in Zhang Yuan's heart. Nothing would stop him from becoming a Black Armor Guard. Seeing Zhang Yuan's determined expression, Sun Tze couldn't help but smirk. Meanwhile, the other squad members in their black uniforms wore expressions of disappointment. Whispered conversations broke out among them. Liang Chao comes from a prominent family, trained specifically for this. He's here for the Black Armor Guards, no doubt. He joined Squad A2 straight away. People like him are never around unless there's something to gain. Though quiet, these murmurs reached the ears of Chao Jingtang and the Black Armor Guard leader standing beside him. The latter's face twisted in disdain. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly and gestured for Liang Chao to draw the Yinling blade at his waist. Holding the talisman between his fingers, he gently pressed it against the back of the blade. The talisman dissolved into a bright halo, which instantly adhered to the weapon. Liang Chao swung the blade experimentally. Its edge vibrated, leaving a sharp, clear afterimage in the air. So fast, the onlookers were taken aback. Even Sun Tze and the others couldn't hide their serious expressions. With a speed like that, few would be able to block such an attack. Who wants to spar with him? Zhang Yuan asked with a smile, raising another talisman in his hand. Defeat him, and this talisman is yours. At those words, the crowd's eyes gleamed with greed. A talisman like this would fetch at least 100 silver coins on the black market, a tempting prize. Indeed, more than 10 black uniformed guards immediately stepped forward, eager to take up the challenge. Liang Chao stood confidently with his blade, a proud smirk on his face, pointing the weapon at the first challenger. The opponent was a man in his 30s. He advanced quickly, unsheathing his blade and slashing downward with a strike as sharp as a silver serpent. The attack was swift and direct, showcasing not only his latest-stage martial prowess but also years of dedicated blade training. Liang Chao stepped back half a pace, effortlessly lifting his Yinling blade to intercept. His strike prioritized speed, and before his opponent's blade could fully descend, it was already parried. With a sharp clang, Liang Chao, merging seamlessly with his weapon, lunged forward. His momentum sent the challenger sprawling to the ground, both man and blade. Seizing the moment, another black uniformed guard, this one in his 40s, charged forward with a low shout, slashing horizontally. Still riding the exhilaration of his earlier display, Liang Chao felt the power of the talisman coursing through him. His strength was enhanced by at least 30%. Attack. Instead of retreating, Liang Chao pressed forward, meeting the horizontal slash Hedon. Before his opponent could fully stabilize his force, Liang Chao's Yinling blade struck first. The blades in the hands of the 4 black-clad guards suddenly went out of control, as if snatched away by an invisible force. Spinning through the air, the long knives narrowly skimmed past 2 of the guards before embedding deeply into the ground 5 zhang away. The blades quivered, emitting a low hum. This scene left those present with varied expressions. Liang Chao had defeated 2 latest-stage Yuan guards with just 2 strikes, a display of strength that caused the other guards preparing to challenge him to grow wary. 2 of them even instinctively stepped back, abandoning the idea of stepping forward. Liang Chao, full of confidence, pointed his blade toward 2 guards standing at the front. Come together, he declared. The 2 guards, undeterred, drew their blades and stepped up. Though they were not from the same team, their coordination was seamless, an outcome of the rigorous training and missions undertaken by the black-clad guards of the Shinfu division. One aimed directly for Liang Chao's chest, while the other targeted his neck, their blades slicing through the air with a sound like tearing fabric. So this is Liang Chao. He does seem to have the strength to join the Xuanjia guards, commented Qian Bin, the commander of the Dingwei battalion, standing beside Chao Jingtang. As a member of the notable Yang family in Daiyue City, Liang Chao was already well known in both the martial world and the government. Even though it was a 2-known assault, the 2 guards were no match for Liang Chao, especially with the enhancement of the talisman. After only a few exchanges, Liang Chao pushed them back with a single strike, standing with his blade poised before his chest. He shouted confidently, "Who else? Who dares?" At the back, Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. "Heh, your combat prowess is impressive. With the added power of my immortal Dao, you're unstoppable. It seems no one will be able to take this talisman from you." These words caused a ripple of reactions among the audience. Though the 4 Xuanjia guards remained expressionless, a flicker of coldness appeared in their eyes. In this world ruled by the martial arts of the immortal Qin, such arrogance from the immortal Dao was enough to irritate the martial experts of the Zhenfu division, including Chao Zhengtang. As Liang Chao's blade slowly pointed toward the Jiayi team, a calm voice broke the tension. "I'll go." Stepping forward with a steady gait, Zhang Yuan, holding a Yinling saber, entered the arena. A murmur spread through the crowd. "It's him, Zhang Yuan. Finally, we'll see his strength." Chao Jingtang and the two battalion commanders watched with anticipation. When Zhang Yuan stopped one zhang away from Liang Chao, the leader of the Xuanjia guards, who had earlier exchanged glances with him, suddenly raised his hand. With a swift motion, his long blade flew into the center of the arena. "The winner between you two shall claim this 100 refined Yinling saber." The long blade fell to the ground, eliciting a wave of hushed murmurs. The black-clad guards stared at the black-sheathed long blade, their eyes glimmering with envy. This was no ordinary weapon, it was a Yinling saber, forged from refined steel through hundreds of temperings, a treasure even the most formidable figures of the martial world could hardly acquire. Only the grand forges of the imperial court had the capability to craft such a masterpiece. Will Zhang Yuan succeed? Li Changwei asked nervously, glancing at Sun Zhe. Sun Zhe shook his head slightly, a faint and enigmatic smile forming at the corner of his lips. Whether he succeeds or not, the boy has already caught the attention of the officer. Lowering his voice, he continued. He's achieved in a few days what others take years to accomplish in the black-clad guard. Li Changwei and Chun Liang nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it was rare for an ordinary black-clad guard to so quickly attract the notice of a commanding officer. The moment the Xuanjia guard threw the long blade, it was clear he was encouraging Zhang Yuan. He's daring enough to kill, sharp-minded, and values loyalty. This kid is destined for great things, Chun Liang murmured as he stroked the hilt of his blade. Though Zhang Yuan was still a rookie, his sense of responsibility and courage, whether in interrogations or on missions, far surpassed his peers. "Heh, you think I'd waste my time scheming to help him for no reason?" Sun Zhe chuckled smugly. In the center of the square, Zhang Yuan and Liang Chao now stood facing each other from a distance. Though neither had made a move, an invisible tension hung in the air, the kind of oppressive aura typically found only among seasoned warriors. Yet here it flowed between two young men barely in their 20s. "Your name is Zhang Yuan?" Liang Chao asked, sizing up his opponent as he slowly pointed his long blade forward. Zhang Yuan did not reply. Instead, his gaze shifted to the black-sheathed Yinling saber lying on the ground. "That blade is mine," he declared simply, his words carrying an unshakable determination. A buzz of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone understood. This was a challenge to Liang Chao. Zhang Yuan steadied himself, his right hand gripping the hilt of the blade as he slowly drew it. The square fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind, heavy breathing, and the faint scrape of the blade leaving its sheath. Clank scabbard hit the ground. Zhang Yuan held the blade with both hands, his feet planted firmly apart. His arms bent slightly, his waist and back lowered, resembling a tiger ready to pounce. Liang Chao's face darkened. In a flash, his figure darted to Zhang Yuan's right side, his blade targeting Zhang Yuan's throat with a thrust rather than a slash, maximizing his speed. This was a sword technique adapted into a blade form from the Jinyu sword style, a 6th-tier Earth-level martial art. Among the black-clad guards of Luoyang Prefecture Suppression Bureau, few had the privilege to train in such a technique, and Liang Chao was one of them. A flash of cold steel, his blade was already upon Zhang Yuan. The speed of the strike left no room to dodge or block. Zhang Yuan had only trained in the most basic cloak blade technique. How could it compare to an Earth-level martial art? Gasps filled the air. It was clear now that in his prior battles, Liang Chao had not been using his full strength. Zhang Yuan tightened his grip on his blade as his blood surged. If he couldn't dodge, couldn't block, and couldn't match Liang Chao's speed, then he would rely on sheer audacity. With a fierce upward slash, his blade aimed directly at Liang Chao's arm. But Liang Chao's blade, enhanced with mystical talismans, moved even faster. Before Zhang Yuan's blade could reach his arm, Liang Chao's blade would surely pierce Zhang Yuan's throat. However, Zhang Yuan's blade, driven by inertia, continued its downward arc. Even if Liang Chao struck him, the momentum of the attack would be enough to sever Liang Chao's arm. Trading an arm for a life was a deal Zhang Yuan would gladly make. But for Liang Chao, was Zhang Yuan's life worth the price of an arm? With a cold snort, Liang Chao paused and decisively retreated. In his view, Zhang Yuan, lacking cultivation and speed, was unworthy of being his opponent. A single counterattack would be enough to suppress him. Outside the arena, Sun Zhe and the others watched with solemn expressions. Victory and defeat had already become clear after just one exchange. While Zhang Yuan was stronger than an average Jiayi guard, his strength was still limited. This life-risking maneuver might have given him a temporary advantage, but it was not something he could repeat. Liang Chao's cultivation and combat prowess were far superior to Zhang Yuan's. The two battalion captains beside Chao Zhengtang showed a trace of disappointment in their eyes. Zhang Yuan seemed to have fallen short of their expectations. However, Chao Zhengtang and the leader of the Xuanjia Guard remained calm and composed. Kill! Zhang Yuan roared, gripping his blade with both hands and charging straight at Liang Chao. His movements were not exaggerated, and his blade remained low. Liang Chao's lips curled into a sneer, and with a casual flick of his wrist, his long blade moved to meet the attack. His speed was more than double that of Zhang Yuan's, and his blade intercepted Zhang Yuan's strike just as it began its upward arc. The scene mirrored his earlier duel with the Jiaoyi Guard, whose weapon he had easily sent flying. Clang! A muffled sound echoed. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan's blade held firm, forcing Liang Chao's weapon slightly downward. This surprising turn of events caught the attention of all the spectators. Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity to strike again. With his blade still unsteady, Liang Chao was forced to withdraw. Zhang Yuan's strikes came in relentless succession, like an unending torrent. For every 3 steps Liang Chao retreated, 3 strikes pursued him in return. This sudden reversal left everyone watching in stunned silence. The same Zhang Yuan who had nearly failed to block a single strike from Liang Chao was now pressing him so hard that he could barely lift his head. That's the cloak blade technique, someone whispered. This was the most common blade technique in the Zhenfu division, practiced by 8 out of 10 Jiaoyi guards. Though seemingly ordinary, it was now forcing a seasoned elite into a corner. Kill! Unable to endure any longer, Liang Chao let out a furious shout. He gripped his blade with one hand while bracing the handle with the other, channeling all his strength into a heated collision with Zhang Yuan's blade. The speed of his strike created a resonating hum in the air. Liang Chao has lost, Chao Zhengtang said calmly. He has, the Xuanjia Guard leader agreed. Liang Chao panicked. Shun Lian, a flag officer of the Jia unit, remarked with a shake of his head. The 2 blades clashed again and separated. Liang Chao's face turned red, and his long blade trembled violently in his hands. Zhang Yuan stepped forward with a sharp cry, his blade descending with unstoppable force. Clang! Liang Chao's blade shattered into 2 pieces. Zhang Yuan's momentum remained undeterred, his blade whistling through the air toward Liang Chao's neck. Liang Chao's body trembled, and he closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. The onlookers clenched their fists in unison. The blade halted an inch from Liang Chao's neck. The force of the strike tore his skin, leaving a thin line of blood. The blade is mine, Zhang Yuan declared, withdrawing his weapon. He picked up the long blade that the Xuanjia Guard leader had earlier thrown and returned to his original position. Liang Chao underestimated his opponent. If he hadn't exposed a flaw by withdrawing his blade, Zhang Yuan wouldn't have had a chance. Whispers filled the air. Liang Chao, clutching his broken blade, touched his neck and found his palm stained with blood. Chao Zhengtang smiled and turned to the Xuanjia Guard leader. So, Brother Su, what do you think? The man's eyes gleamed with admiration. That final strike, stopping so precisely at something even those at the peak of the hidden Yuan great perfection realm would struggle to achieve. It's been years since I've seen such exquisite blade work. Brother Chao, how about letting me have this young man? Qian Bin, the commander of the Dingwei battalion beside Chao Zhengtang, sighed. Do you think Zhou Lin would let him go? Zhang Yuan belonged to the Jia 4 unit, directly under the command of Zhou Lin, the commander of the Jiaowei battalion. Up ahead, Zhang Wanhe handed a talisman to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan bowed, carefully tucking it into his chest. I am Su Jinnan, captain of the Xuanjia Guard under the Zhenfu division of Luoyang Prefecture. The Xuanjia Guard leader finally stepped forward, followed closely by 3 other Xuanjia Guards. The 4 of them carried an aura of overwhelming bloodlust, instantly enveloping the entire square and sending chills down everyone's spine. This was the might of the Zhenfu division's most elite force, the Xuanjia Guard. The name of the Xuanjia Guard strikes fear across the entire martial world and court. This elite force, directly under the command of the Zhenfu division, operates independently of the Wuzhen division and is tasked with eradicating demonic entities and capturing traitors. At this moment, 4 Xuanjia Guards stood in the square, their overwhelming aura making dozens of Jiaoyi guards unable to lift their heads. Even the 3 esteemed elders standing nearby couldn't help but adopt grave expressions. Su Jinnan stepped forward, and with each step, the aura emanating from him grew stronger. This presence was neither the power of blood and energy, nor the strength of the spirit, nor the force of malice, but it was potent enough to force the Jiaoyi guards to retreat step by step. Zhang Yuan, along with Sun Zhe, Li Changwei, and the others, instinctively stepped back. He gripped a black-sheathed Yinling saber in his hand, with another one hanging at his waist. From the 4 Xuanjia guards, he sensed a familiar force. After a moment of thought, it struck him this feeling came from the memories of Jama General Meng Tao. In Meng Tao's final battle, he had lost his arm under an unbreakable formation similar to this one. Back then, the Jiaoyi guards had displayed the same seamless coordination, making their movements impossible to predict. As this memory surged forth, Zhang Yuan's face showed a flicker of surprise, and he discreetly took another step back. He recalled Meng Tao's conversation with an old man in the Zhenfu Division's prison. The old man had mentioned that the Xuanjia guards had mastered the art of gathering momentum. This momentum was a unique form of power. Among cultivators, some could imbue their swords with sword intent, others could comprehend the essence of heaven and earth, while martial arts masters could condense the power of the great Tao. This momentum could flow like a mighty river, crash like a landslide, rise like a towering mountain, or blaze like a wildfire. Suddenly, Su Jinnan led the three other Xuanjia guards forward. Their combined aura instantly coalesced, transforming into a towering, blood-red tiger. This was the most fundamental battle formation of the Zhenfu Division Tiger March. The phantom tiger roared silently, yet its presence shook everyone to their core. The faces of all the Jiaoyi guards turned pale, and even the three elders had to retreat several steps. Though a faint glow shimmered around them, it paled in comparison to the tiger's overwhelming momentum. The techniques of He Yuan, who had summoned a giant serpent, and Zhang Wanhe, who had used talismans, were utterly insignificant before this force. Standing in the distance, Su Jinnan remained calm as the phantom tiger above him roared continuously. His gaze swept over the three elders, and he said in a cold tone, "The martial Tao of Xianqin reigns supreme over heaven and earth. No power in this world can rival the martial Tao. The Zhenfu Division suppresses the immortal Qin Empire, dominating the martial arts under heaven. In this world, cultivation is secondary, martial arts reign supreme. And the Zhenfu Division has the power to suppress all martial arts under heaven." Su Jinnan's voice echoed across the square, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of every Jiaoyi guard present. The eyes of the guards burned with eagerness, while a fleeting shadow of gloom passed over the faces of the three venerated enforcers. This was indeed the unchanging iron law of the immortal Qin Empire for thousands of years, an undeniable truth. "Today, we will demonstrate the tiger formation for you all," Su Jinnan declared, his words immediately drawing everyone's undivided attention. The Jiaoyi guards on the square fixed their gazes with intensity, knowing that even grasping the basics of this formation could greatly enhance their squad's combat effectiveness. Su Jinnan, accompanied by three Xuanjia guards, began to demonstrate, explaining the essentials of the tiger formation step by step. Although this was the most basic formation of the Zhenfu Division, after an entire afternoon of practice, none of the Jiaoyi guard squads managed to achieve even a semblance of the formation. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, they were left utterly drained. Continue practicing when you return. If you can muster even a fraction of the formation's power on the battlefield, it might just save your life, Zhao Jingtang remarked as dusk approached. He also announced that the Zhenfu Division would soon dispatch the Jiaoyi guards on a mission. Beyond practicing the formation, everyone could visit the Armory Division to obtain specially crafted weapons designed specifically to counter enemies that ordinary martial artists could not handle. As the training concluded, the square erupted with groans and complaints. "Ugh, why is this formation so hard to master? That shape-shifting monster summoned by He Gongfeng nearly scared the life out of me. If we really face something like that, can we even win?" The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Yuan, their eyes falling on the black, refined steel Yinling saber in his hand. "Zhang Yuan, I really held us back," Li Changwei said with a bitter expression. Chun Liang gave a wry smile as well. Their squad Jiaofor had practiced the entire afternoon without even scratching the surface of the formation. Compared to the first three squads, which had already shown some semblance of cohesion, the gap was glaring. To become Xuanjia guards, they not only needed to surpass the top three squads, but also had a long way to go in terms of both foundation and talent. "Zhang Yuan," a voice called out from ahead, causing all the Jiaoyi guards to turn their heads. Sun Zhe stopped in his tracks, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. Standing in front was Liang Chao, holding a broken blade, his gaze calm and fixed on Zhang Yuan. "I know who you are," Liang Chao said. "You're the younger brother of Zhang Zhan, formerly of Squad Jiaofor. Zhang Zhan is dead, and you've taken his place." A father passes to his son, a brother to his sibling. This is common in the Zhenfu Division. His gaze swept across the crowd, and every Jiaoyi guard he looked at lowered their heads. Indeed, most of them were generational Jiaoyi guards, simply hoping to pass on this duty to their descendants. "Zhang Yuan, I underestimated you today," Liang Chao continued. "But from this day forward, I want you to understand one thing. As long as I, Liang Chao, am here, you will never become a Xuanjia guard." Clang! The sharp sound of a blade being unsheathed pierced the air. The long blade in Zhang Yuan's hand was unsheathed, its sharp edge pointing forward, the polished steel emanating a chilling, heart-stopping gleam. A potent, cutting aura of killing intent instantly solidified in the air. "Sun Zhe, is this how you discipline your subordinates? Allowing brothers-in-arms from the Zhenfu Division to turn their blades against one another?" A figure stepped out from the crowd, Standing beside Liang Chayat was Yang Changhai, the flag officer of the 2nd Squad in the Zhou Battalion. Yang Changhai, which eye of yours saw brothers-in-arms turning their blades on each other? Sun Tzu's face displayed a mix of disdain and arrogance. He turned to face Zhang Yuan's blade, casually extending a finger to flick it. Clang, a crisp, resonant sound of the blade echoed through the courtyard. What a blade! Sun Tzu exclaimed, scanning the crowd as his voice rose. Brothers, take a look. This Yinling blade, forged from refined steel, is truly extraordinary. You think this blade is pointed at you? Nonsense. It's just here to let everyone admire its craftsmanship. The surrounding guards in black uniforms laughed along, chiming in. Indeed, a forged blade like this is unmistakable just from the sound. If I got my hands on a refined blade like this from a captain of the Xuanjia Guard, I'd brag about it too. Sun Flag Officer is right. A blade like this old Li here hasn't even had the chance to touch one. Yang Changhai and Liang Chao remained stone-faced, their gazes icy, but no one paid them any attention. Everyone knew the truth. Zhang Yuan had openly defeated Liang Chao earlier, but now Liang Chao was resorting to using his connections to threaten him. Such behavior was already despised. Compared to Liang Chao, who relied on family influence to secure his position, Zhang Yuan, who had risen through the ranks with hard work, commanded far more respect. Sun Tzu chuckled as he gently pressed down on the back of Zhang Yuan's blade, signaling for him to sheath it. Zhang Yuan silently slid the blade back into its scabbard as the surrounding guards dispersed. Once Yang Changhai had led his squad away, Sun Tzu's smile faded. He patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Rest assured, brother. We old hands will do whatever it takes to help you become a Xuanjia Guard." His gaze fell on Zhang Yuan's black Yinling blade before turning to Li Changwei and Chen Liang. "Brothers, shall we get fired up for once?" The two burst into laughter. Getting fired up is easy. If we put the energy we spend on pleasure boats into training, would improve by a level or two for sure. Tomorrow, I'll exchange my accumulated merits for some top-grade medicine and see the results. Having experienced several lifetimes' worth of memories, Zhang Yuan now possessed a composure beyond his years. When leaving the Zhenfu division, he had already reined in all the surging emotions within him. He understood that the path of cultivation could not rely on passion alone. Talent, perseverance, and resources were all indispensable. Though Liang Chao had the backing of his family and had already mastered the Xinhua technique, Zhang Yuan did not waste time comparing himself to others. His focus was solely on his goal, becoming a Xuanjia Guard. No one could stand in his way. Back at the small courtyard in Dingjiao Lane, Yunyang greeted him with a warm smile. "Young master, come eat. The teacher has been waiting for quite some time." In the courtyard, Chu Yang was playing a guqin with one hand, while holding half a white steamed bun in the other. When Zhang Yuan entered, Chu Yang struggled to finish the bun. The scene was a vivid portrayal of the frugality associated with the Confucian Tao. That evening, during the literature class, Chu Yang brought out a book titled Records of the Immortal Qin. Although this text differed from the official history kept by the Shunfu division, its accounts were relatively objective, unlike the exaggerated tales found in folk stories. The book detailed the immortal Qin's unification of the world through martial might and their suppression of immortals and demonts a rich tapestry of historical events. Chu Yang began narrating the history of Xian Qin, her voice brimming with barely concealed passion. Though a woman, she spoke of those grand tales with unrestrained fervor. She explained to Zhang Yuan that as a martial arts practitioner, one must first cultivate knowledge, starting with understanding the origins of martial and literary disciplines. The 9 continents of Xian Qin stretched for millions of miles each. Chu Yang painted a vivid picture of this vast land. Roaming mountain spirits and wild beasts, demons scattered across the terrain. It was martial arts that subdued the chaos and literary arts that nurtured the people, with the two paths complementing one another. 12 immortal martial emperors led Xian Qin in conquering countless realms, ultimately unifying the 9 continents. Every inch of land was won with blood, Chu Yang said, flipping through the historical records and recounting the brutal battles. The Abyssal War, where 30 million warriors perished and Emperor Ing Tang fell on the battlefield. The bloody battles against the demonic heaven realm that left 11 generals dead or wounded, plunging the empire into 3 centuries of decline. And the 3,000-year-long fallen celestial court war that claimed the lives of 3 emperors and over 30,000 members of the royal family. Zhang Yuan learned for the first time that the 9 continents were not interconnected. To travel to other territories or the imperial city, one had to cross vast oceans. He also realized how rare it was for someone to reach the 6th stage of cultivation, the Tianquan realm, where such individuals were as rare as phoenix feathers in the 9 continents. The records detailed countless legendary battles and the monumental achievements of the literary path. The sage Master Kong Zhongdao, who meditated for 3 centuries, using his own body to manifest the great Tao of heaven and earth, earning the title of Imperial Mentor, and Zhang Tianyi, the prime minister skilled in both martial and literary arts, who defended Songtian Cliff with his sword as his pin for 180 years. At the end of the lesson, Chu Yang took her chin and left, her tone carrying a hint of earnestness. Zhang Yuan, you have good talent, but your experience in Luoyang Prefecture is rather limited. Study hard. Once your perspective broadens, your martial arts will naturally improve. After the courtyard gate closed, Zhang Yuan learned that Yunyang not only agreed to provide Chu Yang with 2 meals daily, but also prepaid 2 taels of silver for his tuition. That evening, while Yunyang was preparing a footbath for him, she quietly mentioned that Aunt Han from the neighborhood was planning to move to the countryside. Aunt Han's eldest son had died in service with the Jiaoi Guard, and her second son failed the trials, leaving her to take the compensation money and buy farmland in the countryside. Yunyang also spoke of the rising prices in the city. Even though the bandits of Bema Mountain had been eradicated and trade routes were open, life for the common folk had only grown harder. Zhang Yuan watched as Yunyang massaged his feet. She, who spared no expense on teaching him music and literature, yet worried endlessly over daily necessities, suddenly made him feel a profound sense of realization. Martial arts, literary pursuits, fame, and fortune all seemed to dissipate like smoke in that moment. The warm water, her gentle hands, and his innate true energy within him merged into one. This realization sent a shock through his entire being, and his true energy surged like a tide. Young master, Yunyang called softly, looking up. Zhang Yuan smiled and pulled her into his embrace. Soon, the room was filled with soft murmurs and gentle melodies. The next morning, Zhang Yuan stood in the courtyard, elated as he felt his innate true energy had grown by 10%. His eyes gleamed as he slowly clenched his fists. With a thunderous shout, he struck out, and the air reverberated with the roaring phenomenon of the tiger and leopard thunder sound. When martial arts reach profound levels, extraordinary phenomena inevitably appear. Zhang Yuan stood in the training field, recalling the realms described by Chao Zheng during his lecture. Some resembling the rumble of thunder, others condensing energy into the form of beasts, each a symbol of achieving the pinnacle of martial techniques. At this moment, he had come to understand that this was the momentum born from aligning with the Tao. Although low-level martial artists could only grasp its superficial essence, even this superficiality was a realm most practitioners could not reach in a lifetime. To perfect a martial technique required more than talent, it demanded unyielding perseverance. Zhang Yuan began to practice the iron armor fist slowly. As his fists moved, phenomena arose naturally. He felt as though every movement was seamlessly harmonious, his technique flawless. Innate true energy coursed through his meridians, allowing him to exert power in seemingly impossible ways. This sensation caused his martial insights to surge like a tidal wave. The martial memories left by Zhama General Meng Tao, which had previously seemed incomprehensible, now became clear. Though his strength had not yet matched Meng Tao's, his vision had. As Chu Yang once said, vision determines one's realm. If he were to face Liang Chao again, victory would come much easier. With this thought, Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. He walked to the wooden rack and took down a black Yinling saber. Its scabbard, wrapped in sharkskin, felt chilling to the touch. The hilt was an inch longer than that of ordinary Yinling sabers, covered with dense grooves, making it ideal for a two-handed grip. Forged from refined steel, the saber was over 5 pounds heavier than the average Yinling saber, feeling perfectly balanced in his hands. Bow. The saber was drawn, gleaming with a cold, silvery light. Its blade was covered in cloud-like patterns, the hallmark of refined steel forging, worth at least 100 taels of silver. Su Jinnan's gift was indeed generous. Zhang Yuan gripped the saber with both hands and let out a low shout. The long blade danced before him like a silver ribbon. Each move of the cloak saber technique flowed with precision. Azure Dragon's Claw, spinning strikes, overturning clouds and rain, single saber strikes. With this refined steel weapon in hand, his destructive power increased by at least 30%. Quietly, he circulated his innate true energy, and his blood surged as if boiling. It was this level of cultivation that gave him the confidence to confront He Yuan, the enshrined expert, and the courage to challenge Liang Chao. No matter how talented Liang Chao was, he remained a latest-stage in Yuan martial artist insignificant compared to Zhang Yuan, who wielded innate true energy. At this moment, Zhang Yuan switched to using the Earth Tier 6 grade martial art, the mountain stabilization technique, to regulate his blood energy. This was the most advanced technique of the Luoyang Prefecture's supervisory department, far surpassing anything he had previously practiced. His blood energy underwent rapid tempering and compression, continuously merging with his innate true energy. After several breakthroughs, he finally advanced from mid-stage in Yuan to the latest stage realm. In the long journey of martial cultivation, the In Yuan realm was merely the beginning. Beyond that lay the realms of Dongming, Yaoguang, Kaiyang, all the way to Yuheng in the heaven-human stage. Yet, for now, through the transition of techniques, Zhang Yuan had firmly stepped into the latest stage in Yuan realm. In the cultivation world, reaching the late stage of the Yin Yuan realm before the age of 20 was a testament to extraordinary talent and potential. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's internal energy and blood essence were in intense turmoil, a necessary transformation during the breakthrough to a higher level of cultivation. He could clearly feel his true essence becoming more refined, pure, and dense. It was akin to throwing a bucket of water at a wall, which could only wet the surface. However, if that water were condensed into a solid spear, it could pierce through the wall. The blood essence and innate true essence condensed by low-tier techniques were indeed too diluted compared to higher-tier methods. This refinement process was crucial to compressing and solidifying that diluted power, laying a firmer foundation. As his blood essence and true essence surged and boiled, one of the two blood beads remaining in Zhang Yuan's mind began to dissipate, releasing an immense amount of blood energy throughout his body. With this new influx of energy, the previously depleted blood essence and true essence surged once more, the two forces colliding and grinding against each other. Zhang Yuan felt his blood vessels swell, and his muscles and bones harden like forged steel. He pulled another long sword from the wooden rack, holding a pair of steel Yinling sabers, one in each hand, and began practicing the cloak saber technique. His left hand slashed, followed seamlessly by his right, the gleaming blades flowing like a rushing river. After 3 consecutive rounds of the technique, Zhang Yuan noticed that his blood essence and true essence were nearly exhausted, forcing him to slow his movements. He shifted tactics, continuing to wield the cloak saber technique skillfully with his right hand while his left practiced the mountain-suppressing saber technique, a style he had derived from the Jingyue Gong. This new technique was inspired by the incident with Meng Tao. Had Meng Tao been adept with his left-hand swordsmanship, he might not have lost his combat ability during the encirclement by the Shenfu division after his right arm was injured. Just as Zhang Yuan sheathed his sabers, Yunyang, leaning lazily against the doorway of the side room, spoke up, "Done with your training, young man? Hurry and put on your clothes." She approached him, wiping his sweat and draping his shirt over his shoulders. Her soft hands brushed lightly against his broad back and firm chest. When Zhang Yuan tried to grab her hand, she gently pushed him away. "Hurry up and get dressed. The teacher will be here soon for your morning lesson." Yunyang chided playfully. Young man, are you dawdling because you want to show off in front of other women?" Once dressed, Zhang Yuan remembered the talisman gifted by Zhang Wanhe, the offering priest, which was still in his clothes from the previous day. He quickly asked Yunyang to retrieve it. It was an ordinary piece of yellow talisman paper, with intricate red symbols drawn in cinnabar ink. Just as he was about to examine it closely, Mr. Chu Yang arrived. The morning lesson ended swiftly, and the 3 of them sat down to breakfast. During the meal, Zhang Yuan asked Chu Yang, "I heard from Yunyang that Mr. Chu is here in Luoyang Prefecture to take the official examination?" "That's correct. In 6 months, Luoyang Prefecture will be recruiting 30 civil officials, and I've already registered to participate," Chu Yang replied candidly. In Xianqin, women were never barred from holding official positions, though female officials were rare in the court. All civil officials started as clerks, gradually working their way up the ranks. As Zhang Yuan made his way to the martial academy, the other Zaoe guards noticed the pair of Yinling sabers hanging from his waist and greeted him enviously. "Zhang Yuan, brother Zhang, can I touch those sabers?" Soon, Qian Bin, the instructor and the captain who had tried to recruit Zhang Yuan into the Ding Guard camp the previous day, arrived. After taking attendance, he scanned the group and announced, "Today, we'll be practicing the tiger formation from yesterday. Form your teams freely." As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Zhang Yuan. Moments later, Zhang Yuan and 3 other young Jiaoyi guards of similar age took their positions, preparing to form a battle formation. Such formations relied on the power of blood and energy, combined with martial insight to sense the greater forces of heaven and earth. The tiger charge formation, in particular, required projecting the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain. Qian Bin, wielding a battle blade, scrutinized their arrangement with sharp eyes, offering loud and clear guidance. For Zhang Yuan and the others, who were only at the Yin Yuan stage of cultivation, perceiving the grand forces of heaven and earth seemed a distant goal. Despite their efforts, progress was minimal, and many of them wore expressions of frustration. Do not lose heart. Even the Xuanjia guards need years of dedicated training to master such formations, Qianbin said as he paced among them, his tone calm. Even we battalion leaders may not be able to fully harness the power of a battle formation. His words brought some relief to the Jiaoyi guards present, so even those at the Dongming stage of cultivation found it challenging to command such formations. Zhang Yuan, Lu Xingzhan, Hao Chengyang stepped forward. Seeing that it was nearly time for the roll call, Qianbin summoned 3 Jiaoyi guards who were at the later stage of the Yin Yuan realm. "The 4 of us will form the battle formation. While success is not guaranteed, the martial techniques I've cultivated align closely with the essence of the tiger charge formation. You may gain some insight from this." As Qianbin spoke, he stepped forward, unsheathing his blade. Zhang Yuan and the others immediately adjusted their stances, holding their blades defensively. Low murmurs of astonishment rippled through the surrounding crowd. It was a rare opportunity to receive personal guidance from Qian Bin himself. Someone whispered, back in the day, battalion leader Qian was known as the blood tiger of Luoyang in the martial world. His techniques do indeed resonate with the essence of the tiger. 5 steps later, Qian Bin's energy and blood surged dramatically, enveloping Zhang Yuan and the others in a fiery, intense aura. Zhang Yuan quickly discerned that this was not a malicious energy and instinctively aligned his innate true essence with it. The oppressive heat dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sense of harmony as Qian Bin's power flowed through him. Noticing Zhang Yuan's swift comprehension, Qian Bin glanced at him briefly. The other two followed suit, adjusting their breathing and energy flow. At this moment, Qian Bin pushed his energy and blood to their peak, and a faint, half-meter-tall phantom of a tiger emerged behind him. This was not the power of the battle formation, but the manifestation of his personal martial cultivation. For Zhang Yuan, it was the first time he had so vividly experienced the profound concept of martial intent. The suffocating tension of a predator ready to pounce coursed through his entire body, leaving his limbs tingling, his energy surging, and his innate true essence rushing through his meridians. However, this sensation was fleeting. By the time Zhang Yuan tried to immerse himself further, Qian Bin was already breathing heavily, the tiger phantom fading away. The other two companions wore expressions of clear disappointment. They had not managed to grasp the essence in time. Thank you for your instruction, Zhang Yuan said, bowing respectfully to Qian Bin, who had clearly expended a significant amount of energy. Such methods that harmonize one's genuine energy with personal cultivation are indeed secrets guarded closely by every strong practitioner. The phantom technique Qian Bin just demonstrated consumed almost 3 days' worth of his painstakingly accumulated innate energy. Zhang Yuan understood that Qian Bin wouldn't have shared such a precious skill unless he saw great potential in the three of them. The demonstration of the tiger's ferocity would benefit Zhang Yuan immensely in forming battle formations and advancing his martial arts in the future. After Qian Bin nodded and departed, the martial arts lesson came to an end. The temporary battle formation group exchanged farewells and dispersed. Zhang Yuan first reported to the duty office, then headed to his post at the prison. Ever since becoming the chief jailer, the guards in the prison had noticeably treated him differently. Tasks that were once his responsibility, like replacing torches and cleaning the corridors, were now eagerly taken over by other guards. With some free time on his hands, Zhang Yuan retrieved the prison's guard records and various files to carefully review them. All the guards were locals from Luoyang Prefecture, with clean backgrounds and no irregularities in their daily logs. However, he noticed an unusual assignment scheduled 5 days, Latera's special execution of the notorious bandit Su Ji. Su Ji, known as the White Stripe of the Waves, was skilled in aquatic combat and had committed countless crimes across Luoyang Prefecture and Gunzhou Prefecture. 3 years ago, he was involved in ambushing the returning official Fang Wandong, resulting in over 30 casualties and the looting of goods. As a former guest elder of the Green Bamboo Gang, Su Ji had reached the midstage of the Enlightenment realm before being captured by the Black Armor Guards at Guelu River. Closing the file, a flicker of intrigue crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes. The 3 blood beads he obtained from slaying Meng Tao had been half depleted, significantly boosting his innate energy and martial vitality. However, the immense consumption of his cultivation technique, the mountain suppression art, left him yearning for more. If he could harness the vitality of an Enlightenment realm expert, his cultivation would undoubtedly reach new heights. Putting the records away, Zhang Yuan took out the transcriptions of the Chronicles of Immortal Qin he had copied the previous night and began to read. He had just reached the passage about Kong Zhongdao, the Immortal Qin's imperial mentor, who solidified his rule for 3 centuries and achieved great feats in the demon sky realm, when a faint whisper reached his ears. Kong Zhongdao was nothing but a fame seeker. He twisted the spring and autumn Confucian Dao into the Immortal Qin Confucian Dao, severing its roots. The demon sky realm campaign was nothing more than a costly endeavor, achieving little beyond bold sacrifices. As Zhang Yuan listened, he cross-referenced the legends in the chronicles, pondering deeply. Each new insight broadened his perspective. He was no longer the simple foot soldier, focused solely on his duties. Now, a burning ambition ignited within him to witness the 9 provinces of Immortal Qin firsthand, to experience the glory of its legendary conquests, and perhaps even to master a martial path that could rival the powers of immortals and demons. Closing the book, Zhang Yuan stood up and glanced toward the prison, lost in thought for a moment before turning to leave. The whisper returned. Boy, whether it's Confucian Dao or Immortal Dao, they're just tools for the powerful to control the world. A sharp blade in your hand, that's what will cut through the chains holding you back. Zhang Yuan walked forward slowly, then suddenly stopped. Senior, having been imprisoned here for years, you must know Luo Shanghu, correct? A soft chuckle reached his ears, but there was no further response. Zhang Yuan stopped probing and quickly left the area. As a Confucian Dao cultivator imprisoned on the 2nd level of the Zhenfu Division's prison, What connection could the other party possibly have with him? He pondered this in his heart. As he walked out of the prison gates, the guards on duty bowed respectfully to send him off. Although the position of prison overseer was not a military rank, within the prison, it held the power of life and death, capable of determining the fate of these guards. Zhang Yuan headed straight for the records division. Tao Qing, one of the division's elders, brightened at his arrival. I heard about it. That young man from the Liang family in Dayue City was defeated by you yesterday. Mentioning the Liang family, Tao Qing couldn't help but sigh. As one of the 36 noble families in Zhangyang County, the Liang family had deep roots in both the martial world and the government. In this martial cultivation-focused Qin Empire, noble families not only possessed legacies and powerful individuals, but also abundant resources and wealth to nurture their descendants. These elites would, in turn, give back to their families, forming a virtuous cycle and monopolizing unimaginable resources. Fortunately, in the Qin military, promotions depended equally on military merit and cultivation. While noble families could seize opportunities and resources from commoners, they could not entirely block the path to advancement. Even hereditary titles like Duke, Marquis, or Earl required corresponding military achievements to be inherited. Liang Chao has also practiced the Jinuet technique, Zhang Yuan said in a low voice. This was the most advanced martial cultivation technique in the Shunfu division of Luoyang Prefecture. Zhang Yuan had earned the chance to study it only by making significant contributions, such as persuading two powerful cultivators, Lu He and Zhao Pingchuan, to join the prison army. Tao Qing chuckled. Do you know what a noble family truly is? For a prominent family in a county, obtaining earth-tier techniques is not a difficult task. Moreover, they have their ways of earning military merits for their descendants. He sighed. It's only because you're young and fearless that you dared to defeat him in yesterday's match. Zhang Yuan remained silent for a moment before replying firmly, if I can beat him once, I can beat him 10 times. Tao Qing laughed heartily at this, his eyes filled with admiration. We men of Xianqin value military merit and loyalty. Only when faced with strong enemies do we feel our blood boil. Rest assured, no matter what kind of family stands behind him, you are a member of the Shunfu division. Open challenges are one thing, but if anyone dares to play dirty in the shadows, we have plenty of empty cells in our prison. Among all the powers in the world, Xianqin is unmatched. In Xianqin's domain, the Shunfu division fears no one. Zhang Yuan nodded firmly. Dressed in his black uniform and armed with his Yinling saber, this was his greatest support. Come, let's continue analyzing the Jinuet technique today, Tao Qing said as he unfolded the martial technique manual. With your talent, steady cultivation will lead to boundless prospects. The entire afternoon was spent with Zhang Yuan mastering most of the advanced content of the Jinuet technique. In particular, when it came to the Jinuet fist, his prior mastery of the iron armor fist had made the process exceptionally smooth. His rapid progress left Tao Qing repeatedly astonished, his eyes gleaming with approval. Indeed, Zhang Yuan found the cultivation of the Jinuet fist surprisingly effortless. His comprehension flowed without any hindrance, and he even felt he might master it before the Jinuet blade technique. After completing the practice of the Jinuet blade technique, Zhang Yuan held the finely forged steel long blade and respectfully bowed to Tao Qing, who had a faint smile on his face. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Before leaving, he took a talisman out of his pocket, looking slightly uneasy. Senior, yesterday I received this talisman as a gift from Zhang Wanhe, but I don't know its purpose or how to use it. As an ordinary member of the Jiaoyi Guard, he knew very little about the ways of the immortal path. Even the memories he inherited contained only sparse experiences with cultivators. Tao Qing's gaze lingered on the talisman for a moment, before his expression turned serious. Martial arts value a solid foundation and perseverance. When your cultivation is not yet complete, you should remain focused. This was clearly a warning for Zhang Yuan not to become overly engrossed in the immortal path. However, seeing Zhang Yuan's calm demeanor, Tao Qing's face softened into a smile again. Earning this talisman from Zhang Wanhe is a testament to your abilities. This talisman can summon a sturdy earthen wall, capable of withstanding attacks from a half-step Dongming realm cultivator for about 100 breaths. It's quite decent, so it's a defensive tool, Zhang Yuan thought, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped for something like the speed-enhancing talisman on Liang Chaos Blade. Noticing his thoughts, Tao Qing spoke in a low voice. If you don't want it, you can trade it. In a few days, they'll take you to a cultivator's trading market. This was a specialized place for trading cultivation-related items, including immortal talismans, but it was difficult for ordinary people to access without the company of a powerful figure like Tao Qing. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, Zhang Yuan left the book division and headed to the evening class. Today's lecture was given by Shen Wei, the registrar of the Xinwei division. With the Confucian knowledge and noble energy from Xiao Mingjing's memories, along with the lessons from Chu Yang's literary class over the past 2 days, Zhang Yuan found it easy to follow. From civil laws to administrative regulations, He not only answered Shen Wei's questions accurately, but also kept his notes meticulously organized. Zhang Yuan, your progress is truly remarkable. It seems I must look at you in a new light after just a few days, Shen Wei remarked with a hint of surprise as he reviewed the notes. Thank you for the praise, instructor, Zhang Yuan replied with a respectful bow. My little sister hired a tutor to help me study. His words drew good-natured laughter from the surrounding Jiaoi guards, most of whom expressed admiration. Shen Wei nodded in approval and patted him on the shoulder. After the evening class, Zhang Yuan packed up his books and left the Shenfu division. Just as he stepped out of the main gate, a middle-aged man in gray linen clothing approached him. Are you Chief Warden Zhang? My master wishes to speak with you. He gestured toward a carriage parked not far away. Zhang Yuan looked up, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The position of chief jailer, while not a military rank, was a lucrative role with considerable power. Especially within the prison system, obtaining extra benefits was an easy task. Zhang Yuan, however, had little interest in such matters. Still, he did not outright reject those who came seeking him. He wanted to see what kind of people would approach him within just a day and a half of his appointment. A grayish-blue carriage pulled up in front of him, and a man in his 50s with a goatee lifted the curtain, smiling. Zhang Yuan stepped into the carriage, and as the curtain fell, the interior dimmed. But for someone at the later stages of the Yin Yuan cultivation, such darkness was trivial. You don't need to know who I am, the older man began. Just know that I, too, am merely doing things for those who pay me. Zhang Yuan half sat inside, his hand resting calmly on the hilt of his blade at his waist, waiting for the man to continue. In the past, I've worked with Lord Hu for 4 or 5 years, and it was a rather pleasant collaboration. The man paused briefly. Hee, Chief Jailer Zhang, you're young and ambitious. Perhaps you disdain doing certain things. But as someone older, let me give you some advice. Power, if left unused, eventually becomes worthless. This statement revealed the man's deep familiarity with the inner workings of the Surveillance Bureau. Not only did he know that Zhang Yuan was temporarily holding the position of chief jailer, but he was also aware of his 1-month assignment in the prison. Seeing that Zhang Yuan remained silent, the older man chuckled and produced a small wooden box, about the size of a palm. Inside lay a 5-inch-long, thumb-thick, purple ginseng Ruqiang purple ginseng, an invaluable medicinal herb worth its weight in gold, highly beneficial for martial practitioners in the Yin Yuan realm. The man's fingers tapped lightly on the wooden box, his smile growing even more pronounced in the dim light. To him, Zhang Yuan was nothing more than a young and inexperienced member of the Surveillance Bureau, and such a generous gift should easily sway him. Are you done talking? Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke, then stood and left, leaving the older man stunned in the carriage. Walking briskly down the street, Zhang Yuan kept his hands on the hilt of his long blade, his expression calm as ever. In the past, such a treasure as the Qiang purple ginseng might indeed have tempted him. But now, Zhang Yuan was no longer the same person. The moment he stepped into the carriage, he had recognized the man's identity, Tang Weiliang, the manager of Baiyun textile shop in the west city of Luoyang Prefecture. On the surface, Tang Weiliang dealt in fabrics, but in reality, he was one of the figures overseeing black market operations in the west city. For Tang Weiliang to visit in person, this was far from a simple bribe. Knowing that Zhang Yuan would not hold control of the prison for long, yet still making a personal call, indicated there was more to this. The most likely explanation was that he had been given an unrefusable task, forcing him to act personally. It was simple to figure out what task needed to be investigated. Zhang Yuan knew this clearly. Tang Weiliang must have gone to find Luo Shanghu first, where the answer lay. But Zhang Yuan had no intention of asking, as he was certain Tang Weiliang would come back to him sooner or later. After all, some tasks could only be accomplished by the chief warden freely entering and exiting the prison, delivering messages, and smuggling items. Chief Warden Zhang, a hurried, low voice came from behind him. Zhang Yuan turned around, his long blade already drawn. The edge of the blade gleamed coldly under the dim streetlight, pointing directly at the man standing 3 feet away. The man's face turned pale instantly, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Zhang Yuan slowly sheathed his blade and walked away. Just an ignorant junior member of the Jiaoi Guard, nothing more. Not far ahead, a horse-drawn carriage came to a slow stop. From within the carriage came a cold scoff. Tomorrow, he'll visit DNC. The voice faded into the night. By the time Zhang Yuan returned to Dingjia Alley, the sky was completely dark. At the door of his home, Yunyang stood holding a lantern, with Chu Yang in a scholar's robe beside her. Zhang Yuan knew Chu Yang wasn't waiting for him specifically. He was here for a free meal. After dinner, Chu Yang, determined to make the most of his visit, insisted on giving Zhang Yuan a lesson. Today's topics on civil law and administrative law were not complicated. Chu Yang explained the key points in just a few sentences. Xianqin's foundation in governance through officials is well-founded. Thousands of threads at the top, one needle below. Only by understanding grassroots operations can those in high positions remain mindful of the people. Chu Yang's perspective on Xian Qin's legal system was entirely different from that of the Confucian Taoist elder in the prison. The elder believed that civil law was merely a tool for deceiving the populace, while administrative law was simply a means to control bureaucratic workhorses. Too bad neither of us holds real power as an official. Otherwise, we could implement these laws ourselves and understand their advantages and drawbacks, Chu Yang said with a hint of regret. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan placed a waste token on the table. Chu Yang froze. Chief Warden? Zhang Yuan nodded. With real authority. Yunyang covered her face, laughing softly. My dear husband is already a big official now. Chu Yang's eyes lit up as he stared at the token. Tell me, how do you plan to reform the prison? What challenges are you facing? This was exactly what Zhang Yuan wanted to hear. He had no intention of devoting all his energy to prison reforms. His main focus was uncovering the collusion between the wardens and the outside world. His priorities lay in martial arts training and accumulating merits. Since he had spent 2 taels of silver to hire a teacher, he naturally wanted to make the most of it. He detailed the current state of the prison and the potential issues involving internal and external collusion. After listening, Chu Yang's eyes sparkled. I understand. Don't worry, within a few days, they'll have a plan that will ensure the wardens fall in line. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Yuan's life followed an unusually consistent routine, traveling between the Zinfusi and Dingjia Alley. Apart from martial arts training, he focused on reading. The prison wardens had grown accustomed to seeing him carrying books everywhere. He even handed over the warden's files to Chu Yang for review, leaving the matter entirely in his hands. On the 3rd day of morning lessons, Zhou Lin, the long-absent leader of the Jiaowei camp, unexpectedly came to teach. As one of the top figures among the Jiaowei guards in Luoyang Prefecture's Zenfusi, Zhou Lin's martial arts skills and abilities were exceptional. That day, he taught the 12 methods of drawing the Yinling Sabrin essential foundation and a lifelong pursuit for many Jiaowei guards. Straight grip, reverse grip, drawing the saber, thrusting, slashing upward. Every movement in wielding the saber could reveal everything about its user. Zhang Yuan, come forward, Zhou Lin suddenly called out. Let me see how fast you can draw your blade. At his command, Zhang Yuan moved instantly, his long saber flashing out of its sheath. Zhou Lin was the captain of the Jiaowei Battalion, the highest commander of the 8th Battalion of the Jiaowei Guards under the Wuzhen Division of Luoyang Prefecture's Zhenfu office. His strength was beyond question, and even someone as formidable as Cao Zhengtang had to concede some ground in his presence. At this moment, however, Zhang Yuan appeared calm and composed. He understood the situation well. Both Zhou Lin and Cao Zhengtang valued his martial talent, which happened to be his sole advantage. Without hesitation, he chose the most direct approach, drawing his blade. The resonant sound of the blade, leaving its sheath, caused a stir among the onlookers. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Lin's mouth. In a flash, Zhou Lin had moved to Zhang Yuan's right side, precisely blocking the space needed for Zhang Yuan to swing his blade. The Jiaowei guards present believed that Zhang Yuan had no choice but to retreat and reset his stance. However, Zhang Yuan's response was unexpected. His wrist deftly twisted, switching his grip from a forward hold to a reverse grip, transforming his downward slash into an outward sweep. Not bad, Zhou Lin remarked approvingly, striking Zhang Yuan's elbow with his palm. The blade fell to the ground with a clang. Yet this moment alone was enough to earn Zhang Yuan lasting recognition among the Jiaowei guards. After retrieving his blade and sheathing it, Zhang Yuan paused to reflect. He reviewed the various blade techniques he had learned. The wind cloak blade technique offered few moves for drawing the blade. The mountain stabilizing sword technique had numerous but unimpressive drawing methods, and even Meng Tao's memories lacked any particularly outstanding blade drawing techniques. Gripping the hilt once more, Zhang Yuan found his mindset transformed. He adopted the most suitable opening stance from the wind cloak blade technique, his hand pressing down on the hilt, body slightly hunched, and feet subtly apart. This seemingly simple posture caused a glint of recognition to flash in Zhou Lin's eyes, and the atmosphere of the entire martial academy shifted. This is the embryonic form of momentum. Zhou Lin silently marveled. What Zhang Yuan displayed at that moment was the highest state of harmony between intent and action. Impressive. If you were to draw your blade now, it would undoubtedly be a full-force strike, akin to the Azure Dragon's Claw, correct? Zhou Lin smiled and continued, gripping and drawing the blade are techniques, but choosing the method that suits you best is the key to victory. Once the blade is drawn, it must be a life-or-death struggle, with every strike delivered with full strength. Draw your blade, Zhou Lin commanded in a low voice. Clang. Zhang Yuan leapt forward, his blade flashing out of its sheath in a fierce thrust aimed directly at a vital point. Azure Dragon's Claw. Zhou Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as his long blade lashed out like a streak of lightning. The clash of metal rang sharply as his blade collided with Zhang Yuan's weapon. With a swift motion, Zhou Lin deflected Zhang Yuan's blade and seamlessly shifted his stance, thrusting directly toward Zhang Yuan's chest. As Zhou Lin had claimed, to a true master, simply gripping the blade reveals everything. Confronted by the oncoming strike, Zhang Yuan advanced instead of retreating. With a deft twist of his wrist, he executed a downward draw cut while his body dropped sharply. Clang! The forceful blow managed to divert Zhou Lin's blade slightly. Zhou Lin's long blade quivered, the edge rebounding upward in a swift arc. In the nick of time, Zhang Yuan braced his elbow against the back of his blade and drove it down with all his might. Clang! The sheer force sent him flying, landing nearly 10 feet away. Staggering back several steps, Zhang Yuan finally steadied himself, using his blade for support, gasping for breath. In just 2.5 moves, the exchange left everyone present utterly astonished. Within the Luoyang Prefecture's Pacification Bureau, not even the flag officers of the top 3 squads in the Armor Guard Battalion dared claim they could last this long against Zhou Lin. Even after the martial exchange concluded, the black-clad guards whispered among themselves about Zhang Yuan, this monster of a man who had undoubtedly caught the attention of their superiors. After roll call following morning drills, Zhang Yuan headed to the prison for his shift. During his routine inspection, the wardens greeted him with eager bows. Finding a quiet spot, he retrieved a book and began reading, occasionally hearing the enigmatic voice of the mysterious scholar warrior confined in the second-floor cells. "Sir, Master Liao from the Treasury Department wants to see you." As Zhang Yuan stepped out of the prison with his book tucked under his arm, a guard on duty at the entrance whispered the message. Liao Yunfan, known as the God of Wealth of the Luoyang Prefecture's Pacification Bureau, stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a small pavilion along the corridor. "Zhang Yuan greets Master Liao from the Treasury Department," Zhang Yuan said softly, bowing. The tall, middle-aged man in a green robe turned, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan. "You're the first black-clad guard to take on 3 missions as an enforcer within just half a month of joining. Such courage and resolve are rare among your peers." "I'm just bold, poorly read, and a bit untamed," Zhang Yuan replied calmly. Liao Yunfan chuckled at this. "No wonder old Tang hit a wall with you. He's used to solving everything with money, thinking it can pave any path." Then, lowering his voice, Liao Yunfan continued, "I know that your appointment as head warden was orchestrated by Tu Hao, but the prison has its own unwritten rules." Zhang Yuan understood immediately. The Martial Bureau wields the blade, the Penal Department is the sword, and the Command Department stands above all. But it is the Treasury Department, under your leadership, that ensures the welfare of the brothers. Liao Yunfan was visibly impressed by this insight. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuan added, "The laws of the immortal Qin must not be violated. But outside the law, there is room for humanity. Law enforcement must be strict, but beyond the law, perhaps there's room for leniency. What is your opinion, Master Liao?" Liao Yunfan stared at Zhang Yuan for a long moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "Kid, in 10 years, the Luoyang Prefecture's Pacification Bureau will undoubtedly have a place for you. 10 years from now, whether he would hold a position in the Luoyang Prefecture's Zhanfu Division was not something Zhang Yuan gave much thought to. Promises like these, he knew, were best taken with a grain of salt. "Thank you, Lord Liao. I will fulfill my duties with loyalty and ensure that matters beyond the law are handled appropriately," Zhang Yuan replied smoothly to Liao Yunfan's words, bowing slightly before taking his leave. Half an hour later, a prison guard dressed in a black robe approached Zhang Yuan. The guard wore a smile and respectfully held out a wooden box with both hands. "Prison Guard Chief Zhang, this is a gift from Manager Tang." Zhang Yuan immediately recognized the wooden box. It was the very one offered earlier by Tang Weiliang, the manager of Baiyun Cloth Shop, which he had previously declined. Looking at the black-robed guard, Zhang Yuan quietly called out his name, Hong Linsen. This Hong Linsen was the same man who had caused a scene days earlier at the execution platform, interrupting the sentencing officer Tu Hao during an investigation. Zhang Yuan had already looked into his background. He came from a modest family in Luoyang City and had been working in the prison for over 3 years. It was now clear that he served as Tang Weiliang's informant within the Zhenfu Division and might even be colluding with the Treasury Office. During the recent execution of Xiao Mingjing, Hong Linsen personally oversaw the process, ensuring that those involved in Xiao's illicit dealing sponsorships and black market forces could confirm his execution. "That's me," Hong Linsen said with a forced smile, lowering his voice. "Manager Tang asked me to let you know that you can come to me with anything you need. I'll pass it along. As long as you follow the rules, the benefits will naturally come your way." He extended the wooden box toward Zhang Yuan, his eyes sharp and glinting. Although his demeanor was deferential, there was a trace of contempt in his tone. He believed the contents of this box should have been his. After Luo Shenghu's downfall, he had maneuvered behind the scenes, hoping to take the position of prison guard chief. Despite all his efforts, the role ended up in the hands of a newcomer who had only been with the Zhenfu Division for a few days. The difference in perks between a chief and an ordinary guard was vast. Still, he could tell that Tang Weiliang didn't think highly of Zhang Yuan, and with Zhang likely not staying long in the prison, Hong Linsen became increasingly brazen. Zhang Yuan accepted the wooden box and opened it. Inside was a piece of red sun-purple ginseng and a folded sheet of paper. Unfolding the paper, he read the instructions for the task at hand. Inquire whether the death row inmate failing by Yao Suji had any last words to pass on or any belongings to be dealt with. On the surface, it appeared to be a routine inquiry from the family of a condemned prisoner. However, the note ended with an unusual line. Elder Su can rest in peace. The storm on the Guelu River will settle in due time. If there's a preferred burial site, please specify in advance. After reading the paper, Zhang Yuan placed it back into the wooden box and closed the lid. Hong Linson, growing impatient, said, Prison Guard Chief Zhang, Manager Tang's people are waiting for a response. If you take someone's money, you should do their bidding. That's the rule around here. Had it been someone like Luo Shanghu, a seasoned veteran of 10 years in the prison, Hong Linson wouldn't have dared to be so disrespectful. But he was certain that Zhang Yuan, young and inexperienced, was nothing more than a brute with some strength and no other qualities. In his eyes, such a man was easy to manipulate. Rules, Zhang Yuan said, nodding as he held the wooden box. There should indeed be rules in this prison. The remark caused Hong Linson's expression to shift dramatically. Hong Linson's words were abruptly cut off as Zhang Yuan issued a low command. Guards. Hurried footsteps echoed as several prison wardens approached. Hong Linson's face instantly darkened. Take Hong Linson into custody and deliver him to Lord Tu Hao of the Dianqing Division, Zhang Yuan said calmly, tossing a wooden box to a black-robed warden. This is Evidencia Mir Qiyang Purple Ginseng. The 4 wardens exchanged glances before turning to Hong Linson. His expression shifted unpredictably, and he pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Yuan. Zhang, you can mess with me all you want, but if you dare. Dare what? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and measured. Dare to send you to the Dianqing Division? Do you dare to utter that name? Hong Linson's face turned ashen. He knew all too well the immense power behind Tang Weiliang's name. One he wouldn't dare to speak aloud. Hong Linson, if you make it to the Dianqing Division alive and have the courage to say that name, I'll respect you as a man of principle, Zhang Yuan said, waving his hand. Take him away. The 4 black-robed wardens immediately lunged at Hong Linson. He barely managed to resist for a moment, failing even to draw the blade at his waist before being subdued. More wardens, alerted by the commotion, arrived on the scene, their faces filled with astonishment at the sight. Turning to the wardens restraining Hong Linson, Zhang Yuan instructed, escort him to the Dianqing Division. It's just a few steps from the Zhenfu Division. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences. Once the escort team departed, Zhang Yuan dismissed the remaining crowd with a wave of his hand, leaving only one man behind. Huang Gang, stay. The middle-aged warden hesitated briefly before bowing to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan patted his shoulder and lowered his voice. Go to the Jade Spring Trading House on Yongnan Street and speak to their manager. Find out who's asking about Suji's belongings and how they should be handled. Huang Gang nodded and departed. A local man with elderly parents and 2 brothers to care for, Huang Gang was nearly 40 and still unmarried. He wasn't foolish, knew this was an opportunity. Zhang Yuan stood silently, his gaze thoughtful and distant. Suddenly, a faint, teasing voice rang in his ears. Kid, I didn't realize you had such a knack for balancing authority and benevolence. You must have someone powerful backing you. From his pocket, Zhang Yuan retrieved a small scroll. On it was written, establish authority, show decisiveness and strength. Reveal your background to command respect. Win over some, suppress others. To wield real power, maintain control with precision. As a faint smile crossed his lips, the voice spoke again. This method of leadership sounds eerily familiar. My spring and autumn lineage. Yuntai? Who is it? Kid, who's behind this? Zhang Yuan left the prison, his hands resting on the twin blades at his waist. Moments later, a group of wardens, soaked to the skin, came rushing toward him to report. Chief Warden, Hong Linson went mad halfway through the transfer. He broke free and escaped. By the time we caught up, he had jumped into the Xixin Lake and drowned. His body and the evidence have been delivered to the Dianqing Division. Lord Tu Hao instructed us to return and report. The wardens kept their heads low, avoiding Zhang Yuan's gaze. Just then, more figures appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching. Zhang Yuan, the head jailer of the Zhenfu Division's prison, was accused of framing his colleagues, leading to someone's drowning death. He was ordered to be temporarily detained on the first level of the Zhenfu Division's prison until the case could be thoroughly investigated. The black-clad officer announcing the order fixed Zhang Yuan with a sharp, blade-like gaze. Zhang Yuan, too, wore the same black uniform, adorned with the distinctive Yanling badge. Zhang Yuan slowly placed his hands on the hilt of his waist-mounted blade, his entire body tensing with an intense surge of energy. This sudden move made the surrounding jailers unconsciously take a half-step back. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Was a black-clad officer really daring to defy orders within the Zhenfu Division itself? Tang Yechuan, the leading officer among the black-clad men, immediately sensed the brewing danger. He rested his hand on his own blade, while his two companions fanned out behind him, forming a triangular formation. A glint of killing intent flickered in Tang Yechuan's eyes as he steeled himself for what might come. In the Jinfu division, black-clad officers fall under military jurisdiction, where rewards and punishments are governed by strict military law. Zhang Yuan's expression remained calm, his tone steady. If you want to take me in, you'll need a signed warrant from the camp commander, approval from the Xinwei division, and the presence of a flag officer. Bring me the proper documents, and I'll surrender without resistance. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan opened his hands to show he bore no ill will. A warrant? The jailers exchanged uncertain looks. In their experience, black-clad officers never needed to produce warrants to enforce the law. A single command was enough to compel compliance. The three black-clad officers tasked with apprehending Zhang Yuan grew visibly tense. Zhang Yuan's statement was indeed in line with protocol, but who in their right mind would dare demand a warrant from the black-clad officers? Clearly, Zhang Yuan was not an ordinary man. I am Tang Yechuan of the 7th Squad from the Gungwei camp, acting under orders from my superiors to investigate this matter, Tang Yechuan said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect and lowering his voice. Brother Zhang Yuan, the warrant will arrive shortly. We're all on the same side. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Your case isn't serious, and someone will surely protect you. Hearing this, the jailers breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that losing another head jailer would throw the prison into chaos. Before Tang Yechuan could finish his sentence, the two black-clad officers behind him began advancing cautiously. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and stepped back, his hands once again gripping the hilt of his blade. A chilling aura emanated from him, freezing everyone in place. Without a warrant, you think you can take me? Do you believe the Yinling blade at my waist is merely ornamental? Zhang Yuan's voice was low and menacing, like a tiger ready to pounce, his killing intent growing stronger. The two advancing officers froze in their tracks, unwilling to take another step forward. Tang Yechuan hesitated, recalling how Zhang Yuan had bested Liang Chao of the Jia 2nd Squad during training, earning the Yinling blade of refined steel. Even with 3 men, they might not be able to subdue Zhang Yuan. But if they failed to apprehend him, how could they answer to their superiors? Zhang Yuan, don't, Tang Yechuan began. But before he could finish, Zhang Yuan drew his blade. Clang! The sword left its sheath with a sharp, resonant cry, slicing through the air with a force that seemed capable of cleaving mountains as it descended upon them. Who sent you to harm me? Zhang Yuan roared suddenly, his voice carrying a hint of righteous energy. This power, cultivated through years of hardship by a fallen Confucian scholar, though not as pure as Chu Yang's, was exceptionally solid. The blade stopped 3 inches above Tang Yechuan's head. In the instant Zhang Yuan drew his sword, his shout had already left Tang Yechuan dazed, muttering, It was Su Zhenlin, Master Su of the Wenfu Division, who ordered us to Su Zhenlinon of the 2 chief officers under Su Ku, the head of the Wenfu Division in Luoyang Prefecture's Zhenfu Department, and a figure of considerable influence, ranking among the top 10 most powerful individuals. The surrounding jailers, upon hearing the name, immediately showed signs of panic on their faces. Zhang Yuan slowly sheathed his blade, his expression calm. As a black-clad guard of the Wuzhen Division, he was well aware of the divide between civil and military authorities. Even though there was a hierarchical relationship, the Wenfu Division couldn't arbitrarily deal with him. However, for such a prominent figure to order his capture, there must be deeper reasons at play. I've done all I can. The rest is up to you. Zhang Yuan stood before the prison warden, his hand resting on his sword's hilt, exuding composure. Tang Yechuan finally regained his senses, staring at Zhang Yuan with a pale face, his lips trembling. You're finished, you. At that moment, Huang Gang came running, drenched in sweat, heading straight for Zhang Yuan. Boss, it's done. It turned out that the Qingzhou gang had offered a bounty of 300 taels of gold to retrieve Su Ji's belongings. Tang, the manager of Baiyun Cloth Shop, took on the job, and with a deal worth as much as 3,000 taels of silver, it was no wonder Tang Weiliang resorted to such desperate measures. He even used his connections with Ku Division's Liao Yunfan to pressure Zhang Yuan, going so far as to offer a Qiyang purple ginseng worth nearly 100 taels of silver. Zhang Yuan said coldly, Master Tu Hao, Master Liao Yunfan, are you really going to stand by and watch me, your subordinate, be shackled and thrown into the prison? His hand tightened on the sword hilt, clearly unwilling to surrender. From a distance, the commanding voice of Tu Hao, the chief officer of the Dianqing Division, rang out, Jia Guard Battalion, E-Guard Battalion, and 300 soldiers from the Patrol Guard Battalion, follow me to the West City to raid Baiyun Cloth Shop. Immediately after, Liao Yunfan's voice followed. Chief Su, I, Liao Yunfan, have evidence that Wenfu Division's Master Su Zhenlin is controlling Baiyun Cloth Shop and colluding with the Qingzhou gang river bandits to wreak havoc in the region. Within the Wenfu Division, both Tu Hao of the Dianqing Division and Liao Yunfan of the Ku Division had taken action simultaneously. Sun Tze strode over with his blade in hand, shouting, Zhang Yuan, Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear the chief officer's orders? Go to the Bingjia division and arm yourself. We move out in half a kuo. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately set off, leaving the stunned jailers and Tang Yechuan's group standing there, their faces filled with confusion. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? The whispered words echoed through the halls of the Shenfu division. What should have been a straightforward case where the Jiaoi guards apprehend the criminal, who was then thrown into the prison to await the chief officer's judgment, had spiraled into a storm. The Dianqing division was preparing to raid the Baiyun cloth shop, while the Treasury division had outright accused Su Zhenlin, chief officer of the Wenfu division, of perverting the Lawa charge severe enough to cost a man his life. The Wenfu division was now in turmoil, and the instigator of it all? He was casually making his way to the Bingjia division to collect equipment. My lord! Huang Gang hurried after Zhang Yuan, holding a delicate little box in one hand and 2 silver ingots, each weighing 10 taels, in the other. Summer steward of the Yuchuan Trading Company asked me to deliver this gift and these silver ingots to you. Zhang Yuan accepted the box and opened it to reveal 3 vibrant red ginseng roots. He nodded slightly, impressed. The Yuchuan Trading Company certainly knew how to win favor. With the downfall of the Baiyun cloth shop, Yuchuan, which also dealt in black market goods and intelligence trading, stood to become the dominant player. Moreover, Zhang Yuan had previously demanded information from Yuchuan, making it clear that he was aware of their operations while also signaling his willingness to cooperate. With the support of the Zhenfu Division's prison warden, Yuchuan's financial prospects would only grow. Keep the silver, Zhang Yuan instructed. Inform Yuliang and Gao Dishang from the left city patrol camp to head to the Baiyun cloth shop immediately and lend a hand. They might earn some credit for it. Huang Gang glanced at the ingots in his hand, which were equivalent to a year's salary, and felt a surge of delight. Not only had he come into unexpected wealth, but he had also gained the favor of Zhang Yuan, the prison warden. Without delay, he set off to deliver the message. 15 minutes later, the Zhenfu Division's stone-paved training grounds were filled with action. 10 squads of Jiaoi guards stood armed and ready. At the forefront was Team Armor 2, led by Banner Officer Yang Changhai, who held a long sword and a heavy shield with commanding presence. Behind him was Liang Chao, gripping a thick-backed battle blade. Zhang Yuan's Team Armor 4, with Zhang Chuanwu injured, had been restructured. Sun Zhe and Chen Liang carried long weapons, while Li Changwei wielded a short sword and round shield for protection. Zhang Yuan himself wore partial chainmail, armed with a longbow, crossbow, and quiver on his back, and 2 Yinling sabers at his waist. Nearby, 3 figures stood out beside Tu Hao, Zhou Lin and Chao Zhengtang, the captains of the Jia and Yi guard camps, and Su Qixiang, the Dianqing division officer of Wu Wei, clad in partial iron armor and sporting a short beard, the supreme commander of the Luoyang Prefecture Jiaoi guards. Seized the city quietly and efficiently, Su Qixiang stepped forward and declared in a booming voice. Today, we deploy the elite of the Luoyang Prefecture Zhenfu Division. Brothers, do not let me lose face in front of the people of Luoyang. Understood. The Jiaoi guards responded in unison, their voices shaking the training grounds. Move out, Zhou Lin commanded. The guards swiftly formed ranks, their coordinated steps resounding like thunder as they poured into the streets. Bystanders quickly stepped aside, murmuring in awe. The Jiaoi guards deploying on such a large scale, this hasn't been seen in years. The tone carried a sense of excitement. Zhou, this sharp blade, had finally emerged openly in Luoyang City. Zhou Lin's gaze was sharp as lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Form up and move forward. Do not disturb the citizens. All crossbowmen, follow me through the city. Before his words had fully landed, he had already leaped gracefully onto a rooftop a zhang high. Understood. The Zhao Yui below responded in low voices, and the selected crossbowmen swiftly ascended to the rooftops. Each one was agile and sharp-eyed. Their mission was to reach Baiyun cloth shop ahead of time, block critical routes, and cut off any escape for the bandits. Zhang Yuan exchanged a glance with Sun Zhe and followed suit onto the rooftops. Though he hadn't specifically trained in lightfoot techniques, his cultivation at the late hidden origin stage and mastery of the 6th-tier Earthgrade Jinyue technique, combined with precise control of innate true essence, made his movements far from clumsy. Even with heavy armor and weapons, he deliberately restrained his speed to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. A total of 12 crossbowmen moved alongside Zhou Lin across the rooftops. With each step, Zhou Lin leaped effortlessly across 2 or 3 zhang, his fully armored body moving in complete silence. Though the others couldn't match his level of mastery, they were still able to use momentum and skill to traverse the streets below. Zhang Yuan discreetly studied Zhou Lin's movements, channeling his innate true essence into his legs and the soles of his feet. He meticulously controlled the force of each leap and landing, converting the recoil into energy for his next step. Without realizing it, he had already surpassed several of his companions in speed. Zhang Yuan? No wonder Liang Chao considers you a formidable rival, remarked one of the crossbowmen from the Black Armor 2nd Squad in admiration. Last time, Jiang Qing said your archery skills surpassed his. Now it seems your talent is truly exceptional, added another Zhao Yui, introducing himself as Zhao Zijian from the first team of the Iwei battalion. Zhang Yuan only nodded in acknowledgement, staying focused on advancing. By leveraging his innate true essence, he reduced his energy expenditure by 30% while increasing his efficiency by nearly half. Even while intentionally holding back, his speed far outpaced the others, and he quickly closed the gap to just 10 zhang behind Zhou Lin. After half a quarter of an hour, Zhou Lin suddenly leaped 3 zhang high, unsheathing his long blade as his voice thundered. The Zhenfu department orders the apprehension of all bandits within Baiyun cloth shop. Surrender immediately. Those who defy the laws of Xianxin shall face death without mercy. In midair, the long blade slashed downward. A 3's hanglong arc of green blade energy tore through the air, instantly striking the signboard of a 3-story shop. With a crisp crack, the gilded hardwood sign shattered and fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan stood on the opposite rooftop, holding his breath as he watched the breathtaking scene. This was the legendary blade energy. Blade energy, both ethereal and tangible, was drawn from a warrior's true essence, fused with the profound intent of martial arts, and condensed into an unstoppable force. Compared to the tales of sword energy spanning 30,000 li that Chu Yang had recounted just days ago from the legends of the immortal Qin, this 3 zhang blade energy was far smaller in scale, yet it delivered an unparalleled, visceral impact to Zhang Yuan. Boom! The blade energy, its momentum undiminished, cleaved through the Wanshang lintel of Baiyun cloth store. The shattered would rain to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhou Lin landed steadily 3 zhang from the store's entrance, gripping his long blade with a calm expression. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the cloth store. Several patrol guards in blue armor stumbled out in disarray. Bringing up the rear were Yu Liang and Gao Deshang, both bloodied and battered, their long blades desperately parrying the strikes of their pursuer. The attacker was a middle-aged man clad in a gray martial robe, his long sword flashing with cold light, each strike aimed ruthlessly at the 2 guards' vital points. Had it not been for Zhang Yuan's prior warning about the impending arrival of the town's reinforcement troops, these 2 patrol guards would have already fallen apart. The middle-aged swordsman glanced up and saw Zhou Lin, his movements visibly faltering. Gritting his teeth, he let out an enraged roar as his sword's speed suddenly surged, transforming into a blur of blue light aimed directly at Yu Liang and Gao Deshang's chests. The strike was so swift that their blades were sent flying upon contact, leaving their faces pale. Whoosh clang. An arrow struck the blade's edge with pinpoint accuracy, causing the sword's momentum to falter slightly. Whoosh. A second arrow followed immediately, targeting the middle-aged swordsman's chest. Whoosh. A third arrow pierced the air, forcing him to retreat back into the store. The arrow embedded itself deep into the threshold, its tail still quivering. Anyone crossing this line with a weapon will die, Zhang Yuan declared coldly. Zhou Lin surveyed the scene, his gaze calm yet sharp. By now, Zhao Zijian and the others had arrived, all visibly awed by the overwhelming precision and dominance of the 3 consecutive arrow shots. Rescuing allies, repelling the enemy, and establishing a warning all executed seamlessly in one fluid motion. The strength Zhang Yuan displayed far surpassed that of a typical newcomer to the Zhenfu division's black-clad guards. Even seasoned experts among the black-clad guards would struggle to execute such clean and efficient maneuvers. Under his command, the crossbowmen moved with lightning speed, quickly securing the surrounding high ground. With longbows in hand, they covered all exits of the Baiyun cloth shop within their firing range. Yu Liang and Gao Deshang, seeing Zhang Yuan's skilled movements on the roof, exchanged a glance of surprise and nodded toward him before swiftly retreating from their positions. The timing was impeccable. Orderly footsteps echoed from the street as the patrol army's troops arrived. Captain He Ju of the patrol barracks, reporting for duty. Captain Zhao Yunma of the patrol barracks, greetings to Lord Zhou. 2 squads of armed guards swiftly deployed, sealing off both ends of the long street. Zhou Lin stood still, gripping his long blade with sharp focus. The air within a 10-foot radius around him seemed locked by an invisible force, faintly shimmering with intersecting white halos. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere began to spread across the street. This was the hallmark of the Yaoguang realm. Zhang Yuan recalled the explanation given by Tao Qing, the offering priest, the other day. In martial cultivation, the first realm, Yin Yuan, focused on refining one's vitality and blood. The second realm, Tong Ming, opened the meridians to gather innate true essence. By the third realm, Yaoguang, one's vitality and true essence harmonized, capable of both internal concentration and external projection, forming an impenetrable radiance outside the body. Even a Yin Yuan practitioner giving their all would be unable to break through this defense. Fight your way out. A sudden roar erupted from inside the cloth shop. 4 or 5 figures, carrying bundles of fabric, charged out of the store, attempting to use the cloth as cover to break through. 3 crossbowmen immediately fired their arrows, but they could only pierce the fabric, failing to halt the momentum of the attackers. Zhou Lin let out a cold snort, and his long blades suddenly swung upward. With a sharp whistle that tore through the air, the blade's light flashed, slicing the two leading attackers and their bundles cleanly in half. Blood soaked the shredded cloth, painting a crimson scene in front of the shop. The remaining attackers, shaken by the sight, hastily retreated back inside. The onlooking townsfolk, horrified by the scene, scattered in fear. Many retched on the spot. This brutal display served as a stark reminder that investigations by the Shunfu division were never a polite affair. Zhang Yuan, standing on high ground with his bowstring drawn, observed the chaos with a calm gaze. After several missions, he had grown accustomed to confronting such bloodshed without flinching. At the street corner, more black-clad guards of the Shunfu division began to arrive. Dianqing Officer 2 Hao of the Dianqing division and Su Qixiong of the Wuwei division approached at a deliberate pace. Upon seeing Su Qixiong, the two patrol captains immediately stepped forward to salute. "What's the situation?" Su Qixiong asked, his eyes scanning the bloodstains and arrows scattered around the shopfront. "The cloth shop is securely sealed off. Not a single bandit will escape," Zhou Lin replied loudly. Tu Hao spoke calmly. "Thank you, Commander Su, and all of you brothers for your efforts." Before his words had fully landed, several figures suddenly burst out from the shop again. This time, they ignited bundles of fabric and hurled them in all directions. Flames erupted instantly, forcing the patrol troops to step back. Su Qixiong's brow furrowed slightly, but he merely raised his hand with a gentle wave. In an instant, all the flames and fabric within a 10-foot radius were reduced to ashes, which then reversed course and swept back into the shop, accompanied by anguished screams. From his perch on the rooftop, Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered with astonishment. Such a devastating and radiant technique, brimming with overwhelming force, was unmistakably a hallmark of the Kaiyang Realm, testament to Su Qixiong's standing as the foremost black-clad guard of the Zhenfu division in Luoyang Prefecture. This was the second Kaiyang Realm expert Zhang Yuan had encountered. His mind involuntarily recalled the former 5th-rank general, Jin Chenglu, whom he had met in the prison cell of Division A. Experts in the Kaiyang Realm possessed the power to move mountains and shatter peaks with a mere gesture. It was the pinnacle most cultivators could hope to reach. Beyond this realm, progress was no longer achievable through sheer perseverance. Su Qixiong raised his hand, and Zhou Lin and Chao Jingtang immediately understood. They swiftly leapt to the second floor of the Baiyun cloth shop. The glint of blades flashed, accompanied by a chorus of fierce shouts. Wu Zhang Yuan released his bowstring, and the arrow pierced precisely through the shoulder of a martial artist who had just opened a second-floor window. Su Qixiong cast him an approving glance and gave a slight nod. Inspired by this, the other archers vaulted over the marketplace and entered through the loft windows. In an instant, the sound of arrows slicing through the air merged into a chaotic symphony. On the ground, the Jiaoyi guard squads coordinated seamlessly, storming directly into the shop. Zhang Yuan, however, did not follow the others inside. Instead, he leapt across several rooftops and landed in the rear courtyard. These large shops typically had a frontster-backyard layout, occupying considerable space. The courtyard was piled high with fabric and supplies. Meanwhile, the front yard roared with the sounds of battle, as figures darted and clashed in a chaotic pursuit. "Guard the courtyard gate. No one is allowed to enter," Zhang Yuan commanded in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over the mountains of fabric and supplies. His words gave Sun Ze and Li Changwei, who had just severed the shoulder of a gray-robed martial artist, a brief pause before they nodded firmly. As seasoned Jiaoyi guards, they understood that besides capturing people, securing goods was equally crucial. Yang Changhai, the flag officer of Team A2, arrived at the courtyard gate with his men. Seeing Sun Ze and the others standing guard, he couldn't help but show disappointment. "Sun Ze, that's not very fair of you. Zhang Yuan, if you've got the guts, earn your merits by fighting enemies. Picking up scraps like this is beneath you," Liang Chao shouted angrily before leading his team away. Zhang Yuan didn't bother to argue, knowing full well that if Team A2 were in his position, they wouldn't share the spoils either. "Does the Zhenfu department truly intend to show no mercy?" came the anguished and furious roar of Tang Weiyang, the shopkeeper of the cloth shop, from within. Bang! Several windows shattered simultaneously, and more than 30 black-robed martial artists burst out wielding blades, scattering in all directions. Chao Zhengtang gave chase without hesitation. At the same time, fierce flames erupted within the shop, clearly set by someone igniting the fabric. The sight made both Su Qixiong and Tu Hao's expressions darken, their fists clenching tightly. The spoils of the Zhenfu division were engulfed in flames, reduced to ash despite the hard-won efforts that earned them. What was even more alarming was the risk of the fire spreading, endangering the nearby civilians. Meanwhile, the bandits had dispersed, attempting to blend into residential areas and shops to create further chaos. Two captains of the patrol guard immediately commanded, "Block the enemy." The well-trained patrol guards quickly formed a defensive line, with spearmen in front and archers behind, creating a human wall to cut off the bandits' escape routes. They did not engage in a full-on battle, but instead suppressed the bandits' retreat. Zhou Lin stepped out from a shop, his long blade sweeping in a deadly arc that instantly cut down 3 armed men. "Pursue!" he ordered in a low voice. The Jiawi Guard squad surged forward like a tide, quickly forming compact encirclements. Even the more skilled bandits, including mid- and late-stage in Yuan experts and a few who had reached the pinnacle of their abilities, were powerless under such coordinated assaults. They could only retreat while fighting defensively. In the courtyard, Zhang Yuan and the others found themselves with a rare moment of calm. Li Changwei, itching for action, suggested, "Boss, why don't we join the fight? It's a rare chance to earn some military merit." Hearing this, Sun Zhe was also tempted. He turned to Zhang Yuan and said, "Zhang Yuan, stay here." With that, he led Qinliang and Li Changwei out into the fray. Zhang Yuan silently approved their decision. After all, military merits were accumulated bit by bit, and such a large-scale operation against dozens of bandits was a rare opportunity. These merits would pave Zhang Yuan's path to joining the Xuanjia Guard. To become a member, one required 3 feats, equivalent to 9 military merits. Zhang Yuan held a crossbow in one hand and rested his other hand on the hilt of his blade, remaining vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Among the scattered and fleeing bandits, he saw no sign of Tang Weiliang, the chief manager of the Baiyun cloth workshop, who controlled the black market trade. It was evident that Tang remained hidden in the shadows. With this realization, Zhang Yuan abruptly turned toward the courtyard and leaped onto the rooftop in a few swift steps. His gaze locked onto a pile of stacked cloth. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. 10 crossbow bolts flew like scattered stars, piercing the fabric and striking 2 concealed figures. As cries of pain erupted, the clear sound of blades being drawn followed. Zhang Yuan said nothing, but he continued reloading and firing his crossbow in rapid succession. The relentless barrage of arrows created the impression of an ambush from every direction. "Tang Weiliang, you betrayed us. Run. That bastard Tang is selling us out. Fight your way out. Take a few of them down with us if we have to die." The courtyard erupted with furious shouts, accompanied by the clash of blades and angry curses. A pile of burlap was overturned, revealing an underground tunnel entrance. Several armed men emerged, slashing wildly at their surroundings. Zhang Yuan, having exhausted the bolts in his crossbow, discarded it and drew his longbow. In that moment, he sensed a faint trace of true essence gathering on the arrow. The bowstring thrummed as the arrow shot out like a meteor, piercing the throat of a gray-robed fighter. Blood sprayed as the intense aura of vitality filled the air. "He's there. It's just one man. Kill him." The remaining 3 bandits roared as they charged at Zhang Yuan. Though their morale had been shattered, the sight of a lone adversary reignited their ferocity. Tang Weiliang, guarded by a few men, glared at the figure on the rooftop with bloodshot eyes, grinding his teeth. Zhang Yuan. His voice was filled with hatred, blaming this man for his impending downfall. Zhang Yuan's gaze swept over the scene. He released the bow, drew his Yinling blade, and declared, "I am Zhang Yuan of the Shenfu Division's Jiawi Guard. Surrender now, you scoundrels." Before he had finished speaking, he dove from the rooftop like a hawk, blade in both hands, aiming directly for the enemy leader. Kill. Blades gleamed like a cascade of light, cutting down with a single strike, the sound resonating powerfully. The Yanling Dao in Zhang Yuan's hand was not particularly heavy or remarkable, and the cloak-style saber technique he practiced was rather ordinary. He himself was merely a latestage in Yuan black-clad guard, far from matching the seasoned mercenaries who lived by the edge of their blades before him. Yet at this moment, as he leapt down from above, clad in his black uniform and wielding the Yanling Dao, the 3 advancing warriors hesitated, not daring to face him head-on. Within 3 strikes, none could withstand him. Such was the authority of the Zenfusi. The sight of the black uniform and the Yanling Dao alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of men. Zhang Yuan's momentum was relentless, his blade surging forward. Moments earlier, after shooting down a bandit with an arrow, the returning surge of vitality had rushed into his mind. As the blade's light shattered the illusion, the bandit's memories transformed into fleeting streams of light, and the essence of his cultivated vitality coursed through Zhang Yuan's body. Though the mid-staging Yuan bandit's strength was not overwhelming, it was sufficient to sustain Zhang Yuan's current exertion, allowing him to unleash his full power. The blade's light swept across, slicing through the air in arcs. "Stop him. No retreat." Tang Weiliang bellowed angrily. "Kill him, and you'll be rewarded with 10 taels of gold." Such was the nature of desperados driven by greed, willing to risk their lives for wealth. The promise of 10 taels of gold immediately halted the retreat of the warriors. One lunged forward with a blade, another leapt with a sword aimed at Zhang Yuan's throat, while a third concealed a throwing knife in his palm. With a single clash, Zhang Yuan's Yanling Dao deflected the blade and followed through, slashing into the shoulder of the attacker, sending blood spraying into the air. Sidestepping the incoming sword, he delivered a kick that sent the swordsman flying into a pile of cloth nearby. His gaze locked onto the bandit with the concealed throwing knife, a fierce glint in Zhang Yuan's eyes. The imposing force of his earlier strike, combined with the surge of vitality and killing intent, made the bandit falter and retreat. Zhang Yuan placed his left hand on the hilt at his waist, while gripping his long blade tightly with his right. Raising the blade, he stepped forward with purpose. The armed men, including the one hiding the throwing knife, instinctively took steps back. Attack! Someone muttered sharply, breaking the tense silence. A latest-stage Yuan martial artist charged forward with his blade, and the others followed close behind. Zhang Yuan stood his ground without hesitation, unleashing his cloak-style saber technique. The gleaming arcs of his blade clashed with the others' weapons, ringing out continuously. Though these martial artists were adept at agility and precision, the cramped courtyard, cluttered with piles of cloth and goods, left them unable to fully utilize their intricate techniques. Zhang Yuan, with his blade alone, held them at bay, suppressing their every move. Zhang Yuan's cloak blade technique was honed on the battlefield, and every swing of his blade now carried an overwhelming aura of violence and power. Alone with his blade, he firmly blocked the bandit's path. His blood surged within him like boiling water, and a faint wisp of steam rose from his head. The innate energy coursing through his meridians surged endlessly, dispersing into his body, making each strike steady and forceful. With simple yet direct blade techniques, he fought against many. Zhang Yuan's understanding of the way of the blade advanced rapidly in this life-and-death struggle. As Zhao Pingchuan had said, only through real combat could one truly temper themselves and grow. A blade is a weapon of slaughter without experiencing real killing. How could one grasp its true essence? With a tearing sound, his long blade shredded the robes of a gray-clad bandit. Seizing the moment as the man stumbled back in panic, Zhang Yuan unleashed 4 consecutive strikes, shattering another bandit's sword. A gap was torn open in the encirclement. With a loud shout, Zhang Yuan stepped forward, raising his blade high before bringing it down on a peak latest-stage Yuan bandit. Kill! The blade sliced through the air with a tiger-like roar. The bandit, unable to evade, could only raise his weapon above his head in defense. With a crisp clang, Zhang Yuan's blade shattered the man's weapon and split his skull. Blood sprayed out, drenching Zhang Yuan's face. The heated blood surged into his body, igniting his energy like a tidal wave, compelling him to let out a long, primal roar toward the sky. This fearless, valiant aura, combined with his blood-soaked and fearsome appearance, made the surrounding bandits hesitate, none daring to approach recklessly. Everyone, kill him, or none of us will leave here alive. Tang Weiliang glared at Zhang Yuan, gritting his teeth. His name is Zhang Yuan, a newly promoted chief jailer of the Shunfu division. He's the one who ruined my Baiyun cloth shop's grand plans. I'm willing to offer. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan's blade let out a resonant hum, cutting him off. Killing an officer of the Zhenfu division in Luoyang Prefecture? I'd like to see who has the guts to try. Zhang Yuan advanced with his blade, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. One by one, he exposed the identities of those present. He's Sanjin of the He family village, outwardly a martial arts instructor, but secretly engaging in illicit deals. Yu Haoran, the abbot of the Sanyi Taoist temple, better known for his black market dealings than his spiritual practice. Each time his eyes fell on someone, they flinched and retreated. In the distance, the shouts of the Zhenfu division's forces could already be heard. Tang Weiliang's face turned ashen as he snatched a sword from one of his men and pointed it tremblingly at Zhang Yuan. Some in the crowd showed murderous intent, others fear, and still others glanced around nervously, but no one dared to make the first move. Suddenly, a loud crash came from outside the courtyard. The wall was shattered by a single palm strike. Through the dust, an elderly man with white hair and a middle-aged man in a brocade robe stepped forward side by side. The man in the brocade robe smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Summer Mingyuan of the Yuchuan Trading Company greets Master Zhang. Master Zhang, please grant me a favor and spare these fellow travelers of the Jianghu. From now on, should you have any requests in Luoyang Prefecture, my brothers and I will not hesitate, no matter the difficulty. The manager of Yuchuan Trading House, Xia Mingyuan, was the one who had just sent over the 3 Qiyang purple ginseng roots. Although he had never met Zhang Yuan before, Zhang was already quite familiar with this influential figure in the black market of the western district of Luoyang Prefecture through the memories of Xiao Mingjing and others. Similar to Tang Weiliang of Baiyun Cloth House, Xia Mingyuan was also a man with deep connections and decisive methods. After receiving the message relayed by Huang Gang earlier today, Xia not only delivered the precious Qiyang purple ginseng himself, but also personally came to the cloth house, demonstrating extraordinary boldness. His purpose for coming was straightforward rescue. The wandering martial artists trapped inside the cloth house might not have much to do with Baiyun Cloth House, but if they fell into the hands of the town peacekeeping division, they would undoubtedly be interrogated to the point of severe injury. In the martial world, who could truly claim to be innocent? Saving these people would establish a reputation for Yuchuan Trading House in both the martial world and the black market of Luoyang Prefecture, a value far greater than gold or silver. Zhang Yuan held his long blade, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard. Those martial artists, who had been driven into desperation and provoked to kill by Tang Weiliang moments ago, now wore ingratiating smiles on their faces, with no trace of their earlier ferocity. Such was the way of many from the lower levels of the martial world, adaptable and pragmatic. Surviving today meant living to fight another day. Give Manager Xia some face. Those unrelated to Baiyun Cloth House may leave on their own, Zhang Yuan said calmly, his long blade vibrating slightly. As soon as he spoke, the martial artists scrambled to bow and express their gratitude, fleeing through the broken walls of the courtyard. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your mercy. Manager Xia, they'll forever remember your kindness today. Master Zhang, rest assured, I will repay this favor handsomely in the future. Only a few guards remained by Tang Weiliang's side. Some took a few steps back, while others chose to flee. Xia Mingyuan cupped his hands toward Zhang Yuan and said, Master Zhang, I want to lay your important matters. We will remember your kindness today. With that, he exited the courtyard and signaled to an elderly man beside him. The elderly man, as agile as a hawk, struck with a single palm. The force of his palm manifested as a shadowy wolf, directly sending 3 guards flying to the ground, their chest bones shattered. These 3 were all experts in the late hidden origin stage, or even the great accomplishment stage. Yet they couldn't withstand a single strike from the elder, proving that his cultivation had reached the illumination realm or higher. Tang Weiliang, hit by the residual force of the palm strike, slammed heavily against the courtyard wall, coughing up blood. The elder withdrew his hand, gave Zhang Yuan a slight nod, and retreated from the courtyard. That single strike not only showcased his strength, but also saved Zhang Yuan considerable trouble. Tang Weiliang lay on the ground, his face filled with pain and unwillingness. Zhang Yuan looked at him and said, Brother Tang, it's not that I want to kill you. You know too much, and that master of yours won't allow you to live. After finishing his words, Xia Mingyuan turned and left. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on the barely breathing Tang Weiliang and the 3 warriors lying on the ground. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, and the long blade in his hand came down like lightning. The main hall of Baiyun Cloth Shop had already been restored to order. The scattered fabric, broken doors and windows, and scorch marks had been thoroughly cleaned up. Tu Hao, the sentencing officer from the Dianqing division, stood in a scholar's robe alongside Su Qixiang, the armored commander of the Wuwei division. One by one, the captured bandits from Baiyun Cloth Shop were escorted out of the hall, whether alive or as corpses. Account books were continually brought before the 2 officers. Tu Hao raised an eyebrow as he received them, then passed them to Su Qixiang. Su Qixiang glanced through the account book before turning his gaze to Zhang Yuan, who stood at the side, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. You're Zhang Yuan? The question drew the attention of everyone in the hall to Zhang Yuan, whose face was covered in blood. He stood trembling slightly, appearing unsteady after the intense battle. Subordinate Zhang Yuan greets the commander. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and saluted with cupped fists. Su Qixiang nodded in acknowledgement. It's good for young men to fight bravely. We in the Jinfu division earn our merits through the blades in our hands. Thank you for your guidance, Commander. Zhang Yuan and the others responded in unison. Su Qixiang continued. Squad 4 has secured the courtyard where the stolen goods were hidden, and Zhang Yuan single-handedly stopped the main offender. Although no one was left alive, the credit due remains intact. This is the advantage of the Jinfu division, life or death. The merits are counted all the same. He turned to Tu Hao, and the 2 exchanged a knowing glance. Everyone has worked hard today. Take half a day to rest. The merits will be recorded in the archives later. After the others saluted and left, Su Qixiang looked thoughtfully at the corpses on the ground. When Zhang Yuan acted, Tang Weiliang and the others were already gravely injured and near death. The real assailant is someone who has fully mastered the Dongming stage. There are only a few in the manor with such cultivation. He smiled at Tu Hao. This kid dared to blatantly finish off the wounded to claim the credit. And yet, Tu Hao, you still think highly of him? Tu Hao chuckled lightly. Commander Su, even if I think highly of him, he's still one of your Wuwei division's people. It's not like I can take him away. What are you worried about? You scholars of the Confucian path, always scheming. Su Qixiang laughed heartily before his expression turned serious. Bold enough to kill, skilled enough to fight, and capable of knowing when to advance or retreat, this young man already has impressive abilities at his age. With more honing, he could become a fine blade. Tu Hao nodded, rolling up the ledger in his hand. Commander Su, the Jinfu division still has tough battles ahead. These pieces of evidence may not be enough to bring down Su Jinlin. Su Qixiang's face darkened, a murderous aura emanating from him. Let's go, back to the Jinfu division. From the West City to Dingjia Alley, Zhang Yuan walked quickly, his face still covered in blood and his hands resting on his twin blades. His fierce and intimidating appearance caused passers-by to hurriedly step aside. At this moment, he couldn't care less about their gazes. His only focus was on suppressing the turbulent energy surging within him. That last strike had indeed been greedy, killing two latest-stage hidden origin cultivators, one at the peak of hidden origin and Tang Weiliang all at once. Combined with the two he had slain earlier, the blood energy he had absorbed was now overwhelming and impossible to refine, with fragmented memories churning incessantly in his mind. He kicked open the door to his small courtyard. Yunyang and Chu Yang immediately stood up. Xiaolang. Yunyang turned pale at the sight of his bloodied face. Are you hurt? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Yuan scooped her up and carried her into the side room, slamming the door shut behind them. Chu Yang's expression shifted as he took a deep breath. After a moment, he picked up a basin of water and headed toward the side room. Zhang Yuan, as a member of the Zhaoyi Guard, showed meticulous care for Yunyang and an unwavering dedication to his scholarly pursuits. Among the soldiers and martial artists Chu Yang had encountered, it was rare to find someone as studious and ambitious as Zhang Yuan. Over the past days, the teaching sessions had progressed smoothly. In addition to the 2 taels of silver he paid monthly as tuition, there were also leisurely moments spent discussing the art of playing the qin with Yunyang. If not for this, Yunyang wouldn't have taken the initiative to serve him water. Seeing Zhang Yuan's face and head covered in blood, Chu Yang, as his Confucian teacher, felt it only right to help fetch water. She pondered over this all the way until she pushed open the door to his room. With a plop, the water basin fell to the ground. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Miss Chu, could you please close the door? Came a soft voice from inside the room. Chu Yang froze in place, her eyes vacant. She couldn't recall how she closed the door, or how she ended up back in the small courtyard. The scene she had just witnessed left her heart in turmoil. How could they do something like that? Then again, they were husband and wife. No, even so, it was still too. Chu Yang clenched her fists, her teeth biting down hard. As the sounds from the room grew even clearer, her face flushed deep red, and she turned to leave. Just as she reached the doorway, the nosy Mrs. Mo from next door poked her head out. Oh, Miss Chu, has brother Zhang Yuan returned? I saw his face all covered in blood. Did something happen? Is it serious? This Mrs. Mo was known for her gossiping, often whispering about the Zhang couple behind their backs. Chu Yang waved her hands quickly. It's nothing, nothing. It's related to the Jinfu division's tasks, so please don't ask further. With that, she shut the door firmly. Behind her, the melodious and lingering sounds inside the room grew even more pronounced. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt as if he were floating on clouds. The chaotic memories in his mind began to reorganize themselves. Various numbers, martial arts techniques, life experiences, and even hidden past events all transformed into fragments stored in perfect order. The backgrounds of those wandering martial artists were strikingly similar. They were all low-level fighters, making a living on the fringes of society around Luoyang Prefecture. They lacked talent, resources, and connections. All they could offer was their mediocre martial skills and their lives. People of the Jianghu valued loyalty and acted freely, perhaps because they had long since come to terms with life and death. Unlike these martial artists, Tang Weiliang, who had run the Baiyun cloth shop for 2 decades, was shrewd and calculating to the extreme. If not for Zhang Yuan's intervention, this master merchant would have undoubtedly managed to help the fighters evade the Jinfu division's pursuit. Without relying on Confucian cultivation or martial prowess, Tang Weiliang had managed to dominate Luoyang Prefecture's black market for 20 years. An astonishing feat as Zhang Yuan carefully pieced together Tang Weiliang's history. A mysterious figure lurking behind him began to emerge. Tang Weiliang's rise was anything but coincidental. Memories surged, blood energy churned, and one by one, blood beads began to condense in Zhang Yuan's mind. He felt the formation of 12 blood beads, while the remaining blood energy transformed into innate true essence, surging through his body. The essence coursed through his meridians, washing over them, causing his already stable muscles and veins to tremble anew. Zhang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, grabbing Yunyang's soft waist and flipping over her. Yunyang let out a delicate sound, which intertwined perfectly with the Guqin melody drifting in from outside the room. The music, with its subtle dynamics and clear rhythm, gradually calmed Zhang Yuan's restless emotions, while Yunyang's gentle voice added a layer of intimacy. Not long after, Zhang Yuan stepped out of the room, draped in a light robe. The Guqin music abruptly stopped as he picked up the water basin at the door and softly thanked Chu Yang, who was seated outside. Chu Yang's playing had indeed helped him stabilize the chaotic blood energy and true essence within his body. Such composure stood in stark contrast to the shy, withdrawn 18-year-old he once was. I can roughly guess. It's the blood energy and violent qi invading your system that caused this? Chu Yang said, her back to Zhang Yuan, hesitating mid-sentence. She stood up and added, I'm heading out to visit some friends. I've left a few books. Ask Yunyang to bring them to you to read. As she reached the door, she paused and said, don't let Yunyang down. She's sacrificed so much for you. With that, she quickly left, even forgetting to take her guqin. Yunyang's warm body leaned against Zhang Yuan's back, her slender arms gently wrapping around his waist. I dreamed of you, covered in blood, coming back. I couldn't sleep, she whispered softly. I know you're a member of the Jowie Guard, and I know I'm just a mere boatwoman. If it weren't for you, I don't even know what would have become of me. I never thought I'd have a little courtyard like this, with you protecting me. I don't dare to. Before she could finish, Zhang Yuan turned and embraced her tightly. At the courtyard entrance, someone peeked in, only to quickly retreat, muttering, young people these days hugging and holding each other in broad daylight, not even bothering to avoid being seen. In the study, Zhang Yuan sat quietly, organizing Tang Weiliang's memories. The hidden wealth he uncovered was several times greater than Xiao Mingjing's, the result of a merchant managing the black market for 20 years. Yet, 80% of it had been divided among the city's prominent families, martial sects, government officials, and the Zhenfu division. Tang Weiliang was merely an overseer. When he fell, those behind him even tried to silence him permanently. Was it the city's magistrate, Rao Qinghai, the Confucian Dao scholar, or someone within the Zhenfu division? Zhang Yuan couldn't determine who had ordered Xia Mingyuan to strike. With Tang Weiliang's status, there were too many who wanted him dead. Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan temporarily set aside these memories. Like Xiao Mingjing's wealth, it was best not to touch such hidden fortunes lightly, lest they invite trouble. For now, wealth was merely external. His cultivation was what truly mattered. Thinking of his cultivation progress, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile. In his mind, the 12 blood beads trembled, continuously injecting blood energy into his body. The true essence flowed back and forth through his meridians, and his body brimmed with blood energy like a rising tide. This dangerous battle had indeed been risky, but the rewards were immense. The accumulation of blood energy and true essence alone had saved him at least a year of arduous cultivation. And then there's tomorrow's merits, Zhang Yuan murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The merit from beheading enemies and accumulating achievements brought him one step closer to becoming a Xuanjia guard. As for offending the Wenfu division's chief, escalating the conflict between Tu Hao, Liao Yunfan, and Su Zhenlin, these were matters he needn't concern himself with. All he needed to do was focus on his own path, improve his cultivation, and become the sharpest blade. The sharper the blade, the more valuable it would be. Yunyang changed into men's clothing, carefully cradling the guqin wrapped in cloth in her arms. Standing outside the side room, she softly said to Zhang Yuan, my dear, let's return the guqin to Sister Chu. Today, I was truly impolite. A faint blush appeared on her delicate face, clearly still embarrassed about what had happened earlier. Zhang Yuan's gaze lingered on Yunyang's radiant face, and he keenly sensed a subtle aura of martial energy emanating from Hera's unique fluctuation, formed by the intertwining of vitality and innate essence. This energy was so faint that if it hadn't originated from himself, he might not have noticed it at all. Could it be that being close to Yunyang actually aids her in cultivating martial arts? This thought sparked a sense of anticipation in Zhang Yuan. The two walked out of the small courtyard together, crossed several streets and alleys, and arrived at the small loft where Chu Yang was renting. Zhang Yuan waited downstairs, and before long, Yunyang came down with the guqin in her arms, followed by an elderly woman in her 50s, carrying a thick stack of books. Sister Chu has already left, Yunyang said with a hint of disappointment. She asked me to take care of her guqin and these books. The elderly woman smiled as she handed the books to Zhang Yuan. Good sir, Miss Chu used these books to cover a debt of 5 taels of silver, saying you would come to return them. Zhang Yuan immediately took out 5 taels of silver, along with a few copper coins, handed them to the woman, then took the books and began the journey home with Yunyang. After walking some distance, Yunyang spoke softly. My dear, Sister Chu left me a letter. She said that because you serve in the Zhenfu office, you are affected by the malevolent energy of blood and hostility, which is why she hesitated, then continued. She said it's a good thing that I can help you release it, but it's not a long-term solution. She suggested that I practice my guqin skills more, and that you read more books to use Confucian teachings to dissolve the hostility and negative energy. Yunyang turned to look at Zhang Yuan, her eyes filled with hope. Sister Chu said she would seek out a Confucian master to find a way to help you overcome the malevolent energy. Yunyang did not reveal the more dire warning in Chu Yang's letter, that if Zhang Yuan continued to be corroded by the malevolent energy, his life might be in grave danger. And if the energy grew stronger, it could also harm Yunyang's body, shortening her lifespan. These worries she kept buried in her heart for as long as she could help the one she loved. What did it matter if she suffered some harm? Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, but did not explain that he was not actually afflicted by the malevolent energy. These secrets were not easily clarified and were best left unsaid for now. As the two walked side by side, A school ahead had just let out, and small groups of young scholars streamed out one after another. A bearded Confucian scholar who had been escorting students noticed the pair, nodded in acknowledgement, and approached them. Chu Yang has already informed me. If the young master of the Zhang family has any questions regarding Confucian studies, feel free to come ask me. He looked Zhang Yuan up and down. Though you practice martial arts in the Shenfu office, your dedication to learning is truly commendable. Upon hearing his words, Yunyang's face lit up with joy, and she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Fan. Zhang Yuan also nodded in acknowledgement. Fan Mingqian was the local teacher at the academy and had been teaching there for 2 decades. During Zhang Yuan's early years of study, aside from attending the free Confucian school run by the town's administrative office, he had also studied at Fan Mingqian's academy. Like many other junior constables of the administrative office, he had spent 2 years there, learning basic literacy and simple writing skills, though he never delved deeper into his studies. After nodding in acknowledgement, Fan Mingqian turned and entered the academy. A few teenage boys at the entrance quickly greeted Zhang Yuan, addressing him as Brother Yuan and Yunyang as sister-in-law. Among them was Xiao Yang, the son of Madame Fan, and a few children from Dingjia Alley. They had been whispering among themselves when they saw Zhang Yuan arrive, their eyes filled with admiration. The children unfamiliar with Zhang Yuan were especially envious at the sight of the black-sheathed Yinling blade at his waist. In Dingjia Alley, most families had a long-standing tradition of serving in the military. Becoming a junior constable or a patrol guard was their destiny, something they had been preparing for their entire lives. Learning to read and write was often seen as a way to better fulfill their duties in the future. Brother Yuan, a thin boy standing nearby, spoke, his gaze lingering on the black blade at Zhang Yuan's waist with a complex expression. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan patted his shoulder and smiled. Your father has high hopes for you. Make sure to study diligently under Mr. Fan. Hearing this, Sun Li's expression dimmed, and he shook his head. My father doesn't think highly of me. He won't let me train in martial arts, saying I don't have what it takes to be a junior constable. As the only son of Sun Zhe, Sun Li was expected to inherit his father's position and eventually join the 4th squad of the administrative office's constables. With enough merit, he might even become a banner officer. However, Sun Zhe was adamant about steering him away from this path, insisting that he pursue academics and the Confucian way instead. To support Zhang Yuan's future prospects, Sun Zhe had even promised to relinquish his banner officer position and assist Zhang Yuan in becoming a member of the elite Xuanjia Guard. Unbeknownst to Sun Li, all of this had been arranged by his father. Do you want to become a junior constable? Zhang Yuan asked in a low voice. When Sun Li nodded, Zhang Yuan studied the boy carefully. Though Sun Li had some martial training, he hadn't yet reached the hidden origin level, a prerequisite for becoming a constable. Focus on your studies. If you pass the official exams, I can speak to your father on your behalf and help you join the administrative office. As for your martial training, I'll find a way to assist you, Zhang Yuan promised sincerely. Although Sun Zhe had offered him the banner officer position, Zhang Yuan had no intention of staying in the junior constables for long. His goal was to join the Xuanjia Guard. If Sun Li was determined to pursue a military career, Zhang Yuan was willing to help him achieve that dream. Sun Li's face lit up with joy. I'll work hard to pass the exams. Brother Yuan, can I become a junior constable too? Xiao Yang asked from a short distance away, his question echoed by the hopeful gazes of the other boys. Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. When Zhang Yuan returned to the small courtyard in Dingjia Alley, he found Lao Tao, the chef from Mingquan Pavilion, and Aunt Wu, the housemaid, standing at the gate. Aunt Wu had taken the day off to return home. Master Zhang, a merchant from Yunzhou, has been inquiring about Madam. Lao Tao approached and said in a lowered voice. A merchant from Yunzhou? Yunyang's expression shifted slightly, while Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his hand instinctively tightening on the hilt of the black-sheathed Yinling blade at his waist. A merchant from Yunzhou, dining at Mingquan Pavilion, specifically ordered Yunzhou cuisine. Afterwards, he sought out Old Tao and handed him a few copper coins. The merchant then inquired about the residence of Master Zhang and his wife. Lowering his voice unconsciously, Old Tao glanced at Zhang Yuan and said, I didn't reveal anything about you and your wife, but one of his companions seems to be from the government. He said he would definitely find you. Although the Zhenfu division held significant authority and feared no officials in the court, in the confined territory of Luoyang City, if someone from the government deliberately investigated, they could indeed find traces. Yunyang looked at Zhang Yuan with concern. Zhang Yuan, however, smiled casually and placed a handful of copper coins into Old Tao's hand. Perhaps it's just some relatives from Yunzhou visiting my little wife. Old Tao, don't worry about it. I work at the Zhenfu division. There's nothing I can't handle. Old Tao accepted the coins and nodded repeatedly. Though young, Master Zhang was a key figure in the Zhenfu division, wielding the power of life and death. After Old Tao left, Aunt Wu entered the courtyard to prepare dinner. Yunyang still looked uneasy, and Zhang Yuan pulled her close, comforting her. Under the Qin Empire, no one dares to touch people from the Zhenfu division, He then suggested, "It's been a while since I heard you play the qin. How about a tune?" Yunyang agreed. The music was graceful, the melody enchanting, but Zhang Yuan, sitting beside her, was far from well-behaved. Under the pretext of learning to play, his hands wandered, causing the qin's notes to grow increasingly erratic. After dinner, Zhang Yuan mentioned he was heading to Sun Ze's house to discuss matters regarding Sunli. In truth, he left Dingjia Alley and went straight to the southern market of the city. There, he met with Yu Yang and Gao Dishang from the patrol camp inside a shop. Since someone was investigating him, he naturally intended to dig deeper himself. He then hurried to the dock. As night began to fall, the Guelu River shimmered with rippling green waves under the starlight. A few small sampans and boats were scattered along the shore, but as this wasn't a commercial dock, the area was sparsely populated. Zhang Yuan stepped lightly onto a 5-hanglong boat made of grayish-blue wood. The 7 or 8 rough-looking men on board were startled by his arrival. One of them, impatiently, said, "Who are you? The boat doesn't sail at night. Come back tomorrow if you want to cross the river." The group gripped their oars warily, their eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan. "Yang San, Lu Zheng, from now on, you'll work for me," Zhang Yuan said calmly, his words causing visible shock among the men. The leader, Yang San, stared intently at Zhang Yuan. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Zhang Yuan didn't answer. Instead, he placed a 5-tael silver ingot on the boat's edge. "Find me information on a merchant from Yunzhou. Deliver the details to Lin's general store and hand them to the shopkeeper, Lin Dequan." With that, he turned to leave. Yang San quickly stepped forward, reaching out to grab Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Zhang Yuan paused, then abruptly turned back. Clang! The long blade was unsheathed, a silver streak slicing through the thick ore, its edge pressing against Yang San's head. The cold gleam of the blade made Yang San's eyes widen as his body trembled uncontrollably. The faces of those around turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. The Yinling blade. Yang San stammered under his breath. With a swift motion, Zhang Yuan sheathed his blade, his voice calm and indifferent. "I know you're here, I know who you are, and I know money can buy your loyalty. All you need to do is follow my orders, nothing more, nothing less." Before he finished speaking, he leapt effortlessly, landing steadily on the dock 2 zhang away, his figure soon swallowed by the night. The people on the boat immediately crowded around Yang San. One of them, his voice trembling, asked, "Third brother, who is he?" Yang San shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the direction where Zhang Yuan had vanished. "Didn't he say? He knows everything about us. In this world, the only one who knows everything about us is Tang Zhonggui." "Tang Zhonggui?" A burly man with a flushed face lowered his voice. "Third brother, Tang Zhonggui was killed today by the lackeys of the town patrol division." At these words, everyone clenched their fists, their teeth gnashing with anger. "Perhaps Tang Zhonggui isn't dead after all," Yang San said, rekindling hope in their eyes. "If he could find us and act according to Tang Zhonggui's rules, then from now on, we'll follow him." Yang San waved his hand. "Disperse for now. Take these 5 taels of silver and let's drink together tomorrow." At the mention of silver, a glimmer sparked in their eyes as they gradually dispersed. Only one man in a coarse short shirt remained behind. "Third brother, do you really think Tang Zhonggui is still alive?" the man asked, looking at Yang San. Yang San cast his gaze toward the Guelu River, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Lu Zheng, when Tang Weiliang took us in and helped us cultivate, it wasn't entirely out of kindness. Out of the 50 or so brothers we once had, only a few of us remain. This time, it doesn't matter for whom we risk our lives, what matters is that our brothers survive." The man in the short shirt nodded and leapt onto the neighboring boat. "I know a few merchants from Yunzhou. I'll go investigate." In the martial world of Xianqin, people like them, homeless and destitute, were not uncommon. The household registration system in Xianqin was exceedingly strict. Many descendants of disgraced families or disciples of disbanded sects would have their household registration revoked, becoming stateless individuals. These people were denied protection by Xianqin, unrecognized by the authorities, and barred from being employed by merchants. They either descended into the underworld or joined the military as convict soldiers. Though this was originally Xianqin's strategy to recruit convict soldiers, the high mortality rate among them deterred many stateless individuals who preferred to wander the martial world rather than enlist. Yang San and his group were such individuals. 10 years ago, Tang Weiliang had taken them in, using them as his pawns. Now, Zhang Yuan, having gleaned their existence from Tang Weiliang's memories, planned to use them to investigate the merchants of Yunzhou. After numerous ventures into the memories of martial artists and black market fighters, Zhang Yuan had grown more adept and pragmatic, no longer the rigid and inexperienced youth he once was. The next morning, after completing his martial training and having breakfast, Zhang Yuan headed to the town patrol division. At the entrance, he saw Sun Ze and the others waiting for him. Even the injured Zhang Yuanwu had come along. You've got nerves of steel, showing up only now, Li Changwei remarked, looking at Zhang Yuan in admiration. With such a major accomplishment, I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Squad A4 had made a significant contribution this time, and everyone Sun Zhe and Chen Liang included was grinning from ear to ear. Brother Chuanwu, your injury's better now? Zhang Yuan turned to Zhang Chuanwu. Zhang Chuanwu shook his head and replied in a low voice, still needs a few more days. But since Squad A4 is getting rewarded for our achievements, I figured I'd come along and claim a share. Staying home all day has been driving me insane. That was the benefit of being part of a team when one squad member earned merit. Even those without direct contributions could reap some of the rewards. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on Zhang Chuanwu's injured leg. In this condition, what kind of trouble are you hoping to stir up? Recalling yesterday's battle achievements, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of excitement in his chest. Beyond the supplies seized from the Baiyun cloth workshop, the enemies he personally killed could amount to 2 or 3 levels of military merits. Combined with his previous accumulated contributions, he was just one step away from earning the 3 merits required to join the elite Xuanjia Guard. As for the matter of Liao Yunfan exposing Chief Officer Su Jinlin, Zhang Yuan wasn't too worried. That was an internal power struggle within the One Fu department and had little to do with him as a Zowie guard. Besides, the old fox Liao Yunfan wouldn't risk making accusations without absolute certainty. Outside the Zowie guard office of the Shunfu department, the team members who had participated in yesterday's operation were already gathered. Each of them wore expressions of barely concealed joy. Captain Sun, it looks like your Jia 4th squad is in for a big reward this time, said the flag officer of Bing 1st squad, his face full of envy. The gazes of the others naturally turned toward Zhang Yuan. In this relatively small Jinfu department, Zhang Yuan, the rising star favored by his superiors, had long attracted attention. Not to mention, his single remark yesterday had prompted Coup Department's Inspector Liao Yunfan to accuse Chief Officer Su Jinlin, shaking the entire department. Once the records department opened its doors, the group filed in one after another. The clerks were already seated behind their long desks, distributing merit certificates. When Zhang Yuan received his reward voucher, he froze in surprise. It included 3 doses of body-strengthening elixirs, the choice of any weapon from the armory department, and 50 taels of silver. However, the most crucial merit for decapitating enemies was conspicuously absent. Looking around, the expressions of the others were similarly grim. Sun Zhe said in a low voice, "Let's talk outside." The 5 of them exited the records department and compared their vouchers. Aside from Zhang Yuan's relatively generous reward, the others had only received 20 taels of silver and a single dose of elixir. While this wasn't a small reward, it fell far short of what they believed they had earned through their efforts. I heard it's because the charges against the Baiyun cloth workshop haven't been fully confirmed yet, so the decapitation merits can't be finalized, Sun Zhe murmured, lowering his voice. There's a power struggle going on within the Jinfu department. Even with the workshop's ledgers and the records of their black market dealings, taking down Su Jinlin wouldn't be easy. Although Su Jinlin was involved, he had never directly shown his hand. Tang Weiliang had very little physical evidence to prove his guilt. Fortunately, while Liao Yunfan has been suspended, Su Jinlin is also under house arrest within the Jinfu department. Sun Zhe glanced at Zhang Yuan. This was a small consolation. Had Su Jinlin still been in his position, a chief officer would have countless ways to deal with a Zowie guard. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. What he needed most right now was military merit, and anyone who dared to take that from him would be his enemy. After such a fierce fight yesterday, what's the matter? Not satisfied with your rewards? A mocking voice came from nearby. Decapitation merits aren't so easily earned. The group turned to see none other than Liang Chao, the man Zhang Yuan had previously defeated. Kid, itching for a beating, are you? Zhang Chuanwu's eyes flared with anger, and his clenched fists emitted a menacing creak. Liang Chao's expression turned cold, prompting a few black-robed guards from Team Jia 2 to quickly pull him away. The surrounding guards instinctively dispersed, each calculating silently. Yesterday, Team Jia 4, led by Zhang Yuan, achieved a major victory, stirring both envy and resentment. Today, with the credit for the decapitation being suppressed, many felt a sense of schadenfreude. However, there weren't many like Liang Chao who dared to speak so recklessly. Don't worry, Sun Zhe said, patting Zhang Yuan's shoulder, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Their biggest mistake was suppressing the credit for the beheading. Just yesterday, even Su Qixiong from the Wuwei division was summoned by the Tudian division, along with prominent captains like Zhou Lin and Chao Zhengtang from the Black-Robe Guards. This act of suppressing credit has offended many powerful figures. Zhang Yuan pondered carefully. The operation against Baiyun Cloth Manor yesterday had been overkill. There was no need for such a large-scale mobilization, let alone involving a master like Su Qixiong. It was clearly a scheme by Tu Hao from the Tudian division, leveraging the Black-Robed Guards for their own agenda. Suppressing the credit for the beheading played right into their hands. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan's mood improved. After all, it wasn't just his credit being suppressed. Even Su Qixiong from the Wuwei division had been slighted. This matter would not be easily resolved. From Tang Weiliang's memories, Zhang Yuan had uncovered ample evidence of black market transactions and collusion with officials like Su Zhenlin. Proving Baiyun Cloth Manor's crimes would not be difficult. It only required careful planning. While the credit for the beheading was lost, the 3 precious herbs and 50 taels of silver he received from the Treasury Division were some consolation. As for the equipment from the Bingjiao Division, he had specially selected a steel wrist crossbow for Yuanyang's protection, with a range of 30 to 50 meters. The incident with the merchants from Yunzhou had made him particularly vigilant. Upon arriving at the prison gates, the jailer's attitudes were noticeably more cautious. "Greetings, Chief Jailer." Huang Gang, dressed in black jailer attire, greeted loudly, followed by the others. Ever since Zhang Yuan's confrontation with the black-robed guards at the prison gates the previous day, which escalated into a conflict among the higher-ups, for individuals in the prison had either died or been detained. Fear now gripped everyone, and Zhang Yuan was regarded as a fearsome tiger. "Chief Jailer, this is a token of our appreciation from the brothers." Huang Gang offered about 30 taels of silver. Zhang Yuan accepted it, then returned 5 taels, saying, "Use this to buy some wine for the brothers after your shift." With that, he walked straight inside to inspect the premises. Huang Gang, feeling proud, boasted to the others about the trust he had earned and extolled the benefits of aligning with Zhang Yuan. While others dared not offend Zhang Yuan, they hesitated to fully align with him, waiting to see which way the wind blew within the Shenfu division. This was Zhang Yuan's first in-depth inspection of the prison since becoming chief jailer. Passing through the heavy iron gates, a chilling aura greeted him. From the cells came either maniacal laughter and enraged shouts, sorrowful weeping, or complete silence. He paused in front of a particular cell, where a wooden plaque read, E13. Suji, heavy sentence, midstage Dongming. Suji, known as the wave-defying White Stripe, was an honored guest elder of the Qingzhou gang. One of his relics was valued at 300 taels of gold, a bounty offered by the gang. Tang Weiliang lost his life and fortune over it, falling into ruin because of Zhang Yuan's schemes. At this moment, Zhang Yuan stood outside the prison cell, gazing at the figure seated inside with his head lowered. Suddenly, the man raised his head, and a chilling aura swept toward Zhang Yuan. If not for his innate true energy protecting him, this killing intent alone might have left Zhang Yuan gravely ill. "Interesting boy," the figure in the cell remarked as he rose to his feet. He tidied his disheveled beard and hair, revealing a thin, pale face with eyes that gleamed sharply. If not for his large, rough hands and feet, it would be hard to believe that this somewhat gaunt middle-aged man was Su Ji, a master of the Tongming realm and a once dreaded presence in the martial world. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, then shook his head. "Senior, someone asked me to deliver a message." Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Where would you like to be buried?" Su Ji trembled at the question. He stepped forward a few paces, squinting as he scrutinized Zhang Yuan. "Tell Lin Baiyang that I've wandered the martial world all my life. Any place is fit for my burial." Lin Baiyang was the leader of the Qingzhou gang, a formidable Tongming realm expert who had dominated the Guilu River for decades, commanding tens of thousands of followers. Zhang Yuan clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and turned to leave. But before he could take more than a few steps, Su Ji's voice rang out behind him. "If there's truly a place to mention, send me to Swallow Valley." Zhang Yuan paused briefly, then continued walking. He stopped again outside another cell. Inside, a figure lay curled up. Lu Shengju, once the head guard of Baiyun Cloth Manor and a trusted confidant of Tang Weiliang. Captured during the fall of the manor, Lu Shengju was said to hold many secrets, according to Tang Weiliang's recollections. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan emerged from the passageway and arrived at the execution platform. On the blood-stained stage, knelt the prisoner scheduled for execution that day, Su Ji. "Executioner Zhang Yuan greets the supervisor," Zhang Yuan announced, his voice causing Su Ji to stiffen slightly. Behind the desk, Tu Hao glanced at Zhang Yuan, a faint smile playing on his lips as he nodded. Zhang Yuan quickly stepped forward and retrieved a broad-bladed execution knife from the wooden rack. This weapon, designed specifically to execute Tongming realm experts, was sharp enough to sever their steel-like bones. "Su Ji, by order of the chief commander, this executioner must confirm your identity," Tu Hao declared in a commanding tone, his Confucian righteous energy pressing down upon the figure on the stone platform. Su Ji lifted his head, his eyes darkening with a blood-red hue. "I am Su Ji, a native of Mingtai Prefecture in Zhengyang County. I trained in martial arts as a child, roamed recklessly in my middle years, and committed evils in the martial world. Me death is deserved." As he finished speaking, his gaze shifted toward Zhang Yuan. "Boy, make it quick with the blade." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a heavy and oppressive aura began pressing down on Zhang Yuan. For an ordinary Jiaoyi Wei, this malevolent energy would have been enough to make their knees buckle. But Zhang Yuan remained unfazed. The innate true essence within him quietly circulated, causing his blood and energy to subtly surge, effortlessly absorbing the oppressive aura. This innate true essence was his greatest strength. Suji, why did you ambush and kill Lord Feng Wendong? Tu Hao's voice came from behind the chief desk above. Kneeling on the ground, Suji's hands clenched tightly, causing the iron chains to emit a harsh, grating sound. The crime is already decided. Why waste words? You, a mere point officer of the Zenfusi, think you can overturn my case? Suji shouted loudly, his gaze fixed firmly on Tu Hao. He was entirely unaffected by Tu Hao's overwhelming force, exuding the aura of a master at the Dongming realm. If you dare not kill me today, I might just tell you about the grudge I had with Feng Wendong back then. Tu Hao shook his head and glanced up at the sky. With a gentle stroke of the ink brush in his hand, he declared, justice will be served. As Suji had said, the crime was already determined, and Tu Hao, as a Dianqing officer, had no ability to change the outcome. Zhang Yuan stepped forward, holding his long blade, silently reminding himself, the man before me caused the deaths of over 30 people aboard a ship. He is a killer who deserves death. The duty of the Zenfusi is to bring such ruthless murderers to justice. Several Jiaoyi Wei stood by the chief desk, gripping their sword hilts tightly, their eyes fixed on the execution platform. Executing a master at the Dongming realm was no simple task. Any mistake could result in being overwhelmed by the malevolent energy. If Zhang Yuan faltered, they were ready to intervene immediately. After all, earning the executioner's fee was no easy task. Execute! Zhang Yuan roared as his blade swung down through the air. Blood sprayed forth, hot and boiling. Zhang Yuan felt as if a volcano was about to erupt within him. Without sparing a glance at the headless corpse that remained kneeling, he quickly returned the blade to the wooden rack and stepped off the platform. Tu Hao's deep gaze followed Zhang Yuan's retreating figure. The Jiaoyi Wei guarding the execution exchanged glances before quietly following him. Zhang Yuan strode quickly through the corridor, collected the 10 taels of silver reward for executing a Dongming master from the treasury, and then headed straight for Dingjia Alley. His blood-stained Jiaoyi uniform caused pedestrians to instinctively step aside. When the Jiaoyi Wei tracking him arrived outside Zhang Yuan's small courtyard, the gate was already shut tight. They climbed onto the roof and hid in the shadows of the courtyard wall, silently waiting for any movement. Before long, faint singing and murmurs began to drift from the side room. At times it sounded mournful and sorrowful, at other times suppressed and intense. The group waited patiently for more than half an hour until all sounds faded into silence. Then, a soft cough came from the side room. Gentlemen, have you heard enough from the base of the wall? A few figures landed lightly in the courtyard. The leader cupped his hands and said, Brother Zhang, please don't take offense, this is just the custom. Since you're fine, we won't disturb your rest. With that, he leapt onto the high courtyard wall, and the others quickly followed, disappearing into the night. Once out of Dingjia Alley, the group exchanged wry smiles. Zhang Yuan's strength is far beyond what we imagined. Ah, the vigor of youth. I can't take it anymore. Tonight, I must go to Yungue Pavilion. Listening by the wall is just too much to bear. Who would have thought he had such skills? No wonder he dared to take on the role of enforcer repeatedly. Back in the small courtyard room in Dingjia Alley, Zhang Yuan gently tucked a blanket over the drenched and disheveled Yunyang before slowly rising to his feet. At this moment, the energy within his body was surging violently, visibly so. Slaying a mid-stage Dongming expert had brought him an immense surge of vitality several times, more than all his previous gains combined. In his mind, 103 blood essence beads floated and spun continuously. Subtracting the original 12, the 91 new beads from killing Suji showcased the astonishing vitality possessed by a Dongming cultivator. Even more remarkable were 23 azure beads infused with profound innate energy. Rapidly rotating these represented the postnatal true essence Suji had cultivated. Stepping into the courtyard, Zhang Yuan's body trembled uncontrollably. Even with Yunyang's efforts to soothe him, she could only temporarily ease the overwhelming surge of vitality. Fortunately, the true essence acted as a binding force, barely suppressing the chaos. A low growl escaped his throat as he began to practice his martial arts. From iron armor fist to mountain-suppressing fist, every punch he threw carried a resounding sonic boom. The 6th-tier earth-level mountain-suppressing technique guided the turbulent energy within him, channeling it into his dantian. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's entire body shuddered, and the world before him burst into vibrant colors. He had successfully broken through to the great accomplishment stage of the hidden origin realm. Clenching his fists, he felt as though he could shatter mountains and rivers. This was the pinnacle of bodily refinement. With his breakthrough, his bodhi's capacity for vitality greatly increased, and the discomfort instantly vanished. A faint blood-colored aura emerged around him, the manifestation of a martial artist's killing intent and condensed vitality, capable of both defense and offense. With his newfound power, Zhang Yuan finally allowed himself a moment to breathe, relaxing his control over his vitality. He began delving into the memories of Su Ji, the Dongming expert he had defeated. The vast expanse of the Guelu River stretched for 1,000 miles downstream, converging into the mighty Kanglin River that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Kanglin River, one of the three major rivers of Tingzhou, winds through most of the region, connecting the lands of 7 counties. Along the banks of this ever-flowing river, in a village called Su Family Manor, a boy with exceptional swimming skills was born Su Ji. Growing up by the river, Su Ji absorbed its rhythms and secrets. By the age of 13, his remarkable martial arts and swimming abilities earned him a place in a martial sect. After 10 years of rigorous training, he entered the martial world. However, rather than being drawn into its violent conflicts, he carved a unique path for himself. Leveraging his extraordinary swimming skills, he became a highly sought-after escort for merchant ships on the Kanglin River. In just 5 years, before even reaching the age of 30, Su Ji had amassed a fortune worth tens of thousands of taels of silver. He led a team of nearly 100 escorts, responsible for safeguarding merchant ships along the river's vast 3,000-mile stretch. Immersed in the river's essence, Su Ji's cultivation had reached the threshold of the Dongming realm. Even when battling Dongming-level experts on a swaying ship, he held his ground effortlessly. His reputation as the white streak of the waves spread far and wide across the martial world. The event that truly cemented his fame occurred when he was 30. Single-handedly, Su Ji defended 2 merchant ships carrying silver worth 100,000 taels against 2 Dongming-level bandits. This feat not only brought him immense renown, but also won him the favor of a merchant guild master, who offered his only daughter's hand in marriage. Su Ji seemed destined for a life of success and gradual retirement from the martial world. However, his fate took a drastic turn because of a man named Fang Wendong. At the time, Fang Wendong was a struggling Confucian official serving as a prosecutor in the Mingtao prefecture of Zhengyang County. When he first sought Su Ji's help under the guise of a shared hometown connection, he appeared unremarkable in Su Ji's eyes. Through frequent visits under the pretense of facilitating trade routes, Fang Wendong exploited Su Ji's merchant resources and connections in the martial world to secure his own political advancement. Within 3 years, he rose 5 ranks to become the chief secretary of the county government. Over the next decade, Fang Wendong earned the moniker the Cleanser of Kanglin River, ruthlessly hunting down and killing hundreds of martial artists. Their blood paved his way to secure a 6th-rank official title. Fang Wendong's ambition knew no bounds. To acquire a Confucian artifact that would aid him in competing for the position of county governor, he demanded 300,000 taels of silver from Su Ji. When Su Ji refused, Fang Wendong retaliated viciously. He banned Su Ji's martial sect, rendering over 100 members stateless, and cut off Su Ji's former allies' livelihoods on the river. Worse still, he commandeered merchant ships and confiscated goods under the pretense of inspections, causing Su Ji's merchant guild losses nearing 1,000,000 taels of silver. But none of this was the true reason Su Ji sought to kill Fang Wendong. What drove him to irreconcilable enmity was Fang Wendong's discovery of Su Ji's hidden secrets. Fang Wendong plotted to seize Su Ji's merchant guild and, in doing so, caused the tragic deaths of Su Ji's father-in-law and wife. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists and murmured softly, "Demon." A fleeting image of a great demon flashed through his mind. Zhang Yuan had indeed encountered a demon before he Yuan, a revered figure in the Zhenfu division, who was actually a mighty demon of the Tongming realm, a serpent spirit from Qiyuan. At this moment, through Su Ji's memories, Zhang Yuan saw another demona striking 5-foot-long crimson koi. Su Ji had named her Hongyu. Hongyu resided by the banks of the Kanglin River. Her acquaintance with Su Ji began with an accident. Su Ji, only 7 or 8 years old at the time, had fallen into the river and was saved by this kind-hearted fish demon. From that point on, Su Ji would frequently visit the river to play with Hongyu, and his swimming skills improved greatly as a result. Even later, when Su Ji achieved mastery in martial arts and roamed freely across the Kanglin River, he never forgot to return and visit Hongyu. Su Ji had never shared this secret with anyone, not his wife, daughter, or father-in-law. Only Fang Wendong discovered it by chance when Su Ji once purchased a rare elixir to enhance Hongyu's demon power. 5 years ago, as Hongyu prepared to undergo her tribulation to transform into a human, Fang Wendong led the Zhenfu division's experts to the banks of the Kanglin River. He took Su Ji's wife, daughter, and father-in-law hostage, forcing Su Ji to kill the demon. Su Ji, unwilling to harm Hongyu, hesitated, leading to tragedy. Hongyu failed her tribulation, and Su Ji's wife and father-in-law lost their lives. He only managed to save his young daughter. From that moment, Su Ji became a fugitive, pursued by the authorities, and his trading business fell into Fang Wendong's hands. 2 years later, Su Ji, now the grand elder of the Qingzhou gang, ambushed Fang Wendong on the Guelu River. Everyone aboard Fang Wendong's ship, 30 men in total, was killed, sending shockwaves through Zhengyang County. Zhang Yuan saw even more details in the memory. The priceless Confucian treasure Fong Wendong had purchased to curry favor with his superiors for a promotion now lay at the bottom of the Guelu River. Meanwhile, Su Ji had devised a shocking plan. He intended to use his own body as a furnace to refine a supreme elixir from his blood, flesh, and cultivation. He had calculated everything. Upon his death, Hong Yu would undoubtedly come to consume his essence, enabling her to transform into a human. This was Su Ji's final gift to Hong Yu, whom he regarded as his own kin. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's body trembled violently, and the azure beads in his mind shattered, releasing a torrent of true essence. This true essence, belonging to a mid-teeming realm expert, was far beyond what Zhang Yuan's meridians could endure. Despite his considerable innate true essence, he couldn't control such an overwhelming force. The true essence rampaged through his meridians, leaving cracks in its wake. Zhang Yuan halted his martial arts practice, standing in place with a pained expression. He faced a dire dilemma. Either he broke through to the Tongming realm quickly to establish a sea of true essence, or his meridians would collapse entirely under the relentless impact of the true essence. However, with his current cultivation level only at the pinnacle of the Yin Yuan stage, even with abundant qi and blood to support him, breaking through to the Tongming realm was no simple feat. A breakthrough required an epiphany in cultivation, not just the accumulation of qi and blood. Just then, a clear and melodious sound of a guqin reached his ears. Yuanyang, her face clouded with worry, was gently strumming the instrument, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan. The music flowed like a gentle stream, seemingly wrapping around Zhang Yuan's body, bringing a touch of coolness to his turbulent qi and blood and the raging true essence within him. Yuanyang used the method of calming melodies taught by Chu Yang to soothe Zhang Yuan's turbulent mind. As the sound of the zither entered his ears, Zhang Yuan's taut nerves slightly relaxed, but the immense energy and blood within his body, along with his true essence, remained difficult to suppress. Struggling, he turned his head toward Yuanyang and managed to force a faint smile. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Instantly, the beads of energy and blood suspended in his mind began to shatter one after another, followed by the fragmentation of the azure true essence beads. These two forces surged and intertwined within his body, propelling his cultivation of energy and blood to ascend rapidly. A dense, ominous aura emanated from his body, forming a cocoon of blood-colored mist. In the great completion stage of the hidden origin realm, the power of 100 blood beads coursed through his meridians like rivers, creating a thunderous roar. Suddenly, a force erupted from the deepest part of his being. It was the power of the great elixir of the human body. A gentle strength arose within his internal organs and newly opened acupoints. Simultaneously, the elixir power refined by Su Ji also began to stir within him. This was originally prepared to tame the violent demonic energy of the Dongming realm for Hong Yu's transformation into human form. Harnessing the power of the great elixir, Zhang Yuan pushed the Jinyue technique to its peak. His energy and blood transformed into innate true essence, which, in turn, activated the postnatal essence. The quality of the true essence far surpassed its quantity. At this moment, he finally understood. The key to the Dongming realm lay not in the accumulation of power, but in the transformation of its quality. The sound of the zither in his ears flowed like trickling spring water, harmonizing with the true essence coursing through his meridians. Through Su Ji's memories, Zhang Yuan learned that innate true essence was divided into 9 grades, each representing a higher level. His true essence had already reached the 2nd grade, and as his technique continued to operate, the essence grew increasingly dense. Finally, it emitted a soft, sword-like hum and took on a bright yellow hue, signifying his breakthrough to the 3rd grade. When he concluded his cultivation, the blood beads in his mind reformed, leaving 90 in total, while 18 true essence beads remained. Consuming 13 blood beads had allowed him to reach the great completion stage of the hidden origin realm, and 5 true essence beads had stabilized his innate true essence at the peak of the 3rd grade, just 1 step away from the 4th grade. It was worth noting that even Su Ji, with Hong Yu's assistance, had only refined his true essence to the 2nd grade before entering the Dongming realm. A 3rd grade true essence was an exceptionally rare achievement in the entire Luoyang prefecture. Feeling the transformation of the innate true essence within him, Zhang Yuan murmured softly, "This debt for the great elixir, I, Zhang Yuan, will remember." At this moment, his eyes gleamed with vitality, and he could finally be regarded as a true elite. If it weren't for the powerful medicine left by Su Ji, I would be dead today, Zhang Yuan murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He could feel the turmoil in his blood and true energy gradually subsiding, deeply reflecting on this narrow escape from death. As a martial arts practitioner, walking the line between life and death was the ultimate way to temper one's mind and enhance combat abilities. However, this experience also brought him to a harsh realization: relying on killing to improve his cultivation was not a wise path, especially when facing opponents far beyond his level. The backlash from such attempts was something his current body simply could not endure. Xiaolang, are you alright? Came Yunyang's worried voice from behind. Zhang Yuan turned and gently held Yunyang's blood-streaked fingers. In a soft tone, he said, if not for your qin playing, Yunyang, I would have suffered much more today. He stroked her silky hair tenderly, though his words were more to comfort her, as the actual impact of the qin's melody had been quite limited. Yunyang nodded faintly, her eyes still clouded with concern. As long as I can help you, Xiaolang, that's all that matters. Having completed his duties as a Xingshi, Zhang Yuan, relieved from his afternoon responsibilities, changed his clothes and left the house. Yunyang accompanied him to the doorway, watching his departing figure with growing unease. She recalled the moment when Zhang Yuan was assaulted by the malevolent energy. While her presence had once been sufficient to soothe him, the intensity of the malevolent force she witnessed today left her terrified. Chu Yang's warning echoed in her mind if things continued this way. Neither she nor Zhang Yuan would survive for much longer. Yunyang, is Yuenga off on another task? A neighbor's voice called from outside the courtyard gate. We wives who marry Zhao Wei officers, isn't this just our fate? They never care about the fear and worry we endure, not until they lose their lives out there. The words were filled with helplessness and bitterness, resonating with the silent suffering of every woman in Dingjia Alley. Yunyang clung to the gate, holding back her tears with all her strength. How she wished to help her Xiaolang, but what could she possibly do? Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had already reached the southern dock, preparing to meet Yang San and the others to gather information about the Yunzhou merchant. As expected, the moment he stepped onto the wooden boat, Yang San and Lu Zheng approached him. Sir, we've identified the man, Yang San reported. The Yunzhou merchant was named Sun Buotao, the third manager of the Dajin Trading Company. While Dajin Trading wasn't a major firm, it owned two 50-foot merchant ships, making biannual trips between Luoyang City and Yunzhou, primarily dealing in cotton and silk. The business brought in nearly 10,000 silver taels annually, a fortune for ordinary people, despite the risks of sailing the Kanglin River. It was a stable and profitable venture, earning Dajin Trading a solid reputation among the locals. Sun Buotao himself had strong connections with the officials of Luoyang Prefecture, was known for his lavish spending, and was a frequent patron of the Ningxue Pavilion. On the deck, leaning against the ship's railing, Lu Zheng's eyes flickered with a trace of hatred as he spoke in a deep voice. Through Suji's memories, Zhang Yuan had already uncovered the background of this group before him. They were originally small merchants along the Kanglin River. However, due to conflicts of interest with major trading companies and government officials, they were suppressed by Fang Wandong, who seized the opportunity to act against them. Not only were their merchant ships, purchased with their entire fortunes, confiscated, but they were also expelled from the Kanglin River and stripped of their trading rights. Zhang Yuan silently took out a 5-tael silver ingot and placed it on the ship's railing. Sir, you already gave us money yesterday. Yang San quickly spoke, his tone filled with surprise. This amount of silver was no small sum, far more generous than the payment Tang Weiliang had offered. I'll need your help in the future. Use the extra money to focus on your cultivation, Zhang Yuan said, his gaze sweeping across the people on the ship. When the time is right, I can help you return to the Kanglin River. Return to the Kanglin River. These words struck the group like a thunderclap. Lu Zheng, who had appeared lazy moments ago, immediately straightened up, his body tense. He asked urgently, Sir, do you mean it? Zhang Yuan simply nodded before turning to leave. Behind him, Lu Zheng's deep and resolute voice rang out. Rest assured, sir. Lu Zheng will serve you with all his might. The scene shifted to the backyard of Hong San's general store in the southern part of the city. Gao Deshang approached quickly, cupping his hands in salute as he reported the information they had uncovered. Sun Quanglin, the son of Sun Ren, the clerk of the prefecture judge Rao Qinghai, had visited the southern city garrison camp yesterday to gather intelligence. Gao Deshang provided a detailed account of Sun Ren's background. As a 7th-rank clerk, Sun Ren was one of the 3 subordinate officials under the prefecture judge, but his role in overseeing civil service examinations granted him significant authority. His only son, Sun Quanglin, just over 20 years old, was a notorious scoundrel who used his father's status to run rampant in the prefectural city. Master Zhang, if it's possible to avoid offending this man, it's best to do so, Gao Deshang advised, though his expression betrayed little concern. After all, the Zhenfu division was typically the one others feared. Zhang Yuan smiled, patting Gao Deshang on the shoulder as he handed him a total silver ingot. When Gao Deshang hesitated to accept, Zhang Yuan pressed the silver into his hand. Were brothers no need to stand on ceremony? Gao Deshang grinned widely and finally accepted the silver. He brought up their operation at the Baiyun cloth shop the previous day, praising Zhang Yuan's exceptional archery skills. Thanks to Zhang Yuan's early warning and timely assistance, both he and Yu Liang not only survived but also gained significant credit. In this world that revered martial prowess, strength commanded respect. Don't worry. They'll lend you more support in the near future, Zhang Yuan said calmly. He understood well that he needed to build more connections and power. After all, how many in the entire Luoyang prefecture could achieve the pinnacle of hidden Yuan before the age of 20? And how many could wield the third-grade innate true essence? Zhang Yuan held a trove of black market secrets about Xiao Mingjing and Tang Weiliang. Even a small leak of this information could help Yu Liang and Gao Desheng achieve great merit within the patrol guard battalion. However, Zhang Yuan was still weighing his options, considering how much to reveal and the scale of the storm he wanted to stir. Hearing this, Gao Desheng's face broke into a delighted smile. As a patrol guard, he was well aware that this young Zhang Yi had recently gained significant favor within the town patrolling division. Just yesterday, even the two captains of the patrol guard battalion had praised this remarkable marksman among the Zhaoyi guards, predicting a bright future for him. With Zhang Yuan promising to help, Gao Desheng and Yu Liang's prospects suddenly seemed much brighter. Gao Desheng began calculating in his mind forming an alliance with Zhang Yuan could mean promotions and wealth were just around the corner. After Gao Desheng left in high spirits, Zhang Yuan quietly exited the general store as well, heading toward the western part of the city. Over there, a bounty posted by the Qingzhou gang was still waiting for him to claim. On the second floor of the Yuchuan trading house in the western district of Luoyang City, the manager Xia Mingyuan, dressed in a silk robe, personally served Zhang Yuan a cup of tea. Chief Warden Zhang, your impressive feat yesterday taking on foes single-handedly has made waves. Now, everyone in the martial world knows your name, Xia Mingyuan said with a smile. Both the government and the martial world exist under Xian Qin's rule. With such a reputation, your future endeavors will surely be much smoother. There was truth in his words. Ordinary Zhaoyi guards, unknown individuals, truly could not compare to those with a reputation in the martial world. For example, someone like Qian Bin, known as the Blood Tiger of Luoyang, in the martial world of Luoyang Prefecture, spanning 500 miles, who dared not show him respect. As martial artists, we should have shown leniency yesterday, but duty comes first. I ask Manager Xia to explain this to our peers in the martial world, Zhang Yuan said in a clear voice, lifting his teacup. Xia Mingyuan burst out laughing. Rest assured, brother Zhang. Spreading your good name is a responsibility I won't shirk. Reputation carried immense weight in the martial world, built not only through battles but also through word of mouth. Since Zhang Yuan had extended respect to him in the Yuchuan trading house, Xia Mingyuan naturally felt obliged to help Zhang Yuan gain fame and fortune. Xia Mingyuan then took out a small wooden box and pushed it toward Zhang Yuan. Inside lay an herb worth 100 taels of silver, along with 2 gold ingots weighing 5 taels, each a sum equivalent to nearly 2 years of Zhang Yuan's salary. Brother Zhang, let's speak plainly, Xia Mingyuan said in a lowered voice. As long as the Yuchuan trading house stands, you'll receive this share annually. Any additional tasks you handle for us will be compensated separately. Since the Baiyun cloth shop had been eradicated, the Yuchuan trading house had become the largest black market trading hub in the western district. As the black market's overseer, Xia Mingyuan now wielded considerable financial power and influence. Offering a share of profits to someone who was both a chief warden and Zhaoyi guard, with a growing reputation in the martial world, was a decision he could make without hesitation. Zhang Yuan accepted the wooden box without ceremony. It was his rightful reward. Is the Qingzhou gang's bounty still active? Zhang Yuan asked after putting the box away. The Qingzhou gang's bounty. Xia Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. It's still active, of course. Not only that, but as of this morning, the reward has increased by an additional 20 taels of gold. 300 taels of gold, plus 20 more, totaling 320 taels equivalent to 3,200 taels of silver seemed like an extravagant bounty for mere information. However, there was much more beneath the surface. Through probing Suji's memories, Zhang Yuan discovered that the Qingzhou gang's true objective was to locate Feng Wandong's sunken ship. This former court official, who had dominated the trade routes for nearly 2 decades and swept away the wealth of a major trading house, possessed unimaginable riches. Not to mention the legendary Confucian treasure valued at 300,000 taels of silver. Although the Qingzhou gang did not directly participate in the ambush of Feng Wandong, Suji, who held the title of honorary elder in the gang, had leveraged their power before the operation. The gang leader, Lin Baiyang, shared a close bond with Suji. Otherwise, he would never have risked harboring a fugitive wanted by the authorities as an elder. He wants to be buried in Swallow Valley, Zhang Yuan stated directly. Brother Zhang, please wait a moment. Xia Mingyuan replied softly, rising to his feet. He quickly descended the stairs. Zhang Yuan remained calm. While sipping tea, he focused on refining his vital energy into pure essence. He carefully sifted through the images in Suji's memories. The experiences and insights of this mid-stage Dongming realm martial artist, whether from his journeys in the martial world or his comprehension of martial arts, were invaluable treasures to Zhang Yuan. Half an hour later, Xia Mingyuan returned, beaming, and produced 3 palm-sized gold foils from his sleeve. They were intricately patterned and bore the inscription, De Qin Treasury Gold, along with the words, redeemable for 100 taels. In the immortal Qin realm, All gold and silver transactions were controlled by the imperial treasury. These gold notes were valid currency across the 9 provinces and were said to be imbued with mystical techniques. Anyone daring to destroy or counterfeit them would face relentless pursuit by Qin's immortal experts. By rights, it should be an 80-20 split. We'd take 20%. But out of respect for you, Brother Zhang, all 300 taels of gold are yours. We'll just keep 20 taels as a handling fee, Zhang Yuan said, unable to hide his delight. The value of this deal lay not in the money itself but in showcasing his and the Yuan trading firm's capabilities. While Baiyun cloth shop was wiped out, he had quietly completed the task. This was true skill. Zhang Yuan carefully stored the gold foils, then, after a moment of thought, said, "Old brother Xia, keep an eye out for me. If you come across any skilled female martial artists willing to work as guards, preferably with clean backgrounds, let me know." If it weren't for Yunzhou merchant Sun Buotao secretly investigating Yunyang, he wouldn't have considered hiring protection. But with Yunyang lacking any martial skills, even in the military-affiliated Dingjia Alley, it was better to be prepared. "Don't worry, that's the easiest thing to arrange," Xiaoming Yuan replied with a smile. Most martial artists, aside from those living on the edge, made their living as guards or escorts. After leaving the back door of Yuan trading firm, Zhang Yuan returned to the small courtyard in Dingjia Alley. Aunt Wu informed him that Yunyang was at their neighbor Granny Han's house and handed him an invitation. "Master Zhang, someone delivered this invitation this afternoon, inviting you and your wife to dinner tomorrow evening." Zhang Yuan took the invitation and squinted slightly. It was from Sun Buotao, the third manager of Yunzhis Dajin trading firm, inviting them to dine under the guise of being fellow townsfolk. He hadn't gone looking for Sun Buotao, yet the man had delivered himself to his doorstep. A sharp glint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He might be a small figure, but the blade in his hand was razor-sharp. Clutching the invitation in his hand, Zhang Yuan's gaze turned cold and sharp. Sun Buotao had discovered he was from Yunzhou and knew he worked for the Black Robe Guard, yet still sent him an invitation. What was the motive behind this? An ordinary merchant would never easily find Dingjia Alley. Clearly, this was accomplished through the connections of Sun Quanlin, the son of the Sun family, who held an official position. Zhang Yuan had intended to avoid this spoiled young master, but it seemed the other party had already taken the initiative to approach him. Regardless of their intentions, investigating Zhang Yuan's background was a direct provocation against the Black Robe Guard, a challenge to the Shunfu division. "An official investigator," Zhang Yuan murmured, his eyes growing deeper and more contemplative. In the realm of Xianqin, the Xinfu division was always the one conducting investigations, never the other way around. He glanced up at the sky, then tucked the invitation into his robe and turned to enter his chamber. Moments later, he left in haste. As the sun set, the atmosphere inside the solemn and imposing main hall of the Dianqing division was heavy. Rows of gray-white case files lined the bookshelves, each representing a case and tied to countless criminals imprisoned in the division cells. Sitting behind the long desk, Dianqing Officer 2, Hao looked at Zhang Yuan standing before him with a hint of surprise. "You're here because you're worried about being implicated in Su Jinlin's case? I can assure you, even if we can't bring him down, I won't let you be affected." In Tu Hao's view, if he hadn't appointed Zhang Yuan as the head warden and involved him in the investigation of the prison, Zhang Yuan wouldn't have offended a powerful figure like Su Jinlin, the chief officer of the Wenfu division. It was reasonable for a Black Robe Guard to have concerns about this. "You're overthinking, officer," Zhang Yuan replied calmly. "Although I am with the Black Robe Guard, as long as I diligently cultivate my martial arts and accumulate merits, someone in the Wuzhen division will naturally vouch for me." Tu Hao's eyes flashed with approval. This young Black Robe Guard had a clear understanding strength and potential were the greatest assets for a martial artist. This was precisely why Tu Hao valued Zhang Yuan. "I've come to discuss the matter of earning merits for battle achievements," Zhang Yuan said in a low voice. "If we can confirm the crimes of Baiyun Cloth House, would that qualify us for merit recognition?" Tu Hao was about to respond when a Black Robe Guard suddenly rushed into the hall. "Sir, something has happened." A short while later, in a first-level prison cell of the division, Zhang Yuan stood behind Tu Hao and an elder in a black robe. On the ground lay the lifeless body of Lu Shengju, the guard of Tang Weiliang, the manager of Baiyun Cloth House. The coroner squatting on the floor looked up at Tu Hao. "Officer, this man died from a relapse of his injuries, causing his vital energy to flow in reverse." Another clerk also nodded, respectfully handing over the organized files. Tu Hao took them without a change in expression, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. "Tu Dianci, let me investigate this matter." The black-robed elder, Zhou Huining, standing beside Tu Hao, spoke in a deep voice. As the enforcer responsible for overseeing the first level of the prison, he was on duty today. It wasn't uncommon for prisoners to die in their cells, but for a critical suspect in an important case to die suddenly like this was highly unusual. Lu Shengju, who was implicated in the Baiyun cloth shop case, certainly had many valuable clues hidden on him. His untimely death was undoubtedly suspicious. Zhou Gongfeng, the man is already dead. Whether we investigate or not, some things are now meaningless. Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke from behind. Zhou Huining turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto Zhang Yuan with an oppressive aura. It was the pressure of a latest-stage expert in the Dongming realm. Ordinary guards would have been trembling in fear, but Zhang Yuan remained unmoved, seemingly unaffected. Surprise flickered in Zhou Huining's eyes as he glanced at Tu Han. No wonder he brought this young man along. He clearly had some skill. Zhou Gongfeng, investigating this will only reveal that it's one of our own involved. This matter isn't directed at you, so why get entangled in it? Zhang Yuan slightly bowed his head, his tone sincere. Zhou Huining was momentarily at a loss for words. Tu Hao patted him on the shoulder. Old Zhou, Zhang Yuan is right. This is aimed at me. With that, he took the files and left the cell. Zhang Yuan bowed to Zhou Huining and quickly followed. Zhang Yuan. Zhou Huining raised an eyebrow. Isn't he the one who handled the Jin City Lu and Zhao Pingshuan case? He looked down at the corpse on the ground, his gaze growing colder. Someone dared to kill in the prison under my watch. This matter is now tied to me. Outside the cell, Tu Hao suddenly stopped. Earlier, you mentioned being able to pin the Baiyun cloth shop's crimes. Were you planning to start with Lu Shengju? He turned to Zhang Yuan. What you can think of, others can too. And they'll act more ruthlessly. Zhang Yuan, I have high expectations of you. Remember, you are from the Jiahui Guard. You don't have to follow all the rules. Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Understood. My Yanling blade is my rule. He then asked, Sir, Lu Shengju spent a night in the cell. If you were planning to interrogate him, you must already have key information, right? Tu Hao's expression showed approval. That's right. I want to deal with those who are desperate and reckless first. He squinted at the dim torchlight. The infiltrators within the Zhenfu division are extremely cautious and won't easily expose themselves. As he spoke, he took out a pale gold token and handed it to Zhang Yuan. I'm entrusting you with the DNC commander's token. The task of finding evidence against the Baiyun cloth shop is now yours. Rest assured, they'll handle matters within the Zhenfu division, Tu Hao said with a faint smile before striding away. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, carefully pocketed the token, and walked out of the prison. As he reached the gates of the Zhenfu division, he overheard whispers. Someone from the prefectural office has arrived. They're saying the DNC acted without authorization, disturbing the people of Luyang Prefecture. They're demanding an explanation from the Wenfu division. Looks like Tu DNC might be in trouble this time. Zhang Yuan stood at the doorway, attentively listening to the news being relayed. This time, the report to the Zhenfu department did not come from the government office but from the academic registrar of the Luyang Prefecture Academy. As a Confucian institution independent of but subordinate to the prefectural government, the academy oversaw all official examinations in Luyang Prefecture. Although the academy's officials, including the 6th-rank sacrificial officer, 2 subordinate 6th-rank academic registrars, and several 7th-rank Confucian scholars, held nominal positions, these Confucian practitioners, empowered by the celestial fortune of the Qin Empire, were not to be underestimated. Even the Confucian practitioners within the Zhenfu office found it difficult to gain the upper hand against them. In reality, the academy served as a force for the imperial court to counterbalance the Zhenfu department. Tanliang, the academic registrar of the academy, Zhang Yuan softly recited the name he had seen in Tang Weiliang's memories, while gazing at the bustling street stretching beyond the Zhenfu department. On the surface, Tanliang appeared to be an upright and principled official, but secretly, he was involved in the black market dealings of the Baiyun Cloth House and was even one of its organizers. Together with the prefectural judge Rao Qinghai, 2 high-ranking anonymous officials of the Zhenfu department, and 2 other individuals known only by their code names, he was part of the group infamously referred to as the 6 adjudicators of the West City Black Market. Luyang City, with its population of several 100,000 residents, had black markets in both the northern and southern districts, jointly controlled by government officials and local factions. From Tang Weiliang's memories, Zhang Yuan clearly understood that both Rao Qinghai and Tanliang were merely puppets put forward by the prefectural government. The true masterminds behind the scenes were only concerned with securing their benefits cleanly. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the entrance of the Zhenfu department. A group of people dressed in green robes emerged, among them Shen Wei, a clerk from the Xinwei division, whom Zhang Yuan recognized. Shen Wei was tugging along a 50-something man dressed in a Confucian robe. Rest assured, Registrar Tan. Within 3 days, our Zhenfu department will provide you with a satisfactory response, Shen Wei said, attempting to placate the elder, while others chimed in to assist. Humph. Tan Liang flicked his sleeves and pushed Shen Wei aside. Looting a trading house in broad daylight? The textiles of our Luyang prefecture are renowned for miles around, and the cloth of Baiyun Cloth House is even sold to the provincial capital. If Tu Hao cannot produce evidence of Baiyun Cloth House's misconduct, I will ensure your Zhenfu department is held accountable, even if I have to escalate this to the provincial authorities. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. The elder strode down the stone steps and, as he passed by Zhang Yuan, his gaze fell on the Yinling badge at Zhang Yuan's waist. He shot him a fierce glare and spat. You lot, dressed like dogs, are adept at killing and arson but utterly useless when it comes to real work. In the eyes of Confucian officials, the black-clad guards were nothing more than lackeys. Zhang Yuan watched the elder's retreating figure with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Tan Liang was precisely the person he had been looking for. With the token of authority provided by Tu Hao, this matter could be resolved. The breakthrough lay with Tan Liang. Back at Dingjia Alley, Yuanyang had already returned from Madame Han's house, and Aunt Wu had prepared dinner. Didn't I mention to you last time that Madame Han's second son was taking her to the countryside? Yuanyang said softly at the dinner table. Now, Madame Han is planning to sell the small courtyard next door. The courtyard of Madame Han's family, as the ancestral home of the Han family, was quite spacious. With 8 side rooms, its layout was significantly larger than that of the Zhang family's courtyard. Zhang Yuan mentally calculated that acquiring this property would likely cost no less than 500 taels of silver. Only 300 taels, Yuanyang said softly, glancing at Zhang Yuan. She lowered her voice and explained, the residents of Dingjia Alley are mostly military families. Outsiders are reluctant to buy here, and other families don't lack houses. She went on to elaborate that Madame Han's second son was struggling with the management of their rural estate and was forced to sell off assets. The claim of taking Madame Han to the countryside was merely a pretext. According to Madame Han, the cloth trade in Luoyang Prefecture had been sluggish this year. Her second son's 10,000 jin of cotton remained unsold, piling up in the warehouse, with an estimated loss of 700 to 800 taels of silver. I may not understand the market well, but cloth from Luoyang Prefecture has always sold well. Why is it so hard to sell this year? Yuanyang asked, puzzled. Zhang Yuan, however, knew the truth. Baiyun Cloth House had colluded with several major trading firms to suppress prices, and the official purchase of cotton had not yet begun this year. This scheme was orchestrated by Rao Qinghai, a judge at the prefectural yamen, with Tan Liang, a scholar official, acting as the intermediary, and Tang Weiliang of Baiyun Cloth House executing the plan. As a high-ranking official, Rao Qinghai avoided direct involvement, leaving all external dealings to Tan Liang. This included the contract signed between the major firms and Baiyun Cloth House, all guaranteed and endorsed by Tan Liang. Now that Baiyun Cloth House was under investigation, the future of the cloth trade was uncertain, and the joint acquisition plan was on the verge of collapse. The most critical issue was that if the contract-bearing seals and fingerprints fell into the hands of the Prefectural Surveillance Office, Scholar Tan would likely face a death sentence. This was probably why he had rushed to the office today in such haste. If Madame Han's family wants to sell the courtyard, why not buy it yourself? Zhang Yuan set down his chopsticks and looked at Yuanyang. 300 taels is not expensive. That courtyard is much bigger than the one we live in. It's worth the price. Yuanyang considered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. After settling this matter, Zhang Yuan brought up the invitation sent by a merchant from Yunzhou. Seeing Yuanyang's nervous expression, he knew she wanted to leave behind her past at Ningguifang and live a simple life as the wife of a humble Zhaoyui officer. Since it's a merchant from Yunzhou, your hometown, it might be good to attend the banquet, Zhang Yuan said gently. Perhaps you could even ask them to help trace your family. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Yuanyang's eyes, and she nodded softly. After dinner, Zhang Yuan did not go to his study as usual. Instead, he headed to the academy nearby to find Mr. Fan. Fan Mingchen was reading in his study and was quite surprised to see Zhang Yuan visit. Zhang Yuan, do you have questions about Confucian teachings? Fan Mingchen asked, holding a lantern and peering at his visitor in the night. Zhang Yuan shook his head and stepped closer, whispering a few words into Fan Mingchen's ear. Fan's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening. This, how can we, as scholars, engage in such matters? Mr. Fan, Zhang Yuan said, patting his shoulder. When you sought the position of Prefectural Academy lecturer from Tan Liang and were denied, did you not feel resentment? If we can bring him down this time, that position will likely be within your grasp. The Prefectural Academy lecturer. Fan Mingchen's body trembled. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. Let me change my attire. A short while later, he emerged dressed in a black scholar's robe, holding a lantern. Let's go. In front of the Luoyang Prefecture Academy, the stone steps glowed softly under the golden hues of the setting sun. Zhang Yuan watched as Fan Mingchen was respectfully greeted by the guards and walked through the grand gates. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's lips before he turned and walked away. As a member of the Zhaoyi Guard, Zhang Yuan could never step foot into this revered haven of scholars. Yet for someone like Fan Mingchen, a teacher, it was an effortless endeavor. Memories of Tang Weiliang surfaced in Zhang Yuan's mind. Fan Mingchen had once sought the position of Confucian scholar doctor from Tan Liang, only to be mercilessly humiliated in front of numerous merchants, accused of having shallow knowledge and a corrupt heart. This blow had nearly shattered Fan Mingchen's foundation in the Confucian path. The cultivation of the Confucian way mirrors the progression of martial arts, beginning with the Yin Yuan stage to build a foundation of righteousness, eventually reaching the peak of the Tongming stage. Fanmingchen had already achieved the late Yin Yuan stage, theoretically qualified to hold the position of Academy Scholar Doctor. However, Confucian cultivators who lacked authority, national destiny, or the support of Confucian treasures were ultimately powerless in the face of adversity. This truth underscored the common belief that the Confucian way is indeed the foundation of the nation, its fate inextricably tied to the country's fortune. Zhang Yuan swiftly melted into the shadows of the alleyways, moving as silently as a cat. His mission tonight was straightforward: locate Tanliang's secret courtyard based on Tang Weiliang's memories and confront him. The rest would be handled by the Academy's people, who were keen to protect its reputation at all costs. After running 7 or 8 miles, the shimmering waves of the Guelu River outside the city reflected the starlight and moonlight above. A refined courtyard came into view. Zhang Yuan effortlessly leapt onto the high courtyard wall. Within, bamboo groves swayed gently, stone paths meandered, and several pavilions were scattered throughout. This luxurious courtyard, costing 1,000 taels of silver, had been specially prepared by Tang Weiliang for Tanliang. He had even spent a fortune to gift him a beautiful maidservant from a flower boat. Who would have thought that this seemingly upright and scholarly academy registrar lived such an extravagant and indulgent life in private? Holding his breath, Zhang Yuan landed lightly on a bamboo branch. He concealed his energy and spread his true essence throughout his body, blending seamlessly with the bamboo, like a single leaf among the foliage. Through the swaying shadows, he observed the scene in the side chamber. Tanliang, a man in his 50s, sat alone at a desk laden with exquisite fruit platters and dishes. A woman in a pink dress gracefully rolled up her sleeves, poured wine into a cup, and brought it to Tanliang's lips. "You really can hold your drink, my lord," the woman said in a soft, melodious voice. Tanliang laughed heartily, his wine-dampened beard brushing against the back of her hand as he pulled her slender waist close. The woman giggled, leaning into him, accidentally knocking over a few fruit platters, sending grapes rolling across the floor. "Ah, now this is delightful," came the playful laughter from within the chamber. Moments later, the woman's gentle voice could be heard, murmuring, "My lord, why don't you stay the night? You've already teased me into such a state." "Haha, I love seeing you like this, Xiaoyu," Tanliang replied, his voice heavy with age and breath. "But I cannot stay the night here, my dear. The days ahead are long. Tang Weiliang is dead, and no one knows of it." A deep male voice resonated from the side chamber. "Take good care of those account books. Once the commotion around Baiyun Cloth Shop dies down, they'll take you as my second wife. My old wife at home wouldn't dare protest." Zhang Yuan, perched silently on a bamboo stalk, shook his head slightly. With a swift movement, he landed quietly in the courtyard. The laughter from the side chamber abruptly ceased. Moments later, an elderly man, his clothing disheveled, stepped out and pushed the door open. "It's you." The old man immediately recognized Zhang Yuan. It was the same man he had encountered earlier that evening outside the Zenfusi office. Narrowing his eyes in anger, he sneered. "Is this what you people at Zenfusi are good at? Sneaking around and meddling in private affairs?" Zhang Yuan responded with a faint smile. "Tan Shualu, your little secret of hiding a mistress here doesn't seem all that honorable either." His gaze briefly shifted to the woman peeking out from the side chamber. This was Tan Liang Shuelu, a man renowned in Luoyang Prefecture for his fairness and integrity, and known for his affectionate devotion to his wife. Yet here he was, secretly keeping a mistress. I've been married for years without an heir. Is it so wrong to seek a second wife?" Tan Liang raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with a faint grayish-blue light. "What scholar doesn't have a bit of indulgence in romance? But you, a mere Zenfusi officer, dare trespass into a private home. Today, I'll capture you and see how Han Changzai disciplines his lackey." Before his words had fully faded, the grayish-blue light erupted, transforming into phantom-like ropes that shot toward Zhang Yuan. These bindings, formed from the power of righteous energy, were impervious to blades and fire. Simultaneously, a spectral image of a long azure serpent lunged toward Zhang Yuan's soul, aiming to shatter his mental fortitude. This was the true killing move of the Confucian path, imprisoning the body and breaking the spirit. Zhang Yuan stood unmoved, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade, knees slightly bent. As the azure chains approached within half a meter, he let out a thunderous shout and drew his sword. The blade's gleam merged seamlessly with the sound of his roar, his vital energy and true essence surging into the weapon. This strike encapsulated the essence of martial arts, wielding the profound intent of the blade. The ropes formed by righteous energy shattered upon contact with the blade, and the spectral serpent disintegrated under the force of the sword's intent. Such mastery of martial arts, driven by true essence, could dismantle even the most formidable magical techniques. Zhang Yuan had already reached the pinnacle of the Yin Yuan stage, and with the inherited cultivation insights of Su Ji, a master in the Tongming realm, The power of this strike rivaled that of a newly ascended Tongming cultivator. Tan Liang's expression shifted as he witnessed his prized technique destroyed in a single stroke. Impressive, impressive, he muttered, though his tone grew colder. For a mere officer to possess such skills in Fusi truly is the pillar of Xianqin. With a flick of his wrist, a 3-inch jade seal appeared in his palm, its surface etched with golden patterns pulsating with righteous energy. Zhang Yuan's gaze sharpened. This was no modest, upright official. Tan Liang was holding a Confucian treasure worth tens of thousands of silver taels. Tan Liang's face grew even darker at these words. Completely ignoring Zhang Yuan's presence, he focused solely on the small seal in his hand. Holding the seal in his palm, he channeled an unending stream of pure energy into it. Gradually, golden light converged on the seal, forming a dazzling golden spear that hovered midair, radiating a cold, menacing glow. The chilling, killing intent emanating from the spear sent an involuntary shiver down Zhang Yuan's spine. The mystical power of Confucian techniques was truly extraordinary. Even with the memories of countless experts in his mind, his understanding of such abilities was minimal. He only vaguely recalled Jin Chenglu mentioning a way to counter it during a conversation with Zhao Pingchuan. One must gather their qi and blood, activate their true essence, and maintain absolute focus and composure. Jin Chenglu had remarked that Confucianism emphasized the principle of words shaping reality, and the intent left behind in Confucian treasures could manifest as truth if believed, or dissipate as falsehood if doubted. Of course, only someone as powerful as Jin Chenglu would dare to evaluate Confucianism in such a manner. Zhang Yuan watched Tan Liang manipulating the golden light and suddenly shouted, "Tan Shuelu, this courtyard, the Confucian treasure in your hand, and that delicate lady, all of it belongs to Tang Weiliang of the Baiyun Cloth Workshop, doesn't it? If the world finds out about this, your reputation will be utterly ruined." His words struck directly at the core. Confucian cultivation was rooted in the faith and support of the people. Without the trust and belief of the populace, Tan Shuelu would lose his foundation, becoming no more than a cripple. Tan Liang's eyes flashed with icy fury. He let out a cold snort and said, "You know too much." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he thrust the small seal forward. The golden spear roared as it shot toward Zhang Yuan's chest. In an instant, the small courtyard, no more than 3 zhang wide, was filled with the sound of thunder and gale-force winds. The dim space seemed to explode as the golden spear's light shredded the bluestone and bamboo around them. This was no ordinary attack that a hidden origin realm martial artist could withstand. Tan Liang, the prefecture scholar, had unleashed the might of the Confucian treasure, displaying power akin to the enlightened realm. Before the spear could reach him, Zhang Yuan let out a low growl and swung his long blade to meet it. True essence surged along the blade's edge, resembling a coiling dragon. This strike, Mountain Queller, was a devastating move from a 6th-grade Earth-class martial technique, sacrificing all defense in pursuit of a single, overwhelming blow. Clang! The golden spear and long blade collided, producing a deafening metallic crash that echoed through the area. The dazzling light obliterated every bamboo stalk within 3 zhang. Zhang Yuan was forced to retreat several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tan Liang fared no better, fell heavily to the ground, and the jade-colored seal flew from his grasp. Zhang Yuan finally came to a stop after crashing into a bluestone slab half a zhang away. Gripping his blood-stained blade tightly, he let out a wild laugh. "Tan Shuelu, you dare not wield the power of heaven and earth. With just a single Confucian treasure, you can't kill me." If Tan Liang had dared to augment the small seal with the power of heaven and earth, this strike would have either killed Zhang Yuan outright or left him completely incapacitated. But Tan Liang hadn't dared. Such an act would have alerted the city's powerful figures, and he would have had to answer to the authorities afterward. Tan Liang coughed weakly, struggling to sit upright as a woman emerged from the inner chambers to help him. Zhang Yuan, however, wasted no time. Striding forward, he seized the small seal from the ground and pointed his long blade directly at Tan Liang. Tan Liang, who was being pointed at by a long blade, remained calm and composed, his gaze steady as he looked at Zhang Yuan. Despite his wrinkled clothes and disheveled beard and hair, he still carried himself with the dignity befitting a scholar of the Fu Academy, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Young man, you should know that as an academic official of this rank, I am a prominent figure in Luoyang Prefecture. The fact that your Zhenfu department sent someone as inconspicuous as you clearly means they don't wish to escalate matters with me. Today, they're merely using you to deliver a message, letting me know that in 3 days, they won't make things too difficult for Tu Hao." Had his earlier strike landed, Tan Liang would not have hesitated to follow through. However, since it failed, the Confucian cultivator immediately adjusted his demeanor, as if the murderous intent he displayed moments ago belonged to someone else entirely. This ability to adapt was the mark of a scholar who had navigated the tumultuous waters of bureaucracy for years, setting him apart from straightforward martial practitioners. Although Tan Liang's reasoning was quite plausible after all, the Jinfu department often employed such tactics to pressure officials. This time, he was mistaken. Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he kept the long blade pointed at Tan Liang. You shouldn't have been so eager to stir trouble at the Jinfu department. I'm guessing it's because with Tang Weiliang and Baiyun cloth shop taken down, you're worried well uncover your connections to the shop, aren't you? Tan Liang's expression darkened instantly. This seemingly insignificant member of the Jinfu department knew far too much. He was no ordinary lackey. Humph. If you're aware of the black market dealings, then you should understand that the people behind it are not ones you can afford to provoke. His eyes gleamed with a penetrating intensity. I advise you to stop meddling where you shouldn't. Fulfill your duties and report back. With a sweep of his sleeve, the dissipated aura of righteousness around him gathered anew. Yet Zhang Yuan's smile only grew broader, further deepening Tan Liang's scowl. Raising his hand, golden streams of light began to converge at his fingertips. Do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill? In Luoyang Prefecture City, a Confucian scholar official who could channel the forces of heaven and earth was capable of even suppressing a master at the Dongming stage, let alone a mere member of the Zhenfu department. This was the source of Tan Liang's confidence. Sir, as a scholar official of the Fu Academy, you've engaged in black market dealings while indulging in luxury and excess. If word of this spreads, how will the reputation of the Academy survive? Zhang Yuan's smile vanished as he spoke in a serious tone. Just as Tan Liang was about to erupt in anger, his expression suddenly shifted. The gate to the small courtyard had somehow opened without him noticing, and two figures in blue robes now stood at the entrance. They were none other than Yang Chong, the chief academic officer of Luoyang Prefecture's Fu Academy, a 6th-ranked Jishue scholar, and He Muwen, another academic official. He Muwen? Yang Jishue. How are you here? Tan Liang's entire body trembled. This secluded courtyard, a gift from Tang Weiliang, should have been entirely unknown to outsiders. He glared at Zhang Yuan with unyielding intensity, finally realizing the truth. This Zhenfu department officer had never been sent to deliver a mere message. He was here to stall him, giving Yang Chong and He Muwen time to arrive. Yang Chong, his hair streaked with white, stood with his hands behind his back, wearing the Confucian headdress of a 6th-ranked scholar. He stepped forward slowly, the broken stones and bamboo fragments on the ground seemingly swept aside by an invisible force. Tan Liang, you've truly disappointed me, Yang Chong said solemnly. The elderly man walked up to Tan Liang, his expression stern. After a cold snort, he introduced himself, Yang Chong, 6th-ranked scholar of the Luoyang Prefecture Academy. His voice was calm yet commanding, carrying the authority of the foremost scholar of Luoyang Prefecture and a leading figure in Confucian Taoism. Tan Liang's face changed drastically, and though he opened his mouth to speak, he swallowed his words. In front of Yang Chong, any explanation would only sound like futile excuses. Tan Liang, I never thought you would turn out to be such a hypocrite. A middle-aged Confucian scholar in his 40s, who had followed Yang Chong, rebuked him loudly. Righteous energy seemed to surge around him. Taking bribes, keeping a mistress, indulging in excess, how can you still call yourself one of us in the Confucian Tao? As he spoke, he stepped forward, raising his hand to slap Tan Liang across the face. Tan Liang stepped back half a pace, his gaze sharp as he glared at the man. He Muwen, do you really think your group of bookish fools could maintain order in the academy without my involvement in those unsavory affairs? He then turned to Yang Chong, speaking in a low voice. Sir, he the scholar may not know, but surely you do. The profits we gained from the black market dealings were all funneled into the academy's private treasury. Private treasury? A flash of confusion crossed He Muwen's face as he instinctively looked toward Yang Chong. As one of the top-ranked scholars and record-keepers of the academy, even he was unaware of such a treasury. Standing to the side, Zhang Yuan's eyes glimmered with understanding. A secret like the private treasury was indeed beyond the reach of someone like him, a low-ranking officer of the Zhenfu division. Tan Liang mentioning it in Yang Chang's presence was clearly an attempt to implicate Yang Chong and drag him down as well. Yang Chang's gaze swept over He Muwen and Zhang Yuan, finally landing on Tan Liang. Tan Liang, there are things you can do but must never speak of. You should know that since I and Scholar he came here today, your path to retreat is already gone. He stepped forward slowly, his eyes deep and unreadable. The reputation of the Luoyang Prefecture Academy cannot be tarnished by anyone. Tan Liang's face turned deathly pale as he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Chong. Yang Chong, you. Before he could finish, Yang Chong waved his hand, and a crack of thunder resounded through the courtyard. A green bamboo shoot burst from the ground, instantly splintering into sharp shards that pierced through Tan Liang's body. His entire frame trembled before he collapsed heavily to the ground. This display showcased the terrifying power of a great Confucian Tao cultivator able to manipulate the forces of nature with a mere gesture. It was a power that surpassed even martial arts. Observing from the side, Zhang Yuan finally understood why the immortal Qin dynasty used Confucian Dao to counterbalance martial arts. He also realized just how insignificant his hidden origin realm cultivation was when compared to true masters. Yang Chong, you want to kill me? Tan Liang rolled on the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The crimes I've committed will be dealt with by the prefectural court and the Xinfu division. I have records of the academy's financial dealings. I'll turn myself into the Xinfu division. The woman who had been supporting him earlier now lay sprawled amid the scattered bamboo shards, her body stained with blood. The Xinfu division? Yang Chong turned his gaze toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, officer of the Xinfu division, greets the esteemed scholar, Zhang Yuan said respectfully, bowing. Yang Chong nodded in acknowledgement, then looked back at Tan Liang. I've heard the Xinfu division's interrogation methods are extraordinary. Zhang, why don't you demonstrate them for me? Let this old man see for himself. Zhang Yuan stepped forward, blade in hand. But before he could act, Tan Liang cried out urgently, Zhang Yuan, you're with the Xinfu division. I want to surrender. I have evidence of transactions in the West City black market. Tan Liang looked at Yang Chong urgently and said, escort me to the Xinfu department and hand over the evidence. Tu Hao will be safe. Lying on the ground, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan, who held a long blade, Tan Liang struggled to crawl backward. He calculated in his mind. The Xinfu department only wants the evidence, right? As long as I can make it there alive, the secrets I hold should be enough to secure my life. Tan Xuelu, had you handed over the evidence earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this, Zhang Yuan said calmly, though his blade remained steady. Now, it's too late. Tan Liang trembled all over, turning to Yang Chong in the courtyard with a voice tinged with despair. Zhang Yuan, you know I hold too many secrets of the Prefecture Academy. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Before his words fully landed, Zhang Yuan's blade sliced through the air. Tan Liang's eyes widened as a line of blood erupted from his neck, spurting as high as 8 feet. Impressive blade work, Yang Chong remarked with a slight smirk. Zhang Yuan sheathed his weapon and bowed respectfully. Reporting to you both, sirs, the criminal resisted capture. I had no choice but to act. Unfortunately, I could not extract any information. I hope for your pardon. Yang Chong had no need for interrogation. What he sought was Tan Liang's eternal silence. As he looked at Zhang Yuan, Yang Cheng's expression turned cold. A faint green light shimmered in his palm, and a golden ripple of awe-inspiring energy radiated outward, locking down the space within a 10-foot radius. Tan Liang was, after all, a Xuelu of the Prefecture Academy. For him to die here like this, it might be difficult to explain. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan opened his palm to reveal a black token, the command token of the Xinfu department. This signified that he was not just an ordinary officer but a trusted confidant of the execution officer, Tu Hao. While Yang Chong had no qualms about killing, he dared not cross someone representing Tu Hao. Yang Cheng's expression shifted several times before he finally burst into laughter. Zhang Yuan, this name will be remembered by this sacrificial scholar. I have good relations with several of the Xinfu department's heads. Someday, I will surely recommend you. With that, he turned to leave. At the doorway, he paused and addressed He Muwen. He Xuelu, Tan Liang's duties will now fall to you. He was right. If the students of the Prefecture Academy are to study in peace, someone must take on certain responsibilities. Patting He Muwen on the shoulder, Yang Chong departed. He Muwen stood frozen, muttering to himself, how did it come to this? How did it come to this? Zhang Yuan turned toward a woman hiding among the chaotic bamboo, barely conscious. He Muwen shouted anxiously, are you going to kill again? Zhang Yuan leaned down and whispered a few words into the woman's ear. She hurriedly nodded, went inside to gather some clothes and 2 scrolls, and returned to the courtyard. Master He, Zhang Yuan said, I am an officer of the Xinfu department, accustomed to wielding a blade and taking lives. If you have compassion for this woman, you may take her away. She holds account books detailing Tan Xuelu's dealings with the black market. If you are unwilling to get involved, I can handle it. Burn her, the account books, and this entire courtyard to ashes. Both He Muwen and the woman trembled. The woman fell to her knees, wailing. He Muwen's lips quivered as he looked at Zhang Yuan. Why? Why must it come to this? Zhang Yuan interrupted He Muwen before he could finish speaking. Lord He, are you intending to let the matters of the Prefecture Academy become public knowledge? The words struck like a thunderclap. He Muwen trembled, his face showing a trace of confusion. As the academic registrar of the Prefecture Academy, he knew such disgraceful events must never be revealed. Yet now, he faced only 2 options. Either silence the witnesses for good, or take the young woman away. Looking down at the pitiful figure of the woman on the ground, his heart softened involuntarily. At that moment, Zhang Yuan cleared his throat, and Fan Mingchen entered the room, carrying a lantern. The sight of the blood pooling on the floor caused Fan Mingchen's legs to weaken, and he instinctively looked to Zhang Yuan for guidance. Mr. Fan, Zhang Yuan said firmly, his eyes signaling to Fan Mingchen, "Please escort Lord He and his newly acquired bride back home." Lord He has been entrusted with great responsibilities for the Prefecture Academy, with a future full of promise. The phrase, "a future full of promise," carried a heavy undertone. Fan Mingchen understood all too well being involved in this secret matter of the Academy, he would surely secure the academic post he had long desired. Casting a complicated glance at Zhang Yuan, he nodded and said, "Lord He, leave this matter to Zhang Yuan. As a man of the town's supervisory office, he will handle it appropriately." He Muwen's gaze flickered between Zhang Yuan and the lifeless body of Tan Liang on the floor, his expression torn with inner conflict. In the end, Fan Mingchen supported He Muwen and led the woman out of the small courtyard. Once they were gone, Zhang Yuan fixed his eyes on Tan Liang's corpse. Moments later, flames erupted in the courtyard, consuming everything. Only when the entire place was reduced to ashes did he turn and disappear into the dark night. Within him, faint red energy of blood vitality intertwined with a pale golden aura of righteous force, both tightly restrained by his near fourth-grade innate true essence, rendering them undetectable to others. This was the residual power of a Confucian master at the enlightened realm. If it had been a martial artist of the same realm, Zhang Yuan would not have dared to act so decisively, lacked the confidence to bear the overwhelming martial energy and vitality. Yet, against a Confucian scholar of the enlightened realm, he still wielded his blade without hesitation. In his mind, a hazy, blue-gray scene unfolded. A young boy clutching a book of poetry, reciting earnestly. A youth with a bookcase on his back, traveling great distances in pursuit of knowledge. Engaging in debates with peers, seeking instruction from mentors, climbing step by step up the ladder of Confucian studies. Through diligent reading, deep reflection, relentless learning, and thoughtful questioning, the paths of Confucianism and martial arts ultimately converged. That youth grew into a middle-aged scholar, passing the civil service exams to become a sixth-grade academic registrar. He grew a long beard and donned fine robes. The first time he accepted 300 taels of silver from Tang Weiliang, he couldn't sleep. The first time he opened backdoor opportunities for students in the exams, he spent an entire month in unease. Caught between silver and Confucian ideals, his convictions began to crumble. As his involvement in the black market deepened, he became increasingly disillusioned with the nature of the world. The Great Path was no longer a matter of black and white. He maneuvered within the gray areas, shedding the constraints of his conscience. Accepting bribes, manipulating exams, and dominating the black market under the guise of literary judgment, he held the power to determine the fate of others with a single word. In the black market, manipulating the price of cloth in Luoyang Prefecture, Tan Liang had long strayed from the true essence of a Confucian scholar. He cared nothing for the lives of the common people or the fate of merchants, using despicable means to swallow the weak. After years of being consumed by greed, his Confucian cultivation not only stagnated but regressed. It was only now, at this moment, that he felt regret, yet it was far too late. With a swing of the long blade, everything was shattered. Golden energy of righteousness surged into Zhang Yuan's body along with the memories, condensing into 53 golden orbs that spiraled in his mind. This was the entire cultivation of a Confucian scholar at the Tongming realm. The righteous energy merged with Zhang Yuan's blood, vitality, and true essence, coursing through his meridians before returning to his mind. As he moved through the night, Zhang Yuan's heart was calm. Tan Liang's demise made him understand more clearly. If one loses their true self in the pursuit of the path, they will inevitably succumb to inner demons. While martial arts may allow one to forge ahead relentlessly, they fail to grasp the true nature of the human heart. Gaining insight into Tan Liang's Confucian journey today only strengthened Zhang Yuan's resolve and clarity. Many of his doubts were suddenly resolved in this moment. He understood deeply that no matter how sharp the blade in his hand, it was merely a tool. A truly lethal weapon required the hand of one with keen discernment to unleash its full potential. Tu Hao's entrusted mission, Yang Chang's schemes, and the regard from the higher-ups of the Zhenfu division all stemmed from his decisive and ruthless nature. Yet, there is no such thing as unconditional favor. These opportunities demanded sufficient returns. If he could not yet become the wielder of the blade, then he would first become its sharpest edge. When his strength was sufficient, the day would come when he would wield the blade himself. He touched the small Confucian treasure seal worth tens of thousands of silver in his possession and chuckled softly. Compared to this artifact, the black market dealings and hidden wealth that Tan Liang had been involved in were even more valuable. By eliminating Tan Liang, the threat to Tu Hao from the Prefectural Academy had diminished somewhat. However, Zhang Yuan was well aware that the true opponent lay elsewhere. Tan Liang was merely a pawn pushed forward by Judge Rao Qinghai of the prefecture office. When he returned to Dingjia Alley, it was already late at night. Yunyang was still waiting in the side room. Zhang Yuan offered no elaborate explanations. Having chosen the path of the Jiaoi Guard, he had to bear the associated fears and responsibilities. He was determined to elevate his cultivation as soon as possible, advance to the rank of Xuanjia Guard, and bring honor to himself and the young woman. Born in the land of Xianqin, with access to opportunities and resources, he would not resign himself to mediocrity. The next morning, after his daily practice, Zhang Yuan headed to the martial academy of the Shenfu division. With the martial insights of a Tongming realm master, his cultivation of the Zhenyue technique became increasingly effortless. Coupled with the nourishment from the Confucian experience, the harmonious blend of literary and martial paths made breaking through his cultivation bottleneck much clearer. As he practiced his blade and fist techniques, there was a newfound agility in the balance of force and rhythm. Unconsciously, his mastery of the Zhenyue technique was nearing perfection. The Zhenyue technique, a grade 6 earth-level martial art, was indeed an exceptionally profound and challenging practice, its difficulty hundreds of times greater than the techniques Zhang Yuan had previously studied. Standing in the library, Zhang Yuan recalled the warning given by the elder Tao Qing. While this technique demanded immense effort and resources, once mastered, its power was nothing short of terrifying. Simply in terms of accumulating true essence and tempering the body and meridians, it far surpassed any technique below the earth level. This was evident in Liang Chao of Team Alpha 2, who also practiced the Zhenyue technique. His robust vitality far exceeded that of other warriors at the same level. As for Zhang Yuan, aside from his progress in martial arts, he was fortunate to have inherited the memory of a Confucian scholar at the Mingjing level. The vast righteous energy within him not only expedited the process of refining his blood energy beads, but also made his cultivation efforts much more effective. At this pace, he estimated that within 2 years, he could achieve perfect blood energy and step into the Mingjing realm. Even more encouraging was the stabilization effect of the righteous energy, which allowed him to maintain focus and control over his martial blood energy while refining his true essence. This would be immensely beneficial for absorbing the memories and true essence of other powerful individuals in the future, without the risk of being overwhelmed by malevolent forces. Feeling the transformation of true essence and blood energy within him, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile. His innate true essence had reached the peak of grade 3, just a step away from breaking into grade 4. The potential for cultivation with grade 4 innate true essence was 10 times greater than that of grade 3. More importantly, it would open the gateway to the Kaiyang realm. As Zhang Yuan concentrated on refining his innate true essence with blood energy and righteous power, a voice called out from behind him. "Young master, breakfast is ready," said Yunyang. Startled slightly, Zhang Yuan withdrew his energy and slowly concluded his practice. In that moment, a faint blue mountain silhouette briefly emerged around him before dissipating a unique phenomenon of the Zhenyue technique. Legend had it that those who fully mastered this technique could move mountains and stabilize rivers. Looking up at the sky, Zhang Yuan saw the soft lavender hues of dawn spreading across the horizon. At just 18 years old, he had already achieved great success in the hidden essence stage and was practicing a grade 6 earth-level technique. He firmly believed that as long as he remained persistent, his day to shine would eventually come. Later that morning, Tao Qing, the elder stationed at the library, was responsible for teaching the day's lecture. Known for his extensive knowledge, Tao Qing had unique insights into all kinds of martial arts. Whether it was martial techniques from the Jianghu or military techniques from the Zhenfu division, he explained them with ease. The atmosphere in the class was relaxed and engaging, with the black-clad guards eagerly asking questions, all of which Tao Qing answered with a warm smile. This was a stark contrast to the stern teaching style of the inspectors and captains. Although Zhang Yuan still had questions about the Zhenyue technique, he knew it was not the right setting to ask them. Instead, he joined the others in asking a few general questions. As the morning lesson ended, Tao Qing leaned in and quietly told Zhang Yuan, "Zhou Huaining, the enforcer, seems to have a good impression of you. In a few days, when we go to the market, you can join us." Zhou Huaining was the enforcer stationed at the prison, and it was clear that Zhang Yuan's words from the previous day had left a strong impression on him. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's face lit up with joy. He still held a defensive talisman gifted to him by the enforcer Zhang Wanhe, and had been thinking about selling it or trading it for other cultivation items at the market. Coupled with the silver taels he had on hand, he was eager to explore the market, which was specifically set up for cultivators. Ever since Zhang Yuan had shown his talent for cultivation, Tao Qing had taken special care of him, meticulously explaining cultivation techniques. It was no surprise. Though the enforcer role within the Zhenfu division was nominally idle, it came with considerable perks. After bidding farewell to Tao Qing, Zhang Yuan went to the office to check in before heading to his duties at the prison. Initially, he intended to visit the Dianqing division to hand over the books and account records he had acquired from Tanliang's courtyard the night before to Tu Hao. However, along the way, he overheard numerous discussions. The uproar caused by the academic registrar of the Prefecture Academy filing a complaint against the Zhenfu division yesterday had spread far and wide. Word had it that Tu Hao had been temporarily suspended by the Wenfu division, with his position currently taken over by Shen Wei from the Shenwei division. Zhang Yuan recalled Shen Wei's words from the previous night. 3 days to give the Prefecture Academy an explanation. This meant that if they could not conclusively prove the guilt of Baiyun Cloth Shop within the time limit, Tu Hao would face dismissal. Even though Tan Liang had been eliminated by Zhang Yuan in secret and would no longer cause trouble for the Shenfu division, the division was known for its rigor and commitment. If they failed to produce concrete evidence within 3 days, Tu Hao would bear the full responsibility. As the holder of Tu Hao's Dianqing division token, Zhang Yuan knew well that Tu Hao's fall would be disastrous. Helping Tu Hao weather this storm would secure him a true ally within the Shenfu division of Luoyang Prefecture. While Zhang Yuan was not yet qualified to be a decision-maker, he could at least aim to become a sharp and reliable blade. Upon reaching the prison, the guards greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Chief Warden." Over the past few days, Zhang Yuan's demonstrated strength had made it clear to everyone that his appointment as Chief Warden was no ordinary assignment, but a deliberate test of his abilities. The guards, recognizing this, maintained a respectful demeanor and diligently carried out their duties. After conducting an inspection, Zhang Yuan quietly made his way to the prison's records room. The sudden death of Lu Shengju had been too abrupt, and he found it hard to believe that it had been executed flawlessly. Though he had assured Zhou Huining there was no need to investigate further, he still wanted to review the prison's records, believing that some clues must remain. As he opened the record books, a few entries caught his eye. Luo Jin, a resident of Yuming Ward in the southern part of Luoyang Prefecture. Luo Jin, Luo Shanghu. A glimmer of realization flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He had almost forgotten about the former chief warden. After Luo Shanghu's dismissal, Zhang Yuan had assumed that his influence within the prison had been severed. However, it now appeared that Luo Shanghu was somehow connected to Lu Shengju's death. "Master Tiger, you've certainly extended your reach far," Zhang Yuan murmured as he closed the record book and slowly walked out of the room. Just then, a young man in a black warden's uniform bowed at the doorway. "Chief Warden, my second uncle would like to meet with you." It was none other than Luo Jin, and the second uncle he referred to was, of course, the infamous Master Tiger, Luo Shanghu. In the southern part of Luoyang Prefecture, the 9 streets and 18 alleys stand as the city's oldest area. Among these streets and lanes, the contrast between the low, dilapidated old houses and the tall, white walls with black-tiled roofs creates a striking scene. Unlike Dingjia Alley, where the families of station soldiers reside, this area is a bustling hub of merchants and commerce. In a spacious courtyard, Zhang Yuan stood with his hands behind his back on the stone steps. In front of him, Luo Shanghu, dressed in a brocade robe, clasped his hands with a smile and said, "Please excuse the humble state of my home, Zhang Yuan." Although he had been stripped of his jailer's uniform, the brocade robe made him look even more like a wealthy gentleman, and the fierceness in his eyes from his days as a prison warden had softened considerably. "Master Hu, if this is what you call a humble home, then the rest of us brothers might as well be living in cattle sheds," Zhang Yuan said, shaking his head as he glanced around. This courtyard, though not located in the most bustling part of the southern city, was worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 taels of silver. To put it into perspective, the annual salary of an ordinary jailer was only 60 taels, and even with other earnings, they could hardly make more than 100 taels a year. This courtyard was equivalent to 20 years' income for a jailer, assuming they could even survive 20 years in the job. Luo Shanghu, after 10 years as a prison warden, had amassed a fortune that most would never see in a lifetime. "I am no longer part of the Zenfusi, so I am unworthy of Master Hu," Luo Shanghu said humbly. "It is an honor that you've graced me with your presence." Despite his modest words, his expression remained calm and composed. The nearby guards and his attendant, Luo Jin, clearly obeyed him without question. Even a tiger, though fallen, still commands respect. "Master Hu, was Lu Shengju's death your doing?" Zhang Yuan asked, staring directly at Luo Shanghu, his voice quiet but firm. Luo Shanghu burst into laughter, waving his hands dismissively. "Zhang Yuan, I wouldn't dare. How could I have the capability to orchestrate such a thing within the prison?" Zhang Yuan didn't believe him, but seeing the other man deny it, he chose not to press further. "Master Hu, may I ask why you've summoned me here today?" At this, Luo Shanghu's smile faded, and his gaze turned cold. "Zhang Yuan, I heard you earned 300 taels of gold from a single piece of information?" His voice carried a mix of anger and resentment. "Several brothers from the prison lost their lives because of that information. I wonder if you, as Yuan, plan to cover their compensation." The brothers he referred to were Hong Linsen and other prison wardens implicated in the Baiyun Cloth Shop case. Hong Linsen was already dead, and even if the others were released, they would never be able to return to their posts. "Master Hu, they brought this upon themselves. They have no one to blame but themselves," Zhang Yuan replied, standing tall with a calm expression. His voice was loud enough for the nearby guards and Luo Jin to hear clearly. Upon hearing this, the onlookers' faces darkened with anger. "Haha, Zhang Yuankang is right, they brought it on themselves, Luo Shanghu said with a laugh. It was their fault for not adhering to the rules of the prison. Rest assured, if they died, they'll take care of their families. If they come out alive, we'll make sure they have a job to feed themselves. In the southern city, finding a bite to eat is still possible. His words carried a strong sense of loyalty and camaraderie. Zhang Yuan didn't care whether someone truly valued loyalty or not. As someone who wouldn't remain in the prison for long, he felt no brotherly bond with the wardens there. But if it were someone like Sun Zhe, a true brother to him, he would give everything he had without hesitation. Luo Shanghu noticed Zhang Yuan's expression and lowered his voice, saying, "Brother Zhang, I've called you here because I have something to entrust to you." Something? Luo Shanghu turned and entered the side room, returning with a long robe. "Brother Zhang, it's this very item that got me dismissed from my position." Zhang Yuan stared at the robe, and memories surged to the surface. Back then, Luo Shanghu had taken this robe out of the prison and led the black-clad guards in a search for Xiao Mingjing's hidden fortune. Not only did they find nothing, but they were ambushed by Du Haizheng, the leader of the White Horse Mountain bandits, suffering heavy losses. That battle had also introduced monstrous creatures, forcing the town's defense bureau to tread carefully. The markings on this robe were unmistakably left by Xiao Mingjing on purpose. "Master Hu, such an important item, and you want to give it to me?" Zhang Yuan looked directly at Luo Shanghu. "If you turn this over, perhaps you could regain your position?" Luo Shanghu's face twitched slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and said, "Brother Zhang, to be honest, I've lost all interest in returning to the Defense Bureau. If this item can help you achieve merit, just don't forget about me, Luo Shanghu, in the future." With that, he handed over the robe. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment before taking the robe. "By the way," Luo Shanghu added in a hushed tone, "the people from White Horse Mountain are also after this robe. Be careful, they're desperate men. While this could bring you merit, it's best to avoid crossing paths with them." A sense of unease gripped Zhang Yuan. The rest of the White Horse Mountain gang was one thing, but their leader, Du Haizheng, was said to be terrifyingly powerful and accompanied by monstrous creatures. Even their second-in-command was reportedly no less formidable. Zhang Yuan nodded and thanked Luo Shanghu before turning to leave. Luo Shanghu watched Zhang Yuan's departing figure, a sly smile creeping across his face. Luo Jin, who had been lingering by the door, approached and whispered, "Uncle, is this enough to send Zhang Yuan to his death?" Luo Shanghu's expression grew even more smug. "The White Horse Mountain gang is after this robe, and now the robe is in Zhang Yuan's hands. What do you think will happen?" "The White Horse Mountain gang will definitely go after Zhang Yuan." Luo Jin suddenly understood. But Luo Shanghu wasn't satisfied with his response. "You're too dim-witted. Zhang Yuan is eager to earn merit. He'll surely use this robe to seek out the White Horse Mountain gang himself. Wouldn't that give him a chance to gain credit?" Luo Jin asked anxiously. "Uncle, didn't you say you wanted to get rid of him and let me?" Luo Shanghu glared at him and cut him off. "Fool. If the White Horse Mountain gang were that easy to deal with, would I be in this miserable state today?" He snorted coldly. "Now go and call your wife here." Luo Jin glanced at the side room behind them, nodded, and quickly left. After he was gone, a figure stepped out of the side room. It was none other than Su Zhenlin, the current chief of the Wenfu Bureau, who was under house arrest. Luo Shanghu immediately bowed deeply. "Chief Su, Zhang Yuan may have broken some prison rules, but he's highly regarded by several senior officials in the Wu Town Bureau and shows great potential. Why, then, are you so insistent on taking his life?" Luo Shanghu looked at Su Zhenlin, his face filled with confusion. During their time working together in the prison, Luo Shanghu indeed recognized Zhang Yuan's potential. If not for Su Zhenlin's orders, he truly wouldn't have wanted to become mortal enemies with such a promising young man. Yang Chong had just brought some news. Yesterday, Tanliang, a scholar from the Prefectural Academy, went to the prefectural office to file a complaint against the Zhenfu division, putting pressure on Tu Hao. That very night, he perished in a fire, dying in a secluded courtyard. Only a handful of people in Luoyang Prefecture were aware of the incident. Su Zhenlin squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on the open doorway, his eyes exuding a chilling coldness. Though Yang Chong hadn't explicitly stated who was responsible, he had hinted that this was Tu Hao's doing. Now that Tu Hao was entangled with the Zhenfu division, wasn't Zhang Yuan, this young man, one of his key accomplices? Was it Zhang Yuan who killed Tanliang? The thought left Luo Shanghu momentarily stunned. However, he quickly realized that Zhang Yuan wouldn't even need to act. Those within the academy would handle the situation themselves. After all, evidence of Tanliang's misdeeds was already archived in the Zhenfu division. Now that He Muan had assumed the position of literary adjudicator, the academy had filled the vacancy for a new scholar and even added 2 Confucian scholars. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Su Zhenlin turned around, his expression grave, and said, "I ordered you to eliminate Zhang Yuan to see what other cards Tu Hao has to play. If he can't find a way to save himself within 3 days, he can forget about staying in Luoyang Prefecture." With that, he adjusted his robes and walked toward the side chamber. At that moment, a woman dressed in a luxurious robe, her figure plump, approached slowly and called softly, "Second uncle." Luo Shanghu nodded in response before leaving the courtyard. The woman closed the courtyard gate and entered the side chamber. After leaving Luo Shanghu's courtyard, Zhang Yuan did not return directly to the Shinfu division. He changed into plain clothes, leaving his Yinling saber behind, and concealed his aura using his innate true essence. Walking through the bustling streets, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary, energetic young man. Though the streets were crowded with merchants and passers-by, no one seemed to take notice of him. However, he could sense at least 3 pairs of eyes secretly following him, more precisely, following the robes tucked under his arm. The men from White Horse Mountain had long been keeping an eye on Luo Shanghu's courtyard. Zhang Yuan's deliberate stroll through the streets was meant to attract their attention. Sure enough, 2 middle-aged men running street stalls and a man in his 30s carrying goods began tailing him discreetly. Stopping in front of a stone-paved square, Zhang Yuan paused to watch a street performance. The middle-aged man carrying goods also stopped nearby. In the center of the square, a fair-skinned boy of about 14 or 15 was performing atop a bamboo pole, which stood a full 10 feet high. The boy danced gracefully with a wooden sword in hand. Though his swordsmanship wasn't particularly fast, it was steady and elegant, clearly bearing the marks of a martial background. Beneath the bamboo pole, an elderly man in a black robe, his face pale, leaned lazily against a bench. After finishing the sword dance, the boy performed a few nimble somersaults before leaping down from the bamboo pole. The audience cheered and applauded. When the boy picked up a gong to collect tips, most of the crowd dispersed, leaving only a handful of onlookers. 2 passers-by tossed a few coins before leaving, but 3 others stayed behind and surrounded the boy. "Kid, do you even know whose territory this is? How dare you perform here?" The leader sneered as he spoke. The young boy froze for a moment, then turned to look at the white-haired old man behind him before lowering his head. "Heh, looks like you haven't earned much." A middle-aged man approached, pointing towards the bridge ahead. "How about this? Come with me. That young master over there is one of the most distinguished figures in Luoyang Prefecture. He's looking for a close personal attendant. You're agile and fit, just the kind of person that would catch his eye." As he spoke, he kept signaling to the other 2 men nearby. "An attendant? Does it pay?" The boy asked in a voice as faint as a whisper. "My grandfather is sick and needs money for treatment." "Money? Of course." The middle-aged man chuckled slyly. "Serve young Master Sun well, and you'll have all the silver you need. He's grown tired of fine food. Someone like you is exactly what he's interested in." The boy didn't understand the hidden meaning behind the man's words, but the mention of money immediately brightened his expression. Just then, a stern voice rang out. "Luoyang Prefecture is a place where the laws of Xian Qin are strictly upheld. Any unlawful acts, stop them immediately." Everyone looked up to see Zhang Yuan striding towards them, his face resolute. He swept a cold gaze over the 3 middle-aged men and barked, "Leave." Intimidated by his imposing presence, the 3 men instinctively stepped back. Even without wearing an official uniform, Zhang Yuan exuded an aura of authority that made it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. By the bridge, a young man holding a folding fan let out a cold snort. "Meddlesome," he muttered before turning and walking away. "You dare ruin young Master Sun's plans, boy?" The 3 middle-aged men growled, rolling up their sleeves as they surrounded Zhang Yuan. "This is the son of Sun Jingli from the prefectural office we're talking about. He wants what he wants, and you dare interfere?" "Sun Quanglin." Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed like sharp blades, fixed in the direction of the bridge. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the street corner. "What's going on here? Let me see who's causing trouble." Several patrol guards, clad in partial armor, hurried over. The 3 middle-aged men immediately panicked and backed away. The young street performer also retreated nervously to the old man's side. "Ah, Zhang Yi." The leading patrol guard recognized Zhang Yuan and quickly saluted. "We witnessed your valor that day, sir. Brother Yu Liang is now highly regarded by the captain because of you." It turned out these were the same guards from the raid on the Bayun Cloth House. Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, the 3 middle-aged men wasted no time in fleeing. "Shall we pursue them, sir?" the patrol leader asked. "There's no need to bother with such riffraff," Zhang Yuan replied, waving his hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries and agreeing to meet Yu Liang for a drink another day, the patrol guards resumed their rounds. Zhang Yuan turned to the white-haired old man and the boy. Taking out a silver ingot weighing about 2 taels from his pocket, he placed it on the brass gong. "The old man's injuries are severe. There's a pharmacy ahead where you can get medicine. However, selling performances like this won't work under the strict household registration laws of Xian Qin. You seem to have some martial skills. Why not seek employment at the Yuchuan trading house in the western part of the city?" With that, he turned and walked away. The boy stared at the silver ingot on the gong, his face a mix of joy and doubt. The white-haired old man squinted his eyes, surveying the surroundings cautiously. A man of the military, with such strong vitality at his age quite rare. But why would a demon be tracking him, harboring such murderous intent? Hearing the elder mention a demon, the young man holding the bronze gong trembled violently, his eyes scanning the surroundings anxiously. Master Ancestor, where's the demon? Your injuries haven't healed yet, and you can't use your spiritual power. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with a powerful demon, he said while quickly gathering up the coins on the gong. His gaze fell on the scattered bamboo poles and stools on the ground. It's no use trying to perform in this city anymore. We might as well leave these things behind. We've got 2 taels of silver. Let's first buy some medicine, and then head to the Yuchuan trading house in the west of the city, the young man sighed. I knew there's no way a city as big as Luoyang wouldn't have a black market. The white-haired elder slowly stood up, his eyes following Zhang Yuan's departing figure. His expression suddenly turned peculiar. Ziyang, I can't calculate the karmic threads tied to that man. The young man, who had been tidying up the wooden sword and bronze gong, froze at these words. Then his face flushed with anger. Master Ancestor, have you used divination again? You're risking your life. He stomped his foot in frustration, waving the wooden mallet in his hand, as if to strike the elder on the head. The elder turned around, his gaze deep as he looked at the young man. Ziyang, with my level of cultivation, I should be able to discern anyone's karma. But with him, I can't. This statement instantly turned the young man's anger into astonishment. How is that possible? Even the imperial family of the Qin dynasty or martial masters of the 7th realm can't escape your insight. Could it be that he really has no karma? Confusion was written all over the young man's face. The elder chuckled softly and shook his head, taking the 2 taels of silver from the young man's hand. Let's go to the west part of the city. Isn't this already karma in itself? Heh, perhaps this journey into the mortal world will truly allow me to defy fate. After returning to the Xinfu office, Zhang Yuan headed straight to the duty room. At that moment, the rest of Squad 4 was on duty, leaving only the banner officer, Sun Zhe, behind. When Sun Zhe saw the clothes Zhang Yuan had brought out, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. These clothes, will they really lure out the people from White Horse Mountain? After Zhang Yuan recounted the events of being followed and tracked, he added, the leader of White Horse Mountain has a demon companion and is exceptionally powerful. We may not be able to handle him. However, within the city, he won't dare to let the demon unleash its full power. As long as we can hold out for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, we can retreat unharmed. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan no longer concealed his cultivation. His entire body radiated vigorous energy. With the tiger formation, 1 stick of incense's time is more than enough. Hidden origin fully mastered. Sun Zhe looked at Zhang Yuan before him, his mouth opening and closing in astonishment, and then burst into hearty laughter. That evening, after his shift ended, Zhang Yuan skipped his evening lessons and returned directly to Dingjia Alley to change clothes. He then left with Yunyang. Li Changwei was already waiting outside the door with a carriage. Yunyang looked surprised when she saw him, but after Zhang Yuan shook his head to signal her, she suppressed her urge to greet him. The carriage traversed half of Luoyang City before finally stopping in front of the Yufeng Tower by the river in the eastern part of the city. This restaurant was considered quite upscale in the East City and frequently hosted banquets for prominent merchants and officials. Alighting from the carriage, Zhang Yuan cautiously surveyed the surroundings before handing an invitation to the attendant who approached. This is for the banquet reserved by manager Sun Buotao. The attendant, upon hearing the name, Sun Buotao of Jinda Trading Company, immediately displayed a respectful smile and bowed, ushering Zhang Yuan and Yunyang into the restaurant. Although this Mingquan restaurant was not as prestigious as Yufeng restaurant outside Dingjia Alley, it still exuded an air of luxury and elegance. On the second floor, a portly middle-aged man in a brocade robe quickly approached with a beaming smile. Haha, young Master Zhang, Miss Shui. It's such an honor to have you both here, he greeted warmly. His gaze first settled on Zhang Yuan. Young Master Zhang, you're a distinguished talent from the Xinfu office. Being able to host you is truly a privilege for someone like me. Then, turning to Yunyang, his tone became more nostalgic, and he spoke in a strong Yunzhou accent. Miss Shui, you're from Yunzhou, aren't you? I've been to Luoyang Prefecture so many times, yet I've never had the pleasure of meeting a fellow Yunzhou native. A complex expression crossed Yunyang's face as she offered a slight bow. Zhang Yuan remained silent, quietly observing the man before him, the 3rd manager of Jinda Trading Company. Sun Buotao oversaw trade affairs in Luoyang Prefecture. For such a seasoned businessman to suddenly display such enthusiasm toward a Yunzhou native he had never met before was certainly suspicious. It was precisely to uncover his intentions that Zhang Yuan had brought Yunyang to this banquet. Look at me, getting carried away. Sun Buotao smacked his forehead in a gesture of realization. The dishes are already served, thire all Yunzhou specialties. Please, come to the table. As he led the way, he added in a quieter voice, I had also invited my cousin to join us, but he had some matters to attend to today. I'm not sure if he'll make it. In the private room, a few other guests were already seated. Among them were two elderly men who ran textile and in businesses in the southern and eastern parts of the city, as well as a woman in her 40s. All of them were Yunzhou natives conducting business in Luoyang Prefecture. After brief introductions, everyone took their seats. As the wine flowed, the woman began a quiet conversation with Yunyang, occasionally inquiring about her past in Yunzhou. Though Yunyang's memories were hazy, she made an effort to recall fragmented details. When the topic turned to tall city walls and stone lions, the woman excitedly remarked that it must be Jindu City and mentioned the 10-mile peach grove outside Fengyuan Temple. "Miss Yu, it seems your hometown might be Jindu City," the woman said, fixing her gaze on Yunyang. Across the table, a glint of something flashed in Sun Botao's eyes before he raised his glass to toast Zhang Yuan with a smile. When Yunyang mentioned a white jade bridge, the woman's expression grew troubled, and she glanced towards Sun Botao. Setting down his wine glass, Sun Botao's expression shifted as he said, "The Shui family of Jindu City was once said to have an estate called Donglin Garden, which included a jade bridge. However, Donglin Garden has long since been destroyed, and whether this is true or not remains uncertain. Donglin, that name. I feel like I've heard it before," Yunyang murmured, her body trembling slightly. Sun Botao coughed, signaling to the woman with a subtle glance before inviting Zhang Yuan to step outside for a private conversation. In the corridor, he lowered his voice. "Young Master Zhang, I suspect Miss Shui might be the last surviving member of the Shui family from Jindu City. The Shui family was convicted of treason back then. If Miss Shui truly is their descendant, you could be implicated, and it might cost you your position in the Jinfu office." Zhang Yuan's expression remained calm as he turned to Sun Botao. "Treason? If Yunyang is indeed the last of the Shui family, separated by thousands of miles, this is a matter known only to you and me. How could it implicate me? Manager Sun, you wouldn't betray this secret, would you?" Sun Botao froze in place, stunned. In his calculations, a low-ranking officer from the Zhenfu office should have panicked and been at a loss for words upon hearing the mention of treason. Before Sun Botao could react, Zhang Yuan had already turned around and walked into the private room, calmly taking a seat beside Yunyang. "Young master, what did he say?" Yunyang asked nervously, clutching Zhang Yuan's sleeve, her eyes filled with unease. Zhang Yuan gently held her trembling hand, his voice soft and reassuring. "Nothing to worry about. Shopkeeper Sun mentioned that your hometown might be in Jindu City. He said he could help look into it the next time he visits Yunzhou." "Really?" Yunyang's voice quivered slightly, her face a mix of surprise and hesitation. Though her childhood memories had long faded, the images of her home and family that often surfaced in her dreams now seemed to hold a glimmer of hope. Noticing her thoughts, Zhang Yuan lightly patted her back to comfort her and pushed a dish toward her. "This is Yunzhou's specialty, Yunshue fish. Try it." Moments later, Sun Botao entered the private room with another person, a smile on his face. "Everyone, this is my cousin, the son of the esteemed official from Luoyang Prefecture's administrative office, Sun Jingli." He stepped aside, revealing the young man behind him. It was none other than Sun Quanglin, whom Zhang Yuan had encountered earlier today at the bridge in the southern part of the city. This young man, in his early 20s, wore a jade-white brocade robe and held a white paper fan. His complexion appeared slightly pale, and his plump figure hinted at a life of overindulgence. The two merchants from Yunzhou immediately stood up, repeatedly bowing in greeting. "Greetings, young Master Sun." Their expressions were exceptionally deferential. The woman beside Yunyang also hurriedly rose to her feet. Zhang Yuan and Yunyang set down their chopsticks and stood as well. "My cousin, this is Miss Shui, and this is Mr. Zhang, who works at the Jinfu division." Sun Botao introduced Zhang Yuan and Yunyang directly, without mentioning the two merchants. Sun Quanglin's gaze lingered on Yunyang, his brows raising slightly as he was about to comment on her beauty. However, the moment his eyes landed on Zhang Yuan beside her, his entire demeanor froze. His face darkened. "It's you." This sudden reaction took Sun Botao by surprise. "Mr. Zhang, do you know each other?" "Not really," Zhang Yuan replied calmly, looking at Sun Quanglin. "I merely encountered someone today claiming to act in young Master Sun's name while engaging in unlawful activities. Perhaps it was some street ruffian impersonating the young master." With these words, the atmosphere in the private room grew tense. Everyone was well aware of Sun Quanglin's less-than-stellar reputation. Sun Botao cast a peculiar glance at his cousin, sensing that this Zhenfu division officer might have some unresolved grievances with Sun Quanglin. "Zhang, stop with your insinuations." Sun Quanglin snapped his fan shut with a sharp sound, his voice cold. "If you hadn't ruined my plans today, I would have him. A mere lackey of the Zhenfu division dares to think he's someone important." Sun Quanglin's face showed a trace of disdain as he spoke in a deep voice. The authority of the Zhenfu division was well known across the lands of Xianqin. Even the strongest dared not disrespect it, yet there were always those scholars who had barely dabbled in Confucianism and still loved to challenge its authority. "Yunyang, seeing Sun Quanglin insult Zhang Yuan so harshly, frowned with a touch of disgust and said softly, "Young master, let's go." Upon hearing this, Sun Quanglin turned his gaze toward Yunyang, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. "Cousin, is this Miss Xue the one you mentioned, the singer from Ningzue Pavilion?" At the mention of the singer from Ningzue Pavilion, Yunyang's face turned deathly pale. Zhang Yuan tightened his grip on her hand. Though his expression remained calm, a chilling sharpness flickered in his eyes. Insulting him was one thing, but Yunyang was not to be slandered. Sun Quanglin waved his folding fan, pointing at Yunyang, and laughed loudly. "Cousin, it's perfect timing. At our banquet, we have a newly appointed scholar from the Provincial Academy. Let this Miss Xue sing a tune to liven things up. Scholar Wang Cheng has already promised to recommend me to the Academy in the future." Sun Buotao's face twitched. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Zhang Yuan. He had initially planned to use Sun Quanglin to lure Yunyang to Yunzhou, but now it seemed he had no choice but to act directly. "Young Master Zhang, Sun is willing to offer 300 taels of silver to purchase." Before he could finish his sentence, a bone-chilling aura swept over him. Sun Buotao's body trembled violently, and Sun Quanglin's legs nearly gave out beneath him. The room was filled with a faint scent of blood, the martial killing intent that Zhang Yuan had accumulated from taking over a dozen lives. You dare." Sun Quanglin pointed at Zhang Yuan like a drowning man grasping for air. Even Sun Buotao, though slightly better off, was trembling uncontrollably. Under the suffocating pressure of this aura, martial artists below the Midian Yuan stage would struggle to withstand it at best, suffering soul injuries, and at worst, succumbing to the complete collapse of their vitality. Suddenly, the door burst open. Two men wielding short blades stormed in. They were the same thugs who had tried to rob the street performer earlier in the South City market. They froze momentarily upon seeing Zhang Yuan, but, spurred on by Sun Quanglin's enraged shouts, one lunged at Zhang Yuan with his blade while the other reached for Yunyang. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Though he had important matters to attend to tonight, since these men were courting death, he saw no need to hold back. As his blood surged, he raised his left hand slightly, and behind him, the illusion of a towering mountain appeared. "Who dares cause trouble in Yufeng Pavilion?" A low voice boomed from the doorway. Several figures strode in quickly, led by Jin Lin, the burly manager of Yufeng Pavilion, a man in his 50s. Sun Buotao hastily explained that this was a matter involving a family servant. Just as he pointed at Yunyang and loudly declared, "She is a maidservant I brought from Yunzhou." Bang! Zhang Yuan took a single step, shattering the table beneath his foot. In an instant, he crossed the distance of a full zhang and grabbed Sun Buotao by the throat, lifting him into the air. "Go on, say that again." Inside the private room of Yufeng Lu, a heavy silence fell. Zhang Yuan's brazen act of violence stunned everyone present here. On the territory of the Jin family, he dared to openly resort to force. With one hand, Zhang Yuan gripped Sun Buotao's neck, lifting him off the ground. Sun Buotao's face turned a deep red as his legs flailed helplessly in the air. The only sound from his throat was a guttural choking noise, while his arms flailed in desperation. The scene sent Sun Quanglin stumbling backward in fear, and the two hooligan attendants he had brought with him shrank back as well, terrified that they might be Zhang Yuan's next target. The strength Zhang Yuan displayed in that moment was far beyond anything they could contend with. "This is Yufeng Lu, the Jin family's the manager." Jin Lin, standing to the side with a grim expression, began to speak. But Zhang Yuan raised his free hand and thrust a black token directly in front of him. "Jinfu Division, Point Justice Division's token of authority." The weight of the token seemed to carry immeasurable gravity, causing Jin Lin to tremble involuntarily and falter in his words. "You, this? I. The Jinfu Division is taking someone into custody. Anyone who obstructs will be treated as an accomplice." Zhang Yuan turned his icy gaze toward Jin Lin. "Manager Jin, is Yufeng Lu planning to interfere with the Jinfu Division's duties?" Faced with the declaration, "The Jinfu Division is taking someone," even the well-connected manager of Yufeng Lu had no choice but to bow his head and mutter, "I wouldn't dare." The others in the room were even more panic-stricken. Sun Quanglin, pale-faced, edged toward the door, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Jin Lin's attendants lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Zhang Yuan, while the Yunzhou merchants who had been seated earlier were now trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Yuan, still gripping Sun Buotao's throat, turned his attention to the two Yunzhou merchants at the table, and the woman collapsed on the floor. The aura of menace and righteous authority emanating from him was overwhelming, causing the scattered wine cups on the table to shatter under the pressure. "Speak. What did Sun Buotao invite you here to do today?" His voice was low and chilling. The three froze instantly, their eyes unfocused. Under the influence of what felt like a hypnotic technique, they began to spill the truth mechanically. Sun Buotao had claimed to have found a woman who might be a descendant of the Yunzhaobi's Xue family. The Xue family, once the foremost clan in Jindu City, had scattered during a period of chaos and was now searching for their lost members. With Shui Wenju holding the position of Yunzhou Registrar, a fifth-rank civil official, the Shui family was poised for a resurgence. To curry favor with the Shui family, Sun Buotao had resorted to despicable tactics. He promised each of the 5 taels of silver to persuade the woman, who had long forgotten her past, to believe she was a member of the Shui family. If they succeeded in taking her away, he promised an additional 10 taels of silver each. Like puppets on strings, the 3 revealed part of Sun Buotao's plot. Though it was only a fragment of his entire scheme, it was enough to expose his vile intentions. The manager of Yufeng Lu, Jin Lin, stood to the side with a dark expression, his brows tightly furrowed. Such a despicable act of human trafficking being plotted within his establishment was truly a disgrace to its reputation. Zhang Yuan let out a cold snort, withdrawing the overwhelming aura of blood and righteousness suppressing the 3 men. They immediately collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing violently. It was clear their spirits had suffered severe injuries, and without 3 to 5 months of recovery, they wouldn't regain their strength. Even then, psychological scars would likely remain. Master Zhang, this matter, Jin Lin began to speak, but before he could finish, Zhang Yuan had already flung Sun Buotao aside. With a resounding crash, Sun Buotao slammed into the wall, shattering the window lattice before falling to the ground with a pitiful scream. It was evident that several bones had been broken. Manager Jin, if Yufeng Lu doesn't give me an explanation for today's events, it will be seen as contempt for my Zenfusi, Zhang Yuan said, his piercing gaze fixed on Jin Lin. Do you think I, Zhang Yuan, dare not kill someone here in Yufeng Lu? Jin Lin's expression shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, rest assured, Master Zhang, Yufeng Lu will certainly provide you with an explanation. Compared to the trouble of Zhang Yuan committing murder in the establishment, offering a satisfactory resolution was undoubtedly the wiser choice. Zhang Yuan turned to look at Sun Quanglin, who had edged his way to the doorway. Young Master Sun, do you think you can just leave like this? I was hoping you'd accompany me to the Zenfusi prison for a little visit. Hearing this, Sun Quanglin's legs gave out, and he stumbled, getting caught on the threshold. The 2 ruffians beside him were trembling uncontrollably in fear. Just then, a haughty voice echoed from the corridor. Let me see since when the Zenfusi has become so brazen, taking people at will? An elderly man with a black beard, dressed in a long cyan robe, strode in confidently. He helped Sun Quanglin to his feet, saying, the Zenfusi requires an official arrest warrant to detain someone. Ordinary enforcers have no authority to make arrests. Dr. Wang Cheng, you must stand up for your student. Sun Quanglin clung desperately to the old man's sleeve as if grasping at a lifeline. The Zenfusi enforcers want to drag me to prison and even threaten to kill my cousin. The Blackbeard elder raised his gaze to Zhang Yuan, holding a scroll bearing the crimson official seal. A faint golden glow emanated from it, infused with his righteous energy. I'd like to see since when the Zenfusi became a place of arbitrary arrests and private torture. I've only just assumed my post, and you've already run into me. Blame it on your bad luck. Zhang Yuan, you're here. A voice called from outside the private room as Fan Mingchen poked his head in. He too was dressed in a long robe and held an official seal scroll. Following close behind, He Muwen approached with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by an elder in a brocade robe. Xia Mingyuan, the manager of the West City Ichuan trading firm and a prominent figure in the black market. Upon spotting Zhang Yuan, He Muwen froze, visibly shaken. In a low voice he said, You're here. If not for Zhang Yuan eliminating Tan Liang, He Muwen wouldn't have achieved his current success. At this moment, his pockets held 5 gold banknotes worth 100 taels each, something he could have never dreamed of before. Brother Zhang, Xia Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Master He, this chief jailer Zhang is as close to me as a brother. Hearing this, the Blackbeard elder, who had been about to confront Zhang Yuan, suddenly stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. Leaning against the doorframe, Sun Quanglin's legs gave out entirely, nearly causing him to collapse. Sun Quanglin recognized Xia Mingyuan, and his entire body stiffened. His father's warning immediately echoed in his mind. This man must never be provoked. In the bureaucratic circles of Luoyang Prefecture, from the 5th-rank prefect and assistant prefect to the 6th-rank judicial officer, and even the intimidating civil and military officials of the prefecture guard, every one of them was someone Sun Quanglin could not afford to offend. As a mere 7th-rank clerk, he had to look up to even 6th-rank officials, let alone those with higher authority and influence. Though he appeared to be a frivolous playboy on the surface, he was actually skilled at gauging situations and acting accordingly. His father had warned him about certain groups of people, the prefecture guard, the powerful families in the city, and those controlling the black market. Sun Quanglin had always kept his distance from them. Any one of these groups could easily find a pretext to strip him of his position. Now, hearing that Zhang Yuan was Xia Mingyuan's brother, Sun Quanglin's face turned deathly pale. Moments ago, without realizing it, He had actually offended the head of the black market. Standing nearby, He Muwen's eyes flashed with sharp insight. Though this prefecture academy recorder usually appeared taciturn, he was in fact exceptionally perceptive. He instantly grasped the situation at hand. Zhang Yuan was clearly at the center of this entire incident. Normally, as a member of the prefecture academy, He Muwen would be expected to protect his own. However, as someone entrusted with important responsibilities by the academy chancellor, He Muwen looked at the bigger picture. Xiaming Yuan's public declaration of his brotherly relationship with Zhang Yuan likely had a deeper purpose. A prefecture guard officer and a black market leader, such a vast disparity in status, what kind of brotherhood could they possibly share? The only plausible explanation was that Zhang Yuan must have a background so formidable that even Xiaming Yuan had to bow to it. Just last night, Zhang Yuan had killed Tan Liang in front of both He Muwen and Chancellor Yang, yet the chancellor had shown no reaction. How could an ordinary officer of the prefecture guard possess such audacity and capability? As He Muwen's thoughts raced, his expression shifted from calm to anger. At this moment, the newly appointed prefecture academy scholar, Wang Cheng, saw his chance and stepped forward with delight. Recorder He, this man has open. Before Wang Cheng could finish his sentence, He Muwen raised his hand. A golden light shot out, striking the scroll in Wang Cheng's hand. The scholar's appointment document, stamped with the chancellor's golden seal, shattered instantly, and with it, the official mandate dissipated into nothingness. Wang Cheng stood frozen in shock, trembling uncontrollably as he stared at He Muwen in disbelief. You, Recorder He, what is the meaning of this? He Muwen did not even glance at him. Instead, he turned to Zhang Yuan and said, Brother Zhang, both the prefecture guard and our prefecture academy exist to protect the people and maintain peace in Luoyang. We should work together in harmony. Your prefecture guard apprehends criminals, and our prefecture academy will merely assist from the sidelines, never becoming a burden or hindrance. Every word was spoken with sincere respect and an impeccable attitude. Inside the private room, Jean Lin and the others couldn't help but twitch their faces, their eyes wide with disbelief. This scene was utterly incomprehensible to them. When had they ever seen a scholar from the prefectural academy show such deference to a mere constable of the town patrol department? Was this still the same group of proud Confucian cultivators? He Muwen's sharp gaze fell upon Wang Cheng's stunned face, his voice icy. You haven't even assumed your position as a scholar of the prefectural academy, and yet you dare obstruct the town patrol department's investigation? Someone like you staying in the academy will only bring disaster to the Luoyang prefectural academy. With a cold snort, he turned to Fan Mingchen and said, Dr. Fan, remove Wang Cheng from the academy by tomorrow. This decision was tantamount to destroying Wang Cheng's future. Not only was his appointment revoked, but he was also expelled from the academy. Fan Mingchen responded with a submissive smile. Understood, sir. The room fell into a dead silence, both inside and out. Everyone's gaze slowly shifted to Zhang Yuan. Just who was this man? How could he, with a single move, ruin the career and decades of hard work of a newly appointed Confucian scholar? A thud came from the corner. Sun Buotao, who had been struggling to get up, collapsed weakly to the ground again. Shortly after, another sound echoed as Sun Quanglin, the son of an official wearing a Confucian robe, dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Master Zhang, please spare me. I was blind and foolish, deceived by Sun Buotao. As he kowtowed, he turned to Yuanyang, pleading, Lady Yu, I was wrong. Please, have mercy. Behind him, two ruffians also knelt, slapping their faces repeatedly. The crisp sound of their slaps mingled with Sun Quanglin's desperate pleas. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, the murderous aura around him growing heavier. He was no longer the impulsive young man he once was. With the memories of numerous martial artists and underworld figures, he understood all too well that smiling tigers were the most dangerous. Young master, let it go, Yuanyang gently urged, glancing at the fallen Yunzhou men scattered on the ground and Sun Buotao, slumped in the corner. They've made me realize I still have family in Yunzhou. This Sun gentleman's father is an official. She didn't want Zhang Yuan to offend the powerful because of her. Zhang Yuan, your Yuanyang is truly kind-hearted, Fan Mingchen praised from the side. Xia Mingyuan also chuckled. A beauty for a hero, Zhang, my brother. Such a valiant man as yourself deserves none other than a fine lady like Yuanyang. He cast a disdainful glance at the groveling Sun Quanglin. Think back to that day when you, brother Zhang, struck the decisive blow with a single arrow. He Muwen nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan's decisiveness in killing in front of him and Yang Chong was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Yuan turned to look at Yuanyang, his expression softening. All right, I'll listen to my lady. He took her hand and addressed He Muwen and the others. Then I shall take my leave and not disturb your gathering further. As he left, he casually kicked Sun Quanglin and the ruffians aside. He understood that Yuanyang was worried about him offending the authorities, and the others likely didn't want him to kill the son of an official on the spot. Giving He Muwen, the prefectural academy scholar, Some face wasn't a big deal after all. He still had to deal with the magistrate's secretary, Rao Qinghai. Once Rao Qinghai fell, his subordinate Sun Ran would inevitably be implicated. By then, taking care of Sun Quanglin would be a simple matter. As the two descended the stairs and disappeared from view, Sun Quanglin slumped on the ground, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. Why are you still standing there? Help me up. The two ruffians hurriedly supported him and left in a rush, not even bothering to bid farewell to He Muwen and the others. This Sun gentleman is infamous in the city for being a shameless scoundrel, Jin Lin sighed, shaking his head. As a merchant, even with the backing of his family, he was reluctant to offend someone like Sun Quangli. Otherwise, he would not have let the troublemakers off so easily. He squinted as he studied the fallen men, especially Sun Buotao. Master He, Brother Xia. What's so special about this Zhang jailer? Xia Mingyuan burst into laughter. Brother Jin, your Jin family just gifted him 100 taels of gold, and you still don't know who he is? Jin Lin's body trembled, and he exclaimed in shock. It's him. In Luoyang City, only one family dared to claim the name Jin as their own. The first patriarch of the Jin family, Jin Chenglu, was once the pride of the entire Luoyang prefecture. The Jin family estate behind Yufeng Tower was the very place where Jin Chenglu's rise began. The private room was in complete disarray, and Jin Lin's expression was grim. According to the family hierarchy, he had to address Jin Chenglu as second uncle. The Jiaoyi guard mentioned earlier was the benefactor who had enlightened his second uncle all those years ago. Thinking of this connection, Jin Lin turned his gaze to the chaotic scene in the room, his eyes growing colder. Guards, take these people to the patrol camp, Jin Lin ordered in a deep voice. Tell them that I, Jin Lin, demand a full account of their misdeeds. Initially, he had planned to settle the matter with money, but upon learning of Zhang Yuan's identity, everything changed. If not handled properly, it would not only provoke discontent within the family but also invite ridicule from other noble families in the city, accusing the Jin family of lacking decorum. Moreover, with the presence of the prefectural scholar and the head of the West City black market, there was no way this incident could be concealed. As Sun Buotao and the others were dragged away by the guards, Jin Lin's brows suddenly knitted tightly. He knew Sun Quanglin's character all too well, someone who could humbly admit fault in public but would not hesitate to strike back in secret. If Zhang Yuan were to meet with any harm after leaving Yufeng Tower tonight, Jin Lin would bear the responsibility. Hearing this, He Muwen frowned slightly. Although he was unaware of Zhang Yuan's background, he understood that if anything happened to him, it would benefit no one. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyuan remained calm, clearly confident in Zhang Yuan's abilities. After a moment of hesitation, Fan Mingchen spoke in a low voice. Zhang Yuan may be a Jiaoyi guard with impressive skills, but he's accompanied by a lady tonight, which might hold him back. He Muwen let out a cold snort and strode to the second-floor window overlooking the street. Jin Lin and the others followed. The street below was sparsely populated. Zhang Yuan walked side by side with Yunyang. While not far behind, Sun Quanglin trailed them with 4 martial artists in tow. In He Muwen's palm, a faint golden mark appeared, a token of a 6th-rank civil official, capable of channeling the power of heaven and earth. Watch closely, my lord, Xia Mingyuan said with a faint smile. This younger brother of mine has always been decisive and ruthless. Tonight, he will surely impress you all. On the street, Yunyang noticed the followers behind them and instinctively moved closer to Zhang Yuan. My dear, someone is following us, she said nervously. Zhang Yuan gently patted her hand, reassuring her, it's fine. I'm here. These simple 3 words warmed Yunyang's heart. As she looked at the tall and upright young man beside her, she thought of how he bore the weight of his parents' deaths and his elder brother's sacrifice all on his own. Now, he had truly grown into a man who could shoulder responsibilities. Yunyang gently rested her head on Zhang Yuan's arm, saying no more. At this moment, with her beloved by her side, what was there to fear? Several yards away, Sun Quanglin gritted his teeth, a low, guttural growl escaping his throat. Dare to cross me, Sun Quanglin? No matter who or what you are, you'll pay with your lives. He knew deep down that if Zhang Yuan was not eliminated tonight, it would bring him real trouble. If Zhang Yuan died, his father would have ways to handle the aftermath. Neither Xia Mingyuan, He Muwen, nor anyone from the town's enforcement office would go against the bureaucracy for a dead man. But if Zhang Yuan lived, he would undoubtedly use every means to make Sun Quanglin suffer. Zhang Yuan was no ordinary officer in black. From their first encounter, Sun Quanglin could tell that this man was not one to be underestimated. The grudge was already formed. If he didn't kill Zhang Yuan tonight, it was certain the tables would turn against him. Kill him, then leave the city to lie low for a couple of months before returning. Don't worry. How much influence could a mere officer in black have? If he really had strong backing, he wouldn't just be in such a lowly position. Sun Quanglin's words made the 4 warriors around him exchange heavy glances. They nodded in agreement, their hands already resting on the short blades tucked at their waists or sleeves, their steps quickening. Ahead, around the corner, a horse-drawn carriage moved alongside Zhang Yuan. Swiftly, Zhang Yuan retrieved a wrist-mounted crossbow from the carriage frame and strapped it onto Yunyang's arm. Yunyang gripped the trigger tightly. If anyone approaches, shoot. He grasped her arm firmly, his expression solemn. You are my Yunyang, my wife. Together, we will face life and death. I swear. One day I will ensure you live a life of wealth and honor. But for now, we must overcome this trial together. Hearing his words, a faint blush returned to Yunyang's pale cheeks, and she nodded resolutely. Though her days were usually spent playing the qin and composing melodies, for her beloved, she was willing to take up arms and fight. The men from White Horse Mountain are here. Armor up, called Li Changwei from the carriage frame, tossing over a lightweight armor. Zhang Yuan quickly donned the iron-plated gear, tightening the straps. He then retrieved a Yinling Dao wrapped in black cloth from the carriage. As he slowly unraveled the cloth, he leaned back against the carriage, shielding Yunyang behind him. On the carriage frame, Li Changwei gripped his blade with both hands, the edge glinting as it slid out of its scabbard. Sun Quangling's group noticed the chain. Zhang Yuan, now armored and armed, with reinforcements at his back, was clearly prepared. Attack. There's no turning back now. Two middle-aged men with short blades growled lowly as they charged at Zhang Yuan. Standing behind Zhang Yuan, Yunyang felt the fiery intensity of his rising energy. Trembling, she raised the wrist-mounted crossbow, aiming it forward. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan continued slowly unraveling the black cloth from his blade, his movements unhurried. His right hand gripped the hilt tightly, as if entirely unfazed by the onrushing enemies. Kill! One of the middle-aged men roared as he lunged, his short blade slicing toward Zhang Yuan's chest. The other crouched low, rolling forward, aiming his blade at Zhang Yuan's legs. The remaining two warriors split upon guarding Sun Quanglin, the other squaring off against Li Changwei, who was preparing to dismount. Yunyang bit her lip hard, bracing her right arm with her left, afraid to make a sound lest she disturb Zhang Yuan's focus. The distance of just a yard closed in an instant, and two sinister flashes of steel arced toward Zhang Yuan, one high and one low. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's turning blade suddenly halted. The black cloth, wrapping the Yinling Dao, had fallen away completely. Gripping the hilt tightly, the long blade flashed out of its sheath in an instant. Zhang Yuan's mind echoed with the teachings of Zhou Lin, the camp leader of the Zhenfusi guards. Before drawing your blade, your intent must already infuse the weapon. The moment you grasp the hilt, the battle begins. In one fluid motion, Zhang Yuan's right hand gripped the hilt firmly, and the long blade arced upward from his waist in an elegant curve. His arm straightened from a bent position, the meticulously forged Yinling saber gleaming with lethal light as it met the incoming short blade Hedon. The clash of metal rang out. The middle-aged warrior's ferocious expression froze in shock. His 2-foot short blade was sliced cleanly in two as if it were made of wax. The 5-inch wide edge of the Yinling saber didn't pause, tearing upward from the man's armpit, shredding through coarse cloth and scraping against rib bones with a sound that made one's teeth ache. Scalding blood sprayed forth, splattering onto Zhang Yuan and even staining Yunyang's pristine white dress. The severed arm and broken blade fell to the ground, while the man's body, cleaved across much of his chest, was flung backward. Almost simultaneously, another warrior's short blade swung toward Zhang Yuan's lower leg, only to rebound with a sharp clang. It struck solid iron armor hidden beneath his clothing. The assailant froze in surprise. Battles between martial artists in the Jianghu rarely involved such full-body protection. Only soldiers prioritized such defenses. The crouching warrior's face showed fear, but he refused to yield. He reversed his grip on the short blade and viciously slashed upward toward Zhang Yuan's groin. With a sharp snap, Zhang Yuan caught the man's wrist firmly, the sound of bones fracturing following instantly. Zhang Yuan's strength, honed to mastery, was enough to crush solid stone with a single hand. Before the man could even cry out in pain, Zhang Yuan twisted his arm with a fluid motion, contorting it into a grotesque shape like a coiled rope. The short blade clattered to the ground as the first warrior collapsed with a heavy thud. The second was flung through the air, crashing into the opponent fighting Li Changwei. Young master, go quickly. One of the warriors guarding Sun Quanglin, sensing the tide turning, attempted to bypass Zhang Yuan to seize Yunyang. His movements spun like a whirlwind, swift to an extreme but not swift enough to outpace Zhang Yuan. With a slight pause, Zhang Yuan swept his blade horizontally. A harsh tearing sound followed as the spinning figure collided with the edge. His torso was severed cleanly, blood gushing out like a fountain as his life ended in an instant. Expressionless, Zhang Yuan raised his long blade and stepped forward, closing the distance relentlessly. You? Sun Quanglin's eyes widened in terror as he trembled, staring at Zhang Yuan, who was advancing with a blade in hand. The fierce clash had lasted no more than 10 breaths. Two martial artists who had just entered the hidden Yuan realm lay gravely injured on the ground, while another, at the midstage of the same realm, hovered between life and death. Although Sun Quanglin, notorious as a depraved scoundrel in Luoyang City, had committed numerous crimes including murder and robbery, he had never witnessed such a brutal and close-quarters fight before. The so-called masters his father had hired at great expense, who usually showed off their acrobatics and feats of strength in front of him, now lay sprawled on the ground or sat wailing in pain. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. True fear gripped Sun Quanglin's heart as he faced the possibility of death for the first time, feeling a terror he had never experienced before. Zhang Yuan moved forward with an expressionless face, as if the death and injury moments ago had nothing to do with him. When he was only 10 feet away from Sun Quanglin, he suddenly roared, "Kill!" Gripping his blade with both hands, he leapt into the air. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle, and behind him appeared the faint image of a lush green mountain. Clang! The deafening clash of metal echoed across 100 feet. A black iron pole shattered on impact, its wielder's hands bleeding profusely as he staggered back, clutching the broken pole. Zhang Yuan landed beside Sun Quanglin, his presence emanating an ominous killing intent that seemed to manifest as a crimson glow. Sun Quanglin's legs trembled uncontrollably, and his trousers were soaked with warm liquid. Bandits from Bema Mountain dare to commit crimes within Luoyang City? Do you think the laws of Xianqin are non-existent? Zhang Yuan's thunderous voice boomed like a clap of thunder. Li Changwei leapt down from the carriage, drawing his yinling blade as he moved swiftly to Zhang Yuan's side. At the corner of the street, Sun Zhe, clad in iron armor and wielding a long-handled warblade, approached alongside Chen Liang, who carried a short blade and round shield. On the opposite side, the limping Zhang Chuanwu advanced quickly, spear in hand. The fourth squad of the Jiaoyi Guards from the Town Pacification Division had gathered. Jiaoyi Guards of the Town Pacification Division, stand down if you're uninvolved? Sun Zhe bellowed, his long-handled war blade sweeping through the air with a resounding hum. Chen Liang advanced steadily, exuding an air of invincibility. Across the street, 3 porters threw down their loads and drew long blades, while 7 or 8 idle men squatting by the wall shed their oversized coats, revealing short blades at their waists as they began to close in. Among them, at least 3 were at the midstage of the hidden Yuan realm, while their leader was a latestage expert, his killing intent palpable. Yet Zhang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the middle-aged scholar in a green robe holding a book and a skewer of candied hawthorns. He recognized this man all too well. Du Haijing, the leader of Bema Mountain bandits, the enigmatic figure revered by Hu Jinran, childhood friend of Ming Tao, and respected as Brother Du by the infamous Xiao Bapi. At the far end of the street, an elderly, hunchbacked man carrying a bamboo pole of candied hawthorns halted in his steps. Lu Nanqing, the second-in-command of Bema Mountain. Zhang Yuan had not anticipated that both leaders of Bema Mountain would appear together in search of him. This was far beyond his expectations. Form up. Sun Zhe commanded sharply. Chen Liang and Li Changwei immediately moved to guard the flanks, while Zhang Chuanwu advanced with his spear, their combined energies connecting seamlessly. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, his vitality surging as he stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Sun Zhe. Charge! With a deafening battle cry, the attack formation of the Town Pacification Division surged forward, launching their assault. The military formation of the Xianqin army was structured into squads of 5 soldiers, groups of 10 forming a Shur, 100 forming a Dui, 1,000 forming a Ing, and 10,000 forming a Wei. In battle, each Ing carried its own banner, led by a commander at the front who fought to the death without retreat. If an entire Wei perished, the commanding general would personally lead the charge. The Zhenfu division adopted this military formation but simplified it into 5-person teams for the skirmishes of the martial world. At this moment, one such Zhenfu division team was advancing down the cobblestone street. Sun Zhe took the lead, raising his long blade high. Zhang Yuan and Li Changwei flanked him on either side, their yinling knives poised, one held horizontally, the other trailing low. Chen Liang followed closely behind Sun Zhe, shield in hand, guarding his chest and vital areas. Zhang Chuanwu, gripping a spear with both hands, brought up the rear, the spearhead steady and unwavering. The 5 moved in perfect coordination, their steps synchronized, advancing like an unbreakable chain. Despite their larger numbers, the opposing martial artists were unable to breach this tightly disciplined formation and were forced to retreat continuously. In the center of the street, Sun Quanglin stood trembling, isolated and overwhelmed. Onlookers had long since scattered to the corners of the street, peeking cautiously from a safe distance to witness the intense confrontation. On the second-floor balcony of the Yufeng Inn, several observers watched the scene unfold, each lost in thought. Xiaoming Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, his fists tightening unconsciously. Jin Lin rested a hand on the windowsill, murmuring in admiration. Fan Mingchen, holding an official appointment letter, praised Zhang Yuan's youthful talent. Meanwhile, Yuan gazed downstairs with a somber expression. The bandits from White Horse Mountain finally launched their counterattack. They hurled wooden crates and poles toward the formation, only for Sun Tzu to cleave them apart with a single swing of his blade. Seizing the moment, a bandit leader wielding a sword charged forward, the gleam of his blade dazzling under the lantern light. For other knife-wielding bandits followed closely, aiming to take down Sun Tzu at the forefront and dismantle the formation. Sun Tzu stood firm. With a swift upward motion, his long blade parried the incoming sword. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's Yinling knife slashed out like lightning, outpacing the assailant's attacks. With a sharp sound, one bandit fell back, clutching a wound, while another hesitated as his clothes were torn. Chun Liang's round shield absorbed a heavy blow, forcing him back a few steps, but Zhang Chuanwu immediately thrust his spear, impaling one of the attackers. Sun Tzu then struck with his blade, its cold glint forcing the sword-wielding bandit to retreat. In just a brief exchange, 2 bandits had fallen, while the Shenfu division team remained unscathed. Impressive! Xia Mingyuan exclaimed from the Yufeng Inn, voicing the admiration shared by everyone present. How many breaths? Sun Tzu asked in a low voice, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. The 2 heavy strikes he had just delivered had drained most of his strength. Each slash was executed with full force to push back the enemy, ensuring they wouldn't dare to block directly. He knew all too well that if any of his strikes were stopped, their formation would falter, breaking the protective power of their battle array. 15 breaths, Zhang Yuan replied as he stepped forward, raising his Yinling saber to take Sun Tzu's place. Gripping the saber with both hands, he shouted, "Charge!" and led the advance. Sun Tzu, along with Li Chongwei and the others, could only grit their teeth and follow closely. Opposite them, a swordsman at the late stage of the Hidden Origin realm fixed his piercing gaze on Zhang Yuan. With a slight crouch, he formed a sword seal and thrust forward. His companions, working in seamless coordination, swung their long sabers to block any potential attacks from the rest of Zhang Yuan's group. Zhang Yuan swung his Yinling saber in a clean horizontal slash, executing the simplest move from the cloak saber technique. The blade whistled through the air and clashed with the enemy's sword. A crisp, snapping sound echoed, the sword shattered on impact. This Yinling saber, once the weapon of Xuanjia Guard Captain Su Jinnan, was forged from meticulously refined steel, far superior to ordinary blades. The middle-aged swordsman's expression changed drastically. He hastily released his broken sword and retreated, disbelief written across his face. Never had he imagined that a mere Zhao guard would wield a saber of such quality, let alone possess the combat prowess of someone at the peak of the Hidden Origin realm. How could there be such a young expert at this level in Luoyang Prefecture? Zhang Yuan did not halt his momentum. His saber thrust forward, piercing through the chest of one of the enemy's saber-wielding fighters. Seeing their comrade fall and the middle-aged swordsman retreat, the other bandits panicked, their formation crumbling as they scrambled back, shouting, "This one's tough. Kill!" Sun Tzu roared, his long-handled battle saber cleaving toward the weaponless latest-stage Hidden Origin swordsman. The strike was lethal. If the swordsman didn't evade, he would surely die. But retreating would cost the lives of at least 3 of his comrades. "Retreat now!" the disarmed swordsman shouted desperately. He crossed his arms above his head, each hand gripping a short blade, in a last-ditch effort to block Sun Tzu's fatal blow. It was a futile attempt. How could short blades withstand the force of a battle saber? In that critical moment, a deafening clang of metal rang out, reverberating across the battlefield. Sun Tzu's saber stopped abruptly, just half a foot away from the swordsman's head. A long, green-gray staff wrapped in bundles of straw had intercepted the blade, scattering several skewers of candied hawthorn into the air. It was Lu Nanqing, the second-in-command of Bema Mountain. Zhang Yuan's sharp eyes caught the faint trace of true essence flickering across the staff as Lu Nanqing struck. This revealed that he had already reached the enlightened realm level beyond the Hidden Origin realm, where one could perceive the essence of life and blood while condensing innate true essence, stepping onto the path of martial mastery. With a crack, the hilt of Sun Tzu's saber shattered. His face flushed red as his hands trembled, blood seeping from his palms. Yet, he stubbornly clung to the broken hilt, his eyes filled with grim determination. "Fall back," Sun Tzu growled, reaching out to pull Zhang Yuan away. None of them had anticipated that Bema Mountain's second-in-command would appear, let alone that he had advanced to the enlightened realm. In such a situation, lasting even 10 breaths was impossible, let alone a full cup of tea's time. "We can't retreat." Zhang Yuan pressed down on Sun Tzu's trembling arm, taking a deep breath as he stared straight ahead. "Hand over what I want, and I'll grant you a swift death," the middle-aged man in the green robe said with a smile, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn. His gaze swept over their formation before shifting upward toward Yufeng Tower. "Your confidence lies with them, doesn't it?" Before he even finished speaking, the candied hawthorn skewers in his hand were already flying out. 7 bright red hawthorn fruits shot through the air like meteors, scattering in all directions. A faint golden barrier suddenly shimmered into existence near Yufeng Tower. I've only scratched the surface of the 7 stars formation, but it should hold off a 6th-rank scholar for 100 breaths. Can you survive that long? Du Hai's voice grew colder with each word. Second brother, leave this one alive. Kill the rest, he ordered. In that moment, an unprecedented surge of qi and blood erupted from Zhang Yuan. Hidden origin mastery revealed at last. At the brink of life and death, he no longer held back his true strength. Form up. Tiger formation, he commanded, his voice firm and resolute. In the flourishing era of martial arts under the Xian Qin, the primary reason for its prominence was the fearless determination of martial practitioners. Zhang Yuan's body brimmed with surging vitality, the energy condensing into a faint red murderous aura that he channeled directly into his muscles and bones. Wielding a long blade, he led Sun Zhe, Li Changwei, and Chen Liang to form a wedge-shaped battle formation, their energies interlinked. Zhang Chuanwu, having never participated in such formation drills, could only retreat slowly to the edge of the carriage. Turning to Yunyang, who held a wrist-mounted crossbow, he softly asked, "Girl, are you scared?" Yunyang bit her lip tightly, her eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan's figure. She first nodded, then shook her head, remaining silent. Tears welled in her eyes as she finally understood the mystery that had perplexed her for so long. The young man who listened to her play the qin in the courtyard, who obediently followed her guidance in reading and writing, and who diligently practiced martial arts every day each time he left home, he was walking the line between life and death. He reserved all his gentleness for her, but faced such peril alone. Zhang Chuanwu noticed the expression on Yunyang's face and broke into a grin. That Zhang Yuan of yours is something else. One day, he'll be someone extraordinary. As he spoke, he raised his spear and held it horizontally in front of him. Kill. Zhang Yuan let out a thunderous roar, his vitality surging to a boil. As he stepped forward, a faint shadow began to materialize behind him. With each step, the shadow grew more distinct until it finally transformed into a ferocious white tiger with piercing eyes and a broad forehead. This was the tiger formation, a battle tactic taught by the Xuanjia guards of the Shenfu division, specifically designed to combat powerful demons. While over 30 squads in the Luoyang Prefecture's Zhenfu division practiced this formation, none had successfully mastered it. Yet now, even the mere manifestation of the tiger's shadow filled Sun Zhe and the others with unprecedented strength. Their vitality surged, their muscles and bones brimming with boundless energy, and their combat power soared to more than double its usual level. This remarkable feat was due to Zhang Yuan's comprehension of the tiger's essence, as imparted by Qian Bin, enabling him to harmonize his vitality with the battle formation. His cultivation of the 6th grade earth level Zhenyue technique had already granted him vitality far surpassing others of his level. Now, with the 4 of them connected, the immense power he wielded was shared among his comrades. Roar! With the tiger's roar reverberating, Zhang Yuan swung his Yinling long blade and launched an attack on the Dongming realm expert. This formidable opponent, a master one entire realm above them, was of a caliber capable of serving as a commanding officer in the Shenfu division. They could not afford to hold anything back. From the upper floor of Yufeng Tower, He Muin's face darkened as his fingers moved incessantly, conjuring golden characters that shot forth and collided fiercely with the faint red light barrier ahead. The shimmering barrier rippled, but showed no signs of breaking. The defensive power of the 7-star formation made Du Hai nod in approval. This array could hold against He Muin for at least 100 breaths. He glanced down at the spring and autumn scholars below, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he muttered curses under his breath at these troublemakers who disregarded the laws of Xianqin. Beside him, Xia Mingyuan leaned against the window with a frown, hesitation written on his face. Meanwhile, Fan Mingqian stood nearby, murmuring to himself in an almost inaudible tone. On the streets below, the battle had already begun. Lu Nanqing gripped a green wooden staff, which trembled before the grass-like covering at its tip burst apart, revealing a 7-foot-long curved blade. True essence coursed along the blade, gleaming with a sharp, radiant light. Not bad, he muttered, his voice low, as the curved blade thrust forward, meeting Zhang Yuan's Yinling saber in a fierce clash. This strike carried the force of 2,000 pounds, along with a hidden surge of true essence, several times stronger. This was the true strength of a master in the Tongming realm. Zhang Yuan remained unfazed, stepping back only slightly to channel the power of the battle formation and disperse the terrifying blow. Sun Zhe, Li Changwei, and Chen Liang, who retreated in unison, were also unharmed. Impressive, Lu Nanqing remarked, raising an eyebrow. His curved blade immediately shifted towards Sun Zhe. For 4 Yuan realm warriors to withstand a Tongming realm strike was a testament to the remarkable strength of their battle formation. Kill! Sun Zhe charged forward. Unlike martial artists of the Jianghu, Military formations emphasized direct confrontation over feints and deception. At the moment their blades collided, Sun Tzu's long blade shattered, and he staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuan and Li Changwei attacked Lu Nanqing from both sides. Unfortunately, Li Changwei's mid Yuan cultivation caused his strike to lag slightly, giving Lu Nanqing an opening. He parried Zhang Yuan's blade and prepared to turn and strike down Li Changwei. This time, however, Zhang Yuan's attack grew heavier. Mountain suppression, he roared, channeling his true essence into the technique as his saber descended with overwhelming force. Lu Nanqing's curved blade was momentarily locked in place, forcing him to raise his left hand to block Li Changwei's horizontal slash. Though Lu Nanqing's palm strike sent Li Changwei stumbling back 3 steps, Chunliang managed to steady him with a shield just in time. Li Changwei, now unable to grip his weapon, barely remained standing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan calmly retreated, positioning his blade to protect his comrades. That was damn satisfying, Li Changwei said with a grin, planting his broken blade into the ground for support. Lu Nanqing's expression turned grim. He pulled back his left hand and gripped his curved blade tightly once more, his gaze sweeping over the group. "What is your name?" he asked. "Zhang Yuan," came the reply. Lu Nanqing nodded slowly, his curved blade pointing directly at Zhang Yuan. "The others are no longer capable of fighting. They'll give you 3 breaths to escape." 3 breaths. Escape. For a martial artist who has achieved mastery in the hidden origin stage, this fleeting moment is enough to flee dozens of feet. Whether rushing into nearby buildings or seeking another escape route, there is still a slim chance of survival. The battle had already reached a desperate state. Sun Tzu and Li Changwei were utterly spent, and the tiger formation was on the verge of collapse. Chunliang, holding a small shield and short blade, growled under his breath, "Zhang Yuan, you go first." As he spoke, he stepped forward slowly. Li Changwei's hands trembled as he gripped his Yinling blade, struggling to lift it. 3 breaths. "We can hold on for 3 more breaths." Behind him, Sun Tzu, with half of his blade shaft broken, had no choice but to use his longsword like a battle knife, dragging himself forward. Zhang Chuanwu spat into his palm, tightened his grip on his spear, and strode ahead. "Girl, if Zhang Yuan doesn't take you with him, don't blame him. He's still young." Yunyang nodded silently, lowering her arm that held the sleeve arrow. The cold arrowhead pressed against her chest. If Zhang Yuan chose to leave, she would not be a burden. She understood in her heart what Zhang Yuan had said before they would face life and death together. No matter the outcome, she was willing. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the streets. It was Zhang Yuan's answer. Flee in 3 breaths? Zhang Yuan would never abandon his comrades to escape alone, nor would he leave the one he loved to survive in disgrace. With both hands gripping the Yinling blade, he stepped forward and brought it down heavily. The strike appeared unremarkable at first glance. It wasn't the newly mastered Jinue blade technique, but the cloak blade technique that had long become part of his very being. Yet, the blade's edge shone with a dazzling brilliance, transforming into a streak of light that roared like thunder. This was the cloak blade technique, a fundamental yet essential skill of the immortal Qin military. It was such foundational techniques that upheld countless immortal Qin formations, shining brightly in the hands of thousands of warriors. Horizontal slashes, downward strikes, spinning cuts with a blade in hand. He was truly invincible. Opposite him, Lu Nanqing wielded a curved long blade in defense. The clash of blades rang out like the hammering of a blacksmith's forge. At that moment, the intricate techniques of the martial world paled in comparison to the raw power of the battlefield blade techniques. The finely tempered long blade gleamed coldly under the lantern light of the marketplace. Zhang Yuan's blood surged within him, his mind ablaze as blood energy erupted like a torrent. The azure true essence pearl within him shattered and coursed through his meridians, fueling each strike he delivered. With the robust support of martial blood energy and the clarity of the true essence at the enlightened realm, Zhang Yuan's combat prowess was in no way inferior to Lu Nanqing's. His unstoppable blade forced Lu Nanqing to retreat step by step. Clang clang clang. After 9 strikes, Zhang Yuan's blood energy reached its peak, and behind him, a faint phantom of a fierce tiger emerged. This was not the power of the battle formation, but the manifestation of his blood energy, flowing in alignment with the tiger's intent that Qian Bin had once guided him toward. True essence coursed through him, forming an aura. Using his blade to channel this momentum, it became his own intent. This was blade intent. Lu Nanqing stared at the descending edge of Zhang Yuan's blade, at the merging of the tiger's phantom and the blade's glow, which transformed into a 3-inch streak of light. He couldn't help but murmur in awe, blade intent. Martial artists often spend decades in relentless practice, focusing on a single path, before they can grasp the essence of their art. Yet, standing before them, Zhang Yuan, barely 20 years old, had already mastered the intent of the blade. Such extraordinary talent left everyone in awe. Lu Nanqing took a deep breath, raising the curved saber in his hands. He abandoned his previous strategy of direct confrontation, opting instead for a more agile and flexible approach. Even for someone of his cultivation level, a master of the Tongming realm, facing a strike imbued with blade intent compelled him to instinctively retreat. This was the reverence all martial practitioners held for true mastery. Clang! The curved saber trembled, forced back half a foot, and Lu Nanqing involuntarily took a step backward. A shocking scene unfolded. A Tongming realm master had been repelled by a young man still in the Inyuan realm. Such an event was enough to be retold in the martial world for a decade. Seizing the momentum, Zhang Yuan swung his Yinling saber down heavily onto the stone-paved street. With a thunderous crash, the thick bluestone shattered into pieces, sending shards flying in all directions and forcing the bandits of Bema Mountain to retreat in alarm. The leader of Bema Mountain, Du Haizheng, furrowed his brows. His right hand moved swiftly in midair, sketching a hasty character for fall. A faint, shimmering outline appeared, instantly halting all the flying debris. This display of mystical power, where words became law, made Zhang Yuan take several cautious steps back. Du Haizheng's ability to command the forces of heaven and earth and wield Confucian Dao techniques meant he was either an official of the imperial court or in possession of a rare Confucian artifact. Clearly, as a bandit leader, he was no government official, which left only one possibility: had a Confucian treasure in his possession. This critical piece of information had eluded Zhang Yuan beforehand. Had he known, he would never have risked luring the Bema Mountain bandits here tonight. Such mastery at such a young age, remarkable, truly remarkable, Du Haizheng said, withdrawing his glowing golden fingers with a slight shake of his head. Rest assured, I won't interfere for the next 100 breaths. With that, he gestured to his men. Help the second leader deal with those others. Although Du Haizheng temporarily refrained from acting, the other bandits closed in on Sun Zhe and his companions. At this point, both Sun Zhe and Li Changwei were already injured, leaving only Qian Liang barely capable of holding his ground. They stood no chance of fending off the assault. Worse still, this situation would inevitably divide Zhang Yuan's attention. Losing focus while facing a Tongming realm opponent was tantamount to signing one's death warrant. Zhang Yuan, get out of here now! Sun Zhe shouted, gripping the broken hilt of his saber as he stepped forward. His voice was sharp and commanding. This is an order from your banner officer. If you defy it, you'll be disobeying orders. His tone was resolute, and he thought to himself, the Jowie guards were always destined for this path. It's a pity I won't get to see my boy take the imperial examinations. I wonder if, after I'm gone, he'll remember to abandon his dream of joining the Jowie guards. Li Changwei and Chun Liang exchanged a faint smile and stood side by side. Chun Liang raised his round shield, carefully guarding Li Changwei's vital points. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's eyes blazed with determination. Raising a black command token high in his left hand, he declared in a powerful voice, Banner Officer Sun, I hold the Dian command token. From this moment, my orders take precedence. I command the rest of Jia Squad 4 to stand down. The Dian command token. At this proclamation, Sun Zhe froze in place, his entire body trembling. Li Changwei and Chun Liang's expressions turned rigid, and Zhang Chuanwu, who had retreated 20 feet away, stopped in his tracks. In the Jowie guards, obedience to orders was a principle deeply ingrained in their very being. Zhang Yuan, Sun Zhe clenched his fists, growling through gritted teeth. Zhang Yuan let out a hearty laugh, his blood surging within him. The blood pearl in his mind seemed to ignite, exploding with a roar and transforming into a torrent of energy that flooded his meridians and dantian. Simultaneously, the golden bead in his spiritual sea shattered, unleashing a surge of righteous power. This force cleared his mind, allowing him to control the surging energy with perfect precision. In this moment, Zhang Yuan's strength rivaled that of a Tongming realm master. His blood energy and true essence even surpassed theirs. While this came at the cost of burning his blood energy and the righteous power within the golden bead, he knew he could always rebuild his cultivation if he survived. Jowie guard Zhang Yuan, apprehending bandits' non-essential personnel, stand clear. His resounding voice carried across 10 miles, a fusion of martial blood energy, true essence, and a trace of righteous power. Kill. This battle cry embodied the valor of the soldiers of the immortal Qin and the very foundation of this world. The long blade gleamed with an intimidating sharpness. Zhang Yuan stood proudly, gripping his Yinling saber. His imposing presence alone seemed capable of challenging an entire army, causing the White Horse Mountain bandits encircling him to hesitate. Even Lu Nanqing, the second-in-command of White Horse Mountain and wielder of a hooked saber, stood 3 zhang away, his expression grave, unwilling to make the first move. From the corner of the street, townsfolk cautiously peeked out. The Jowie guards of the Pacification Bureau. This young man is a true warrior. An elderly man with white hair murmured. This is how a son of Xianqin should be. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair clenched his fists, his eyes burning with admiration. Why hasn't the patrol army arrived yet? Are they waiting for all Xianqin warriors to perish before they act? An elderly man, leaning on a cane, angrily struck the stone-paved ground. Spurred by his words, several young men dashed out from the street corner, wielding wooden sticks and carrying poles as they charged forward, shouting. Though Zhang Yuan had sternly ordered bystanders to retreat, everyone present understood Xianqin belonged to all its people, and no one could truly claim to be uninvolved. At that moment, a low command came from Yufeng Tower above. Elder Zhu, act now. Before the words had fully echoed, the white-haired elder sprang into the air like a wild goose, leaping several zhang in an instant. Seventh uncle. Jin Lin cried out as a figure descended from the third floor. He Muwen stood on the windowsill, clapping his hands together. The golden characters before him dissolved into a radiant golden light. He looked skyward and shouted, "Under the heavens of Xianqin, justice prevails." His thunderous voice shook the earth, illuminating the sky within a faveli radius as if it were daylight. The power of Xianqin's heavenly mandate descended in response to his words. From the direction of the yamen, the sound of war drums echoed a signal to banish demons and ward off evil. Meanwhile, from the Pacification Bureau, a crimson light shot into the sky, resembling a constellation, with Yao Guang converging at the heaven's apex. Du Haizheng, if even one of my Jiaoi guards is harmed, not even Du Haiping himself can save you from my wrath. The voice of Zhou Lin, first captain of the Jiaoi Guards Jiaoi Battalion under the Luyang Prefecture Pacification Bureau, resonated from afar. Although Zhang Yuan had miscalculated Lu Nanqing's presencia master of the Tongming realm within the city, and had not anticipated that Du Haizheng, the White Horse Mountain leader, would wield a Confucian artifact, he was equally surprised by the unexpected support of He Muwen, a scholar from the Prefectural Academy. With a single command, He Muwen had mobilized the very spirit of the land and drawn the attention of powerful figures across the city. Two bandits who dared to charge were swiftly cut down by Zhang Yuan's blade, their blood spraying 3 zhang into the air. The remaining bandits, terrified, scattered in retreat. Such unparalleled martial prowess and vitality one man alone could hold back an army. Impressive. Truly impressive, Du Haizheng muttered, his expression darkening as a crazed glint appeared in his eyes. Slowly raising his hand, he released a small jade monkey figurine that floated ominously into the air. The tiny monkey, no more than an inch tall, flipped midair as it landed, instantly transforming into a towering long-armed giant ape over 8 feet high, its body covered in dark greenish-black fur. Could this be the fearsome demon that had wiped out several squads of the Xinfu division? Zhang Yuan fixed his gaze on this sudden transformation, fully aware that this demon's combat prowess was extraordinary. Otherwise, Du Haizheng would not have summoned it at this critical moment. The giant ape tilted its head back and let out a piercing howl, its voice as chilling as a ghost's wail. In an instant, its massive form turned into a blue whirlwind, its enormous claws slashing down toward Zhang Yuan. Though it didn't explicitly display the true essence of a Tongming realm demon, the thunderous momentum of its attack unmistakably carried the power of that realm. Zhang Yuan understood clearly that even if he managed to block this strike with all his might, he wouldn't withstand the subsequent onslaught. Gripping his long blade tightly, his gaze turned resolute. In the distance, the deafening drumbeats of Winden reverberated, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. He only needed to hold on for 10 more breaths, just 10 breaths, even at the cost of his life. Switching the blade to his right hand, he raised his left hand swiftly. A yellow talisman paper ignited in the Winden item gifted to him by the Taoist devotee Zhang Wanhe as a prize during his sparring match against Liang Chao of Squad Jia 2. According to the devotee Tao Qing, this defensive talisman could summon a stone wall capable of withstanding an attack from a half-step Tongming realm demon for 100 breaths. Initially, Zhang Yuan had planned to sell this talisman, worth 100 taels of silver, at the market. But for the sake of caution, he had kept it with him. As the talisman turned to ash, a stone wall materialized out of thin air 2 zhang high, 5 chi thick, and 3 zhang wide, blocking half the street and halting the giant ape's charge. The ape's massive claw slammed into the wall, shattering the blue stones and causing the entire structure to tremble violently. What should have withstood a half-step Tongming realm demon for 100 breaths was already fractured after a single strike. Zhang Yuan's expression grew solemn. He gripped his long blade horizontally, his eyes gleaming with determination. With the giant ape's immense strength, its next strike would surely demolish the wall completely. This talisman, worth 100 taels of silver, might not even last 10 breaths. To survive, he had only one option: fight with his life on the line. As expected, the giant ape roared and struck again, reducing the remaining stone wall to rubble in an instant. But Zhang Yuan was no longer there. Like a swift swallow, he leapt into the air, shattering a window frame underfoot to propel himself upward by 2 zhang. His long blade was raised high above his head, descending with the force of splitting heaven and earth. Kill! Zhang Yuan's roar echoed from behind the giant ape. Not far away, Du Haijing and Lu Nanqing, the second leader of White Horse Mountain, both showed expressions of shock. The swallow's slash. Old Third's ultimate technique, how could it appear here? Lu Nanqing murmured to himself. This move was originally the signature skill of the horse-slaying General Meng Tao, and no second person in the world should have been able to use it. The giant ape hurriedly turned, raising its long arms to shield its head. Zhang Yuan's blade struck down with a heavy blow, slicing from the arm straight to the neck. He let out an enraged shout, channeling all his blood energy and true essence into the blade. Behind him, the phantom of a towering mountain emerged, and the long blade seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 mountains. This was the mountain-suppressing blade technique, a strike to subdue rivers and mountains. With a sharp clang, Zhang Yuan's body and long blade descended from a height of 2 zhang. The massive body of the giant ape was severed in response, golden light and greenish streaks intertwining in the air before fading. All that remained was a small jade monkey, barely an inch tall, split into 2 and falling heavily to the ground. That strike had drained all of Zhang Yuan's strength. He knelt on one knee, using his trembling long blade for support, his chest heaving violently. To slay a giant ape with the combat prowess of the Tongming realm, while not yet having reached that realm himself, was his absolute limit. The tricolored pearl in his mind trembled incessantly, as the overwhelming power pushed his body to its utmost limits, refining his muscles, bones, and blood. Flying swallow slash. Third brother. Du Haijing stared at Zhang Yuan, who was half kneeling on the ground, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. You, not even in the Tongming realm, can defeat a demon spirit puppet. Truly fascinating. On the other side, Lu Nanqing gripped his long-handled curved blade tightly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan with burning intensity. Flying swallow slash, how do you know it? Zhang Yuan lifted his head and looked at him, remaining silent. To comprehend the memories of those he slew was the greatest secret of his life. In the distance, beneath the blood-red sky, a sharp blade light sliced horizontally through the air. Du Haijing glanced at Lu Nanqing. Second brother, you should leave. With a casual toss, he threw out a jade tiger, which instantly transformed into a Tuazhang-tall black tiger. The beast grabbed Lu Nanqing and sprinted toward the Guelu River. The other White Horse Mountain bandits followed closely behind. Big brother. Lu Nanqing's voice grew fainter as he was carried away. Du Haijing crouched in front of Zhang Yuan with a faint smile on his lips. Do you think I dare to kill you? Zhang Yuan's right hand could no longer grip the blade. He had to switch to his left. To outsiders, a swordsman losing his right hand was as good as losing most of his combat ability. But Zhang Yuan's left hand had undergone rigorous training as well. Little one, do you know why I've come to intercept you? Du Haijing continued. Do you really think I'm unaware of the secret Xiao Mingjing left in his robes? A golden glow shimmered between his fingers as he slowly reached toward Zhang Yuan's forehead. At this moment, the elder bodyguard of Xiaoming Yuan, the radiant He Muwen, and the warriors rushing out from Yufeng Tower had yet to arrive. The blade light in the sky was still 100 zhang away. In what seemed to be a moment of certain doom, Zhang Yuan tightened his grip on the Yinling blade in his left hand. For a martial artist to close in on a Confucian Dao cultivator, killing Du Haijing would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. But Zhang Yuan knew all too well that a living Du Haijing was far more valuable than a dead one. Huosha's sharp whistle pierced through the air. Thuda black iron arrow, a foot long, grazed Du Haijing's right ear, drawing a thin streak of blood before embedding itself into the light armor on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Du Haijing's pointed attack struck nothing but air, erupting with a crackling sound. His face flushed red in an instant as he gritted his teeth and turned around. Behind him, Yuanyang stood trembling, clutching a hidden wrist-mounted crossbow, aiming it at Du Haijing. Villain, don't you dare harm my dear Lang. Her voice quivered, but carried an unwavering resolve. Zhang Yuan gazed at Yuanyang, his eyes filled with tenderness. This brave young woman had stepped forward to protect him without hesitation. A flash of malice flickered in Du Haijing's eyes as he wiped the blood trickling from his ear. Damn it, he roared, his fingertips emanating a golden light as he swiftly traced a glowing golden, stop character in midair. The shimmering character, about the size of a palm, enveloped Yuanyang entirely, leaving her frozen and motionless. Du Haijing stood up, the golden light at his fingertips transforming into a short blade about a foot long. He was about to strike when he suddenly jolted. Zhang Yuan's large hand had locked firmly onto his ankle. Crack! With a twist of Zhang Yuan's wrist, the sound of breaking bone was unmistakable. Du Haijing let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground with his leg bone shattered. The golden, stop character dissipated, and Yuanyang immediately rushed to Zhang Yuan's side. My Yuanyang is my lifesaver, Zhang Yuan said softly, sheathing his long blade and gently holding Yuanyang, who was anxiously inspecting his injuries. Muwen stepped forward quickly, his palm emitting a golden, righteous energy that tightly restrained Du Haizheng. So what if you're from the Du family of Zhaohe? I am a Xianqin official, having passed the imperial examinations and entered the government academy. The reputation of the Du family, descendants of the esteemed Minister of Works and the Spring and Autumn Confucian lineage, is ruined by an ignorant scoundrel like you. Spineless scholar, how dare you insult my family? I demand a literary duel with you. Du Haizheng roared angrily, writhing on the ground. At this moment, reinforcements arrived in Elder Guard from Xiamingtang, martial artists from Yufeng Tower, and finally, Zhou Lin, the captain of the Jiaoyi Guard Battalion of the Town Patrol Division, descended with a commanding presence. Zhou Lin's wrath surged as he surveyed the scene of injured bandits and the battered Zhang Yuan and his companions. Zhou Lin drew his blade, the icy killing intent freezing the air as the blade slashed toward Du Haizheng. The chill alone seemed to halt time. Stop! You cannot kill him. A commanding voice rang out from above as two figures descended from the sky. A figure clad in a cyan robe streaked through like lightning, the pale golden judge's brush in hand unleashing a fierce gust of energy that sent Du Haizheng flying back several meters. Zhou Lin's long blade followed swiftly, carving a deep groove into the stone-paved ground, scattering shards of rock in all directions. Captain Zhou, you cannot kill this man. A voice resonated calmly from a figure standing with hands clasped behind his back. He wore an azure official robe, adorned on the chest with a pale white Qilin emblem symbolizing his rank as a 5th-grade official of Xianqin. In the entire Luoyang prefecture, apart from Han Changzai, head of the Zhenfu division, only one man was entitled to wear such attire, the prefect of Luoyang, Yu Cheng. Zhou Lin halted his blade, his gaze icy as he turned toward Yu Chang'an. Prefect Yu. This man ambushed and attacked the Zhenfu division guards in the street, blatantly defying Xianqin's laws. Why shouldn't he be executed? Even if Du Haiping himself were here, I would not hesitate to act. His aura radiated a menacing ferocity, undiminished. Yu Chang'an's expression was grave, but he remained silent. Standing beside him, a scholarly figure Luoyang's prefecture judge Rao Qingye explained in a low voice, Captain Zhou, the Du family of Zhaohe is a prestigious lineage rooted in the traditions of Confucianism and Taoism since the Spring and Autumn period. Beyond their scholarly influence, even the face of Du Gongbu must be respected. I urge you to consider the reputation of the Luoyang prefecture and all its Confucian cultivators. At the mention of Du Gongbu, the expressions of those present shifted subtly. Du Ruhui, the former Minister of Works, had served for 6 decades. Not only was he the sole third-rank official among the 3 departments and 6 ministries to earn the title Lord of the Ministry, but his innovations ranging from improved crossbows and forged heavy armor to fortified border strongholds had earned him the revered title of Saint of Craftsmanship. It was no wonder that the bandit scourge of Bema Mountain had gone unchecked for years. Du Haizheng was indeed a member of the Du family. Zhou Lin gripped his long blade tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. Rao Qinghai, does the life of my Zhenfu division brothers mean nothing to you? Rao Qinghai turned his gaze to the injured Zhang Yuan. Young man, he said softly, tell us hold Captain Zhou risk provoking the Du family to avenge you? Yuanyang, who was supporting Zhang Yuan, trembled visibly, her face filled with worry as she looked at her young companion. All eyes fell upon Zhang Yuan, awaiting his response. It was an impossible dilemma. To insist on retribution would undoubtedly force Zhou Lin to offend the powerful Confucian Taoist lineage of the Spring and Autumn era. Yet to forego justice would leave a searing grievance unresolved. For a warrior, an unbroken heart is vital to the path of cultivation. Rao Qinghai paid no heed to Zhang Yuan's martial future. In his eyes, what was a mere member of the Zhaoyi Guard's worth? If not for the one dang drum sounding and the chaos caused by the White Horse Mountain bandits running rampant in the city, neither he nor the prefect would have personally come here. Zhang Yuan, this matter does not concern you, Zhou Lin said coldly, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan as he slowly raised his long blade, its chilling gleam cutting through the tension. Hesitation flickered across Muwen's face, but in the end, he took a step back. Rao Qinghai's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Since all had been said, if Zhou Lin intended to strike, he would not interfere. Standing nearby, the prefect of Luoyang Prefecture, Yu Chang'an, burned with silent fury, but he refrained from speaking. The long-standing conflict between the civil and military factions of the Xianqin court was no secret. The Zhenfu division and official government offices were perpetually at odds. If Zhou Lin showed no regard for Yu Chang'an's dignity today, the government office would certainly not intervene when the Du family sought retribution in the future. As Zhou Lin raised his blade, Du Haizheng, who lay on the ground, finally panicked. Like a worm, he squirmed backward, terror etched across his face. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed sharply as he stepped forward with determination. Commander, let me handle this, he declared. Gripping his blade in his left hand, he dragged it along the ground, sparks flying, and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. Du Haijing, no matter which family you belong to, as the leader of the White Horse Mountain Bandits, you cannot escape responsibility for the atrocities committed under your command. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing that this was the infamous leader of the White Horse Mountain Bandits, erupted with looks of hatred. Zhang Yuan continued his steady advance, dragging his blade as he spoke with unwavering conviction. I, Zhang Yuan, am but an ordinary member of the Zowie Guards. My life and death today are of little consequence. But my brothers in the Zowie Guards, the patrol camp soldiers in this city, have suffered heavy losses fighting the White Horse Mountain Bandits. My life may be insignificant, but even at the cost of offending the Du family, offending the Confucian scholars of this city, I must strike with this blade. His words resounded with force, echoing down the long street. Rao Qinghai stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this seemingly shrewd young man could act so recklessly. He had intended for Zhang Yuan to dissuade Zhou Lin, but instead, the man had taken it upon himself to act. You can't. I am a member of the Du family of Zhaohe. Du Haijing stammered in panic. I am the direct nephew of Du Gongbu. If you dare kill me, you insult my family. My elder brother, Du Haiping, is a Yaogang-level martial expert, known in the martial world as Du Nine Hands. He is closest to me. If you kill me, he will annihilate your entire clan. The killing intent emanating from Zhang Yuan only grew more intense as he stepped closer. What is greater, the Du family or the laws of the Qianqin Empire? In the vast lands of Qianqin, across the 9 provinces, is there anyone the Xinfu division dares not kill? All eyes were riveted on him as he raised his blade. Clang. The blade fell, blood splattered. Du Haijing's leg was severed clean at the root. He convulsed in agony, letting out a blood-curdling scream before falling unconscious. Zhang Yuan stood tall, gripping his blade, his gaze sweeping across the silent crowd. This strike of mine was for the fallen brothers of the Xinfu division. I did not take his life because the Xinfu division exists to uphold the laws of Qianqin, to subdue demons and suppress evil, and we do not kill without cause, nor punish without proof. Du Haijing's crimes will be thoroughly investigated by the Xinfu division. I spared his life today so he can face justice on the execution platform in the future. His crimes confirmed, his identity verified, and his punishment delivered with due process. The long street fell into an eerie silence. With a resounding thud that echoed for miles, the sound reverberated through the streets, triggering a cascade of reactions. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Lin's face, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Sun Ze and Li Changwei instinctively clenched their fists, while He Muan's gaze burned as he stared intently at Zhang Yuan, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. Fan Mingchen narrowed his eyes at Zhang Yuan, his lips trembling faintly, whereas Rao Qinghai's lips moved silently without uttering a word. The magistrate of Luoyang Prefecture, Yu Chang'an, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze fixed unwaveringly on Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers. A true hero. This is the kind of man our Qianqin produces. The Zenfusis enforcers are truly the cornerstone of Xianqin's justice. The cheers rippled from street corners to window ledges. Standing not far away, Sun Ze clenched his fist and shouted, Zhang Yuan. His cry sparked a wave of responses, with Zhang Yuan's name resounding from all directions. This was the voice of the people, the spirit of the Qianqin realm. A glimmer of profound thought flashed in Magistrate Yu Chang'an's eyes as he raised a hand, pointing toward Zhang Yuan. With this gesture from the prefectural leader, the bustling street fell silent in an instant. Your name is Zhang Yuan? Yu Chang'an's voice, once distant, now carried a note of warmth. Standing tall with his blade in hand, Zhang Yuan cupped his hands in salute. This humble servant is Zhang Yuan, from the Zenfusi Wuzhen Division, Squad 4. His voice was firm and neither servile nor overbearing. Yu Chang'an surveyed the crowd, his previously stern expression softening into a smile. For our Luoyang Prefecture to have a man as brave, selfless, and righteous as Zhang Yuan is surely a sign of prosperity. This high praise from the leader of the prefecture was a crowning honor in Zhang Yuan's life. The crowd erupted once more into cheers, as if a refreshing breeze swept across the land. Standing in the rear, He Muan finally understood why Xia Mingyuan valued Zhang Yuan so highly. Zhang Yuan's brilliance lay not only in his martial prowess, far surpassing others his age, but also in his unique ability to weigh and make decisive judgments. In today's situation, whether it was Zhou Lin or Zhang Yuan, someone had to act. Failing to do so would have damaged the Zenfusis authority. If Zhou Lin had acted, he would have undoubtedly killed Du Haijing, inviting retaliation from the Du family. Zhang Yuan, however, struck a masterful balance, severing Du Haijing's leg with a single blow. This act preserved the camaraderie of the Zenfusi brothers, gave Zhou Lin an out, and upheld the dignity of both the Zenfusi and the martial community. What was more ingenious was that Du Haijing's misdeeds in Luoyang Prefecture justified such punishment. Severing his leg would not overly offend the Du family, but instead demonstrated the prefecture's commitment to upholding Xianqin law. Even if the matter reached Du Gongbu, Luoyang Prefecture's Confucian scholars and magistrate Yu Chang'an would have the moral high ground. This strike not only absolved Yu Chang'an of responsibility, but also strengthened his standing with both the Du family and the greater Confucian community. Regardless of whether Yu Chang'an's praise came from the heart, words spoken publicly could not be retracted. Zhang Yuan's strike was perfectly calculated. Such skill was beyond the reach of anyone present, whether it was the martial expert Zhou Lin or the Confucian scholar He Muwen. Despite being merely a minor official of the Zhao Yui, Zhang Yuan managed to navigate with composure among the top figures in Luoyang Prefecture. Not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also mediated the relationship between the civil and military factions, a display of wit far surpassing mere martial prowess. Yu Chang'an's expression softened as he looked at Zhou Lin and said gently, "This office understands that Captain Zhou acted today out of camaraderie for his comrades. Another day, we shall drink and reminisce together. As for apprehending criminals, that is your Zin Fuxi's responsibility. This office shall not interfere. Ordinary bandits should be escorted to the prefectural office by the patrol guards, while the ringleaders are to be taken to the Zin Fuxi prison. The matter of sentencing shall also be handled by your bureau." Having said this, his gaze briefly swept past He Muwen before he nodded slightly at Zhang Yuan and briskly departed. Rao Qinghai followed closely behind, casting a deep, meaningful glance at Zhang Yuan before leaving. Zhou Lin watched the two figures disappear into the distance, then turned to Zhang Yuan with a smile, raising his hand as if to pat his shoulder. But before he could speak, Zhang Yuan collapsed from exhaustion, and Zhou Lin caught him just in time. "Young man." Yunyang rushed over to support Zhang Yuan. "He's just drained. Take him home to rest. Let him take leave for a few days to recuperate," Zhou Lin said as he released his grip. Sun Zhe and the others quickly helped Zhang Yuan onto a carriage, with Yunyang accompanying to care for him. She cradled him in her arms. After the carriage passed through several streets, Zhang Yuan, who had appeared unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. He gently placed a finger on Yunyang's lips and whispered, "Yunyang, let Quan Wu escort you home first. I'll return after finishing some business." Though worried, Yunyang nodded in reluctant agreement. Zhang Yuan then quietly slipped out of the carriage and disappeared into the shadows of a street corner, stealthily heading toward the western part of the city. Tonight's skirmish would undoubtedly shake the entire city. While the main forces of the White Horse Mountain bandits had escaped, their losses were significant. More importantly, their leader, Du Haizheng, had been captured. This marked the greatest achievement in Luoyang Prefecture over the past year, finally resolving the bandit crisis that had plagued several surrounding counties. The contributions of Zhang Yuan and Sun Ze's team were undeniable, and no one would dare to withhold their rightful rewards or recognition. As for why Du Haizheng chose to stay behind, or what his schemes were, Zhang Yuan didn't care. The secrets Du Haizheng hinted at held no interest for him. Zhang Yuan was solely focused on the merit he deserved. A mere plot from someone like Du Haizheng posed no threat to a minor Zhaoyui officer like him. For now, his sole aim was to concentrate on his cultivation and accumulate merits. In this realm of the immortal Qin, the major affairs of the Zin Fuxi were beyond his concern. As Zhang Yuan moved through the night, he restrained his energy and blood. His innate true essence surged turbulently through his meridians. Tonight's battle had consumed 16 true essence beads, 38 qi and blood beads, and 8 Howren gold beads. The remaining power now fully integrated into his body, pushing his cultivation to new heights. The previously stable hidden origin great accomplishment realm was now being propelled to its peak, and within 10 miles, he had stepped into the half-step enlightened realm. This level allowed him to harness a trace of innate true essence. With just one more step and a clear understanding of the Tao, he could achieve the enlightened realm. However, Zhang Yuan was not eager to break through. He understood that his comprehension of cultivation was still shallow, and the memories of powerful figures he carried were ultimately external aids. Moreover, he harbored ambitions to refine his innate true essence further and challenge the prodigies in the future. He activated the mountain stabilizing technique, compressing and solidifying his surging energy and blood, stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of the hidden origin great accomplishment realm. The power of his energy and blood stirred his innate true essence into a tumultuous surge. Buzz. Zhang Yuan's body trembled, and for a moment, the world before him became strikingly vivid. His innate true essence had ascended to a higher level. The breakthrough to the 4th grade of true essence brought Zhang Yuan an unprecedented transformation. The true essence flowing through his meridians became more refined and agile, weaving through his body like delicate threads and breaking through many previously blocked meridians. This metamorphosis not only solidified his martial foundation, but also revealed a long-overlooked secret. Under the meticulous control of the refined true essence, Zhang Yuan finally noticed golden light dots hidden within various acupoints. When he activated these light dots, traces of green energy dispersed into his meridians. This was the power of the great elixir left behind by Su Ji. This elixir, capable of strengthening the physical body and enhancing vitality, far surpassed the rewards from the Shenfu division or the red sun purple ginseng available on the market. Merely acquiring these tribulation-grade elixirs had cost Su Ji at least 100,000 silver taels, not to mention the years he spent nurturing them with his own body and effort. Through the precise control granted by fourth-grade true essence, Zhang Yuan grasped the key to utilizing the elixir's power could be stored within the acupoints. This discovery opened up a new perspective on how to utilize the collection of elixirs he had amassed. As he pondered, his steps abruptly halted. In his mind, a cluster of grayish-green energy began to coalesce. This was not the vitality left behind by the bandits he had slain earlier. Suddenly, the energy exploded in his consciousness, and a series of vivid images surged into his mind. A small green monkey roamed freely in the wilderness, eventually transforming into a towering giant ape after consuming a strange fruit. Later, a powerful demon beast took it as a disciple and taught it the cultivation methods of the demon race. Just as the giant ape was about to overcome the heavenly tribulation, it was ambushed by a group of soldiers, Taoists, and martial artists. Despite its formidable strength, the giant ape could not withstand their combined assault. Its body was shattered, and its soul was sealed in a jade bottle, ultimately becoming a jade stone monkey. This was the result of Du Gongbu's dedicated research, the demon spirit beast puppet, a treasure created by sealing and refining the spirit of a demon beast. This technique, which blended celestial artifact refinement with martial craftsmanship, was initially intended for campaigns against the demon kingdoms beyond the 9 provinces of Xianqin. However, the demon spirit beast puppets could only reach the strength of the Yaoguang realm and could not contain the spirits of more powerful demon beasts. As a result, this technique, which had the potential to change the world's balance of power, never reached its full potential. When the visions faded, the remnant soul of the green giant ape bowed slightly to Zhang Yuan, as if finally freed, and dissolved into nothingness. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 2 precious sets of memories he had just acquired filled him with exhilaration. The cultivation techniques of the demon clan and the methods of Du Gongbu for creating demon spirit beast puppets. The cultivation techniques of the demon clan, though similar to martial arts systems, were far more forceful and straightforward. Their methods of utilizing and refining power were highly insightful. As for the craft of creating demon spirit beast puppets, it was nothing short of extraordinary. The intricate process of carving jade, the deft movements of a blade at one's fingertips, the infusion of power, and the sealing of spiritual imprints, all executed with impeccable precision. Merely recalling it left Zhang Yuan in awe. No wonder Du Gongbu was honored with the title of the Saint of Artisans. At that moment, 30 pale gray beads floated and swirled in his mind. These were condensed from the demonic energy of the demon clan, with traces of golden soul power from a giant ape beast shimmering on their surface. Whether it was demonic energy, spiritual energy, the righteous force of Confucianism, or the true essence of martial arts, they all originated from innate primal energy. Zhang Yuan, possessing 4th-grade innate true essence, could perceive these forces. Although martial artists had no use for demonic energy, it could significantly boost combat strength in a short time. However, its use came at a great cost to the body, requiring careful timing and restraint. Calming his thoughts, Zhang Yuan's gaze fell upon the dilapidated building before him. This was the site of the eradicated Bayun cloth workshop, its entrance shattered, windows broken, and dark red bloodstains still visible on the ground. The traces of the battle that took place here remained vivid. He effortlessly slipped past the seal barring the entrance and entered through a broken window. Inside, the scene was one of utter chaos. Shelves toppled over, charred fabrics scattered everywhere. Any valuables had long been taken by the patrol guards and the black-clad agents. The true wealth, the stockpiled fabrics in the rear courtyard, had already been moved to the Bureau of Control storeroom. But Zhang Yuan had another purpose for being here. The secret ledger left behind by Tang Weiliang, the former head of the West City Black Market, and the contract signed by major merchants under the witness of the scholar Tan Liang to manipulate prices. These items could lead many to ruin. These were what Zhang Yuan truly sought. Like a shadow, Zhang Yuan silently infiltrated the 2nd floor. The shopkeeper's study had been thoroughly ransacked, with even the floorboards pried up, leaving no visible place to hide anything. Squatting down, he pressed lightly on a slightly protruding iron nail in the corner of the doorframe. With a faint click, a hidden mechanism in the adjacent room was revealed. He swiftly entered the equally disordered room and turned a candlestick on the wall, unveiling a secret compartment. As he expected, Tang Weiliang, ever so cunning, had hidden his most important items in the place both most dangerous and most secure. Within the secret compartment lay a small box, about a foot in size, resting quietly. Zhang Yuan eagerly opened the wooden box as soon as he retrieved it. Under the moonlight, a stack of thick account books came into view, neatly placed alongside a rolled-up contract and 2 yellowed talismans. The most striking items were a bundle of gold notes, glowing faintly, with at least 20 pieces in total. Each note was worth 100 taels of gold, amounting to a staggering 2,000 taels of silver. Beneath the gold notes lay a small jade bottle, resting quietly. Inside were a few round pills. Zhang Yuan's heart stirred. These must be the rare elixirs rumored to be consumed by cultivators. He first picked up the contract and examined it carefully, deciphering the dense array of seals and fingerprints under the moonlight. This contract had the power to shut down more than half of the fabric businesses in the city, potentially landing their owners in prison. Possessing this document meant controlling the entire city's fabric trade, its value far exceeding the gold notes by tenfold. Setting the contract aside, Zhang Yuan opened the account books, flipping straight to the records of dealings with Rao Qinghai from the local government office. Familiar names leapt off the pages: Tan Liang, the adjudicator from the prefecture academy; Rao Qinghai, an official from the local government; Jin, a steward of a prominent family in Luoyang City; a high-ranking officer from the town patrol department known as Zhen; an elder Wang Haijing of the Yin Yu sect. The final name sent a chill through Zhang Yuan's heart. Ming Qinghai, the head of the Ming family and elder brother of Ming Tao, was revealed to be the mysterious Dark Adjudicator. The account books detailed the Ming family's involvement in various assassination missions, exposing the shocking secret hidden behind their facade of legitimate business dealings. However, Zhang Yuan still couldn't understand why Ming Tao had never participated in these schemes. Rao Qinghai's records were equally damning. By providing protection to criminal organizations, he received enormous yearly bribes. These records were enough to permanently disgrace him. The account books also documented dealings with Su Zhenlin, the main officer of the Town Patrol Department's civilian division. Just then, a faint sound of wood breaking came from downstairs. Someone was there. Zhang Yuan quickly stowed the wooden box and slipped out of the room as silently as a cat in the night. Under the moonlight, he saw a figure in the main hall, bent over, rummaging through scattered fabrics. Strange, the person muttered to themselves. With Tang Weiliang's cautious nature, those account books would never leave the Baiyun fabric shop. Where could they be? The study. Suddenly, the figure froze and looked up, visibly startled. Master Hu, searching for evidence in Baiyun fabric shop at such a late hour? And you claim you don't want to return to the town patrol department. If I report this, I'm sure you'll be reinstated as the prison warden, Zhang Yuan teased, stepping into the moonlight. Luo Shanghu's face darkened. Pressing his hand to his waist, he began ascending the stairs slowly, an ominous aura building with each step. Zhang Yuan, I thought you'd already died at the hands of the bandits on White Horse Mountain today. Watching Luo Shanghu approach the second floor, Zhang Yuan noticed his gaze fixed intently on the wooden box in his hands. In a calm voice, Zhang Yuan asked, Master Hu, can you tell me, did you want to harm me? He stood still, letting the moonlight cascade over him, illuminating his somber face. Luo Shanghu's lips curled into a cold smirk. The perks from the prison? Just some petty information trading. Sure, I've made a decent profit over the years, but compared to the treasures hidden in Bema Mountain, it's nothing. That robe holds records of years of plunder from Bema Mountain. Do you think I could resist such a temptation? Zhang Yuan had already pieced together the truth from the memories of the bandit he had just slain. Luo Shanghu's survival was orchestrated by the bandits of Bema Mountain. Du Hai was the mastermind behind the scenes, using Luo Shanghu to lure out the last contact of Xiao Mingjing. The markings on that robe were fake. The real information was something Zhang Yuan had only uncovered from Xiao Mingjing's memories after killing him. So just because Bema Mountain's men are after me, you're going to betray me, Master Hu? Zhang Yuan's gaze remained calm as he looked at Luo Shanghu. Luo Shanghu shook his head, his tone icy. Of course not. Someone else wants you dead. But before he could finish, Luo Shanghu stepped forward, and the short blade at his waist flashed out of its sheath. You'll know once you're dead. In a single stride, he closed the distance of several feet, the gleaming blade slicing through the air in silence. This was a move from the martial world, not the disciplined techniques of the military Zhang Yuan had trained in. It was designed for close combat, and for someone like Zhang Yuan, who relied on military skills, being caught at such proximity meant certain death. Luo Shanghu was confident this strike would seal his victory. Die! The low growl carried a menacing aura as it bore down on him. Zhang Yuan appeared frozen in fear, standing motionless. Luo Shanghu's lips curled into a triumphant grin, and the blade accelerated. When the tip of the blade was just a foot away from Zhang Yuan's chest, Zhang Yuan suddenly stepped half a pace back. The blade reached its full extension, missing his chest by 5 inches. Die! Luo Shanghu closed the gap with another step, thrusting the short blade again. Zhang Yuan took a full step back this time, and abruptly shouted, Thief! His voice echoed through the ruins. Luo Shanghu's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the wooden box in Zhang Yuan's hands. A patrol of guards was stationed just around the corner, and that shout would undoubtedly draw their attention. But for the unimaginable wealth inside the box, Luo Shanghu no longer cared. Kill! With a roar, Luo Shanghu's short blade spun, forming a deadly arc as he aimed for Zhang Yuan's left flank. Zhang Yuan seemed cornered, his steps faltering. Just as the blade was about to pierce his side, his empty left hand shot out with a sudden punch faster than Luo Shanghu's blade. The punch was fluid and precise, unmistakably a masterful martial arts technique. A dull thud echoed. Luo Shanghu's eyes widened in shock as he staggered back 3 steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he looked up at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Inner energy mastery, true essence. You channeled true essence and shattered my heart meridian. In his final moments of bewilderment, Luo Shanghu gave a bitter smile. The Songhe sect's steel tiger fist, infused with true essence. To have no regrets in death. His voice faded along with his breath. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and swiftly retrieved several account books from the small box. He handed a portion of them to Luo Shanghu, then tore each book in half with a decisive motion. These account books contained incriminating information: Luo Shanghu's black market assignments, Su Zhenlin's illicit transactions, and Rao Qinghai's illegal dealings. Even with only half of the records, there was enough evidence to convict all 3 men. Rao Qinghai, a high-ranking official in the government office, and Su Zhenlin, the head of the Xinfu division, had long been engaged in both open rivalry and covert struggles between their respective institutions. With these records as leverage, neither side could act recklessly. Any attempt to cover up the crimes would have to consider the potential consequences of the remaining account books coming to light. These pieces of evidence could not only bring down the Baiyun cloth shop, but also clear the names of Tu Hao and Liao Yunfan. The government office and the Zhenfu division were on the brink of a seismic upheaval, but this no longer concerned Zhang Yuan. His only task was to complete the mission entrusted to him by Tu Hao and then focus on his cultivation in peace. From downstairs came the sound of urgent shouts, and the flickering light of torches illuminated the street corners. The patrol guards were closing in on the ruins of the cloth shop. Zhang Yuan stood up, his gaze falling on the lifeless Luo Shanghu, whose face was still frozen in an expression of unwillingness. The fatal punch that had ended Luo Shanghu's life came from a low-level martial technique Zhang Yuan had gleaned from Meng Tao's memories. Outsiders would assume the act was carried out by some wandering martial artist, never suspecting that Zhang Yuan, supposedly recovering from injuries in Ding Family Alley, would be here. After a quick glance at the commotion below, Zhang Yuan employed his martial arts movement technique, leaping away as gracefully as a swallow to disappear from the scene. This night in Luoyang Prefecture was destined to be anything but peaceful. In the first half of the night, a fierce and thrilling battle unfolded on the streets of East City. Experts from the Xinfu division, the prefect, and the magistrate all arrived, while the sound of Wendeng's war drums shook the heavens. The black-clad guards captured Du Haizheng, the leader of the White Horse Mountain bandits, in the middle of the street, prompting cheers from the common folk. Even Prefect Yu Chang'an publicly praised the capture. Though this incident stirred up the citizens, it paled in comparison to the political storm that erupted in the latter half of the night. When the patrol guards discovered the remaining account books in the ruins of Baiyun Cloth Shop, everything changed. From the lowest-ranking squad leader to Rao Qinghai, the magistrate of the government office, to Su Zhenlin, the head of the Xinfu division, and even the black market dealings of other businesses, each page of the records was enough to send shockwaves through Luoyang Prefecture. Han Changzai, the chief of the Xinfu division, Prefect Yu Chang'an, and Yang Chong, the prefectural academy's dean, all rushed to the scene. Within half an hour, a red-feathered hawk flew out of the city with a message, and the sound of galloping horses from the black-clad guards followed swiftly. An hour later, the entire city was placed under lockdown. Officials were forbidden to leave, merchants' activities were halted, and the patrol guards and black-clad guards were stationed throughout the city. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had already returned to the well-lit small courtyard in Ding Family Alley. Yunyang saw Zhang Yuan return and immediately ran to him with tears in her eyes, throwing herself into his arms as if trying to melt into his embrace. She trembled as she looked up at him, biting her lip. "Xiaolang, teach me martial arts. Only today did I realize how much hardship you face. I want to help you." The images of the street fight lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Every second she spent waiting for Zhang Yuan's return, fear gnawed at her heart. She was terrified that one day he might leave and never come back. Not until now did she truly understand how perilous it was to be a Jiaoyi guard. Zhang Yuan gently wiped away her tears and smiled. "All right, I'll teach you martial arts, Xiaonyang. But this training is unique, and it's quite grueling." "I'm not afraid of hardship," Yunyang replied firmly. Before her words had fully landed, Zhang Yuan had already swept her off her feet and carried her toward the side room. This isn't martial arts training, is it?" she exclaimed in surprise, then paused. "Wait, I can feel the flow of energy and blood coursing through my body." After a night of passion, as dawn broke over the small courtyard, Zhang Yuan stood demonstrating martial arts moves one by one. Dressed in simple training clothes, Yunyang followed along with focused determination, though her movements were still clumsy. The faint flow of energy and blood within her was the result of Zhang Yuan's relentless efforts throughout the night. This weak yet steady circulation of energy was equivalent to what an ordinary person might achieve after 10 to 15 days of rigorous practice. After demonstrating the moves several times, Zhang Yuan let Yunyang practice on her own. He then stepped aside, picked up a long blade from a wooden rack, and began his own training. The two deadly battles from the previous night, particularly the life-and-death struggle on the street, had significantly enhanced his martial arts skills. Now, as he held the blade, it felt as though the entire world around him had shifted. With his innate energy coursing through his meridians, every swing of his blade tore through the air with a resounding whistle. He perfectly combined the agility of the Jianghu blade techniques with the stability of military formations, moving with both fluidity and steadfastness. Behind him, faint illusions of layered mountain peaks seemed to emerge. His mastery of the Zhenyue blade technique was nearing perfection. Amid the surging blade movements, the energy and blood within his body churned relentlessly. The vitality, innate energy, and righteous force he had expended the previous night were now being transformed into resources for his cultivation. Though he had already met the conditions to step into the Dongming realm, he deliberately used the Zhenyue technique to temper his energy and refine it into innate energy, aiming to build a more solid foundation. The battles of the previous night, including the defeat of Luo Shanghu, had brought him substantial gains. In his mind, he now held 73 blood energy beads, 8 innate energy beads, 12 righteous force beads, and 30 slightly volatile demon energy beads. These abundant resources were more than sufficient to support his gradual cultivation and refinement. As he sheathed his blade, Zhang Yuan recalled the information he had extracted from Luo Shanghu's memories. Luo, who had served as a prison warden in the Zhenfu division for over 20 years, was not a hereditary Jiaoyi guard. Instead, he had transitioned into the role from being a martial arts schoolmaster and an escort agency leader. These experiences had allowed him to navigate the warden position adeptly, but in the end, his greed had led to his downfall. Zhang Yuan walked into the side room and retrieved the wooden chest he had brought back the previous night from under the long table. Upon careful inspection, he found 28 gold notes inside, one of which was a large denomination worth 500 sum equivalent to 5,000 taels of silver. Truly, unexpected wealth comes to those who seize the moment, Zhang Yuan mused to himself with a hint of amazement. The saying, poor in literature, rich in martial arts, reveals the essence of a warrior's cultivation. Zhang Yuan stood in his study, gently running his fingers over the gold notes inside the wooden box. Including his previous earnings, his wealth now totaled 35,000 taels of silver. For an ordinary patrol officer of the Zhenfu division, this was an astonishing fortune. Yet, through the memories of the martial masters he had encountered, Zhang Yuan knew this was far from sufficient to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Whether it was Ming Tao, the heir of the Ming family, Xiao Mingjing, the treasurer of Beima Mountain, or Su Ji, the former merchant tycoon nicknamed White Wave, their wealth often reached millions. His gaze shifted to the stack of ledgers. These papers, recording the secrets of the influential figures in Luoyang City, might seem useless on ordinary days, but in critical moments, they could prove invaluable as leverage. Beneath the ledgers lay 2 talismans. According to Tang Weiliang's memories, the Crimson Flame Talisman, capable of forming a watermelon-sized golden fireball, was worth 200 taels, while the Quagmire Talisman, capable of turning a 3-zhang radius into a swamp that even martial artists at the early Dongming realm would find hard to escape, was valued at 500 taels. However, the most precious item was the jade bottle containing the Yangyu pill. This miraculous healing medicine came from a major cultivation sect. Tang Weiliang had spent nearly 5,000 taels on medicinal ingredients and pulled numerous strings to acquire it, intending to curry favor with an injured high-ranking official in the county government. If sold in a cultivation marketplace, its value could double. Yet, those truly knowledgeable would understand that treasures of this caliber were far too valuable to be exchanged for mere money. The final item was a contract scroll, densely packed with names. Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. This document alone was likely worth as much as all the other items in the box combined. If used wisely, amassing great wealth and influence would only be a matter of time. Xiaolang, I feel so warm all over. Is this the power of vitality? Yunyang's curious voice came from the courtyard. Zhang Yuan closed the wooden box and stepped out of the study. Where does it feel warm? Let me check. In the morning, he went to the Zhenfu division. Although Zhou Lin had permitted them to rest at home for a few days, Zhang Yuan was far from idle. The rewards for last night's accomplishments were still pending, and the aftermath of the Baiyun cloth shop incident remained unresolved. We've been told that Team Jiao 4 is on leave for now. When Zhang Yuan arrived, Sun Zhe greeted him with a smile. His hands wrapped in bandages, his palms had been severely injured, and it would take at least 10 days to heal. Others were in worse condition. Li Changwei had sustained internal injuries from clashing with a Dongming realm master, and Zhang Chuanwu's leg wound had reopened before it could fully heal. To outsiders, even Zhang Yuan seemed to have expended a great deal of energy last night. Our team Jiafor is down to just me in one piece, Chunliang said with a wry smile. Such was the fate of the Zhao guards, plagued by frequent injuries. It was rare for a small team to remain fully intact. Luo Shanghu is dead, Sun Zhe said in a low voice, his expression grave. Although the incident at Baiyun Cloth Shop last night had been suppressed by various forces, as personnel of the Shinfu division, they had managed to uncover the news. Luo Shanghu? He's quite a cunning man. How could he die? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. Last night, Luo Shanghu had left the carriage, saying he was going to report back to Si Taheo, and no one had suspected anything. Naturally, Zhang Yuan would not reveal that he was the one responsible. Such things could be done but not spoken of, especially with the Confucian Taoists having numerous means to uncover secrets. Keeping silent was the wisest choice. Sun Zhe shook his head, indicating he wasn't clear on the exact cause of death. He only advised, you'd better stay home for a while and go out less. As for the rewards for capturing the White Horse Mountain bandits, given the current chaos in the Shinfu division, it's better to wait. No one has the time to deal with it now anyway. Don't worry. Si Tudian has already been reinstated. Zhang Yuan, you've really latched onto a solid connection. Good days are ahead for you, Chun Liang said with a hint of envy, glancing at Zhang Yuan. They had all seen Zhang Yuan produce Si Tudian's token last night, and even Commander Zhou had praised him on the spot, saying that among the younger generation of the Luoyang Prefecture Shinfu division, Zhang Yuan was the one to watch. Zhang Yuan, when you make it big in the future, I'll be counting on you to look after my boy, Chun Liang said, his tone full of expectation. All right, time to go. Li Changwei waved goodbye. After last night's battle with the Tongming realm foe, I've gained a lot. Time to head back and focus on cultivation. After parting with his colleagues, Zhang Yuan headed straight to the Archives Division to find the offering officer, Tao Qing. You've caused quite a stir, kid. The offering officers at the Shenfu Division didn't get a wink of sleep last night, Tao Qing said, feigning annoyance but with a tone of approval. The offering officers of the Shenfu Division relied on completing missions for their livelihood, and the more significant the task, the greater the benefits. After answering Zhang Yuan's martial arts questions, Tao Qing lowered his voice and warned, don't come to the Shenfu Division for the next few days. We're too busy to deal with you. Both the prefectural office and the Zhenfu Division will be in a bit of turmoil. Stay home and get some rest. Zhang Yuan understood. This was the perfect opportunity to stabilize and improve his martial arts. His Jinyue technique was nearing perfection, and his Jinyue blade technique was close to mastery. Leaving the Archives Division, Zhang Yuan made his way to the prison. The guards immediately gathered around. Boss, we heard you made a huge contribution last night, Huang Gang exclaimed excitedly. Even the prefect praised you, saying you're a promising talent with a bright future ahead. Zhang Yuan waved modestly, saying he had fought with his life on the line and nearly lost it. When the battle was brought up, the guards all gasped in shock, fighting a Tongming realm master and a great demon, with the blue bricks on the street shattered into pieces as if plowed through. Boss, Du Haizheng was sent to the prison last night, Huang Gang said in a hushed tone. Unfortunately, he was placed on the second level. We can't get in there. Otherwise, would have given him a piece of our mind to vent your anger. That guy was clearly the leader of the White Horse Mountain bandits. How could he end up on the second level? The second level of the prison? Zhang Yuan froze, his entire body tense. Du Hai was placed in the second level of the prison, a section specifically designated for Confucian cultivators and convicted officials. Zhang Yuan stood at the entrance, narrowing his eyes as his thoughts churned. Could the secret Du Hai mentioned be hidden within this second level? Was everything unfolding according to Du Hai's calculations? According to the physician who treated Du Hai's injuries, someone of Du Hai's status being a descendant of the Du family and related to the Ministry of Work should not have been detained in this prison. At most, he should have been sent to the local government office, where Confucian officials would have afforded him preferential treatment. A nearby jailer smirked and muttered, those Confucian cultivators are always going on about traditions and heritage. We martial artists don't bother with such complexities. I'll go take a look, Zhang Yuan said, adjusting his robe as he stepped into the prison. Huang Gang and the others exchanged glances but did not follow. Without cultivation at the late hidden origin stage or higher, venturing into the second level of the prison would likely result in severe consequences, possibly even a debilitating illness. As Zhang Yuan approached the massive bronze door leading to the second level, he felt a faint restlessness in his blood and qi. He quickly used his innate true essence to shield his meridians and channeled a trace of righteous energy to protect his soul. Only then did he take out his waist token and press it against the door. As the bronze door slowly creaked open, the scene before him made him pause in surprise. The cells here were entirely different from those on the first level. Each prison cell, constructed from green stone, was equipped with a desk, candles, a bed, and the four treasures of the study. A faint scent of ink lingered in the air. The prisoners, neatly dressed, were engaged in discussions about calligraphy, paintings, and literary works through the iron bars. Hey, "Young man, come take a look at this snow plum painting of mine. Does it capture the essence I intended?" Someone called out as Zhang Yuan stepped into the area. A middle-aged scholar in a blue robe, appearing to be in his 40s, held up a painting of plum blossoms. The painting depicted branches as strong as iron and blossoms as vibrant as fire, standing proudly against the weight of the pristine white snow. Zhang Yuan felt a sudden surge of turbulence in his blood and qi, but his true essence and righteous energy quickly suppressed it. A faint blush rose to his face as he cupped his hands and said, "Sir, your brushwork is extraordinary. The iron strokes and silver hooks vividly convey the resilient spirit of defying the frost and snow." His gaze fell on the wooden plaque outside the cell, which read, Bing 31, Luoyang Confucian cultivator at the Enlightened Realm, ranked 9th in the Xiaoping Prefecture official examination of Yuankang year 93. That was over 20 years ago. The Xianqin Kingdom, using an ancient calendar system, marked each era as lasting 500 years. This was the 17th era. Ranked 9th in the examination, yet holding no official position, must have been another uncompromising scholar unwilling to bow for material gain. Such individuals were not uncommon in the Confucian path. "You've got a good eye, young man. I'll give you this painting. A piece by me, Xiaoping's Luoyang is worth at least 300 taels," the scholar said. 300 taels? Zhang Yuan accepted the snow plum painting, bowed in thanks, and continued onward. Most of the prisoners ignored the martial artist in their midst, while a few cast a glance at him before quickly looking away, their disdain for martial artists evident. After walking about 100 steps, Zhang Yuan stopped in front of a particular cell. The wooden plaque read, Ding 25, Du Hai, Confucian cultivator at the Hidden Origin Great Accomplishment stage. Inside, Du Hai lay pale and unconscious on the bed. Zhang Yuan stared at him for a moment before turning to leave. He could already sense the dense Confucian energy in the cell, a force potent enough to erode the soul. If not for his sufficient cultivation, the true essence within him, and the protective force of Howren's energy, it would have been nearly impossible for him to endure in this place for long. Zhang Yuan was well aware that ordinary officers in black uniforms wouldn't last even a quarter of an hour here. At best, their spirits would be damaged. At worst, they would be controlled by the dissipating Howren energy, turning into mindless puppets. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Zhang Yuan's steps suddenly halted. Slowly, he turned his head, his gaze falling on the cell next to Du Haijing's. The plaque on the door bore only two simple characters, Jia Yi. This Jia Yi cell corresponded to another Jia Yi cell on the first floor of the prison, which held Jin Chenglu, a fifth-rank general and a powerful cultivator of the Kaiyang realm. Yet, this cell seemed even more enigmatic. The plaque bore no name or indication of the occupant's cultivation level. Zhang Yuan cautiously observed the interior of the cell. Amidst the clutter of wooden carvings and modeled calligraphy and paintings, an elderly man with disheveled white hair was engrossed in carving something with a chisel, entirely unaware of being watched. The old man's appearance was strikingly out of place compared to the other prisoners, instilling a sense of unease. Knowing this was the Jia Yi cell, Zhang Yuan dared not linger. He was about to leave when he heard the old man muttering under his breath, Du Ruhui does have some skill. This soul infusion technique is intriguing, but it's too crude, and the selection of materials is flawed. The sound of the chisel carving sent a shiver through Zhang Yuan. He turned back slowly, his gaze landing on the jade wolf sculpture in the old man's hand. It was identical to the demonic puppet beast he had destroyed on the long street the previous night. How could such a sinister object appear within the prison? What shocked Zhang Yuan even more was that he finally recognized the voice. It was the same mysterious voice that had suddenly echoed in his mind while he was cultivating in the prison corridor. As if sensing Zhang Yuan's gaze, the old man lifted his head. A toothless grin spread across his face. "Oh, it's you, boy? Next time you come, bring me a good bottle of wine." Before the words finished, Zhang Yuan's surroundings abruptly shifted. It was as if he had been transported to a vast wilderness or a boundless ocean. Fortunately, the golden bead in his mind shattered, and the Howren energy shielded his spirit, allowing him to regain clarity instantly. If such an illusion had occurred during combat, it would have been fatal. The old man in the cell had already lowered his head again, focusing on his jade carving. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then quickly departed. His recent progress in cultivation, numerous fortuitous encounters, and even recognition from his superiors had made him somewhat overconfident. This experience served as a stark reminder that he was merely a low-ranking officer in the Hidden Origin realm, barely taking the first step on the path of martial arts. As he walked out of the second floor of the prison and glanced back at the slowly closing gates, Zhang Yuan realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. This encounter had profoundly reinforced his understanding of the need for constant vigilance on the path of cultivation. Even someone like Du Haijing, a scion of the Du family armed with numerous protective artifacts, had fallen in Luoyang City. This realization brought a sense of clarity to Zhang Yuan's state of mind. The path of cultivation required not only relentless practice, but also a deeper understanding of the world and life itself. Stepping out of the prison, he headed straight to the punishment division, only to hear someone call out, "Zhang Yuan, aren't you supposed to be recovering at home? What are you doing here at the town suppression office?" When Zhang Yuan stepped into the Dianqing division, Tu Hao was immersed in official duties, holding a stack of books and documents. Beside him stood several guards dressed in black robes and uniforms, along with a few scholars. Some recognized Zhang Yuan, while others cast curious glances his way. "Sir, I've come to return this." Zhang Yuan handed over the Dianqing division token to Tu Hao. Tu Hao accepted the token, briefly contemplating before nodding and putting it away. The others present were visibly surprised upon seeing the token, such an important item, entrusted to Zhang Yuan by the head of the division. It seemed the rumors were true. This young man had indeed earned the favor of his superior. Tu Hao gestured for everyone else to leave the room, and they quickly exited. "Zhang Yuan, your ability to handle matters and your decisiveness have exceeded my expectations. Even more commendable is your relentless pursuit of learning," Tu Hao remarked with a tone of appreciation. "If not for your resolution in dealing with Tanliang and the Bema Mountain incident, I might have found myself in serious trouble." Though the matter of Tanliang's death was unknown to outsiders, Yang Chong must have disclosed some details to Tu Hao. While this achievement couldn't be publicized, Tu Hao's mention of it now was his way of acknowledging the favor and marking it in his heart. "Sir, it's all thanks to your fortune and blessings, which drive away all evil," Zhang Yuan replied with a clever compliment. He flattered Tu Hao while subtly distancing himself from the credit. He understood perfectly that whether it was Tu Hao or anyone else, they sought a sharp blade, not a scheming strategist. "Fortune and misfortune often come hand in hand," Tu Hao replied with a smile, waving off the praise. Currently, Tu Hao is temporarily filling in for Su Jinlin, the head of the Wenfu division, who had been implicated in a case. However, as he mentioned, the recent upheaval in the Luoyang prefecture's officialdom had yet to reveal who would ultimately benefit or suffer. Noticing that Tu Hao was busy, Zhang Yuan prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, he remembered something and asked in a low voice, "Sir, who is imprisoned in cell A1 on the second floor of the prison?" Tu Hao's brows furrowed slightly. Zhang Yuan's question clearly stemmed from his investigation into Du Haizheng's case, which had likely led him to the second floor of the prison. Du Haizheng has the backing of the Du family and the Ministry of Works. While severing his leg was justified, don't push things too far, Tu Hao said after a moment's thought, lowering his voice. "As for Cell A1, do you recall the ironclad beast calamity that shook half of Zhongyang County years ago?" The ironclad beast calamity. Zhang Yuan's blood surged at the mention, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Both his father and grandfather had perished in that catastrophe. Years ago, on Zhengsong Mountain, located at the border of Xinjiang and Songyang counties, a group of beasts clad in iron armor appeared. The patrol army, guards, and local militias were all dispatched to subdue them, but the casualties were devastating. It wasn't until the strongest warriors from both counties joined forces that the beasts were finally eradicated. The ironclad beast calamity may be connected to this person, but for years, we've been unable to gather sufficient evidence to convict him. His cultivation is unfathomable, and without the sealing power of the Divine Rune Edict, even the prison couldn't hold him, Tu Hao said gravely. The Zhenfu division will get to the bottom of this. As you said, individuals like Du Haizheng must have their crimes properly tried and punished. Zhang Yuan remained silent, bowing deeply to Tu Hao before turning and leaving the Dianqing division. Tu Hao watched the departing figure, his expression complicated. He knew well that the feud between the Zhang family and the ironclad beast was far more than just two lives, it was three. Zhang Yuan stepped out of the Dianqing division, his face darkening. Ironclad beast, jade carving. He silently repeated the words in his mind, convinced there was a connection. Could all of Du Haizheng's schemes have been solely to gain access to the second level of the prison and meet that high-profile prisoner? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. If this old man was truly connected to the deaths of his grandfather and father, what could he do? Prisoners held in Jia-E prison, let alone those on the second level, were far beyond his reach. Still, since the man had already been convicted, there would come a day when justice would be served. That would be Zhang Yuan's moment to act. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts broke the silence ahead. Quick! Su Jinlin is dead. Luo Jin has surrendered at the Shenfu Division's gates. On the Bluestone Plaza in front of the Shenfu Division, Luo Jin, clad in a black robe, stood holding a blood-drenched head, that of Su Jinlin, the chief of the Wenfu Division, whose eyes remained wide open in death. A squad of soldiers and guards in dark uniforms had surrounded him, weapons drawn. Luo Jin looked up at the golden characters above the Shenfu Division's gate and said in a deep voice, "I, Luo Jin, killed Su Jinlin." With that, he threw the head to the ground, knelt heavily on both knees, and pressed his forehead against the stone steps. "Seize him!" Wenfu Division's chief, Bo Yun, shouted sharply. "There's no need," said Qian Bin, the commander of the Dingwei battalion of the Wuzhen division, his tone cold. He's already taken poison. His blood and breath are severed. Indeed, Luo Jin's breaths were faint and dark. As soon as two soldiers tried to push him, blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and he collapsed lifelessly. This matter is suspicious, Bo Yun muttered as he stared at the severed head. Su Zhenlin was a master at the enlightened realm of Confucianism, capable of sensing danger. How could he have been killed by a mere prison guard who had just started training in martial arts? No one responded. Those who knew what had transpired the previous night kept their silence. Moments later, the bloodstains were washed away, as though nothing had happened. Zhang Yuan stood still, the scent of blood seemingly lingering in his nostrils. He understood why Luo Jin had killed Su Zhenlin. No man could endure such humiliation. What he hadn't expected was that Luo Jin not only dared to kill but succeeded. If Luo Jin had waited, perhaps until Su Zhenlin was imprisoned, he might have had the chance to take revenge with his own hands. Thinking of how Luo Jin, the nephew of Luo Shanghu, had lived a life of disgrace in the prison but was willing to sacrifice himself for this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the complexity of human nature. When he arrived at the Yichuan trading house in the western part of the city, Xia Mingyuan greeted him with a broad smile. Brother Zhang, last night's battle has made you quite the celebrity. Everyone in the martial world of Luoyang Prefecture knows your name now. Do you know what nickname they've given you? Navigating the martial world isn't just about strength, it's also about connections. Zhang Yuan stood on the second floor of the Jade Spring trading firm, gazing at Xia Mingyuan, contemplating the matter of martial world titles. In this realm, some can stir up storms with a single word, while others can quell disputes just as easily. A warrior's strength, character, and personality ultimately coalesce into a resonant title, much like the famed Zhan Ma general, Meng Tao, who once split a horse in two with a single strike and devoted his heart to the battlefield. Black-clad green tiger, Xia Mingyuan said with a smile, revealing the title. The tiger is a fierce and dignified creature. The righteousness you displayed with that blade last night, the ferocity you showed in facing a Dongming realm opponent alone, combined with your position as a member of the black-clad guards, this title suits you perfectly. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a faint smile. As a black-clad guard, a title in the martial world held little practical value for him. Yet, what young man hasn't dreamed of roaming the land with a sword, galloping across the martial world? To earn recognition in the martial world at barely 20 years old was, in a way, the fulfillment of a childhood dream. Turning to the white-bearded elder standing nearby, Zhang Yuan cupped his hands towards Xia Mingyuan and said, "Many thanks to you, Brother Xia, for enlisting Elder Zhu's help last night." That the Jade Spring trading firm could employ a Dongming realm expert as a guard clearly spoke to its impressive backing. "No need for thanks between brothers," Xia Mingyuan replied heartily. "It was just a small favor." Zhang Yuan had more pressing matters to attend to. As a black-clad guard, he feared no formidable adversary, but Yuanyang was his weakness. Open attacks may be easy to evade, but hidden schemes were far more dangerous. He needed to find a trustworthy protector for her. "Rest assured," Xia Mingyuan said confidently, "the mission was posted yesterday. Within a few days, we'll surely have the right candidate. This is my area of expertise." Then, with a change in tone, he asked, "Brother Zhang, you're with the Xinfu division. Do you know what happened in the West City last night?" Zhang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The deadly clash at the ruins of Baiyun Cloth House, the death of the former prison officer of the Zhenfu division, and the ledger implicating many, all of it was crystal clear to him. But Xia Mingyuan, as the leader of the West City's black market, with his extensive information network, was clearly probing to see how much Zhang Yuan knew. "Brother Xia," Zhang Yuan rose and said calmly, "the ledger in Luo Shanghu's possession implicates Magistrate Rao Qinghai and Chief Officer Su Zhenlin of the Xinfu division. If you have any dealings with them, it would be wise to sever those ties immediately." With that, he turned and descended the stairs. After taking a few steps, Zhang Yuan turned around, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Oh, by the way, Su Zhenlin is dead. And what a convenient time to die." Indeed, Su Zhenlin's death came at just the right moment. Zhang had already thought it through on his way here. Death leaves no witnesses, a method often employed by the Xinfu division. Whether Su's death was orchestrated by the division or not, there was now no way to prove it. Xia Mingyuan's expression shifted unpredictably. He rose to see Zhang off. Watching Zhang Yuan's figure disappear into the distance, he muttered to himself, "Zhang Yuan, you're truly no ordinary man." The matter of Luo Shanghu's ledger implicated many, yet only a handful in the entire Luoyang prefecture knew of it. For Zhang Yuan to reveal such a secret, and even go out of his way to warn him, was telling. Clearly, Judge Rao Qinghai intended to sever all ties to the mess. The favor extended today was no small one. Shaking his head, Xia turned and left in haste. Upon returning to Dingjia Alley, Zhang Yuan shut himself indoors. For the next 3 days, the Xinfu division's enforcers and the prefecture's patrol guards conducted relentless searches, scouring the city day and night. Numerous merchant shops were sealed off, with shopkeepers and staff thrown into prison. Luoyang Prefecture was gripped by fear, its people on edge. Traders trapped within the city suffered greatly. Not only were their businesses bleeding money daily, but soldiers frequently raided their homes and confiscated possessions. It was the season for purchasing cloth, yet the cloth merchants inside and outside the city were unable to trade. Merchant ships on the Guelu River were at a standstill, and the entire city was shrouded in despair. On the fifth day at noon, the city was suddenly shaken by the deafening sound of drums. The thunderous beats, like a mountain collapsing, sent waves of panic through the populace. Outside the northern city gates, dozens of swift horses galloped in, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake, their arrival imposing and formidable. Two blood-red beams of energy shot skyward, piercing the clouds like crimson pillars. Such powerful displays of qi and blood were exceptional, even among the elites of the Kaiyang realm. To think that Luoyang Prefecture had previously only boasted one Kaiyang realm master Han Changzai of the Zhenfu division made this scene all the more extraordinary. Orders from the Zhenfu division of Zhengyang Commandery soon echoed throughout the city. The prefecture office and the Zhenfu division of Luoyang were to be taken over. The prefect and the division chief were placed under house arrest. The judge was dismissed, and the left principal officer of the Wenfu division was removed from office for investigation. This rapid succession of commands stunned the city's officials and citizens alike, as the upper echelons of power were abruptly dismantled. Han Changzai, at your command, a calm voice declared. Yu Chang'an, ready to obey. Another voice, tinged with unease, followed. The city gates were thrown open, and large contingents of soldiers poured in, swiftly taking control of key locations within the prefecture office and the Zhenfu division. Heavy troops guarded all passageways, enforcing rigorous inspections on those entering and leaving. The commandery soldiers were cold and unyielding, imprisoning anyone found breaking the rules. Merchants smuggling goods suffered the most, enduring severe punishments. Zhang Yuan, however, paid no attention to the chaos outside. He remained at home, focusing on his recovery. This rare respite allowed him to spend his days practicing martial arts in his courtyard, reading with Yuanyang, or occasionally teaching her some combat techniques. Such a tranquil and leisurely life was a new experience for him. In martial arts, balance between exertion and rest is key. Over the course of 20 days, Zhang Yuan's progress in martial cultivation soared. Most importantly, his Zhen Yu Gong had finally reached perfection. When Zhang Yuan mastered the Jinyue technique, he felt his entire body surge with an intense vibration of energy and blood. A phantom mountain formed outside his body, exuding an overwhelming force equivalent to tens of thousands of pounds, empowering him. This earth-ranked grade 6 Jinyue technique made his energy and blood several dozen times more condensed than before. Combined with the stability of his grade 4 innate true essence and meridians, his cultivation and combat strength reached their peak. Within the hidden origin realm, Zhang Yuan was now invincible. His energy and blood had reached the realm's absolute limit. When fighting with the phantom mountain on his back, his hands alone carried the strength of 10,000 pounds. The energy radiating from his body formed a protective aura, capable of fending off attacks from celestial demons, evil spirits, and the righteous forces of Confucianism and Taoism. This was the power of a martial artist who had truly reached the pinnacle of the hidden origin realm. Although his realm remained at the peak of hidden origin, Zhang Yuan's actual combat ability rivaled that of someone who had just entered the enlightened realm. If he unleashed his innate true essence, he could even face mid-stage enlightened realm experts. His mastery of blade techniques was particularly astonishing. Not only did he integrate years of personal practice with the experiences of others like Meng Tao, but he also touched upon the realm of intent. Remarkably, he had even grasped the concept of momentum from military blade techniques, infusing every movement with an air of dominance. Furthermore, he secretly practiced the left-hand Jinyue blade technique, a secret known only to Yuanyang in their small courtyard. Half a month ago, Zhang Yuan purchased the Han family estate for 350 taels of silver. This sum was enough to help Madame Han's family sustain their village through tough times. After making some simple renovations, he opened a gate in the courtyard wall, transforming the two properties into a front and back courtyard. He primarily trained in the back courtyard and occasionally checked on the front courtyard during his free time. The front courtyard was now filled with training equipment. 8 teenage boys were sweating profusely as they practiced. Among them were Xiao Yang from Sister Fan's family, Sun Li from Sun Zhe's family, Chen Jiahe from Chun Liang's family, and several other children from families in Dingjia Alley. A younger, slightly frail-looking boy in a green robe patrolled the area with a bamboo whip in hand. With a sharp crack, the bamboo whip struck Chen Jiahe's back, leaving a red mark. Chen Jiahe, who was lifting a stone lock, trembled and nearly fell. The others, seeing this, immediately focused their attention on their training. The boy with the whip, sounding far older than his years, said sternly, "Brother Zhang paid me to teach you the martial path. Don't blame me for being harsh. Cultivation is a bitter road. If you can't endure this, you'd best give up now." Despite his young age, none of the boys dared to argue, knowing they couldn't match his strength even if they teamed up. Nearby, on a reclining chair, sat an old Taoist in a gray robe, his hair streaked with white. As he leisurely snacked on sunflower seeds and peanuts from a side table, he chuckled and said, "Ziyang, their foundations are too weak. Once they've soaked in enough medicinal baths and taken a few rounds of potent elixirs, their roots will strengthen. They might just make something of themselves." This master and disciple duo were the guards Zhang Yuan had hired for 20 taels of silver a month. When Xiaoming Yuan personally delivered them, even Zhang Yuan was taken by surprise. Aren't these the grandfather and grandson who were once rescued by Zhang Yuan when performing on the streets and were given 2 taels of silver? The old man, Li Chenggang, had once claimed to have reached the Dongming realm in cultivation but was injured in a fight, now only capable of exerting half-step Dongming strength at most. He also preferred not to use his true energy lightly. His grandson, Li Ziyang, had learned some basic martial arts, but his cultivation was shallow and insufficient against formidable enemies. If not for Xiaoming Yuan's discreet suggestion, Zhang Yuan would have been reluctant to take in this seemingly frail old man and his inexperienced grandson. However, Xiaoming Yuan pulled him aside and quietly explained the truth. Even Zhu Lao couldn't discern Li Chenggang's true cultivation level. Despite his injuries, Li's strength was no less than that of a mid-stage Dongming expert. The key was whether he was willing to act. 20 taels of silver per month to secure someone equivalent to a mid-stage Dongming expert, along with a novice in the hidden Yuan realm, seemed like a fair deal. Zhang Yuan arranged for them to stay at the Han family courtyard. Besides guarding the Zhang family's small residence, they could also oversee the martial arts training of Sun Li and the others. During this time, Sun Zhe and the others were recovering at home, while Sun Li and a few young men from Xinjiahe often came to the small courtyard to practice martial arts under the pretext of studying at the academy. Fan Mingchen, a scholar at the government academy, turned a blind eye to this, as he had already hired another teacher to take over classes and didn't concern himself with Sun Li and the others visiting Zhang Yuan. Boldly, the medicinal soup should be ready, Zhang Yuan said as he walked to the front yard, glancing at Li Chenggang, who was lazily leaning against a post. "Brother Yuan! Brother Yuan!" A group of young men suddenly shouted, clearly exhausted. Li Ziyang waved his hand, and they immediately abandoned the stone locks and iron hammers, rushing to the woodshed in the backyard to fetch the medicinal soup. A single pot of this medicinal soup cost 3 taels of silver. Such an expense was something only the now well-off Zhang Yuan could afford. Ordinary members of the Zoe guards wouldn't have access to such resources. Boldly, about the golden bone decoction you mentioned last time, I'm only missing one ingredient, Tianjin grass, to complete it, Zhang Yuan asked in a low voice. Is it really as effective as you claim, capable of refining the muscles and bones to the strength of gold? Although he had encountered various body-strengthening medicinal soups at the Zenfusi, he had never heard of one with such potency. Now, as he was consolidating his 5th-grade true energy, his physical and bloodline cultivation was temporarily limited. If a potent medicine could further temper his body, it would be a delightful surprise. I wouldn't lie to you, Li Chenggang replied, munching on peanuts and drinking plain water. He pointed at Li Ziyang ahead. Look at how sturdy my grandson Ziyang is. Zhang Yuan glanced at the skinny, bean sprout-like youth and secretly mocked the statement in his heart. Don't worry, brother Zhang. Li Ziyang raised his voice. If my grandpa says the medicine works, then it works. He wouldn't ruin his reputation in the martial world. Zhang Yuan nodded and turned to walk toward the backyard. After taking a few steps, he turned back and asked, I'm hosting a dinner tonight at Mingquan Tower. Boldly, will you and your grandson join me? Or will you stay home? Li Chuangong's eyes lit up, but before he could speak, Li Ziyang interjected, We'll stay home. This immediately made Li Chuangong's face fall. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and nodded. All right, I'll ask the innkeeper to send over a table of food and wine. Seeing that Sun Li and the others were still practicing their martial arts, Li Chenggang was about to say bring 2 extra jugs, but was stopped by a glare from Li Ziyang. He quickly changed his words to, meat. Returning to the backyard, Zhang Yuan saw Yunyang already dressed up, and a smile naturally appeared on his face. Her features were delicate, her figure graceful, and her flowing long dress made her look like a celestial maiden. My little lady is truly beautiful, Zhang Yuan praised sincerely. Hearing this, Yunyang's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. Are you really going, my dear? Yunyang asked softly. Zhang Yuan took her hand with a smile and replied as they walked. I told you before, I want Captain Sun to officiate our wedding. It may be a small gathering, but it will be a proper marriage with witnesses. These words made Yunyang bite her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. In the neighboring courtyard, perched on a rockery, Li Ziyang squatted by the wall, gazing at the departing couple with a wistful expression. Sister Yu's long dress is so beautiful. If you think it's beautiful, why don't you wear one? Our Tianji Dao sect can afford any dress you want, Li Chenggang said, looking up with a proud expression. Forget it. I'm meant to study celestial divination and refine the 9 heavens thunder. Li Ziyang said, though her gaze still lingered with longing. She didn't notice Li Chuangong's subtle hand movements, the flash of red across his face, and the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, impossible, why can't I even read Ziyang's destiny anymore? At Mingquan Tower, the entire third floor was reserved today, with no outside guests allowed. The owner, Chiu Mingquan, dressed neatly and stood at the entrance with a broad smile. This restaurant, passed down from his father, had grown over 30 years from a small tourism establishment into one of the most renowned eateries in the area. Though it couldn't rival Yufeng Tower, it still held considerable prestige. When Sun Zhe and his wife, Madame Chen, arrived together, Chiu Mingquan hurried forward to greet them. Captain Sun, Master Zhang is under your command, a young and promising man. You must drink a few more cups today in celebration. Sun Zhe nodded with a hint of emotion. That boy Zhang Yuan is getting married now. I remember when his older brother first joined my squad. Zhang Yuan was only this tall. Time flies, this is good, very good. Before long, Zhang Chuanwu and his wife, Chun Liang, Li Changwei, and others arrived with their families. Zhang Chuanwu glanced at the sky and frowned. Where is that boy Zhang Yuan? Why isn't he here yet? What's your rush? Missing one sip of wine won't kill you, his wife, Madame Wang, chided, making Zhang Chuanwu shrink his neck sheepishly. Standing beside Chun Liang, a woman softly asked, Big brother Sun, do you know how long this break of yours will last? What's with you women? I'm recovering from an injury. You must be wishing I'd go back to work and end up crippled, huh? Chun Liang retorted. But before he finished, the woman stepped forward and pinched his side, making him wince in pain. These days, the city is in chaos. Today they're raiding merchant shops. Tomorrow they're shutting down officials' homes, the woman said, her gaze falling on Chun Shi, who was standing beside Sun Zhe. And those soldiers in black uniforms, aren't they all stuffing their pockets? But your Jia Si squad, claiming to be recovering from injuries, come on. Third sister, am I right? Chun Shi turned to look at Sun Zhe, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Indeed, in this rare upheaval in Luoyang Prefecture, everyone else was either getting a promotion or making a fortune, at the very least pocketing some benefits. Yet their Jia Si squad remained idle at home, not only failing to profit but actually losing money. I'm officiating Zhang Yuan's wedding, aren't I? Sun Zhe grinned, exuding confidence. A few days ago, I made an excuse to visit the Xinfu Bureau and reported Zhang Yuan's wedding to the records department. He glanced around the crowd with a smug expression. The Xinfu Bureau may have strict rules, but it's also full of leaks. I'm sure quite a few people have caught wind of this by now, don't you think? Hearing this, the women breathed a sigh of relief, their worries melting away. Whether they were naive or simple-minded, at least they no longer had to fret over their husbands being stuck at home nursing injuries. Just then, a carriage pulled up by the roadside. Zhang Yuan and Yuanyang stepped out one after the other. Zhang Yuan handed a handful of copper coins to the driver, who expressed his gratitude profusely before driving the carriage to the corner of the street. Flag officer, brothers, and sisters, Yuanyang and I apologize for being late. Zhang Yuan greeted with a smile, clasping his hands in respect. Beside him, Yuanyang blushed shyly and bowed to the crowd. Not late at all, you're just in time. Wang Shi hurried forward to support Yuanyang, and the other women gathered around to offer their congratulations. Boss Chiu, is the banquet all set? Zhang Yuan asked, turning to Chiu Mingquan, who stood nearby. The entire third-floor staircase was draped in red carpet, adorned with festive decorations, bringing a sweet glow to Yuanyang's eyes as she held Zhang Yuan's hand. Inside the private room, Sun Zhe handed over a small red pouch. This is the subsidy I helped you apply for from the Xinfu Bureau. It might not cover all the banquet expenses tonight. It's more than enough. Chiu Mingquan waved his hands repeatedly. Master Sun, tonight's banquet at Mingquan Tower is at cost price, just to bring some good luck. As a seasoned figure in the marketplace, he could see that Zhang Yuan was destined for great success in the future. Soon, the dishes began to arrive. Zhang Yuan rose with Yuanyang, holding his wine cup. Today, I ask Flag Officer Sun and all my brothers and sisters here to bear witness. I, Zhang Yuan, am marrying Yuanyang as my wife. He turned to Yuanyang with a tender look before continuing. All of you know that it was my eldest brother who raised me. Now that I am starting my own family, he can finally rest in peace. Yuanyang and I will build a good life together, extend the Zhang family line, and honor our ancestors. Zhang Yuan's words were simple and sincere. He spoke the truth whether it was the Zhaoyi guards or martial artists. They were merely the most ordinary, grassroots cultivators in the land of Xianqin. Yet it was precisely these countless ordinary people who upheld the brilliance of the 9 provinces. Yuanyang held her wine cup, a smile on her lips but tears glimmering in her eyes. She had never dared to imagine that she could have a clear and defined home of her own. This is my mother's bracelet. Zhang Yuan took out a silver bracelet from his pocket. Madame Wang received it and carefully helped Yuanyang put it on. Though it was a simple silver bracelet, it bore extraordinary significance. Girl, Madame Wang said softly, Marrying a Zhaoyi guard means a life full of worry and uncertainty. But what can we do? We chose such men. She smiled as she wiped the corners of her eyes. Wait 30 years, and you'll be able to tell others how dashing your man was in his youth. Donning the black uniform and carrying a Yinling blade, Madame Chan stepped forward to support Yunyang by the arm. Tears welled in the eyes of the women present, none daring to hope they would truly see the day 20 years down the line. Ahem. Zhang Chuanwu raised his wine cup, his hand trembling slightly. It's a day of celebration, why the tears? Sun Tze looked at the newlyweds and spoke in a deep voice. Our team, from Ding 5 squad to today's Jia 4 squad, has lost 8 brothers along the way, including your elder brother. I once worked alongside Zhang Quanwa's father and elder brother, and I fought side by side with Chun Liang's father. He took a deep breath. Zhang Yuan, go as far as you can in this life. Your elder brother, your father, your grandfather, they are all watching over you. With that, he raised his cup high. Elder Zhang, Zhang Zhan, this celebratory wine is for you as well. Zhang Yuan and Yunyang raised their cups in unison, saying, grandfather, father, elder brother, Yunyang and I toast to you. Chun Liang and Li Changwei tapped their chopsticks gently against the table, softly chanting, how can we not have robes? I will mend my spear and shield. How can we not have robes? I will stand with you as comrades in arms. The fiery liquor burned as it went down, causing Zhang Yuan's face to flush, blending with the festive red decorations on the wall. From this moment onward, he would truly become the head of the Zhang family of Dingjia Alley, bearing the responsibility of preserving and advancing the family legacy. For now, he set aside his ambitions. At this moment, he was a man with a home and a purpose. Master Zhang, the manager of Yufeng Tower, Jin Lin, is here. He says he's representing the Jin family to present a gift. From outside came the voice of Chiu Mingquan. In Luoyang Prefecture, there was only one Jin family of significance. Sun Tze and the others glanced at Zhang Yuan, who nodded and stepped forward to open the door. Owing to the favor shown when the experts of Yufeng Tower intervened during the ambush by White Horse Mountain bandits, Zhang Yuan knew he owed them a debt of gratitude. Manager Jin Lin entered, holding a small gold and red box with a warm smile. Master Zhang, am I arriving at a good time? Manager Jin, please come in and have a cup of celebratory wine. Zhang Yuan gestured politely. The crowd rose to offer seats and greetings, and even Yunyang gave a slight bow. No need for formalities. Jin Lin waved off the gestures and handed the gold and red box to Yunyang. Lady Yu, this is the deed for Dajin Trading Company, purchased by our family head. The head of my family has spoken, Jin Lin said, standing respectfully in the center of the private room, offering a contract with both hands. Since Lady Yu is from Yunzhou and has no relatives here in Luoyang Prefecture, from now on, she may consider the Jin family as her own. This contract details the dowry our family has prepared for Lady Yu. Additionally, the Shui family from Jindu City in Yunzhou has sent a congratulatory gift. Although they cannot yet confirm Lady Yu's exact identity, they are willing to act as her family in good faith and welcome her to Yunzhou to reconnect in the future. The weight of this Gestoria merchant family's dowry, combined with the recognition of a prominent clan from faraway Yunzhou, left everyone in the room stunned. A collective gasp filled the air. The Zhaoyi Guard officers exchanged looks of astonishment, and the women present were visibly shocked. The value of these gifts was staggering, likely worth tens of thousands of silver taels, an unimaginable fortune for those who had served as Zhaoyi Guards their entire lives. But what truly defied belief was that the most prestigious family in Luoyang Prefecture was humbling itself to forge such a connection with Yunyang and Zhang Yuan. Even Zhang Yuan himself was momentarily taken aback. Then, clarity dawned on him. This was both an investment from the Jin family and a fulfillment of the promise made on that day in Yufeng Tower. Back then, he had wielded the authority of a Dying Xingxi plaque to demand accountability, and now, the current Dying Xingxi commander was Tu Hao. Yunyang's face flushed with emotion, but she hesitated, unsure if she could accept such a significant gift. Yunyang, this is the Jin family's dowry, along with the Shui family's gesture of goodwill. Accept it, Zhang Yuan said calmly, turning to Jin Lin. Please convey my gratitude to your family head. One day, I will surely repay this kindness. Though he couldn't match the Jin family now, he was confident that, given time, he would return the favor tenfold. Jin Lin was overjoyed upon hearing this, and immediately cupped his hands in thanks. Just then, hearty laughter echoed from outside the door. Haha, brother Zhang, how could you host a wedding banquet and forget your old friend? You've truly broken my heart. A buzz of conversation erupted from downstairs. Who's upstairs? To warrant a visit from Master Xia of the Yuchuan Trading Company? Isn't that Xia Mingyuan? He's one of the most influential figures in Luoyang Prefecture these days. A knowing look flashed in Jin Lin's eyes as he signaled Zhang Yuan to greet the guest. Sun Tze and the others in the room beamed with joy, while the women exchanged glances filled with admiration. They couldn't help but recall how, after Zhang Zhan's death in the line of duty, they had all pitched in to support the Zhang family. Who would have thought Zhang Yuan would now be rubbing shoulders with such prominent figures? Zhang Yuan, holding Yuanyang's hand, stepped to the door. Xiaoming Yuan handed over a sizable box with a grin. I'm a straightforward man, so I'll keep it simple. Here are a few stalks of Qiyang purple ginseng. His words sent another wave of exclamations rippling through the room below. A single stalk of Qiyang purple ginseng was worth 100 silver taels. Accepting the box, Zhang Yuan said sincerely, Elder brother Xia, I know how busy you are. Your presence here is an honor. Please, come in for a drink. He was well aware of the current turbulent times in the booming black market trade. For Xia Mingyuan to make time to attend was no small gesture. As Xia Mingyuan stepped into the private room and exchanged greetings with Jin Lin, Sun Zhe, and the others, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Fan Mingchen, dressed in a green robe, rushed breathlessly onto the third floor. Zhang Yuan, the academy scholar accompanying your family's commander Tu, and the prefectural circuit inspector Qi are here. The news of the arrival of Yuankang, the academy's sacrificial scholar, Tu Hao, the chief officer of the town surveillance bureau, and Qi Changlin, the circuit inspector, caused everyone in the private room to hold their breath. Qi Changlin, a sixth-rank civil official, held the authority to submit reports directly to the Jin Hall of Zhenzhou and was one of the key supervisors of the major corruption case in Luoyang Prefecture. Though his rank wasn't particularly high, his special role in inspecting officials across regions made him a highly respected figure among civil servants. As Fan Mingchen finished speaking, Jin Lin had already clenched his fists tightly inside his sleeves. It was one thing for Tu Hao and Yang Chang to be here, but even the circuit inspector had come. At present, this particular inspector wielded significant power in the prefectural city, and there were plenty of whispered rumors about him within the government offices. Xia Mingyuan maintained a smile on his face, but was inwardly surprised. Though he made a fortune running the black market, he had never been in a position to meet someone of Tu Hao's stature. To think that attending Zhang Yuan's wedding celebration today would bring him face-to-face with such esteemed figuresit was an unexpected opportunity. The women, including Madame Wang, exchanged uneasy glances. Although their husbands worked for the town surveillance bureau and they had some understanding of officialdom, figures like the academy's sacrificial scholar, the chief officer, and the circuit inspector were still far beyond their reach. Zhang Yuan was merely a low-ranking Jiaoyi guard. Even if he had some potential, how could he possibly be connected to such high-ranking officials? Zhang Yuan, shouldn't you go greet them? Sun Zhe said, straightening his attire as he spoke. As Jiaoyi guards, they naturally had to pay their respects to Tu Hao. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement and, along with the other men in the room, quickly headed downstairs. The diners on the first and second floors hastily withdrew their heads, not daring to make a sound. Typically, even the presence of a minor official at Yichuan Tower was a rare sight, let alone such a gathering of prominent figures. Yuanyang, you'd better keep an eye on your Zhang Yuan, Madame Wang said, gripping Yuanyang's hand and lowering her voice. Although Madame Chun and Chen Liang's wife didn't say anything, their worried expressions conveyed the same sentiment. Yuanyang responded with a gentle smile, thinking to herself that no matter how hard things might get, she would stand by her husband. Outside the building, Zhang Yuan and Sun Zhe slightly bowed as Muan led Yang Chang, Tu Hao, and a middle-aged civil official, who appeared to be in his 40s, toward them. Zhang Yuan, you work under me, yet you didn't inform me of such an important event as your wedding? Tu Hao said with a smile, showing none of the fearsome demeanor he had displayed in recent days while pursuing corrupt officials. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Chief Officer, Zhang Yuan replied respectfully while also saluting Yang Chang and Qi Changlin. Yang Chang, recalling the time he had personally witnessed Zhang Yuan's decisive act of killing someone, now saw the young man's restrained demeanor and obedient expression. He thought to himself, this is truly a sharp weapon that can be put to great use. Zhang Yuan, I won't give you anything elaborate, just this volume of books. Study more to temper your temperament. Young people should always seek to refine themselves, the middle-aged official said. Yang Chang handed a slightly yellowed book to Zhang Yuan, his gaze shifting towards Tu Hao. Tu Jusi holds you in high regard. Though this book wasn't worth much money, it carried significant meaning as a gift from the Prefectural Academy. More importantly, presenting a book at Zhang Yuan's wedding subtly conveyed wishes for his future offspring to excel in both intellect and strength. Yang Chang's move was clever, offering a thoughtful gift while simultaneously currying favor with Tu Hao. What no one realized was that Yang Chang had already met Zhang Yuan and held a certain admiration for the young man. Thank you, Master Yang, Zhang Yuan said respectfully as he accepted the book. Tu Hao observed Zhang Yuan with a faint smile. Zhang Yuan, while I may be the Jusi, I'm not wealthy, nor would I misuse my position for personal favors. With that, he handed over a scroll. This painting may not be as valuable as one by Luo Yangsheng, but in a few decades, it might fetch a few taels of silver. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was reminded of the snow plum blossom painting by Luo Yangsheng he had once gifted to Tu Hao. At the time, Tu Hao had offered money for it, but Zhang Yuan had politely declined it, knew little about paintings, and thought it wiser to give it to someone who could truly appreciate it. Zhang Yuan accepted the painting with both hands, fully aware that with Tu Hao's current status, even a casual work of his could easily be worth several hundred taels of silver. Of course, he had no intention of selling it. The painting represented Tu Hao's recognition of him. "You too," Qi Changlin said with a chuckle, shaking his head from the side. "The gifts you're giving wouldn't even cover the cost of the banquet. Outsiders might think my scholarly path is so austere that we can't afford proper presents." Though spoken in jest, everyone understood that the books and paintings from Yuankang and Tu Hao were far more valuable than money. With that, Qi Changlin produced a short silver-sheathed dagger, about a foot long, and handed it to Zhang Yuan. "This blade, forged with refined steel, is worth 80 taels of silver." The straightforward inspector wasted no time in presenting a lavish gift. "Thank you, sir," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, bowing deeply, before leading everyone into the Mingquan Tower. Qiu Mingquan leaned closer to Zhang Yuan and whispered a suggestion. It might be best to set up a separate table for these distinguished guests. The main hall was crowded, the dishes on the other tables were already half-eaten, and the wives present might inadvertently say something inappropriate. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Walking alongside him, Muan lowered his voice and said, "Qi Jian has his sights set on the position of magistrate in Luoyang Prefecture. With the support of Tu Zhuxi, he stands a good chance." Tu Zhuxi's mentor is now the second most influential figure in the county governor's office. A glimmer of realization flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. So, Tu Hao had such powerful backing, no wonder his career was soaring. The second-in-command at the Zhengyang County Governor's office was none other than the Tsongxi official, a fourth-rank position. It was no surprise that someone like Qi Changlin, a high-ranking official, would attend his wedding banquet. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan quickly stepped forward. "Brother Xia, Manager Jin, Tu Zhuxi and the others are distinguished guests. You two are well experienced. I hope you can accompany them." This was exactly what Jin Lin and Xia Mingyuan had hoped for. Their friendship with Zhang Yuan was a step towards networking with influential figures, and now they had the chance to make an impression on these high-ranking officials in Luoyang Prefecture. As the group entered the private room on the third floor of Mingquan Tower, the lively chatter on the lower floors abruptly ceased. Only after they disappeared from sight did whispers begin to rise again. Was that Master Yang from the Prefectural Academy? And wasn't that Tu Hao, the rising star of the Jinfu Division? Who's the unfamiliar one? "That's Qi Changlin, the inspector." The clerks and soldiers dining in Mingquan Tower murmured among themselves. These three were prominent figures in Luoyang Prefecture. What could have brought them all here today? "I've figured it out," someone exclaimed. "The host of today's banquet is none other than Zhang Yuan, the black-clad green tiger." Luoyang Prefecture isn't too big, but it's not too small either. Recently, a name has been frequently mentioned in the tea houses and alleys of the city: Zhang Yuan, the green tiger in black robes. He's the one who scared the young master of the Sun family out of his wits in front of Yufeng Tower, a tea drinker whispered. Now Sun Ren's family has been raided, and he's been thrown into prison. They say he can single-handedly hold his own against a master of the Tongming realm. Even the prefect himself can't stop praising him. Not just the prefect. Chief Inspector Tu Hao and Scholar Yang Chong also value him highly. Someone glanced toward the third floor of Mingquan Tower and commented softly. Zhang Yuan was personally promoted by Chief Inspector Tu Hao. Rumor has it in the Bureau of Stability that when Tu Hao gets promoted, Zhang Yuan will rise swiftly with him. On the second floor, by the window, a group of individuals in martial robes exchanged subtle glances. One of them lowered his voice and said, "The green tiger Zhang Yuan? Is he the one the third young master wants us to take care of?" The speaker's aura faintly revealed the mastery of the hidden essence stage. The martial artist across from him replied in a solemn tone, "The third young master has instructed us to eliminate any obstacles preventing young master Liang Chao from entering the Xuanjia Guard." His gaze shifted to the third floor, a flicker of unease in his eyes. This guy is indeed a strong rival for Liang Chao. Anyone who dares disrupt the third young master's plans or opposes the Liang family of Danyue City cannot be allowed to live. The others nodded silently, refraining from further conversation as they quietly drank their wine. Meanwhile, in a newly opened private room on the third floor, Qi Changlin, Tu Hao, and Yang Chong were seated in the main positions. Accompanying them were Jin Lin, Xia Mingyuan, Fan Mingchen, and He Muwen, while Sun Zhe led Chen Liang and others to offer a toast. Tu Hao inquired about their injuries, and after the toasts, Sun Zhe and his group took their leave. The atmosphere in the room gradually grew lively. When Zhang Yuan arrived with Yun Yang to offer a toast, Tu Hao teased, "I should assign you more tasks so you can earn some extra silver. With marriage and children in the future, your current courtyard won't be big enough." Fan Mingchen, aware that Zhang Yuan had recently purchased a neighboring courtyard, chuckled. "Even if he has a few more kids, there'll be plenty of room." As everyone shared a laugh, Qi Changlin set down his wine cup and sighed. The Han family is fortunate to have met someone like Zhang Yuan, who bought their property to help them out. Around Luoyang Prefecture, countless families involved in cotton and textile production are on the brink of ruin this year. The room fell silent, the laughter abruptly fading. Jin Lin and Xia Mingyuan exchanged glances and lowered their heads. The cloth trade in Luoyang Prefecture, once a lucrative business, was now shrouded in gloom this year. They dared not speak more, but it was clear Qi Changlin had more to say. Manager Jin, it's good that you're here today, Qi Changlin said calmly, his gaze steady on Jin Lin. This year, the farmers and estates outside Luoyang Prefecture have struggled to sell their cloth. Coupled with the recent turmoil in the city, shouldn't the Jin family step forward and do something? As the leading gentry of Luoyang Prefecture, the Jin family should set an example. Jin Lin silently weighed his options. Setting an example was easier said than done, but refusing would be unwise. With Qi Changlin's current authority, making things difficult for the Jin family would not be hard. The prisons of the prefecture and the town pacification office were reportedly overflowing. In such a precarious situation, how could he say no? Rest assured, sir. It is our duty to contribute to our homeland, Jin Lin said with a sweeping gesture. The Jin family is willing to purchase 500,000 bolts of coarse cloth. This was no small offer. Luoyang Prefecture's coarse cloth was of excellent quality, with each bolt priced at 300 coins this year. Buying 500,000 bolts would amount to 150,000 taels of silver. Though the Jin family was the most prominent in Luoyang Prefecture, their large estate also meant substantial expenses. Offering such a sum was indeed a gesture of sincerity. 500,000 bolts? Yang Chang murmured, shaking his head. In previous years, Luoyang Prefecture produced over 8 million bolts of cloth. This amount is a mere drop in the ocean. Jin Lin's expression stiffened, and he lowered his head in silence. 8 million bolts of cloth were far beyond the Jin family's capacity, especially in the murky business environment of Luoyang this year. Tu Hao shifted his gaze towards Xia Mingyuan. Manager Xia, does your Yuchuan trading company have any means to distribute these cloths? All eyes in the room turned to Xia Mingyuan. He looked uneasy, hesitating for a moment before addressing Tu Hao. Master Tu, back in March, Baiyun Cloth firm signed contracts with numerous businesses in the city to act in unison, forcing down the price of cloth from the producers while raising the selling price downstream. Because of these contracts, no one has dared to purchase cloth to this day. And with the current state of the city, he trailed off, but everyone understood amid the unrest in the city. No one wanted to stick their neck out. Tu Hao frowned, his anger evident. Manipulating the city's cloth market, toying with people's livelihoods, and flouting the laws of the immortal Qin dynasty, how can Baiyun Cloth Firm and Tang Weiliang be allowed to continue unpunished? Xia Mingyuan and Jin Lin exchanged a glance, but said nothing further. Though Tang Weiliang had been brought to justice, the whereabouts of the incriminating contract remained unknown. Rumors suggested it was taken by the person who killed Luo Shanghu, yet no one knew who that person was. If the contract ended up in the hands of the town pacification office, the merchants involved would face financial ruin or worse. As silence descended over the room, Yunyang suddenly spoke up. Gentlemen, are you certain such a contract exists? It was the first time Yunyang had spoken voluntarily, drawing everyone's attention. Zhang Yuan turned to her with a smile, gently holding her slightly nervous hand. Does my Yunyang have something on her mind? In truth, the contract was in Zhang Yuan's possession. He knew every business and name listed on it, but he couldn't reveal it. The moment Zhang Yuan held her hand, Yunyang felt her unease gradually subside. She nodded slightly. The neighborhood elder, Madame Han, and others had already mentioned to her the predicament of unsold fabric piling up in Luoyang Prefecture this year. Now, hearing the local officials discussing the matter of the contract, she began to formulate a plan. More importantly, she understood that Tu Hao genuinely valued her husband. Helping Tu Hao at this critical moment would undoubtedly pave the way for Zhang Yuan's future. Tu Hao looked at Yunyang with a hint of helplessness in his tone. That contract does exist. After eradicating Baiyun Cloth Manor, who could have anticipated such lingering troubles? Baiyun Cloth Manor dared to implicate all the merchants in the city. Yunyang raised her head and spoke clearly, Master Tu, since Baiyun Cloth Manor has been eliminated, shouldn't the contract now belong to the imperial authorities? Qi Changlin said coldly, because of one illegal contract, countless commoners are now suffering. If that contract were in my hands, I would ensure strict punishment. Jin Lin and Xia Mingyuan lowered their heads at these words, a subtle gesture revealing that the contract was indeed not in the hands of the authorities. Zhang Yuan tightened his grip on Yunyang's hand, signaling her to speak boldly. In his eyes, Yunyang's intelligence far surpassed the experience he had accumulated over the years. Yunyang glanced back at Zhang Yuan, a warm feeling rising in her heart. Having a man who wholeheartedly supported her truly made him worthy of her trust for life. Master Qi, Master Tu, Yunyang began steadily. The livelihoods of the people in Luoyang Prefecture are the most pressing concern. If the contract can be produced to compel those merchants to quickly purchase the fabric, there might still be a chance to save the situation. Qi Changlin frowned and looked at Tu Hao, who shook his head. The town pacification office has indeed been unable to obtain that contract. Masters, Yunyang continued. Since no one knows the whereabouts of the contract, if someone were to produce one, would those contracted merchants dare to disobey? Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. Tu Hao stood up. Are you suggesting forging a contract? Yunyang nodded and said softly, but this might tarnish your reputation, Master Tuesday. Let outsiders believe that you withheld the contract for personal gain to coerce the merchants. If you maintain a spotless image, those merchants may be less likely to comply. Absolutely not. Qi Changlin said firmly. This would damage Brother Tu's good name. Yang Chong also shook his head repeatedly, clearly unwilling to get involved. Tu Hao glanced around at the group, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Compared to the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands in Luoyang Prefecture, what does my personal reputation matter? Lady Yunyang, tell us should this forged contract be made, and who should take on the task? As soon as he finished speaking, Yunyang's gaze shifted toward Zhang Yuan. In the private room, everyone slowly turned their gaze toward Zhang Yuan. At the entrance of Mingquan Tower, Zhang Yuan stood still, watching as the figures of Tu Hao, Qi Changlin, and the others gradually disappeared around the street corner. He looked down at the two tokens in his hand, which gleamed with a cold light, his expression complicated. One was the command token left by Tu Hao, allowing him to mobilize the Jiaoyi guards. The other was Qi Changlin's token, granting authority to command up to 100 soldiers of the patrol army. Beside him, Jin Lin and Xia Mingyuan looked on with envy. With these two tokens in hand, one could move through Luoyang Prefecture with unparalleled authority. Brother Zhang is truly fortunate to have a capable wife like Yunyang, Xia Mingyuan remarked with admiration. I heard Yunyang used to be a boatwoman at Ningguifang's Qingguan. Who would have thought she possessed such wisdom? In their eyes, Yunyang's intelligence was no less impressive than that of any formidable warrior. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. He had never seen Yunyang as a mere dependent. Yunyang gracefully bowed slightly to Xia Mingyuan and Jin Lin. Elder brother Xia, manager Jin, my husband has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. I hope you both can offer your full support to clear Master Tu's name. Clear his name? The two were stunned. Hadn't they just discussed tarnishing Tu Hao's reputation? Tu Hao is already known for his integrity and fairness. If such a scandal were to spread, who would dare to partake in the cloth purchase contracts? With a faint smile, Yunyang continued, not only do we need to clear Master Tu's name, but we must also let everyone know that the contract my husband holds is fake. Master Tu values my husband, and as a rising star of the Jiaoyi Guards and the Town Pacification Department, how could my husband bear a tarnished reputation? If we make it known across the city that the contract is fake and show that Master Tu and my husband are working for the welfare of the people, the merchants will realize there's no risk of loss and will naturally be willing to cooperate. Besides, with Master Tu's reputation, the merchants can both make money and establish connections with high-ranking officials. Why wouldn't they? Jin Lin nodded in agreement. In that case, the Jin family is willing to contribute 100,000 taels of silver as support. This substantial sum of real silver demonstrated far greater sincerity than the previous deal where the Jin family had secured the gratitude of the Shui family from Yunzhou without spending a single coin. My Yuchuan trading firm will also give its full support, Xia Mingyuan responded without hesitation. As someone who oversaw the black market in the western part of the city, the opportunity to build connections with high-ranking officials in the town pacification department was not one to be missed. Just then, a low horn blast and the thunderous sound of war drums echoed from the direction of the town pacification department. Zhang Yuan's expression changed instantly. From within Mingquan Tower, Sun Zhe and the others rushed out. Returned to the town pacification department. It was the summoning horn and the rallying drums. The horn called back wandering souls, and the drums summoned the army of the town pacification department to gather. Something had happened. Outside Mingquan Tower, the women of the Chen family and others watched the retreating figures of Sun Zhe, Zhang Yuan, and their companions with complex emotions. Yunyang bit her lip, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. She was acutely aware that her husband, as a member of the black-clad guards, lived with his life constantly hanging by a thread. Such days of fear and anxiety were inevitable. She turned to Jin Lin and Xia Mingyuan, took a deep breath and said, Elder brothers, we can discuss the matter we talked about earlier once more. My husband is too occupied with his duties at the town patrol division, so I will handle these merchant affairs on his behalf. Allow me to go back and change my attire, and I will trouble you both to help me choose a trading firm. Jin Lin and Xia Mingyuan exchanged a glance and slowly nodded. They couldn't help but admire this young woman's resilience and wisdom, silently wondering if she was indeed from the main branch of the Shui family, as rumored. Otherwise, how could she possess such composure and capability? The gates of the town patrol division in Luoyang Prefecture stood wide open. Han Changzai, the division head who had been placed under restriction, stood solemnly on the stone steps outside. Beside him were formidable figures from the County Patrol Division, including Dong Junjiang, the head of the Martial Patrol Division, and Su Qixiang, the inspector of the Martial Command Division. Around them, the black-clad guards quickly assembled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly grave. Several carriages sped toward them. When Zhang Yuan and Sun Zhe arrived, the first and second armor squads were already prepared and in formation. Sun Zhe approached Shan Lian, the banner officer of the first armor squad, to inquire about the situation and learned that Zheng Liangsheng, the captain of the Sinwei battalion at the Enlightened Realm, had been killed in action. One by one, bodies wrapped in white cloth were carried out from the carriages. Jia Zhen, the county officer of Yongnan County, dressed in black half-armor, stepped forward to report, "We have brought back the remains of Zheng Liangsheng, captain of the Sinwei battalion of the Luoyang Prefecture Town Patrol Division, along with 23 other fallen black-clad guards." The announcement sent a surge of killing intent through the crowd at the division's gates. Countless pairs of eyes, burning with fury, fixed on the scene ahead. Han Changzai raised his voice and shouted, "Welcome them home." Everyone bowed and clasped their fists, responding in unison. Boom! The synchronized sound of fists striking chests echoed, blending with the measured footsteps of those carrying the bodies. How can we say we have no clothes? We will mend our armor. How can we say we have no clothes? We stand together as one. The somber chant reverberated as streaks of blood-red energy seemed to stain the sky. Zhang Yuan stood among the crowd, pounding his chest heavily with each beat, his gaze fixed on the bodies being carried into the town patrol division. For a moment, he was transported back to half a year ago, recalling the scene when his elder brother had been brought back in the same manner. 10 years ago, his father had been carried back in the same way, wrapped in a horsehide shroud, sacrificing his life for the nation. This was the highest honor of the Zhaoyi Guards. Before the gates of the Jinfu office, the names of the fallen were solemnly read out one by one. Sinwei Battalion, Zheng Liangsheng. Sinwei Battalion, Yu Hao. Sinwei Battalion, by Quanding. When the name Yiwei Battalion, Jiang Qing was called, Zhang Yuan's body trembled violently. He clenched his fists, the memory of Jiang Qing asking to borrow his notes flashing before his eyes. He had never imagined that would be their final farewell. As he watched the body being slowly carried into the Zhenfu office, murderous intent surged within Zhang Yuan, and faint shadows of a mountain and a ferocious tiger appeared behind him. The gates closed, and the commander of the office, Han Changzai, led several officials inside, leaving only Wu Zhen Commander Su Qixiang standing on the stone steps. Su Qixiang scanned the Zhaoyi guards gathered before the gates, his voice as cold and piercing as ice. "As Zhaoyi guards, we take pride in our black garments and bear witness with our goose feather emblems. We fear neither life nor death. Across the 9 provinces of Xianqin, our Zhenfu office suppresses all supernatural beings, demons, and evils, bringing solace to officials and commoners alike. Life and death are ours to judge, and our actions reach directly to the heavens." An intense surge of energy emanated from him, and a 10-foot spectral tiger leapt into the air, showcasing his mastery of the Kaiyang realm. Outsiders knew only that Han Changzai was a scholar of the Kaiyang realm, but few realized that Su Qixiang was the foremost martial artist in Luoyang Prefecture. Though Han Changzai wielded the fortune of Xianqin to suppress him, in true martial combat, Su Qixiang was unmatched. "Rally the troops. In half an hour, we marched to Dinglin County to annihilate the Jilin sword sect." Su Qixiang's frigid command echoed in all directions. The various departments sprang into action. The Bingjia office distributed equipment, the Wuwei division coordinated supplies, the Xianwei division mobilized reinforcements from the prefecture office, and even the prefectural academy was summoned to oversee the operation. A squad of Xuanjia guards was also dispatched to assist. Zhang Yuan, along with Sun Zhe and others, hurried to the Bingjia office to collect light armor and weapons. Considering the Jilin sword sect's mountain location, they were equipped with light armor and spears, and each battalion was allocated 3 siege crossbows. Half an hour later, all of Luoyang Prefecture was in an uproar. 6 battalions of Zhaoyi guards marched out clad in armor, followed closely by 800 patrol soldiers. The grand procession moved out of the city, their collective energy staining the sunset skies red. Such a display of force had not been seen in Luoyang Prefecture for decades. On the city walls, the townsfolk murmured among themselves. Are they heading to destroy the Jilin sword sect in Yongnan County? That's one of the 18 sword sects in Zhengyang Commandery. Can the Zhenfu office really take down such a prominent martial faction? Dressed in a brocade robe, Xia Mingyuan stood on the city wall, watching the departing troops with a grave expression. Xia Mingyuan controlled the West City black market, navigating the fine line between legality and lawlessness. He was considered a representative of the underworld. At this moment, he was discussing the Bureau of Town Security's upcoming operation with Jean Lin. The Bureau is planning to eradicate a prominent martial sect, which will inevitably cause unrest in the surrounding areas. Jean Lin said gravely, "If they fail in this mission, their authority will diminish further, and it will be even harder to suppress the nearby martial world forces. When that happens, Even the rules of the black market will have to change. Indeed, the Bureau of Town Security in Luoyang Prefecture had been in decline for years, with no significant actions to its name. People of the martial world had long since stopped fearing its reputation. In this land of the immortal Qin, strength was ultimately what commanded respect. The Jin family, a prominent clan with close ties to the government in Luoyang City, felt this reality most keenly. "My two elder brothers," said Yunyang softly, dressed in men's clothing. Beside her stood a frail-looking youth and a silver-haired Taoist, with a few sharp-eyed young men behind them. The Bureau's grand mobilization has caused a stir throughout the city. This is the perfect opportunity for us to act. Turning her head, Yunyang gave her instructions. Suddenly, go find Dr. Fan Mingchen and have him draft a fake contract. Elderly, when the time comes, just unleash the aura of your Tongming realm cultivation. Pay no heed to what the others say, just overwhelm them. Her tone was resolute. I want everything settled before Xiao Lang returns victorious. Let him focus solely on his martial path. Standing nearby, Li Ziang nodded enthusiastically, clearly energized by her words. Outside the city, military formations stretched endlessly, their bloodthirsty aura filling the air. Under the slanting rays of the sun, the Bureau of Town Security's imposing presence struck fear into the hearts of the city's residents. This was the Bureau unyielding and unchallengeable. Those who dared provoke it would face annihilation. In a jostling carriage 10 miles from the city gate, Zhang Yuan sat cross-legged, flanked by Sun Zhe and Li Changwei, who had their eyes closed, resting. As dusk approached, the road became increasingly uneven. The Jilin sword sect is a renowned martial faction, Zhang Chuanwu said in a low voice, holding a spear in one hand and steadying his armor with the other. They're well known across the 3 prefectures, with at least 300 disciples under their name. He elaborated further, martial sects prioritize talent in their recruits. Among these 300, there are bound to be several Tongming realm experts, along with many at the later stages of the Yinyuan realm and Desheng realm. It's said that their sect leader, though not at the Kaiyang level, has reached Yaoguang realm cultivation and is famously known as the 9 absolute swordsmen. More importantly, they are on good terms with the Fuyang sect, the 3rd largest faction in Zhangyang County. The martial world is deeply interconnected, and lone fighters without strong networks rarely survive for long. Why would the Jilin sword sect target members of the Bureau? Zhang Yuan asked, raising his head. While martial artists often looked down on government officials, in the immortal Qin realm, the court always stood above the martial world, and all factions had to abide by its laws and regulations. No idea, Zhang Chuanwu replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, an order came from outside the carriage. Each camp, dispatch 3 crossbowmen. Assemble in half a quarter of an hour. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to rise, Sun Zhe reached out to stop him, cautioning in a low voice, be careful. The martial world is ruthless and full of bloodshed. Zhang Yuan nodded, adjusted his armor and weapons, and stepped out of the carriage. Zhang Yuan of Squad 4, reporting, Song Qi of Squad 1, He Qingliang of Squad 6. With several clear responses, a black-clad guard from Squad 2 stepped out of the carriage, glanced briefly at Zhang Yuan and the others, then retreated inside. Before long, 18 crossbowmen in black uniforms had assembled in the open space ahead of the convoy. The rolling hills stretched into the distance, and the rice fields shimmered golden under the rising moonlight. The autumn wind swept through, carrying a faint sense of foreboding. The black-clad guards formed neat ranks, standing before 2 lightly armored commanders, Qian Bin, head of Dingwei Battalion, and Chao Zhengtang, head of Yiwei Battalion. Chao Zhengtang's expression was solemn as he spoke. By the order of the supervisor, Qian Bin and I will lead the team ahead to scout the road and ensure secrecy. He raised his hand to assign men. You, Zhang Yuan, you and your squad will follow me. In an instant, 20 men split into 2 groups and sped off on horseback. Zhang Yuan rode closely behind Chao Zhengtang, surrounded by elite crossbowmen. The horses provided by the patrol division were of excellent breed, galloping at remarkable speed. Captain Chao, why did the Jilin sword sect kill Jiang Qing and the others? Zhang Yuan asked in a low voice. Chao Zhengtang glanced at him briefly, his eyes flicking over the rest of the group before answering. A few months ago, traces of a demonic beast were discovered in the area between Jilin Mountain and Changlin Mountain. The patrol division, along with nearby martial sects, joined forces to investigate and hunt it. Unexpectedly, the beast led them to a rare medicinal herb and valuable mineral deposits. The Jilin sword sect, seeking to claim these treasures for themselves, ambushed the unsuspecting black-clad guards. He continued to explain that demonic beasts not only wreak havoc but are also highly sought after. Their bones, blood, fur, and scales are prized materials, and bounty hunters and martial sects often take on missions to hunt them. These creatures are naturally drawn to spiritual herbs, which are essential for their transformation and ascension. Such herbs are immensely valuable, worth tens of thousands of silver taels each. The Jilin sword sect operates at the borders of 3 prefectures and has never respected government authority. Their leader, Zhao Ziyang, is a Yao Gangtier master known as the Nine-Sword Swordsman, constantly seeking rare herbs to break through his limits. Reports indicate the herb in question is the 3-sun ginseng, capable of helping someone reach the Kaiyang tier. Its value exceeds 100,000 silver taels, and it's precisely what Zhao Ziyang needs. Under the bright moonlight, the group had ridden nearly 100 miles, and the terrain ahead grew increasingly desolate. Tengzhou was already a barren region, and Zhengyang County was even more so. Set up camp ahead. Stay on guard. Rest for 2 hours. We depart at dawn, Qiao Zhengtang ordered. The group dismounted, gathered the horses, and lit a campfire. The men spread out, eating dry rations and drinking water. Zhang Yuan, brimming with energy and replenished by his qi blood pearl, took only a few sips of water before grabbing his longbow and slinging his short crossbow over his shoulder. Sir, I'll take watch, he said, gesturing to the seated Qiao Zhengtang. After receiving a nod of approval, Zhang Yuan moved swiftly and silently up a nearby slope, settling atop a pine tree. He suppressed his presence, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. His body swayed lightly with the branches, blending seamlessly into the tree, a common technique among martial practitioners. He closed his eyes slightly, extending his spiritual senses. A faint yet sharp aura of Confucian righteous energy emanated from his body, more versatile than mere martial qi. His qi and true essence circulated steadily within him, and his breathing grew long and rhythmic. An hour later, Zhang Yuan's eyes snapped open, killing intent. With a swift motion, Zhang Yuan drew his bow to a full arc. His sharp gaze pierced through the darkness, and a single arrow shot forth, slicing through the air like a thunderbolt. The arrow streaked through the forest, vanishing in an instant, followed by a muffled groan 30 paces away. Perched atop a treetop, Zhang Yuan wasted no time. After releasing his first arrow, he slid down the trunk with nimble precision. Landing silently with his back against the sturdy tree, he raised his bow once more. The second arrow tore through the night, its sharp whistle echoing across the shadowy forest. Clang! The crisp sound of a blade deflecting the arrow rang out. An advanced hidden Yuan practitioner, a deep voice muttered. Must be one of those Shenfu sea lackeys. Recognizing Zhang Yuan's skill from just a single arrow, the speaker revealed the uncanny intuition of a seasoned martial artist. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the forest. Dozens of figures surged toward the open ground in the valley. We've been discovered, attack, someone shouted, followed by another voice barking. I'll take him down. Under the faint moonlight, a figure seemed to ride the wind, their aura surging with vitality and emanating layers of shimmering light. This was the hallmark of someone who had reached the pinnacle of the hidden Yuan realm, showcasing a mastery of internal energy that far surpassed ordinary warriors. Zhang Yuan darted behind a tree trunk, thick enough to require both arms to encircle. Bow in hand, he moved swiftly, his strides deliberate and powerful, a testament to his military training, grounded, explosive, and precise. He fought and retreated through the forest, weaving and maneuvering to shake off his pursuers. But the pursuers were relentless. 10 paces behind, one shadowy figure advanced with ghostly grace, leaping effortlessly in 3-pace bounds, their toes barely brushing the leaves. No matter how Zhang Yuan twisted and turned, the figure clung to his trail like a shadow. In just 10 breaths, the pursuer closed the gap to a mere 3 paces. Sword in hand, they let out a low cry, the blade gleaming coldly as it thrust toward Zhang Yuan's back. As the sword neared within 5 feet, Zhang Yuan suddenly shifted. Planting his left foot firmly and pushing off with his right, he slid backward like a bird in flight, demonstrating agility rivaling the finest light buddy techniques of the martial world. The two now faced off, separated by barely a single pace. The pursuer, a man in his 30s with a short beard and a black headband, wore dark martial attire. The 3 mountain insignia on his iron sword marked him as a disciple of the Jilin sword sect. For a brief moment, the swordsman's eyes betrayed a flicker of shock and fear. Zhang Yuan had already drawn his bow to its full extent, the string creaking audibly. The arrowhead hovered a mere foot from the swordsman's blade. Thwack! At a distance of 5 feet, Zhang Yuan's arrow struck true, piercing the man's chest. The sheer force of the 4-foot-long arrow pinned the black-clad swordsman against the tree behind him. The man's anguished scream echoed through the forest, even as the arrow continued to hum faintly in the night. Zhang Yuan held his large bow, swiftly retreating to the cover of a massive pine tree 2 zhang away. The moonlight poured down like water, and the air was biting cold. Senior brother Lin Chu. A low voice called out from not far away, and a figure wielding a sword rushed over. As he caught sight of the body pinned to the tree trunk, his steps abruptly halted. Senior brother! The sword-bearer cried out in anguish, rushing forward. Don't come any closer, the figure pinned to the tree issued a deep warning. With a sharp thwack, An arrow whistled through the air, piercing the back of the sword-bearer's head and exiting through his forehead. Blood splattered as the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Yuan emerged briefly from behind the pine tree, only to vanish back into the shadows in the blink of an eye. Junior brother. The warrior pinned to the tree let out a furious roar. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. Lin Chu? What happened to senior brother, son? Three figures leapt swiftly from tree to tree, racing toward the scene. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chu, still pinned to the tree, raised his sword and severed the arrow shaft protruding from his chest. Staggering forward, blood gushed from the wound, pouring down the arrow's grooves. Senior brother Lin. A black-robed warrior hurried to his side, while the other two inspected the corpse on the ground. Thwack! The bowstring twanged, the sound shifting unpredictably from left to right. In an instant, one warrior's neck was pierced by an arrow, while another was struck in the arm before a second arrow embedded itself in his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The last warrior froze in terror, his face pale as ash. Though he had witnessed countless battles, he had never encountered such lethal precision in archery. Kill. Lin Chu suddenly raised his sword and swung at the paralyzed junior brother. The man instinctively raised his own sword to block. With a metallic clang, Lin Chu's long sword was knocked from his grasp, and he fell to the ground. He looked up at the junior brother who had deflected his blow, his eyes filled with a warning. The junior brother glanced down, only to see a flash of cold steel at his chest. A long blade was slowly withdrawn from his back, sapping him of all his strength and vitality. It turned out Lin Chu had been trying to strike the enemy behind him. Zhang Yuan sheathed his blade, gripped his bow tightly, and once again disappeared into the dark forest. Fu Yunhe, Lin Chu, Wu Jun. Voices called out from the distance. Lin Chu lay on the ground, staring in the direction where Zhang Yuan had vanished. Blood bubbled from his mouth as he rasped. Don't come closer, he shouted hoarsely, warning his approaching comrades with all his remaining strength. Several sword-wielding warriors stopped 3 zhang away, their expressions grim as they scanned the surroundings warily. The horrific scene before them left them shaken. The bodies of their fallen brothers still twitched faintly on the ground. Save senior brother Lin, someone shouted. We can't. The leading middle-aged warrior held the others back, his eyes darting around in vigilance. Suddenly, a loud clash of blades and swords echoed from the foot of the mountain. Experts of the Tongming realm are fighting? This is bad. Retreat. Cries of alarm and screams of pain rang out in succession. Go, quickly. Lin Chu's last weak words escaped his lips as his outstretched arm fell limp, lifeless. Retreat. The leading warrior, tears welling in his eyes, held the others back and slowly guided them away step by step. The sounds of battle at the mountain's base gradually faded. Zhang Yuan leaned against a large tree, breathing heavily as the turbulent energy within him surged uncontrollably. Zhang Yuan swiftly eliminated 5 disciples of the Jilin sword sect, 2 in the late Yuan stage, 2 in the mid-late stage, and 1 in the mid-stage. As the life energy and blood force of these martial artists surged into his body, a faint shadow began to coalesce around him. With the flow of energy and blood, fragmented memories of the deceased flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind. The sword techniques of the Jilin sword sect, the martial cultivation of the Jianghu, and the experiences of these 5 elite disciples became their final legacy, embedding themselves in his consciousness. These prodigies, destined for fame in the martial world, now lay silently and lifelessly in the desolate wilderness. Zhang Yuan assessed the newly acquired blood energy, counting 62 additional blood beads. Combined with the ones he had left from before, the total reached 126. Although his true essence beads and Howren force beads were running low, each still maintained a count of around 10. Looking at his palm, Zhang Yuan could feel that he had comprehended numerous agile sword techniques. His powerful physique allowed him to withstand the impact of killing 5 Yuan experts in succession. Neither the surge of energy and blood, nor the flood of memories could shake his mind. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of a bamboo whistle echoed a summoning signal from the Zenfusi's black-clad guards. Carrying his large bow, Zhang Yuan stepped out and saw 2 black-clad guards inspecting the corpses on the ground. One was crouched down examining a body, while the other stood on alert. An arrow through the throat, with immense force. The guard inspecting the corpse trailed off mid-sentence as he sensed something amiss. When he looked up, Zhang Yuan's figure had already appeared silently just 2 zhang away. Shock registered on both their faces. At that moment, Chao Zhengtang approached, dragging a corpse with shattered bones. He looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. Captain, are the brothers all right? Zhang Yuan asked in a low voice. With your warning, how could we be anything but fine? Chao Zhengtang's grin widened. Unfortunately, this man fought to the death, allowing many Jilin sword sect disciples to escape. In the end, 13 corpses were neatly arranged by the roadside. The Jilin sword sect had suffered heavy losses in this ambush attempt. While these martial artists might have bested ordinary black-clad guards in unknown combat, they stood no chance against the coordinated formations of the guards. Among them, Zhang Yuan alone had taken down 5. Such an achievement was exceptional, even among the top-ranking officers of the Zenfusi. The black-clad guards present looked at the figure standing with a large bow on his back, his head lowered, his body radiating waves of blood energy. None of them dared to claim they could achieve such a feat. The title of Qinghu of the black-clad guards was well-deserved. Chao Zhengtang pressed the long blade in his hand against the neck of the middle-aged man with the short beard, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. How many of you came? The middle-aged warrior felt the sharp blade against his throat, but stared at Chao Zhengtang without uttering a word. Enraged, Chao Zhengtang kicked him to the ground and, with a flash of his blade, sliced off one of his ears. Even so, the man kept his gaze fixed on Chao Zhengtang, his teeth clenched, refusing to make even the slightest sound of pain. If we were at the Zenfusis, I'd have plenty of ways to deal with you, Chao Zhengtang growled through gritted teeth. Commander, let me handle this. Zhang Yuan's voice broke in at that moment. The crowd's attention shifted as he stepped forward. Zhang Yuan grabbed the middle-aged man and dragged him toward the depths of the forest. Chao Zhengtang narrowed his eyes, watching their retreating figures. This kid has a strong killing intent, commented Song Qi, an archer from Squad A dressed in black. His expression was somber. He Qingliang, holding a large bow, surveyed the bodies on the ground. Several men who had been killed by Zhang Yuan's arrows. The blood surged within this archer of Squad A6 as he remarked in a deep voice. Every arrow was fatal, with no mercy. Such precision is beyond even a veteran of 10 years. This kid is a born killer. The other black-clad archers present nodded in agreement. Though all were skilled with the bow, none dared claim they could execute such ruthless accuracy when outnumbered. Isn't that what the Jiaoyi guards do? Killing with blades? Chao Zhengtang murmured, squinting as he cast his gaze into the forest. This kid is bound to make a name for himself someday. Zhang Yuan threw the limp body heavily into a ditch on the hillside. The middle-aged man groaned, but looked up with a faint smirk in his eyes. Zhu Jianhong, in order to keep the ambush on our Zenfusi soldiers a secret, you slaughtered an entire village, 12 households, 48 lives, Zhang Yuan said, his voice as cold as winter ice, causing the man's expression to stiffen. All for a single rare herb and a promise from the Yuansong sword sect? That was enough for you to go to such extremes? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. He was stunned that this Jiaoyi guard not only knew his name, but also the secrets of the Jilin sword sect. Zhang Yuan continued, why does the Jilin sword sect dare to fight the Zenfusi to the death? Because the Yuansong sword sect of Haoming Prefecture promised that once the rare herb is delivered and the mind resources are fully exploited, they would allow the Jilin sword sect to relocate under their protection. He slowly drew a short blade about a foot long, its surface etched with cloud-like patterns from the forging process. It was a gift from Qi Chonglin, crafted from refined steel. The blade pressed against the middle-aged man's throat, and blood began to trickle along its edge. Do you think I'm here to ask you anything? Fear flickered in the man's eyes. As a practitioner in the Dalming realm, he should not have feared death, but the icy killing intent emanating from Zhang Yuan made his blood run cold. The blade pressed down harder, and blood spurted forth. Jiang Qing, I've avenged you. This is the second one, Zhang Yuan murmured, his voice low, as he slashed the blade down decisively. Blood spurted. Zhang Yuan turned and walked away expressionlessly, the anguished wails and the gurgling sound of blood spurting behind him echoing through the forest. He gripped the short blade tightly and stepped out of the woods, the screams reverberating in the desolate expanse. Moments ago, he had seen the entire truth through Lin Chu's memories, the brutal massacre of the Zenfusi Zhao Yui and over a dozen martial artists. All for a rare herb, the forest had become a battlefield filled with relentless pursuits and killings, streams stained crimson with blood. Jiang Qing had fallen in this chaotic melee. When Zhang Yuan returned to the group, the expressions of everyone shifted yet again. The mighty Tongming realm expert from the Jilin sword sect, who had been so powerful moments ago, now howled in despair like a trapped beast. As Zhao Yui, they all understood Zhang Yuan's ruthless method. She was a man of unrelenting resolve. Commander, I've got the information, Zhang Yuan reported briskly as he walked up to Chao Zhengtang. There were 24 individuals in the ambush. Their goal was to delay our Zenfusis advance. The Jilin sword sect is clearing out the Chonglin iron mines and preparing to flee to the Yuansong sword sect under Haoming Prefecture. That rare herb isn't a Sanyang ginseng but a Tianyang fruit capable of gathering a single yang. The Tianyang fruit's value far surpassed that of the Sanyang ginseng, and the Chonglin iron, renowned as a treasure more durable and sharper than refined steel, was priceless. Chao Zhengtang's expression darkened from solemn to grim, and Zhang Yuan turned to the other Zhao Yui. To ensure no leaks, they slaughtered the entire village up ahead. Bang! Chao Zhengtang smashed a nearby half-height boulder into fragments with a single punch. The Jilin sword sect unforgivable. Unforgivable. Though most martial artists in the Jianghu adhered to certain rules, the lives of commoners often meant nothing to them. Only the warriors of the Xianqin military truly took the protection of the people as their mission. 10 miles later, they arrived at a lifeless village, the stench of blood assaulting their senses. Chao Zhengtang's face turned ashen, and Zhang Yuan and the others gripped their blades tightly as they followed behind him. The entire mountain village was shrouded in death, with corpses lying everywhere, their bodies not yet cold. With his Howren energy, Zhang Yuan could sense all life within a 10-zhang radius. He stopped at the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard. 2 corpses lay face down in the yard, blood flowing across the threshold and trickling along the stone path into a ditch. Zhang Yuan noticed a wooden plank covering a cellar in the courtyard. He walked over and pushed it aside. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." A boy of about 15 or 16 stumbled out and bolted toward the mountain path. 2 Zhao Yui immediately gave chase. Zhang Yuan didn't turn around but spoke softly toward the dark cellar. "Come out. We are Zenfusi Zhao Yui. The murderers who harmed your family have been scattered by us." Rustling sounds came from the cellar, and a disheveled girl, around 12 or 13 years old, crawled out trembling. Her face was streaked with tears, and she stared at Zhang Yuan in terror. "Little sister, why did you come out?" The boy, now brought back by the Zhao Yui, struggled fiercely. "I told you not to trust anyone." He broke free from the Zhao Yui restraining him and ran toward Zhang Yuan, throwing his arms around his waist tightly. "Run, Yao Mei." The girl burst out of the cellar and sprinted toward the door, only to come to an abrupt halt after a few steps. Her gaze fell upon 2 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Grief overtook her instantly, and she collapsed beside them, crying out, "Father, mother!" Her anguished wails echoed through the silent mountain village. A young man, clutching Zhang Yuan's waist, slowly lifted his head. His eyes moved from Zhang Yuan to the girl, and then settled on the cold corpses. The last remnants of strength in his face crumbled, and he sank to the ground, utterly defeated. The village, once home to 12 households and 50 people, had been reduced to desolation. Only this brother and sister, hidden away in the cellar, had survived. At the threshing ground near the village entrance, Chao Zhengtang surveyed the surroundings with a grim expression. The first light of dawn was beginning to break. "Commander, we need to continue scouting ahead. What should we do with these siblings?" Song Qi, clad in black, asked in a low voice. Their mission left no room for delay. The main force was still at least half a day's march away. They may have escaped the first time, but there's no guarantee they'll survive a second attack. "The Jilin sword sect won't leave any loose ends," someone analyzed aloud. "We could leave guards to protect them until reinforcements arrive," another suggested. "That won't work," someone countered. The Jilin sword sect disciples scattered in the surrounding mountains could return at any moment. If we leave too many men, it weakens our defense against the enemy. Too few, and they'll be ineffective as guards. Chao Zhengtang took a deep breath, his gaze fixing on Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, you'll stay behind. You must ensure that, even if the Jilin sword sect returns, these siblings survive." The black-clad guards turned their eyes toward Zhang Yuan. This task was far more perilous than scouting ahead. He would have to protect the siblings while fending off enemies, with no reinforcements to rely on. It was a fight against overwhelming odds. "Understood," Zhang Yuan replied calmly. He was one of the few who could single-handedly stand against the Jilin sword sect, aside from Chao Zhengtang himself. Outside Du family village, Zhang Yuan watched as Chao Zhengtang and the others rode off into the distance. Then, he turned to face the frail and frightened siblings. "Do you know how to use a crossbow?" he asked. The older brother, Su Changshan, hesitated before nodding. The younger sister, Su Yaomei, shook her head. Zhang Yuan retrieved a hand crossbow and demonstrated how to load and aim it. With a sharp thud, the bolt embedded itself in a mud wall 2 zhang away, quivering from the impact. He handed the crossbow to Su Changshan and then offered his tempered short blade to Su Yaomei. Seeing her hesitate, Zhang Yuan spoke bluntly. "I used this blade to slit the throat of the Jilin sword sect's leader and drain his blood." The stark statement made Su Yaomei grit her teeth and accept the weapon. Zhang Yuan then took out a pale yellow talisman. "This will protect you. If you encounter an enemy, tear it apart and throw it at them." After giving his instructions, Zhang Yuan climbed onto a stone mill near the threshing ground and sat cross-legged. The energy within him surged, his true essence boiling. At this point, he had amassed over 200 blood energy beads and 42 true essence beads. As Zhang Yuan regulated his blood energy, he delved into the memories of Zhu Jianhong. The Jilin sword sect, one of the 18 sword factions of Zhangyang County, possessed profound teachings. Through their sword cultivation techniques, the innate true essence within his body began to condense and resonate, transforming into translucent, gleaming blades of green. This was the essence of sword cultivation, true essence honed into swords. Using swordsmanship as the foundation of his cultivation, Zhang Yuan channeled his true essence into sword energy. He raised his hand, and a faint sharpness shimmered at his fingertips. With a gentle stroke across the grindstone platform, a groove an inch deep was instantly left behind. A glint of profound insight flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, the legend of the indomitable 3-inch sword energy is no exaggeration. Through studying the teachings of a renowned swordsmanship sect, Zhang Yuan felt as if he had personally experienced the triumphs and tribulations of martial artists in the Jianghu. The vivid images of sword cultivation constantly emerging in his mind made him seem like a swordsman who had honed his craft for decades. Swordsmanship and blade techniques share a common essence in the realm of cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's understanding of martial cultivation became even clearer. The foundation of martial prowess lies in channeling one's intent to drive the momentum of battle. The enlightenment realm involves perceiving one's inner thoughts and comprehending the path of cultivation. By integrating the experiences of sect disciples, wandering martial artists, Confucian doctrines, and his own insights, Zhang Yuan's understanding of cultivation had reached a new level. The opportunity to step into the enlightenment realm was within reach. Yet, just as his blood surged and his true essence roiled within him, Zhang Yuan abruptly opened his eyes and reversed the flow of sword energy back into his meridians. The sharp energy tore through his resilient meridians, causing cracks that eventually opened up new pathways, revealing a vital acupoint. A pearl of true essence shattered in his mind, releasing energy that surged into his expanding meridians. Threads of demonic energy seeped in, repairing the damaged pathways, while the potent force within the acupoint flowed forth. The sword energy continued to carve new meridians, and Zhang Yuan's innate true essence rapidly ascended in quality, surging through his meridians like a tidal wave. Such a dangerous technique using sword energy to forge new meridians and acupoints could only be attempted by someone like Zhang Yuan, who possessed a combination of demonic energy, true essence, and righteous force. After repeated tempering, the quality of his true essence had approached the pinnacle of the 4th grade, and his control over his physical strength had become exceptionally precise. A faint silhouette of a mountain appeared behind him, a sign that his mountain suppression technique was nearing perfection. This 6th grade earth-tier martial art would typically take an ordinary cultivator 10 to 20 years to master, yet Zhang Yuan had achieved this in just 1 month. "Yaomei, hide," Su Changshan whispered from behind a low wall, gripping a crossbow tightly. Su Yaomei clutched a short blade and a talisman, quickly taking cover behind the grindstone near Zhang Yuan. Her eyes were fixed anxiously on the village entrance. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. As the first light of dawn broke, 6 figures emerged from the thin mist, striding quickly toward them. They were the disciples of the Jilin sword sect, whom they had scattered the night before. Each wore dark green martial robes and carried a long sword on their back. Su Changshan crouched behind the low wall, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, his hand gripping the crossbow tightly. In the distance, disciples of the Jilin sword sect had already spotted Zhang Yuan, who was seated cross-legged on the stone mill platform. They immediately halted their steps with caution, spreading out into a fan-like formation. Hands resting on their sword hilts, they advanced warily. "They'll kill you all," Su Changshan suddenly erupted, shouting furiously as he raised the crossbow and pulled the trigger. Thwack! The arrow shot out with a sharp whistle but missed its target, embedding itself into a sturdy oak tree 3 zhang away, its shaft quivering violently. In a panic, he fired again, sending a flurry of arrows flying in all directions. "It's an ambush," one of the Jilin sword sect disciples shouted in alarm. Their swords flashed, expertly cutting down the chaotic rain of bolts. These were elite swordsmen sent to eliminate the Jiaoyi guards of the town pacification office, each one highly skilled and possessing extraordinary cultivation. Even the weakest among them was at the midstage of the hidden origin realm, with 2 of them having reached its peak. Su Changshan fumbled clumsily, trying to reload his crossbow, but his trembling hands jammed the mechanism. The leading disciple of the sword sect had already closed the distance to within 3 zhang, his sword poised directly at Su Changshan. Yet his gaze was fixed firmly on Zhang Yuan, who was now stepping down from the stone mill platform. Zhang Yuan carried a long blade, a great bow slung over his back, and a black-sheathed Yinling blade at his waist. The faint sound of metal scraping against metal echoed softly from the light armor he wore. From behind the stone mill, Su Yaomei, seeing her brother in dire straits, let out a startled cry and rushed forward with her blade. The siblings were now cornered at the low wall, with the sword sect disciples looming 3 zhang ahead, and Zhang Yuan approaching steadily from the right. The lead disciple's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he barked an order. "Lu Tangming, Wu Jiudao, deal with those 2 kids." His sword remained unwavering, still locked on the advancing Zhang Yuan. 2 disciples turned and moved toward the siblings, while 3 others spread out to encircle Zhang Yuan. Dragging his blade along the ground, Zhang Yuan advanced steadily, the screech of the blade against the stone floor shrill and grating. A faint phantom of a ferocious tiger seemed to materialize around him, his energy and blood surging with immense force. Condensing momentum. The lead disciple's expression shifted to one of shock. Such an advanced martial technique, almost impossible to achieve, was said to be attainable only by masters at the peak of the enlightened clarity realm. How could this young Jiaoyi guard possess such pure and refined martial prowess? Attack, he commanded, and the three disciples at the late stage of the hidden origin realm charged simultaneously from different angles. Their sword strikes aimed for Zhang Yuan's waist, chest, and neck. Meanwhile, the two disciples targeting the Su siblings also lunged forward, seeking to split Zhang Yuan's attention. At this critical moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly let out a thunderous roar, as if the heavens themselves were splitting open. The sound was like rolling thunder, majestic and overwhelming. An invisible golden force erupted outward, shaking the souls of everyone within a 10 zhang radius. Zhang Yuan raised his long blade and unleashed a powerful horizontal slash before releasing it. The blade spun through the air, narrowly grazing the three attackers in front of him before hurtling toward the two warriors near the low wall. A flash of cold steel glinted as one of them cried out in pain, his arm severed cleanly. The blade then embedded itself deeply into the low wall, leaving only a foot of the blade and its hilt vibrating audibly above the surface. With a swift slash, like a thunderbolt splitting the sky, the blade swept through, severing the arm of a disciple from the Jilin sword sect. The abrupt turn of events sent a chill through the hearts of the other disciples present. The three who had drawn their swords froze in place, too intimidated to make another move. Zhang Yuan strode forward with powerful steps, covering the distance to Su Changshan and Su Yaomei in just 3 strides. He calmly uttered 2 words, "With me?" The short yet resolute statement was like a stabilizing force, instantly calming the panicked siblings. Zhang Yuan's upright figure stood tall like a towering mountain, his black robe reflecting the vitality of the rising sun. At that moment, the siblings gazed at his robe, their hearts filled with a profound sense of admiration and aspiration. It was only then that the disciple with the severed arm let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. He desperately tried to cover the wound, but blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the earth around him crimson. Altogether, the leading disciple, at the pinnacle of the hidden origin stage, was the first to react. Drawing his sword, he lunged forward, the blade piercing through the morning mist as it aimed directly at Zhang Yuan's chest with fierce momentum. Clang! Zhang Yuan drew the black-sheathed Yinling blade from his waist with his left hand and stepped forward. This was the step of a seasoned warrior, gathering the energy and strength of his entire body in an instant. A phantom of a tiger appeared behind him as he swung the blade down forcefully. Clang! The clash of blade and sword echoed for 100 feet. The swordsman felt an overwhelming force surge through his weapon, numbing his grip and nearly disarming him. Zhang Yuan's sheer physical power was far beyond what he had imagined. This was not the strength of a typical hidden origin cultivator. The disciple staggered back, his energy disrupted and blood surging uncontrollably. Zhang Yuan pressed the advantage, his blade pointing forward as his movements quickened. "Help senior brother. Stop him." 2 swordsmen charged at him, their swords thrusting forward. Zhang Yuan did not slow down, reversing his grip on the blade and cutting sharply to his right. One of the swordsmen reacted hastily, his sword clashing with the Yinling blade. The Qingfeng sword shattered on impact, and the blade's momentum continued, carving a foot-long gash across the waist of the hidden origin latest-stage disciple. Blood sprayed from the wound as the injured man cried out in pain and stumbled back, clutching his injury in panic. Unwilling to linger, Zhang Yuan pivoted and charged toward the leading hidden origin pinnacle disciple. The man had regained his composure, twirling his sword to create a dazzling display of sword flowers. His movements were as light as a sparrow darting through the mountains, circling behind Zhang Yuan with agility. This was the Jilin sword sect's famed footwork, elusive and difficult to counter. His sword silently aimed for Zhang Yuan's head from behind, while another disciple deliberately created a loud, distracting whistle with their blade to divert Zhang Yuan's focus. "Watch out!" Su Yaomei instinctively cried out, but quickly covered her mouth. Beside her, Su Changshan gripped his now empty crossbow tightly, his eyes fixed anxiously on the unfolding battle. Zhang Yuan appeared oblivious to the danger at his back, stepping forward once more. The energy around him gathered like a column of smoke. He raised his blade high above his head with both hands. Strike! The mountain-suppressing blade technique the weight of 1,000 peaks. The disciple of the Jilin sword sect standing ahead instinctively tried to retreat, but it was already too late. His sword was raised in a desperate attempt to deflect Zhang Yuan's powerful downward strike. However, the chasm in their strength could not be bridged by mere panic in the face of danger. Zhang Yuan's Jinyue technique was a Tier 6 Earth-level skill, while the opponent's Jilin sword art was only a Tier 8 human-level skill. The blood energy cultivated by these techniques differed by more than 5-fold. This disparity was precisely why practitioners of higher-level techniques always looked down on lower-level martial artists. With a sharp crack, Zhang Yuan's blade cleaved through the opponent's sword as if cutting through bamboo. The force he had intended to deflect remained undiminished, transferring entirely to the sword-wielding disciple. The energy exploded from the broken blade, instantly shattering the bones in his hands and arms. His shoulder, ribs, and chest collapsed one after another. Under the immense force, his internal organs were completely pulverized, and blood gushed from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. The impact sent him hurtling 3 zhang away, like a man struck by a rampaging bull. As the first strike landed, another sword from behind Zhang Yuan closed in to within 3 feet. Without the cultivation of the teeming realm, one could not combine true essence with external energy, making it impossible for him to evade in time. Yet Zhang Yuan remained unflustered. He allowed his blade to continue its downward arc toward the ground, while subtly pulling his arm back to leverage the motion into a horizontal roll. Before the blade touched the ground, it abruptly reversed direction, sweeping upward and backward in a slash. The move, surprisingly, was a rendition of the Jilin sword sect's Lingke loop, though performed with a blade rather than a sword. The disciple attempting the sneak attack widened his eyes in shock, helplessly watching the gleaming blade edge slip beneath his arm, pierce through his robes, and glide along his ribs into his body. The blade cut through his heart, trailing warm droplets of blood in its wake. As the blade withdrew, so too did the disciple's strength, as if drained entirely. He collapsed to the ground with a spray of blood. Meanwhile, the disciple who had been struck earlier landed heavily 3 zhang away, barely clinging to life. Zhang Yuan held his blade horizontally. The polished steel, tempered 100-fold, shed the blood effortlessly without retaining a single stain. His grip on the cloth-wrapped hilt tightened, the sweat-soaked handle fitting perfectly into his hand. His stance was firm, feet planted solidly like a tripod. He raised his left arm, positioning the blade upward, resting it against his forearm. This posture could transition seamlessly into the mountain support technique of the Jinyue blade art, transform into the flow severance of a common Jianghu sword style, or serve as the preparatory stance for the cloaked blade technique. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had fully integrated both blade and sword techniques, moving with complete freedom and fluidity. His state of mind had reached the clarity of the Tongming realm, with only the absence of true essence holding him back. The vengeance for your parents it's yours to claim, Zhang Yuan said calmly, his blade pointing at the 2 barely breathing figures on the ground. Su Changshan and his sister were momentarily stunned. Then, without hesitation, Su Changshan seized the short blade from his sister's hands, unsheathed it, and charged forward. Zhang Yuan flicked his knife, and with a flash of cold light, a swordsman's arm was severed cleanly. In the blink of an eye, 2 more strikes followed. One man fell with his organs shattered, while another was sliced open at the waist. The 4th strike was as swift as the wind, severing the heart of the 4th opponent. In less than 50 breaths, 4 disciples of the Jilin sword sect lay dead on the ground. The 2 remaining uninjured Jilin disciples gripped their swords tightly, standing several yards away, their legs as if weighed down by lead, unable to take a single step. Amidst the thin mist, Su Changshan staggered forward, panting heavily. The agonized cries of the dismembered and gutted disciples echoed around them. Such ruthless, life-or-death combat, even in the blood-soaked world of martial arts, was rarely witnessed. Holding a short blade, Su Changshan approached the disciple with shattered organs. The 2 uninjured swordsmen made a move to help, but Zhang Yuan had already reversed his long blade in a slow, deliberate motion, freezing them in place. Crouching beside the gravely wounded disciple, Su Changshan locked his gaze on the man's wide, panicked eyes. He raised his short blade and, with a dull thud, plunged it into the man's chest. Blood sprayed out, drenching Su Changshan's chest and face. Woodenly, he stabbed again and again, the blade rising and falling mechanically. In front of this quiet village, a frail boy of 15 or 16 repeated the act of taking a life like an unfeeling machine. The last 2 Jilin disciples could no longer bear the grisly scene and turned to flee in terror. Zhang Yuan, calm and unhurried, sheathed his long blade and drew his bow. The moon-shaped bow bent fully as he released arrow after arrow. The first arrow had barely been loosed when the second followed, and the third came faster and more precise. He shot 4 arrows, emptying his quiver. One disciple was pinned dead 50 yards away, while the other collapsed 60 yards out, an arrow piercing his neck. If they had chosen to turn and fight, their latest hidden Yuan martial skills would have allowed them to avoid the arrows. But fear had already shattered their will to fight. Zhang Yuan walked to the low wall, gripping the long blade embedded 2 feet deep in the stone. As he slowly pulled it free, the grinding of stone fragments echoed harshly. He turned to look at the 2 remaining enemies on the ground, one crawling feebly, the other unconscious from blood loss. In the distance, shadows emerged at the edge of the mist. The previous night, 24 Jilin sword sect fighters had launched an attack. 13 were killed on the spot, and the remaining 11 had split into two groups to regroup. Zhang Yuan rested one hand on the hilt of the black-sheathed Yinling blade at his waist, while the other gripped his long knife. Its edge pointed downward. Covered in blood, Su Changshan rose to his feet and, clutching his short blade, walked toward Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed deeply. Su Yaomei followed suit, kneeling beside him. Zhang Yuan kept his gaze forward and asked in a calm voice, "Are you afraid? Do you fear?" After a moment's hesitation, Su Changshan lowered his head and replied, "Yes, I am afraid." Beside him, Su Yaomei tightly gripped a talisman in her hand, while Zhang Yuan drove the Yinling blade into a crack in the stone ground and stepped forward. Ahead, the one-armed warrior dragged his blood-soaked body along, carving a three's hanglong trail of crimson before collapsing unconscious from sheer exhaustion. Su Changshan stared at Zhang Yuan's retreating figure, then glanced down at the slightly trembling long blade in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he released his grip on the short blade and instead firmly grasped the hefty Yinling saber. Drawing it with both hands, he dragged the weapon as he pursued Zhang Yuan. Su Yaomei, who had been kneeling, also stood up. Clutching a talisman in one hand, she picked up the short blade Su Changshan had discarded with the other and followed close behind. The three figures, one tall and two short, moved steadily and deliberately toward the village entrance. At the entrance, 6 warriors dressed in black martial robes stood frozen, long swords strapped to their backs. Their gazes were locked on the scene before them. Scattered across the ground within several dozen zhang of the village entrance lay the corpses of their comrades. 6 more members of the Jilin sword sect had perished here, their lives forever lost. Zhang Yuan's eyes settled on the group ahead. 6 of them, not 5. Leading the group was a tall figure, their robe adorned with a prominent golden insignia mark indicating the rank of an elder in the Jilin sword sect. From the memories of the disciples he had slain earlier, Zhang Yuan recognized this man, Elder Ku Feng of the Jilin sword sect, who had reached the Dongming realm 2 years prior. Originally stationed in the rear as a supervisor awaiting news, the elder had now made an unexpected appearance here. Zhang Yuan placed his right hand on the black-sheathed Yinling saber at his waist and slowly drew out a foot of the blade's edge. Zhang Yuan of the Luoyang Prefecture's Shunfu division is here. Who dares to face death? His voice echoed through the stillness of the mountain wilderness, startling the morning sparrows into flight. Su Changshan of the Su family village is here. Who dares to face death? Su Changshan's voice, hoarse and trembling with the unique timbre of youth, rang out. I am Su Yaomei. Though her voice was weak, Su Yaomei mustered all her strength to call out her name. 3 people. 3 blades. Standing firm against the elite of the Jilin sword sect. As one of the 18 sword sects of Zhangyang County, the Jilin sword sect's strength was formidable. With hundreds of disciples and masters of the Dongming realm among its ranks, those sent on this mission were seasoned practitioners, all with cultivation at least in the mid-Yuan stage. Yet now, these warriors had fallen to a young Zhenfu officer and 2 children. The 5 disciples accompanying Ku Feng glanced toward the silent village behind them, recalling the massacre they had carried out there the previous night. Then, their eyes fell on the corpses of their fallen comrades strewn across the ground, and a chilling thought crept into their minds. Could this be retribution? Ku Feng, the middle-aged swordsman at the front, fixed his gaze on Zhang Yuan. Slowly, he raised his hand to grip his sword hilt and began advancing step by step. The other 5 exchanged glances before cautiously retreating further back. Don't follow me, Zhang Yuan murmured softly. He drew the black-sheathed Yinling saber entirely and stepped forward with long strides. With each step, the aura around him grew heavier, and a towering, crystalline phantom of a mountain began to take shape behind him. Gripping the saber with both hands, its blade shimmered faintly as he pressed on. At a distance of 10 paces, Zhang Yuan struck. The Zhenfu division is here to eliminate the treacherous Jilin sword sect. Those who resist will be executed. His voice surged like a tidal wave as he leapt forward, raising the long saber high with both hands and bringing it down with overwhelming force. This strike, infused with both his vital energy and sheer momentum, was unstoppable and domineering, a manifestation of the essence of the Xianqin saber technique, designed to break through armies and annihilate thousands. Buzz the blade tore through the air with a piercing hum. The power and momentum of this strike reached the peak of the Inyuan realm, a level of ferocity even Ku Feng had never seen from an Inyuan practitioner. Ku Feng squinted as the devastating blow approached. In an instant, his sword was unsheathed, thrusting forward with precision. Though his arm remained steady, a dense, azure true essence gathered at the sword's tip. After entering the Dongming realm, the fusion of vital energy and true essence marked true combat prowess. No matter how formidable Zhang Yuan's strike was, without reaching the Dongming realm, how could he hope to contend? Clang! The long saber crashed heavily against the sword tip, the faint glow of the blade clashing violently with the azure true essence, erupting in a burst of dark red energy. The stone beneath Zhang Yuan's feet shattered as he was forced to retreat. Kufang, too, staggered back 8 paces, each step crushing the ground beneath him. His face flushed red as his vital energy and true essence churned within him like a boiling lake. A Dongming realm master had been forced back by a single strike. While there were tales of Inyuan practitioners defeating Dongming masters, such stories were mere legends. Kufang lifted his gaze to Zhang Yuan, his expression murderous. His sword, now glowing with a flickering azure light, pointed forward. A talent like you from the Zhenfu division, it's a pity for you to die here. Before his words had fully landed, his figure darted forward like a bird soaring through the forest, his sword radiating deadly intent. The might of the Dongming realm was undeniable. Kill! Zhang Yuan roared, his long saber trembling as he stepped forward to meet the attack heeding. A clash of raw power. The clash of blade and sword echoed across the land. Zhang Yuan stood firm, his body motionless as the true essence within him flowed swiftly, instantly neutralizing the force that surged through him from his opponent. Though he had yet to transform innate energy into acquired energy, his body was already brimming with profound true essence. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, Zhang Yuan exuded a presence as immovable as a mountain, his aura fierce like a tiger descending from the hills. His long blade slashed forward, colliding once again with Ku Fang's thrusting sword. A chilling true essence emanated from the sword, instantly invading the blade. This infused power far surpassed the strength of mere blood and qi. For an ordinary martial artist at the hidden essence stage, such true essence entering their body would inevitably shatter their meridians. Yet Zhang Yuan merely trembled slightly before dispersing the force entirely, even stepping half a stride forward. This scene left the 5 disciples of the Jilin sword sect standing behind Ku Fang utterly stunned. In their understanding, the imperial court indeed had powerful figures, and the Zhenfu division was not short of individuals capable of maintaining order across regions. However, those figures were either high-ranking officials, military commanders, or venerated guardians of the Zhenfu division. When had they ever encountered such an overwhelmingly formidable ordinary constable? Clang! Another resounding collision rang out. Behind Zhang Yuan, the shadow of a mountain materialized, merging into his blade as it descended with thunderous force. His mastery of the cloak blade technique had reached perfection, and his prowess in the mountain-suppressing blade technique had achieved consummation. Even the swordsmanship and blade techniques buried in his memory, though not deliberately practiced, came effortlessly under the enlightenment of his profound clarity state of mind. Each strike carried an unmatched, overwhelming power. Clang! Kufang was forced back 2 steps once more, his expression growing increasingly grim. Zhang Yuan's strength had far exceeded his expectations, and even with all his might, he found it difficult to suppress him. Zhang Yuan's long blade slashed continuously, his momentum peaking, the blade's edge gleaming with a dim, flowing radiance. This was the essence of the blade, not the same as before. Now, it was an essence rooted in the sword qi coursing through his meridians, drawing upon the foundation of his blade techniques. Every slash roared like thunder, as unstoppable as mountains and rivers. This battle was unlike any before. Whether sparring with Qian Bin, facing Lu Nanqing outside Yufeng Pavilion, or fighting against demonic spirit constructs, none had been as exhilarating as this moment. Now, there were no reinforcements, no support, only his long blade and a life-or-death struggle with the enemy. His battle spirit surged, teetering on the brink of madness. With a long howl, Zhang Yuan's blade emitted a 3-inch blade aura. This sight left Kufang staring as if he were witnessing a monster. A martial artist at the hidden essence stage, capable of manifesting blade aura. Could this still be considered hidden essence cultivation? Clang! In the final clash, the green blade aura trembled as it pressed against the sword. Kufang's steps faltered, forcing him to retreat several paces, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The expert at the Dongming realm was truly forced to retreat by this strike. Zhang Yuan's blood energy surged outward, murderous intent enveloping him as the long blade in his hand gleamed with a chilling, blood-red light. Facing this overwhelming power, Kufang let out a low shout and immediately turned to flee. The other sword sect disciples, seeing their Dongming realm elder defeated by a mere black-clad guard, were thrown into chaos. They pointed their swords at the Su siblings behind Zhang Yuan, threatening as they slowly retreated. Zhang Yuan remained motionless, his aura gradually retracting. Faced with the choice between killing and protecting, he chose to protect. A Dongming realm expert and 5 sword sect practitioners had been forced to retreat before a single black-clad guard. Only after retreating 100 steps did the 6 members of the Jilin sword sect turn and leave in haste. The Su siblings gazed at the figure standing tall with a blade in hand, their eyes filled with fiery admiration. Zhang Yuan felt the surging energy within him, his blood boiling with excitement. Through the memories of countless martial artists, He understood that his current strength not only signified his combat ability but also immense potential. Once he stepped into the Dongming realm, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. By noon, scouts from the Zhenfu Division's main army arrived. A squad of patrol guards and several black-clad guards began securing the village and collecting scattered corpses. By midday, the main force arrived. Su Qixiong took the military achievement record handed to him by a black-clad guard. Reading about Zhang Yuan's feat of killing 5 and severely injuring 1 to protect the Su siblings, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly the Azure Tiger of Luyang's black-clad guards." The officials of the Zhenfu Division and Qing-robed He Muan all nodded in agreement. Zhang Su, the leader of Luyang Prefecture's patrol guards, clad in blue-gray armor, said in a low voice, "I've heard of this Azure Tiger among the black-clad guards. He is indeed remarkable." Zhang Su had been ordered to lead 800 patrol guards to assist the Zhenfu Division in eradicating the Jilin sword sect. Su Qixiong declared loudly, "These siblings will travel with our army and witness how the Luyang Prefecture's forces destroy the Jilin sword sect, avenging their parents and neighbors." With that, he spurred his horse forward. By this time, Zhang Yuan had already departed in pursuit of Cao Zhengtang and his group. Inside a carriage, Sun Zhe studied the Su siblings before him. Su Changshan clutched the Yinling blade that Zhang Yuan had given him, while Su Yaomei nervously gripped a protective talisman. Zhang Chuanwu sighed lightly, that Zhang Yuan, even with a family to support, he still doesn't hold back. A fine blade is one thing, but giving away such an expensive talisman so casually. Yet his tone carried more admiration than reproach. Sun Zhe glanced at Li Changwei and said in a low voice, "Old Li, your internal injuries haven't healed. During battle, stay in the rear and watch over these 2 kids." Li Changwei nodded with a smile, replying, "Understood. Our Squad 4 has already earned plenty of credit. From destroying the Baiyun Cloth Workshop and capturing Du Haijing to Zhang Yuan's recent solo kills of over 10 individuals, these were solid achievements, enough for Zhang Yuan to be promoted to a Xuanjia Guard. The military merits are nearly sufficient. The next Zhenfu Division Grand Competition is in August next year, still more than half a year away," Sun Zhe said, looking at the others. "Climbing up to Squad 3 won't be easy. For Zhang Yuan to become a Xuanjia Guard, he would need not only sufficient military achievements but also a promotion to Black Robe status and a top 3 ranking in his squad to qualify for selection." Chen Liang rested his long blade across his knees and said gravely, "Then we'll fight for it. Even in old age, it's good to feel some passion again." His words brought smiles to everyone's faces. Inside the carriage, the Su siblings looked up at these warriors clad in black-clad armor, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. As the sun set, Zhang Yuan finally caught up with Cao Zhengtang's group. They were now only 100 miles from Jilin Mountain, the stronghold of the Jilin sword sect. Ahead, Cao Zhengtang's voice rang out in a loud shout, "Attack!" Zhang Yuan immediately urged his horse forward, wielding a longbow as he charged into the fray. Dozens of martial artists moved swiftly through the forested hills, their sword strikes raining down like a storm. The Jiaoi Guard soldiers were forced to scatter, each wielding a long blade to fend off the relentless attacks. In this rugged terrain, the nimble martial artists clearly held the upper hand. Cao Zhengtang swung his long blade, sending out a wave of energy that forced 2 elderly swordsmen to retreat. Both were latest-stage masters of the Tongming realm, their sword light shimmering unpredictably like crescent moons. Is the Yuansong sword sect truly intent on obstructing the work of the Zhenfu division? Cao Zhengtang shouted harshly as he continued his assault. The 2 elders remained silent, their swords weaving a tight defense as they kept him occupied. At the edge of the battlefield, Zhang Yuan arrived on horseback. Without rushing into close combat, he calmly readied his bow. With a resonant thunk, his arrow struck true, piercing the thigh of a martial artist in a green robe who was leaping among the tree branches. "Someone's shooting from afar," an angry voice roared from the forest. Several figures immediately charged toward Zhang Yuan. Unperturbed, Zhang Yuan maneuvered his horse skillfully, drawing his bow to its full arc. Another thunk rang out. Though the arrow missed its mark, it forced the attackers to retreat, disrupting their assault on the Jiaoi Guard. With Zhang Yuan providing range support, 2 Jiaoi Guards managed to break free, drawing their crossbows to counterattack. Zhang Yuan continued to roam the battlefield on horseback, releasing arrows to relieve his comrades whenever they were in danger. In no time, the tide of battle turned. The scattered Jiaoi Guards regrouped, unleashing a barrage of arrows and bolts that compelled the swordsmen to retreat in a disorganized manner. Suddenly, a crimson streak of light shot into the sky from a distance, accompanied by the deafening roar of a tiger. The blood tiger of Luyang, Qian Bin, the commanding officer of the Dingwei Battalion under the Zhenfu Division, had arrived. Those who violate the laws of the immortal Qin shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Qian Bin's voice thundered as he strode forward in black armor, wielding a Yinling blade. With each step spanning 10 zhang, his presence was as imposing as a charging army. Upon his arrival, Qian Bin unleashed a devastating strike. A blood-red tiger shadow materialized, forming a threes-hang-long blade light that swept across the battlefield like a crimson ribbon. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding rocks and branches shattered, forcing the two Tongming realm masters who had been attacking Qiao Zhengtang to retreat repeatedly. Wu Qiao, your Yuansong sword sect has chosen the path to destruction. Qian Bin's cold voice cut through the chaos as he recognized one of the elders. The man's face twitched, and after a cold snort, he began to withdraw. By then, the squad of crossbowmen accompanying Qian Bin had also arrived. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, the Yuansong sword sect members exchanged glances before the two elders turned and fled. The remaining swordsmen quickly followed, vanishing into the wilderness as dusk began to fall. Yuansong sword sect, Qian Bin muttered darkly, his expression grim. A sword sect from Haoming Prefecture in Zhangyang County, one of the top 5 among the 18 sword sects in the region. They have no shortage of skilled fighters. While most martial artists are scattered and lack cohesion, a powerful sect like this is enough to give even the authorities pause. The Yuansong sword sect has long been renowned for its mastery of swordsmanship in Haoming Prefecture, ranking among the top 5 sword sects in Zhangyang County. Ordinary people dared not provoke them lightly. At this moment, Qiao Jingtang narrowed his eyes slightly, an aura of menace radiating from him as he coldly declared, even if it were Wu House sect, the top sect in Zhangyang County, daring to oppose our Zenfusi would be courting death. The surrounding Jiaoyi guards quickly assembled, inspecting their equipment. Qiao Zhengtang turned to Zhang Yuan and asked in a deep voice, "Did you encounter an ambush by the Jilin sword sect?" This question caused Qian Bin's expression to shift with surprise. When Qiao Zhengtang explained his reasoning for leaving Zhang Yuan behind to protect the Su siblings, Qian Bin glanced at Zhang Yuan thoughtfully and gave a slight nod. Within the Zenfusi of Luoyang Prefecture, Zhang Yuan was not only valued for his potential, but also admired for his sense of justice and willingness to take responsibility. Staying behind alone required not just strength but also courage and resolve. The other Jiaoyi guards couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Zhang Yuan respectfully clasped his fists and gave a detailed account of the ambush. Reporting to the Duwei, "We indeed encountered enemies. I killed 6 and drove off another 6. As these words fell, the forest became deathly silent. Such an achievement was nothing short of astonishing. Qiao Zhengtang scrutinized Zhang Yuan for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Good. Excellent. The Zenfusi of Luoyang Prefecture will surely have a place for you. Zhang Yuan, turning to Qian Bin, he added, "This kid is nicknamed the Green Tiger, but I say he should be called the Brave Tiger instead. Facing 12 disciples of the Jilin sword sect alone, killing 6, driving off the others, and emerging unscathed, such skill truly deserves the word brave." Once again, all eyes fell on Zhang Yuan, but the casual indifference from before had vanished. Instead, their gazes were filled with reverence for a true warrior. In their eyes, Zhang Yuan had transformed from a young junior into a genuine force to be reckoned with among the Jiaoyi guards. Qian Bin smiled and looked at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, tell us, what should our next move be in this situation?" Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment before breaking off a branch and sketching on the ground. He analyzed the situation, noting that they were 100 miles from the Jilin sword sect stronghold, and reinforcements would take at least until midnight to arrive. He proposed 2 options: either remain in place and wait, which would be the safest approach, or press forward, though it risked encountering more powerful Jilin sword sect members. The Jilin sword sect is teeming with experts, including masters at the Tongming realm and even their Yaoguang realm sect leader. Qiao Zhengtang said calmly, "What will you choose?" Zhang Yuan thrust the branch toward the left side of Jilin Mountain and declared decisively, "Strike where it hurts most. We'll head straight for the heavy-scale iron mine and cut off their lifeline." This declaration electrified the group. Securing the heavy-scale iron would be a major victory. Qian Bin laughed heartily. What boldness! Qiao Zhengtang's fighting spirit surged as he shouted, "Form the formation. To Jilin Mountain. In the empire of Xianqin, wherever our Zenfusi sets foot, who dares stand in our way?" Understood. The group responded in unison, their blood boiling with determination. Their fighting spirit coalesced into a radiant aura, and the image of a massive crimson tiger took shape in the air. The 10-foot spectral tiger roared toward the heavens, shaking the surrounding wilderness. This was the renowned Tiger March formation, the Zenfusi's ultimate weapon against powerful demons, capable of amplifying their combat strength several times over. 2 Duwei led 18 elite guards, forming 4 Tiger March formations that could merge into one overwhelmingly powerful battle formation. Such was the fearsome might of martial warriors in the military once the formation was deployed. Nothing could stand against it. Zhang Yuan, come. Lead the formation forward with its power, Qiao Jingtang commanded at last. Drawing upon the power of the formation, Zhang Yuan began to comprehend the profound mysteries of the tiger formation. Standing at the core of the array, his hands slightly spread, he attuned himself to the flow of its energy. In the past, such evident favoritism would have sparked controversy, but now, everyone was in awe of Zhang Yuan's bravery and prowess, leaving no room for dissent. Forward! Zhang Yuan shouted in a low voice, taking a deep breath. He stepped forward, landing precisely at the position of the tiger's head. Gripping the Yinling blade tightly, he immediately felt a surge of immense power flooding through him. The combined vitality of 2 latest-stage Tongming captains and 17 elite guards from the Zhao Yue emerged, granting him control over a force that surpassed the limits of the Tongming realm. Chao Zhangtang and Qian Bin had initially only hoped for Zhang Yuan to guide the formation and perhaps gain some insight into the tiger formation's power. But when Zhang Yuan fully harnessed all the energy, their expressions changed dramatically, their eyes widening in shock. Tongming's state of mind. The 2 latest-stage Tongming captains couldn't help but curse, damn. This kid's state of mind has already stepped into the Tongming level. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was entirely focused on the changes within his body. His innate true essence surged like a flood breaking through a dam, flowing powerfully. The world before him transformed into a dazzling array of colors, shimmering with brilliance. His innate true essence broke through to the 5th rank, signifying that his martial arts potential had reached the Yuheng realm, surpassing the Kaiyang stage. Such a level of cultivation was enough to make him one of the most formidable figures in all of Zhangyang County. His control over power became several times more refined, as the energy of the tiger formation seamlessly integrated with his meridians. A thunderous tiger roar echoed across 100 miles, and an ethereal tiger manifested in the air. With each step it took, it spanned 100 feet. Blood-red energy surged skyward, shaking the surrounding mountains and forests. After running for 30 miles, Zhang Yuan encountered several Tongming realm martial artists clad in green robes and armed with swords blocking the path ahead. Zhang Yuan let out a loud command. The Luoyang Prefecture Town Patrol Bureau is here to apprehend rebels. All unrelated individuals, stand aside. The spectral tiger roared, the golden king character on its forehead shining brilliantly, as it charged forward with the ferocity of a predator. The Tongming realm martial artists hesitated briefly before stepping aside to clear the way. Among them, a burly, black-bearded man in his 50s turned and asked, "Senior brother, are we really going to let the Luoyang Prefecture Town Patrol Bureau destroy the Jilin Sword Sect?" The Jilin Sword Sect, after all, carries some of our Fuyang sect's legacy. When the name Fuyang sect, the 3rd largest sect in Zhengyang County, was mentioned, a flicker of unease appeared in the eyes of the others. Even though they were from a prominent martial sect and possessed high levels of cultivation, they were well aware of the fearsome reputation of the Town Patrol Bureau. The greater the sect, the more they understood the Bureau's terrifying authority. The Jilin Sword Sect had discovered the Tianyang fruit but deliberately lied, claiming it was the Sanyang ginseng, intending to present it to the Yunsong Sword Sect. Such deceitful scheming was contemptible. The elder with the purple crown squinted toward the direction where the tiger's shadow had charged, his tone heavy. The Zhenfu division is coming with great momentum. They are surely heading straight for Jilin Mountain. If we confront them, it will be a battle of life and death. The power of their battle formation just now is likely beyond our ability to withstand. These words immediately dampened the fighting spirit of those present. In this realm of immortal Qin, strength was everything. Even major sect members like these dared not directly challenge the tiger-led battle formation commanded by Zhang Yuan. The stronger one was, the more they understood the unassailable authority of the Zhenfu division. However, this time elderly Helen is also here. As long as Zhao Jiyang is willing to hand over the Tianyang fruit, the elder will personally take him back to the Fuyang sect, the elder said, turning toward Jilin Mountain, his voice low. As for the Jilin Sword Sect, it might as well be destroyed by the Zhenfu division. Such a victory would be enough to appease their fury. Li Helen, an elder of the Fuyang sect, ranked 4th in the sect and had reached the Kaiyang realm of martial arts. In all of Zhengyang County, martial artists of such a level were exceedingly rare. A resounding roar of a tiger echoed across the mountains. Ahead, in the forest, flickering lights emerged, and figures moved in the shadows. Under the moonlight, the grand silhouette of the Jilin Sword Sect's main hall was clearly visible. Zhang Yuan halted his steps, glancing briefly toward the mountain gate before redirecting the battle formation toward the iron-scaled mine to the left. The shadowy tiger charged forward for a moment until a stone wall built from massive rocks appeared ahead. With a thunderous crash, the Tenzhanglong tiger smashed through the barrier and stepped onto the mountain path. A bell rang sharply, its sound reverberating through the mountains. "Stop them! Fight to the death!" A large number of Sword Sect disciples rushed forward, wielding long swords. Among them were many young men in gray-blue robes carrying bamboo baskets on their backs. This critical mining site was heavily guarded by the Jilin Sword Sect. Among the defenders, only 1 or 2 had reached the late or advanced stages of the Hidden Origin realm. The rest were either in the early stages or were 16 or 17-year-old provisional disciples who had yet to be formally inducted. Though their strength was lacking, they were often the most loyal. The less valued they were, the more fiercely they fought. Move! Zhang Yuan roared, and the tiger's shadow lashed its massive tail, sweeping away the rocks, pine trees, and dozens of sword-wielding youths in front of it. Some died instantly, while others were left severely injured, crying out in pain. The sight terrified the remaining youths, many of whom dropped their swords and fled. Some even collapsed on the ground, paralyzed with fear. In the face of death, dreams of the martial world and the valor of a swordsman were all but erased by overwhelming terror. The Shenfu division is here to capture traitors. All unrelated individuals, stand aside. Zhang Yuan declared as the tiger's shadow dissipated. He stepped forward with his blade, followed by Cao Zhengtang and Qian Bin, the captains of the black-robed guards. The three formed a battle formation, channeling their vitality and internal energy entirely into Zhang Yuan, making his every move radiate the power of a peak-level Dongming realm expert. Under this imposing aura, no one dared to stand in their way. The 20-man military formation advanced like an unstoppable force, resembling an army of thousands. They did not stop until they reached the disordered mining grounds. Before them stood a massive storage building made of green stone, imposing and grand. In front of the warehouse stood a row of Jilin sword sect martial artists dressed in blue-purple robes. Among them were 2 Dongming realm warriors and 8 hidden origin realm experts. One of the Dongming realm warriors was Ku Feng, who had previously been defeated by Zhang Yuan. Seeing the arrival of the Shenfu division, their expressions turned grim. What should have been an opportunity to relocate the mine's resources was now thwarted by the arrival of the enemy at their doorstep. This is the sacred ground of the Jilin sword sect. Outsiders are not allowed. One of the Dongming realm warriors raised his sword to speak, but before he could finish, Zhang Yuan had already lifted his long blade. Behind him, a shadow of a towering mountain appeared, with his vitality coalescing into a roaring tiger. All under heaven belongs to Qin. When the Shenfu division arrests traitors, those who block the way die. Kill. The single word erupted from Zhang Yuan's mouth, carrying an icy chill as if it had surged from the depths of the underworld. The swordsman in the Dongming realm who had pointed his blade at Zhang Yuan trembled, his gathered blood energy nearly dissipating. In the world of Xianqin, those who dared to obstruct the Shenfu division faced only one inevitable end: death. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan stepped forward, raising his Yinling longsword high. Harnessing the power of the battle formation, he transformed its strength into razor-sharp blade energy. With one sweeping strike, he activated the Jinyue technique, manifesting the shadow of a towering mountain 10 zhang high. This phantom mountain possessed the might to suppress all beneath it. With a thunderous roar, the blade energy surged forth, splitting the air. Debris rolled down the surrounding hillsides, and the wind howled like a storm. Clouds followed the dragon. Winds obeyed the tiger. The force of this single strike surged with the ferocity of a tiger, unstoppable and overwhelming. Behind him, Cao Zhengtang and Qian Bin's eyes gleamed with admiration, while the other black-clad guards felt their blood and qi surging. Though bearing the weight of such immense power was taxing, the tempering only served to strengthen their blood energy and meridians. The tiger-like blade energy shot skyward, leaving even the peak experts of the Dongming realm struggling to withstand it. Seeing the overwhelming might, several would-be challengers hastily retreated, knowing death was certain if they stayed. With a deafening crash, the blade energy shattered the Three's Hangtall Gate, sending shards of light scattering in all directions. Zhang Yuan let out a low shout and led his men into the warehouse. Under the dim glow of torches, piles of grayish-blue stones stacked like mountains came into view. "This is heavy scale iron ore," Qian Bin exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment as he gazed at the Tuazhenghai pile of ore. Such a quantity could be refined into at least 100,000 jin of heavy scale iron. This rare ore, valued higher than gold, was a critical material for crafting superior weapons, an asset the Xianqin government had long sought. 100,000 jin of heavy scale iron was worth a fortune, equivalent to 1,000,000 taels of silver. The sight of the ore left everyone breathless. Cao Zhengtang narrowed his eyes, resting a hand on his sword hilt, his expression dark. Beside him, Qian Bin's face was equally grave. The Jilin sword sect clearly hadn't had time to move this treasure. Such immense wealth would not be relinquished easily. "Kid," Cao Zhengtang turned to Zhang Yuan. "The Jilin sword sect's leader is above the Dongming realm. If he shows up, we'll all die here. Aren't you afraid?" After all, Zhao Jiyang, the 9 absolute swordsman, was a Yaoguang realm expert, capable of slaying 20 black-clad guards single-handedly. If he arrived, no one would escape. Cao Zhengtang's words made the other guards' faces pale. Earlier, the heat of battle had filled them with vigor, leaving no room for fear. But now, standing in the Jilin sword sect's grand hall and facing the heavy scale iron ore, a chilling dread began to creep into their hearts. "Commander, the tiger-like force from earlier was incredibly profound. May I take a moment to comprehend it?" Zhang Yuan spoke calmly, making no mention of the looming danger. His words drew a hearty laugh from Cao Zhangtang. Go ahead, take your time. Then, turning to the Jilin sword sect warriors hesitating outside, he bellowed, Cao Zhangtang, chief commander of the Zhenfu division, stands here. Who dares to face death? As he spoke, he gripped his sword, his blood energy and true essence intertwining to form a phantom of a blue and red lion. Qianbin laughed as well. You all go rest. Cao and I will hold this place. As he spoke, a crimson tiger phantom emerged around him. The two Zhenfu division powerhouses exuded an imposing aura, standing guard at the entrance and leaving the Jilin sword sect experts outside, paralyzed with indecision. Zhang Yuan glanced upward briefly, then found a secluded spot to sit cross-legged, placing his long blade across his lap. At that moment, the energy and blood within him surged and churned violently. He carefully reflected on the power of the tiger formation he had just comprehended, realizing that the energy it invoked was even more robust and profound than his own cultivation technique, the Earth Grade 6 rank Jinyue art. This discovery startled him. Could it be that the tiger formation's rank far exceeded that of an Earth Grade 6 rank technique? As he meditated and circulated his energy, his innate true essence surged, accompanied by the faint sound of tiger roars that only he could hear. What delighted him even more was that the power of the tiger formation could not only be transformed into a martial cultivation method, but also seamlessly integrate with the Jinyue art, stacking new layers of energy and true essence on top of his existing foundation. This tiger formation power can even solidify true essence, saving me the effort of tempering my innate true essence. Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed as he recalled the words of Tao Qing, the venerable elder. There exist heaven-grade techniques in the world capable of refining innate true essence. Could it be that the tiger formation power had reached such a heaven-grade level? He set aside this thought for now and focused on circulating the surging true essence and energy within him. Soon, his fifth-rank innate true essence began to solidify, and the boiling energy compressed into blood-colored essence beads that flowed through his meridians. When his energy became as dense as mercury and the tiger roars echoed like thunder, Zhang Yuan had reached the legendary tempering stage. He clenched his fist experimentally, immediately sensing a tremendous force of at least 3,000 pounds coursing through him. If he fully mobilized his energy, he could unleash a strength of 10,000 pounds. This far surpassed the 1,500-pound limit of an ordinary peak hidden origin practitioner, and was comparable to the combined power of 7 or 8 experts of the same rank. At that moment, a sharp sound of a sword reverberated from the entrance. A figure clad in grayish-blue robes, wielding a sword, stepped inside and struck without a word. Clang! Qianbin blocked the strike with his blade, but the force pushed him back several steps. The intruder was none other than Zhao Yunqing, the Grand Elder of the Jilin sword sect, a lean, middle-aged man in his 50s with a short beard and piercing eyes. His sword glimmered with an aura of sword energy. Zhao Yunqing was the younger brother of Zhao Jiyang, the sect leader of Jilin sword sect, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the enlightened realm. Zhao Yunqing, your Jilin sword sect has crossed the line. Qianbin roared angrily, gripping his blade with both hands as he stepped forward, unleashing a powerful downward strike. Though the move seemed straightforward, it carried the ferocious strength of a Luyang blood tiger. In the narrow corridor at the entrance, Zhao Yunqing had no choice but to parry and deflect. Clang! Clang! The clash of blade and sword echoed repeatedly. Despite being a minor realm below his opponent, Qianbin's relentless energy and true essence allowed him to hold the enlightened realm peak master, Zhao Yunqing, at bay outside the door. Zhang Yuan gripped his blade tightly, his eyes fixed on the battle. The duel between these two experts was an invaluable learning experience for him. Qianbin's techniques, in particular, shared similarities with the Jinyue saber technique and Gale saber technique that Zhang Yuan practiced, deepening his understanding of saber techniques. After 15 minutes of fierce combat, Zhao Yunqing not only failed to break through but was instead forced out of the doorway. Just as Qianbin stood tall with his blade, his momentum surging, a thunderous crash suddenly came from the roof of the main hall. Several figures smashed through the golden tiles and leaped down. 5 agile warriors stood scattered atop the heap of heavy-scaled iron ore, their long swords gleaming with a cold light. Zhang Yuan and the other Jiaoi guards, who had been resting moments before, immediately grew alert, rising to their feet and gripping their steel blades tightly. Kill them and take the heavy-scaled iron ore down to Jilin Mountain, ordered a young man standing at the highest point of the ore pile, his voice cold. 200 swordsmen from the Yuankang sword sect are already waiting 100 miles away at Qinglu Gorge. That area falls outside the jurisdiction of the Luyang prefecture, so the Zhenfu division has no authority to pursue us across the border. The young man, appearing to be in his 30s, bore a frosty expression and a faint aura of true essence, indicative of someone newly stepping into the Dongming realm, flowed around him. Rest assured, young sect leader, these Jiaoi guards are mere ants. 4 swordsmen responded in unison, their movements swift as lightning as they charged directly at Chao Jingtang and Qian Bin. Dongming realm. Zhang Yuan's heart jolted, and a greater shock followed. Two among them possess an aura no weaker than Zhao Yunqing, the Grand Elder of the Jilin Sword Sect. They've already reached the peak of the Dongming realm. The Yuansong Sword Sect truly has deep foundations. Kill. Chao Zhengtang stepped forward, raising his long blade. Behind him, the golden shadow of a lion surged into the blade. With a horizontal slash, the blade's radiance arced like a rainbow, completely halting the attacks of the four swordsmen. A loud clang echoed as metal clashed against metal. Chao Zhengtang took only a single step back, while the four Dongming realm swordsmen were shaken several meters away. Suppressing four peers with sheer strength, exclaimed the elder swordsman leading the charge. Chao Jingtang of the Luoyang Prefecture's 2nd Guard Battalion impressive skill. Before his words faded, he and the other three swordsmen attacked again. Two thrust their swords directly, while another's blade shimmered darkly, striking with the speed of flowing water. Chao Zhengtang unleashed another powerful slash, repelling the incoming swords. One man against four, he wielded his blade with such mastery that he broke through their combined assault, demonstrating the extraordinary prowess of a captain in the Jiaoyi Guard's 2nd Battalion. Military combat techniques are indeed formidable. The young man atop the ore pile sneered. Let him strike. The four Dongming realm experts tacitly shifted their formation to advancing, while two spread out to encircle Chao Zhengtang from all sides. Form up. Zhang Yuan barked in a low voice, leaping forward. His blood surged, instantly linking with the energy of the surrounding Jiaoyi guards, and Chao Zhengtang to form a battle formation. This technique was so advanced that even some of the Zhenfu Division's top captains could scarcely replicate it. With their energies intertwined, Chao Zhengtang's eyes blazed with renewed brilliance. Song Qi, an archer from Team A, revealed his pinnacle hidden essence cultivation with a resounding cry, while He Qingliang and others from Team A6 quickly fell into formation. Even in the face of Dongming realm experts, the Jiaoyi guards showed no trace of fear. Empowered by the formation, Chao Zhengtang unleashed a slash that extended 3 meters, forcing two attacking swordsmen to retreat. The power of this strike had already surpassed the peak of the Dongming realm. Impressive, the young man remarked with a faint smile. This military formation technique is remarkable, but I wonder how long you can maintain it. Wear them down and engage directly. The four swordsmen immediately adjusted their strategy, avoiding hidden clashes with Chao Zhengtang. They moved like bats in the confined space of the storage area, weaving and darting as their swords glimmered. While they couldn't break through Chao Zhengtang's defense, they effectively hindered him from launching any decisive counterattacks. In the narrow storage room, Chao Zhengtang found himself at an impasse. Normally, with his strength, he could either force his way out or fight his enemies to the death without hesitation. But now, though the battle formation bolstered his power, it was constrained by the limited space around him. Silver flashes of the blade poured down like a waterfall, the whistling sound echoing in every corner of the room. After 100 breaths, Chao Zhengtang stood with his blade in hand, his breathing noticeably heavier. The might of the battle formation was designed for open combat on the battlefield, but in such a confined space, its effectiveness was greatly diminished. Zhang Yuan, while channeling his qi and blood, kept a vigilant eye on the front. Behind him, the Jiaoyi guards were barely holding on, their energy nearly depleted. On the other side, Qian Bin was struggling alone to withstand Zhao Yunqing's relentless pressure, his situation equally dire. If Zhao Yunqing broke through their defenses, and the forces of the Jilin Sword Sect and the Yuansong Sword Sect surrounded them, the Jiaoyi guards would suffer devastating losses. Chao Zhengtang gripped his blade with both hands, his expression grave. If not for the astonishing quantity of heavy-scale iron ore here, such a formidable gathering of experts would never have been drawn to this place. With the young master of Yuansong Sword Sect personally leading the charge, supported by two peak-level Dongming experts and the Grand Elder of Jilin Sword Sect, their combined strength rivaled that of the Jilin Sword Sect's own stronghold. How could a mere 20 Jiaoyi guards hope to contend with such overwhelming power? They'll charge with everything I've got. Find your chance to escape, Chao Zhengtang said in a low voice, then stepped away from the formation. Chao Zhengtang of the Luoyang Prefecture Suppression Division is here. Who dares face death? He roared, abandoning all defense and preparing for a life-or-death gamble. The battle formation instantly collapsed, and all the Jiaoyi guards, except Zhang Yuan, slumped to the ground in exhaustion. At the entrance, Qian Bin unleashed his final strength, a blood-red arc forming above his head as he shouted, Qian Bin of the Suppression Division is here. Today, we fight to the death. Zhang Yuan tightened his grip on his blade, understanding that his two commanding officers were creating a chance for him to escape. However, they wouldn't abandon their exhausted comrades to flee alone. The only one who could leave was him. Yet, if he fled, he would carry the guilt of abandoning his brothers for the rest of his life. Looking up, Zhang Yuan saw a young man standing atop a pile of ore, watching him with a mocking smile. This was Tang Qiliao, the young master of Yuankang's sword sect. At just 30 years old, he had already reached the Dongming realm, making him one of the top talents of the younger generation in Zhangyang County. Backed by Yuankang's sword sect, the leading sect of Haoming Prefecture, his confidence was well-founded. The distance from Zhang Yuan to the top of the ore pile was 4 zhang. If he could traverse that distance and capture Tang Qiliao, he might force the enemy to hesitate and buy his comrades a sliver of hope. The chance for survival lay within these fleeting moments. Battle intent surged in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he drew his blade and sprang forward. In this moment, there was no room for hesitation, only a fight to the bitter end. Seeing Zhang Yuan charging with his blade, Tang Qiliao's smile grew even wider instead of fading. In the eyes of this young master of Yuankang's sword sect, Zhang Yuan was nothing more than an ant barely worth a second glance. With calm composure, Tang Qiliao placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, while gripping the scabbard tightly with his left. Zhang Yuan stepped on loose stones, leaping a height of nearly 10 feet in a single bound. Both hands raised his long blade high, its momentum as if to split the heavens. The blade howled sharply through the air as it descended. At this moment, the two were only 20 feet apart, life and death hanging by a thread. Tang Qiliao nodded slightly to himself. The decisiveness and skill of this young black robe guard were indeed commendable, yet in the face of someone at the Dongming realm, it was still far from sufficient. Those at the Dongming realm had already comprehended their own path of cultivation, capable of channeling the true essence of heaven and earth into their bodies, a gap insurmountable for martial artists who only possessed latent energy. Clang. The sword left its sheath, the blade flicking upward. The radiant sword edge sealed the 5 feet of space ahead completely, its movements as fluid as a Yuankang swaying in the wind, faintly revealing the profound intent of swordsmanship. Zhang Yuan knew there was no way to evade. Even if he dodged this strike, it would take him 100 breaths to launch another attack. For a mere black robe guard, lacking resources, inheritance, and cultivation compared to his opponent, defeating the young master of Yuankang's sword sect within such a time frame was nothing but a fool's dream. But he had something the other did not: truthlessness. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan released the hilt with his left hand, gripping the blade solely with his right. As the sword and blade clashed, an illusory mountain appeared, and a force of 10,000 pounds came crashing down. This immense power caused Tang Qiliao's expression to shift slightly. Clearly, he hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to possess such strength. Tang Qiliao's eyes turned sharp, and his sword vibrated, releasing sword energy that shimmered like a snow-laden pine shaking off its burden. The blade trembled lightly, piercing through Zhang Yuan's right shoulder. The sword passed through his armor with an ear-splitting screech, and the long blade, now unsupported, fell from Zhang Yuan's grasp to the ground. The ease with which he landed this strike made Tang Qiliao suspicious. In the next instant, his expression drastically changed. Somehow, Zhang Yuan had closed the distance to within 3 feet, and without warning, a short blade in his left hand plunged into Tang Qiliao's underarm. "Stop!" Zhang Yuan roared, gripping the short blade's hilt and thrusting upward with all his might, lifting Tang Qiliao entirely off the ground. This shocking scene left the 4 Dongming realm experts of Yuankang's sword sect, who were besieging Chao Zhangtang, pale with fear. Tang Qiliao, the young master of the Yuankang sword sect, was hailed as the pillar of the sect's future for the next century. The news of his death sent a shudder through Zhao Yunqing, the grand elder of the Jilin sword sect, who widened his eyes in shock. If the young master of Yuankang's sword sect were to die on Jilin Mountain, all prior schemes would amount to nothing. The atmosphere in the warehouse was tense. An elder from Yuankang's sword sect, at the peak of the Dongming realm, held a long sword, his killing intent directed squarely at Zhang Yuan. Chao Zhangtang immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Yuan, his blade at the ready. "He's not dead yet," Zhang Yuan said in a low voice, his grip on his knife hilt slowly twisting. Tang Qiliao, restrained in his grasp, let out a muffled groan. "If my blade turns just once more, even a Kaiyang realm expert like him will have his heart veins severed and die." "What do you want?" The elder's words were cut short by Zhang Yuan's sharp shout, silencing him. Though Zhang Yuan was merely a Jiaoyi guard at the Yin Yuan realm, his presence alone left a peak Dongming realm expert speechless. With one hand gripping his knife, Zhang Yuan hoisted Tang Qiliao high. Blood continuously flowed from Zhang Yuan's right shoulder, pierced through by a long sword. In the warehouse, the only sounds were labored breaths and the occasional faint crackle of fire torches. Time crawled on. Zhang Yuan's left hand, holding Tang Qiliao, began to tremble. The pool of blood at his feet grew larger, and his face turned increasingly pale. After half a cup of tea's time, his legs buckled, forcing him to lower Tang Qiliao. By then, Tang Qiliao's face was ashen. Clutching his chest, his lips quivered uncontrollably. After all, no one could endure the torment of hovering on the edge of life and death for a quarter of an hour with a blade pressed to their heart. Both men collapsed onto a pile of ore. The Yun Song sword sect elder, his face pale, stammered, "Be careful." Zhang Yuan gripped his knife tightly and looked up, managing a weak smile. Tang Qiliao spoke with difficulty. "Elder Han, if I die, you must return to Yun Song's sword sect at once. Do not meddle further in this matter. Tell my father. Some things are simply fate." Zhang Yuan turned to him. "Fate? I should have died long ago. But I, Zhang Yuan, have never believed in fate." Tang Qiliao studied Zhang Yuan closely for the first time. Clad in the black light armor of a Jiaoi guard, his youthful face carried a resolute determination. He couldn't have been older than 20. "You are from the Zhang family of the Zhengyang prefecture?" "Never heard of it," Zhang Yuan replied, shaking his head. "My family has served as Jiaoi guards for generations. My grandfather was one, my father was one, and so was my elder brother. When a father dies, the son succeeds. When a brother dies, the younger one takes over. My fate was to be a Jiaoi guard, but I don't believe in fate. I want to become a Xuanjia guard." Tang Qiliao fell silent. A Jiaoi guard, born at the lowest rung of the martial hierarchy, with no resources, no fortuitous encounters, and no inheritance, had forced him into such a desperate situation. "Zhang Yuan, with your talent, you're destined for far more than just a Xuanjia guard," Chao Jingtang said loudly. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face as he turned to Tang Qiliao. "And you, young Master Tang? What is your wish in this life?" The warehouse, both inside and out, was packed with people from 3 factions, including several formidable experts at the peak of the Dongming realm. The ore, worth millions of taels of silver, lay within reach, and at this moment, the fragile balance between the 3 forces rested entirely on the short blade in Zhang Yuan's hand. A mere flick of the blade could decide Tang Qiliao's fate. If Tang Qiliao were to die, it would ignite a bloody conflict, leading to the annihilation of all 20 members of the Shenfu division. Even the Dongming realm experts from Yunsong sword sect would find it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. And even if they survived by chance, their future within the sect would be utterly ruined. As for the Jilin sword sect, it would completely lose any hope of aligning itself with Yunsong sword sect. The number 1 sword sect in Zhangyang County, Tang Qiliao muttered bitterly. Yunsong sword sect barely ranked among the top 5 sword sects in Zhangyang County, and surpassing that position seemed an insurmountable challenge. Such a gap was impossible to bridge, even with generations of relentless effort, let alone narrowing it. To surpass Qing Yun's sword sect, Zhang Yuan mused. "I've heard that Qing Yun's sword sect possesses an immortal path heritage and retains genuine sword immortal techniques." As a member of the Jiaoi Guard, Zhang Yuan had been aware of the legendary reputation of Zhengyang County's top sword sect since childhood. The title of sword immortal isn't all that," Tang Qiliao began, but he suddenly broke into a light cough, startling the surrounding Dongming realm experts. Only Zhang Yuan remained completely unmoved, his grip tightening on the hilt of his blade. Once Tang Qiliao's coughing subsided, Zhang Yuan asked, "Has the young sect master taken a wife? With my cultivation incomplete, how could I indulge in such trivial matters?" Tang Qiliao replied coldly. "Women only slow down my swordsmanship. I, on the other hand, am married," Zhang Yuan said softly. "My wife is quite beautiful. In the Jiaoi Guard, we pass on the mantle through generations. Someone has to carry on the bloodline after all. No one knows when death might come." His words plunged the scene into silence. Song Qi and the others lowered their heads, while even the Dongming realm experts of Yunsong sword sect revealed subtle changes in their expressions. People of the martial world lived as precariously as the Jiaoi Guard. Were it not for this harsh reality, Tang Qiliao wouldn't have personally ventured to Julin Mountain, nor would they all have gathered here. By the way, Zhang Yuan shifted the conversation. "The young sect master's sword strike earlier was truly remarkable. I used all my strength and still couldn't evade it. Have you already grasped the essence of swordsmanship?" A glimmer of pride flashed in Tang Qiliao's eyes. This was indeed his greatest pride. The Yun Song sword intent is rooted in the principles of the pine's steadiness and the cloud's tracelessness. Sword moves shift within a hair's breadth, ever-changing yet unwavering in essence. Tang Qiliao explained, his voice clear and confident. Zhang Yuan nodded while gripping the long sword embedded in his shoulder. Slowly, he pulled it out. Blood dripped along the blade, and as the sword was fully withdrawn, fresh blood surged from the wound. His face was deathly pale, but he seemed oblivious to the pain as he handed the sword back to Tang Qiliao. "Young sect master, it seems that strike wasn't at full force. If the move changes midway, would it lean toward offense or defense?" Tang Qiliao accepted the long sword, and the sight left everyone present on edge. Zhang Yuan's short blade was embedded in Tang Qiliao's heart meridian, the tip trembling slightly. Any sudden movement would sever the meridian completely. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, as if frozen in a still painting. Not bad. After welcoming guests with the pine breeze, one should follow with sweeping snow from the steppes and Withdrawing the sword to disperse force, Tang Qiliao spoke slowly. However, observing your blade today, I've gained a new insight. Swordsmanship is, at its core, a killing art. In the dance of life and death during combat, retreating even one strike means defeat. As he spoke, Tang Qiliao thrust his long sword forward, its blade streaking through the air like a meteor, welcoming guests with the pine breeze, sending guests away in the snow. If the Yuansong sword sect's techniques incorporated 30% more lethal intent, our combat strength would increase threefold. Before his words fully landed, blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. A sickly flush spread across his face, and a flicker of regret flashed in his eyes. For martial artists at the Tongming realm moved to step forward, but Tang Qiliao raised his hand to stop them. Life and death, it's nothing to agonize over. To die alongside such a talent as Brother Zhang, I, Tang Qiliao, counted as no loss. He looked at Zhang Yuan, a faint smile of mutual respect appearing on his face. Zhang Yuan returned the smile, gripping the hilt of his blade even tighter. Suddenly, the sound of a horn tore through the night. The Jinfu Division's army had arrived at Jilin Mountain, half a night earlier than anticipated. Through the shattered doors of the warehouse, the outline of the distant mountains was clearly visible. Boom! A blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, blazing like a fierce sunrise. Luoyang Prefecture, Su Qixiang, declares, today, the Jilin sword sect will be eradicated. Those who resist will be killed. The voice of a Kaiyang realm powerhouse thundered across the land, shaking everything within miles. Zhao Yunqing and the Jilin sword sect disciples appeared panicked, but tried to maintain their composure. Our sect has stood for 100 years, with over 1,000 disciples. My elder brother's cultivation is not far behind Su Qixiang's. The Jilin sword sect won't fall so easily. He turned to Tang Qiliao and whispered urgently, take the wealth here to the Yun Song sword sect, along with the Tianyang fruit in my elder brother's possession. With it, the Yun Song sword sect has a chance to produce a powerhouse beyond the Kaiyang realm. That is the true bargaining chip of the Jilin sword sect. Suddenly, a deep rumbling echoed from the distance, followed by a calm yet commanding voice. Himu 1, of the Luoyang Prefecture Academy, proclaims, all under heaven belongs to the celestial Qin. Julin's lands are hereby sealed 10 miles in all. Wind, Rai. Through Confucian techniques, Himu 1 harnessed the celestial Qin's destiny, commanding the forces of nature. Within a 10-mile radius, fierce winds howled, threatening to uproot trees and overturn the mountains. Amid the cries of wind, gale, the blood-colored pillar of light illuminated the sky as the incessant sound of bows and crossbows filled the air. The patrol battalion had invoked Confucian blessings to channel the power of the heavens, summoning the wind to enhance their volley of arrows. 10 rounds of continuous fire, with each arrow carrying the force to pierce a 3-hangthick city wall. When the barrage ceased, a long roar echoed, and the crimson smoke column surged straight to the summit of Jilin Mountain. From the moment the military forces of the Zhenfusi launched their fierce assault to the time they stormed Jilin Mountain, a mere 300 breaths had passed. The grand stronghold of this renowned martial sect crumbled with shocking ease. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the mountains once again. Zhao Jiang, so-called 9 absolute swordsmen and the strongest figure of the Jilin sword sect, who was believed to have the potential to reach the Kaiyang realm, could not even withstand a single strike from Su Qixiang, the deputy commander of the Wuwei division of Luoyang Prefecture's Zhenfusi. On Jilin Mountain, crimson smoke spiraled into the sky. At the same time, the sound of dense, hurried footsteps came from the direction of the mining site. Blood-red clouds surged forward. They were the reinforcements of the Zhenfusi. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yunqing and the others retreated in panic, too terrified to confront the incoming reinforcements. Zhang Yuan turned to look at Tang Qiliao beside him, while the 4 enlightened realm experts from the Yunsong sword sect exchanged glances, despair written all over their faces. Elder Han, you all should leave, Tang Qiliao said weakly. Let my father protect the foundation of the Yunsong sword sect. Don't think about anything else. He then looked at Zhang Yuan and continued, Zhang Yuan, stay alive. Go as far as you can. If you die, your young wife will be left a widow. The world of Xianqin is vast, so vast. Go see it. And for me, take a look as well. As he spoke, he grabbed Zhang Yuan's hand, which was gripping the blade, and slowly pulled the blade out. Blood sprayed from the wound as the blade left his body. If the blade had remained inside, with specialized treatment, he might have had a slim chance of survival. But now, with the blade removed, death was certain. The 4 enlightened realm experts from the Yunsong sword sect, seeing this, raised their swords, their killing intent palpable. If Tang Qiliao were to die, they were prepared to fight to the death and accompany their young sect leader in death. Do you really have no will to live? Zhang Yuan suddenly asked, his hand pausing mid-action. A fleeting dimness crossed Tang Qiliao's eyes. He shook his head and murmured, who doesn't want to live? But alas, this is fate. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan had already let go of the blade's hilt and retrieved a small jade bottle from a hidden compartment in his armor. Damn it, this single nourishing jade pill is said to be worth 10,000 taels of silver. Remember, you owe me 10,000 tael sand a life. Zhang Yuan shoved the pill into Tang Qiliu's mouth, patting it down his throat. He then turned to the four enlightened realm experts from the Yuansong sword sect and barked, "What are you waiting for? Take him and leave. Or do you all want to end up in the Luoyang prefecture prison with me?" Tang Qiliu was dragged out of the warehouse, stumbling between two cultivators at the Dongming realm. He turned back with a fierce glare and gritted his teeth as he spat, "Zhang Yuan, I'll remember you." His voice faded into the distance, and outside the warehouse, Zhao Yunqing and the others had long disappeared. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Yuan collapsed onto the piles of heavy-scale iron ore, his face pale as paper. "You reckless fool. You've got no regard for your own life." Chao Zhengtang strode over, deftly helping Zhang Yuan remove his blood-soaked light armor and tearing away the shirt stuck to his wounds. From his pocket, Chao pulled out a small box of green ointment. "This Qingyu bomb may not be worth 100,000 silver taels, but it's still a rare treasure." As Chao applied the ointment to the wound, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Zhang Yuan's wound, pierced through by a long sword, had already begun to heal. The cool balm seeped into the injury, making Zhang Yuan wince and grit his teeth. "If you'd taken a Yangyu pill worth 100,000 silver taels yourself, you'd be feeling completely rejuvenated," Chao muttered, lowering his voice as he stared at Zhang Yuan. "What were you thinking, giving such a treasure away?" If Tang Qiliu had died here, those four Dongming realm cultivators would have gone berserk. Few of us would have made it out alive. Suppressing the pain, Zhang Yuan's lips twitched faintly. "That guy is the young sect master of the Yuansong sword sect. Him dying here wouldn't do us any good." The Zhenfu Division's campaign against the Jilin sword sect is meant to make a statement, to show decisive strength. The Yuansong sword sect isn't within the jurisdiction of our Luoyang prefecture. There's no need to provoke unnecessary trouble. Through the memories of the Jilin sword sect disciples, Zhang Yuan knew that the ambush on the Jiaoyi guards was orchestrated solely by Zhao Jiang, the sect master of the Jilin sword sect. Tang Qiliu and the Yuansong sword sect weren't involved. Besides, the Tianyang fruit was still in Zhao Jiang's possession. "You and your endless calculations," Chao said. Standing up as a voice called from outside the warehouse, "Captain Chao, how are you all?" The other exhausted Jiaoyi guards helped each other to their feet, glancing at Zhang Yuan with gratitude. If he hadn't risked his life to capture Tang Qiliu, they would likely all have perished here today. "Brother Zhang, you've earned my respect," said Song Qi, a fellow guard. "And mine as well," added He Qingliang. After everyone expressed their admiration, the warehouse fell silent once more. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly. "I appreciate the sentiment, brothers." With that, he closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. The flow of his blood and energy concealed the demonic aura coursing through his meridians. Yes, at this moment, a demonic aura coursed through his body, causing his wounds to heal rapidly under its influence. The aura not only mended his injuries, but also generated a rich surge of blood energy, transforming into fresh blood that trickled slowly. It was precisely this healing ability of the demonic aura that gave him the courage to withstand Tang Qiliu's sword strike with his flesh and blood. As the demonic aura continued to circulate, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face. Although this battle had drained a significant amount of his blood energy and true essence, the gains far exceeded his expectations. Through the fight, he had unexpectedly mastered the technique of channeling blood energy and true essence within the tiger formation. This method far surpassed the Zhenyue technique, and as he activated the demonic aura, he could faintly hear the roar of a tiger emanating from within his body. "This technique is truly extraordinary," Zhang Yuan marveled to himself. Not only had he acquired such a superior technique, but he had also advanced his true essence cultivation in combat, reaching the 5th grade of the innate realm. Moreover, he had gained profound martial insights into the Dongming realm. A life-and-death battle had indeed brought about unexpected rewards. In the distance, the sound of a horn suddenly echoed. It was the signal for the general assault to begin. Zhang Yuan rose to his feet, pressing lightly on his still-aching shoulder. With one side of his shoulder exposed, he dragged his long blade and walked out of the storeroom. "Zhang Yuan, shouldn't you rest and recover first?" Qian Bin, who was adjusting his armor outside the storeroom, asked with concern. "There will be patrol guards stationed here. You can stay and recuperate." The Jiaoyi guards are about to head to Jilin Mountain to eliminate the remnants of the sword sect. The 20 Jiaoyi guards inside the storeroom all wore relaxed expressions. Having played a pivotal role in capturing the heavy-scale iron mine, they were in high spirits. The Zhenfu Division has issued the general assault order. How could I, Zhang Yuan, disobey? Zhang Yuan shook his head, his gaze fixed on the smoke-filled Jilin Mountain in the distance. "Besides, my injuries are no longer serious. While my right arm can't exert full strength, it moves freely enough. After confirming that Zhang Yuan was indeed fine, Chao Jingtang gave the command, and the group began advancing toward the battlefield. They moved swiftly, and after about 15 minutes, the sounds of battle grew louder and more chaotic. The patrol battalion formed ranks and unleashed a barrage of arrows, while the Jiaoi guards, clad in light armor, launched attacks from all sides, surrounding and suppressing the scattered disciples of the Jilin sword sect. The enemy had lost their will to resist, and were mostly fleeing using the terrain to their advantage. Zhang Yuan. A worried shout from Sun Zhe came from afar. Seeing Zhang Yuan covered in blood, Zhang Chuanwu, gripping his yelling blade, turned and asked with concern, "Are you all right, kid?" Nearby, Su Changshan and Su Yaomei also looked worried. "It's just a minor injury. No need to worry," Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, dragging his blade forward. Seeing the rest of Team Jiaxi present and noticing the Su siblings' graceful stance with their light, slender blades, he couldn't help but grin. The group instinctively surrounded Zhang Yuan to protect him as they pressed deeper into the forest. When they encountered scattered sword sect disciples, they merely captured them without dealing lethal blows. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountaintop in the distance, and a blazing blade light shot into the sky. Squinting at the sight, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the power of the Kaiyang realm," as if splitting heaven and earth. Su Qixiong's blade technique was like a blazing sun, seemingly capable of cleaving the entire mountain, forcing his opponent into a continuous retreat. Fuyang sect elders, Li Helen, a disheveled old man, stood at the edge of a cliff, holding a green android fruit in his hands. With a hoarse voice, he cried out, "I, Zhao Jiyang, am willing to offer the Tianyang fruit. I only ask for the salvation of the Jilin sword sect." In the distance, two figures rushed toward them, one exuding a powerful surge of blood energy that soared into the sky like a blazing sun. Another Kaiyang realm expert. The Fuyang sect, the third largest sect in Zhengyang Prefecture, had always been the Jilin sword sect supporter. Su Qixiong, commander of the guards, would you give my Fuyang sect some face and spare the Jilin sword sect and its leader, Zhao Jiyang? A calm voice echoed through the mountains. Across the land, the Kaiyang realm truly stands as a domain of strength. In the imperial court of the Xianqin dynasty, a warrior of the Kaiyang realm holds the prestigious rank of 5th grade general, commanding an entire division of the black-clad guards. Within martial sects like the renowned Fuyang sect, the Kaiyang realm represents the pinnacle of power. The Fuyang sect, the third most prominent sect in Zhengyang County, commands respect and fear across the martial world, boasting a congregation of formidable masters. At this moment, Su Qixiong stood on the cliff edge, his gaze fixed on the towering column of violent energy rising into the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his grip on the long blade in his hand tightened. Behind him, the black-clad guards and the patrolling soldiers stood silently, their weapons reflecting a cold glint under the moonlight. The Xianqin dynasty has stood for thousands of years, and the suppression division has never bowed to anyone. Su Qixiong's voice echoed through the mountain wilderness. He raised his long blade, his blood aura intertwining with the crimson light of the weapon, its radiance outshining even the moonlit night. "I, Su Qixiong of the Luoyang Prefecture Suppression Division, stand here today. The Suppression Division will execute the traitor Zhao Jiyang. Who dares to interfere?" With a sweep of his blade, the very air seemed to tremble. At that moment, two figures descended from the skies. One was a man in his 50s, clad in a blue-gray embroidered robe, a purple jade crown resting upon his head, and his gaze sharp as lightning. The other appeared to be in his 40s, wielding a long sword glowing with a gentle, moonlit aura. Standing before the cliffside, one exuded the intensity of the blazing sun, while the other radiated the calm brilliance of starlight. One represented the Kaiyang realm, the other the Yaoguang realm, creating a tense standoff with Su Qixiong. Soon after, dozens of figures leapt between the treetops, each demonstrating exceptional skill. The suppression division forces and the masters of the Fuyang sect faced each other in a taut, explosive atmosphere. Scattered disciples of the Jilin sword sect, observing from a distance, breathed a sigh of relief and discreetly began gathering at the base of the cliff. Zhao Jiyang, holding the Tianyang fruit in his hand, showed a faint flush of color on his previously pallid face. Dragging his long sword, he walked forward slowly. Despite the oppressive aura radiating from Su Qixiong, his steps, though unsteady, were shielded by the protective energy of Li and Lin, allowing him to press on. "Su Qixiong, you cannot kill me." Zhao Jiyang laughed heartily. "I never intended to kill anyone from the suppression division, but they sought to take the Tianyang fruit. Huh. This is a treasure that can elevate a Kaiyang realm practitioner to even greater heights. With this in hand, the Jilin sword sect will surely rise to new heights." As he approached the two Fuyang sect elders, Zhao Jiyang halted, his gaze sweeping over Su Qixiong and the black-clad guards behind him. A derisive grin spread across his face. Dressed in black like dogs, All for a bit of silver? Is it worth risking your lives? With that, he raised his sword, pointing it at Su Qixiang and his men before turning to walk toward Li and Lin. These words ignited Su Qixiang's fury, his aura surging violently. The column of energy around him roared, and the area within 10 feet of him felt as though it were being scorched by an intense flame. Behind Su Qixiang, Qian Bin and Chao Jingtang gripped the hilts of their swords tightly, their expressions grave and their gazes unwavering. All eyes were fixed on Zhao Jiyang's staggering steps. If he could just reach the experts of the Fuyang sect, his life would be spared. Such was the code of the martial world. As long as the Fuyang sect obtained the Tianyang fruit, they would naturally protect Zhao Jiyang. On the other hand, within the Jinfu division, no one would dare act rashly without Su Qixiang's command. Zhao Jiyang. A low voice shattered the silence, and Zhao Jiyang froze mid-step. The crowd turned to see a tall figure, standing firm at the edge of the cliff. 8 feet in height, his shoulder wrapped in white bandages, exposing half of his body. It was none other than Zhang Yuan. I am Zhang Yuan, a Jinfu division Zowie guard of Luoyang Prefecture, he declared, his hand resting on the hilt of his Yinling blade as he stepped forward. His voice echoed across the mountain wilderness. 2 months ago, I joined the Jinfu division. My elder brother, Zhang Zhan, served as a Zowie guard 8 years ago and died in the line of duty 6 months ago. My father, Zhang served as a Zowie guard for 11 years and died 10 years ago. My grandfather, Zhang Zuliang, was also a Zowie guard. Zhang Yuan advanced step by step, an invisible aura emanating from him. Slowly, he drew his Yinling blade and held it horizontally before his chest. When a father dies, the son takes his place. When a brother dies, the duty falls to the younger brother. This Zowie uniform is no dog's hide. To us, wearing this uniform and wielding the Yinling blade at our waists is an honor. An honor. An honor. His impassioned cries reverberated through the mountains and forests, carrying the weight of the Jinfu division's centuries-old dignity. All the Zowie guards tightened their grips on their blades, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Jinfu division, Zowie guards, guardians of the 9 provinces of Xianqin, protectors of the realm of immortals and demons who dares show disrespect. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and shouted, Zhang Yuan, Zowie guard of the 4th squad of the martial division of Luoyang Prefecture's Jinfu division. Request the authority to execute the traitor Zhao Jiyang. Requesting authority to execute the traitor Zhao Jiyang. Shunlian, banner officer of the 1st squad. Request the authority to execute the traitor Zhao Jiyang. Yang Changhai, banner officer of the 2nd squad. Request the authority to execute the traitor Zhao Jiyang. The shouts rose one after another, scattering the birds in the forest. The sound of blades being drawn rang in unison as all the Zowie guards stood with swords ready. The arrogance on Zhao Jiyang's face vanished, replaced by unease and confusion. Zhang Yuan, go and kill him, Su Qixiang commanded. As he spoke, a surge of blood-red light exploded from his body, transforming into a massive crimson flood dragon. The dragon roared as it extended its claws downward, intertwining true essence with killing intent, immobilizing Zhao Jiyang and the 2 Fuyang sect experts behind him. Peak of Kai Yang. Li Helen muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with apprehension. He gritted his teeth as blood energy began to rise from his body in an attempt to break free. Yet the dragon's twisting form seemed to push its limits, exerting an unprecedented level of suppression even among those of the same rank. At that moment, a deep voice echoed, by order. He Muwen, the academic recorder of the Prefecture Academy, stepped forward in his green robe and unfurled the gilded scroll in his hands. Golden light flowed and intertwined across the pages, and as he moved, an invisible force rippled outward. Order the Zowie guards of the town pacification office to capture the traitors. Mountains and rivers, forests and stones, all in the realm of Xianqin, unite your strength in aid. He Muwen's voice thundered across the skies. Under heaven, all land belongs to Qin. In the realm of Xianqin, all things abide by Qin's law. With that, the mystical power of Confucian Tao was unleashed, and fortune gathered around him. A golden barrier, resembling a massive bell, enveloped the area within 100 zhang radius, sealing the entire space. The previously raging blood-colored flood dragon was instantly trapped within the golden light. Empowered by the force of heaven and earth, it now seemed to act on behalf of heaven itself. Li Helen, a practitioner of the Kaiyang realm, was instantly immobilized, his face twisted and his eyes twitching uncontrollably, yet unable to move. Another swordsman, who had reached the Yaoguang realm, gripped his sword tightly, but his body trembled, barely able to stand. Zhao Jiyang, clutching the Tianyang fruit, fell to the ground, looking up at the advancing Zhang Yuan with a mix of fear and fury in his eyes. A mere Zowie guard dares to come and kill me? Who gave you the courage? Even under the crushing force of heaven and earth and the blood-colored dragon's suppression, the murderous aura of Zhao Jiyang's Yaoguang realm power remained terrifying. That aura suddenly erupted, surging toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's entire body trembled, his grip on his blade faltering, as if he were staring directly into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At that critical moment, another wave of murderous energy shot out from within Li Helen, forming a barrier in front of Zhang Yuan. He Muan acted immediately, channeling the power of heaven and earth into Zhang Yuan. Su Qixiong sneered coldly and tossed his Yinling saber toward Zhang Yuan. Use the blade of our division. Zhang Yuan sheathed his own blade and gripped the intricately patterned Yinling saber. Its blade was cool as water, heavy in his hands, and sharp enough to slice through iron with ease. With the saber's intent augmenting him and the power of heaven and earth coursing through him, Zhang Yuan's innate true energy surged, his blood roiling as strength poured through his meridians. Demonic energy and righteous power flowed simultaneously, and behind Zhang Yuan, the shadow of a towering mountain began to take form. Mastery of the mountain-suppressing technique? Su Qixiong squinted with a faint smile. Across from them, Li Helen's eyes widened in shock. A perfected earthier technique? Only now did he realize he had underestimated Zhang Yuan. This Jiaoyi guard was far from ordinary. After all, even the third-ranked martial sect in the entire Zhengyang County possessed no more than 3 or 5 earthier techniques. A mere ordinary Jiaoyi guard mastering an earth-level cultivation technique and reaching its pinnacle such a feat is rare not only in Luoyang Prefecture but even in the imperial capital. Li Helen's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt as he pondered Zhang Yuan's origins. There can't be so many prodigies in the world. This Zhang Yuan must have the backing of a powerful force, nurtured as a promising talent by some influential entity. Despite the killing intent surging within him, Li Helen dared not act rashly against Zhang Yuan. The uncertainty of Zhang Yuan's true background forced him to tread carefully. Zhang Yuan, gripping his long blade, advanced step by step. The blood-red barrier before him shattered like paper. He raised his blade, his voice solemn. Zhang Yuan, Jiaoyi guard of the Luoyang Prefecture Supervisory Division, carrying out the duty of execution. Zhao Ziyang, the rebel, has been identified. Justice shall prevail. Nearly 1,000 patrol guards and Jiaoyi guards, alongside hundreds of disciples from the Jilin sword sect and dozens of martial artists from the Fuyang sect, all fixed their gazes on the descending blade. With a sharp thud, blood spurted 3 meters high, and Zhao Ziyang's head rolled to the ground. Zhang Yuan calmly picked up the Tianyang fruit nearby and turned to face the stunned Li Helen and the Yaogang-level martial artists, finally stopping in front of Su Qixiong. Commander Su, given the current situation, unless you break through your cultivation realm, this matter cannot end well. For the honor of the Luoyang Prefecture Supervisory Division, you must bear the responsibility for confiscating the embezzled goods. A glint flashed in Su Qixiong's eyes as he let out a hearty laugh, taking the Tianyang fruit and swallowing it whole. Li Helen roared in fury, Su Qixiong, how dare you? But it was too late. As the red light entered his body, Su Qixiong's solar energy underwent a sudden transformation, radiating a gentle yet overwhelming aura. He had stepped into the Yuheng realm. I had already perfected my Kaiyang realm long ago. Not stepping into the Yuheng realm was merely to refine my foundation. Su Qixiong's presence had completely changed, exuding an awe-inspiring and unapproachable essence. The blood-red dragon he had summoned transformed into a jade-colored one, its golden patterns shimmering brilliantly. With a casual swipe of the jade dragon's claw, Li Helen and the Yaogang-level martial artists were sent flying, coughing blood as they collapsed. The overwhelming suppression of a higher realm rendered his once formidable opponents utterly defenseless. Today, I, Su Qixiong, shall capture your Fuyang sect's Kaiyang and Yaogang-level martial artists. Let your sect come to the Luoyang Prefecture Supervisory Division to demand their release. Su Qixiong's voice echoed through the mountains and forests. He turned to Zhang Yuan and smiled, Kid, that blade is yours now. Tu Hao said if someone needed killing, they should come to you, and he wasn't wrong. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to express his gratitude, his face flushed red, and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Su Qixiong immediately commanded, killing intent has invaded his body? Quickly, bring the suppression talisman to subdue it. Call for Scholar, he to use his righteous energy to stabilize his soul. Once I finish handling matters here, I'll personally use my true essence to cleanse this kid's body. Damn it, the Luoyang Prefecture Supervisory Division finally has a sharp-eyed youngster. As Zhang Yuan's consciousness began to blur, a figure wielding a sword emerged, shouting fiercely, your life is mine. A sword light pierced straight through Zhang Yuan's chest, swift as lightning, leaving him no chance to evade. The moment the blade penetrated, his mind trembled violently, as though it might collapse at any second, his spirit suffering a severe blow. The figure wielding the sword gave him no respite, immediately slashing down toward his neck. Zhang Yuan knew all too well that if this strike landed, his spirit projection would dissipate on the spot. Once that happened, even if his true spirit didn't shatter immediately, it would suffer irreparable damage. This was the deadly risk of devouring spiritual power. Although Zhang Yuan had faced it many times before, never had it been this perilous. The spirit before him possessed power far beyond his imagination. This was the sole force of a Yaoguang realm master, leaving him utterly defenseless. Just as the sword was about to strike his neck, a golden stream of light suddenly poured down from the illusory heavens. The characters dispel, suppress, and transform shimmered in gold, emerging from the light and forming chains that tightly bound the sword-wielding figure, attempting to drag it out of Zhang Yuan's mind. Was this the purging talisman Su Qixiong had mentioned? Zhang Yuan stared at the struggling figure, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. It was his first time witnessing such a miraculous talisman. The shadowy figure was none other than the spirit of Zhao Jiyang, a Yaoguang realm powerhouse. If he could slay it, he would not only gain its memories, but also its life force and true essence. However, if the figure were to be dragged away, this rare opportunity would slip through his fingers. Despite the risks of devouring the spirit of a Yaoguang realm master, Zhang Yuan understood that missing this chance meant he might never encounter another like it. Fortune favors the bold. Kill. With a low growl, Zhang Yuan stepped forward without hesitation, raising his blade high and striking fiercely at the spirit, now bound in golden chains. The blade fell, and the struggling figure shuddered slightly, slowly lifting its head. The pale-faced Zhao Jiang pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Yuan, muttered a few faint words, and then his shadowy form dissipated. In an instant, an overwhelming flood of memories surged into Zhang Yuan's mind. Even more overwhelming was the torrent of crimson life force and dazzling azure true essence. This avalanche of power surged through Zhang Yuan's body, causing cracks to spread across his frame. Every ounce of strength within him, his meridians, the restorative demonic energy in his mind, the golden righteous force coursing through him, and his innate true essence rushed to stabilize his body. Yet the force was too immense. Even his fifth-grade innate true essence struggled to withstand the energy of a Yaoguang realm master's life force and true essence. At that critical moment, a golden radiance seeped into Zhang Yuan's body. It was He Yuan's righteous force. This energy merged with Zhang Yuan's own righteous power, striving to suppress the raging life force and true essence. With the assistance of the Ming Dao scholar, Zhang Yuan finally found a sliver of control, focusing all his efforts on refining the overwhelming power. His fifth-grade innate true essence began to rapidly improve, nearing the peak of fifth grade. But before long, the righteous force began to wane. Gasping for breath, He Yuan muttered, "This kid's baleful energy is too intense. I can't hold it back anymore." The next moment, a surge of powerful true energy radiated from Zhang Yuan's body. "Zhang Yuan, whether you can overcome this trial depends on your fortune," Su Qixiong's voice echoed. As he spoke, the profound energy entered Zhang Yuan's body, immediately suppressing the turbulent blood and true energy within him. This was the power of the Yuheng realm, a completely new level beyond the Kaiyang realm. Unlike the fiery intensity of the Kaiyang realm, this energy was extraordinarily gentle, yet it effortlessly subdued the dazzling Yaoguang realm energy within Zhang Yuan, flowing slowly and steadily through his body. "Commander, Zhang Yuan has a method to suppress the eruption of demonic energy. Last time, when he completed the executioner's mission, Tudiancy instructed us to accompany and observe him. We discovered that such a method exists." The other person clicked their tongue in amazement. That kid sure has some tricks up his sleeve. But here, where would we find a woman to help him resolve the demonic energy? This entire camp is filled with men. Forget it. Send someone to fetch his wife. Let's hope the boy can make it through this. At this moment, the blood and true energy within Zhang Yuan had been completely bound, rapidly condensing into beads. His mind was fully immersed in Zhao Jiyang's soul memories. The scenes of memory unfolded vividly. 80-year-old Zhao Jiyang ascended Jilin Mountain and stood out among many disciples. In just 3 years, he mastered the entry-level sword techniques of the Jilin sword sect, an achievement that would take ordinary people a decade to accomplish. At 11, he became the sect master's personal disciple, and by 20, he roamed the martial world with a cultivation level at the threshold of the Dongming realm. His unparalleled talent in swordsmanship overshadowed all peers within a 1,000-mile radius, earning him the title of Nine Supreme Swordsman. As Zhang Yuan observed these memories, he couldn't help but marvel. True geniuses cannot be caught up to through sheer hard work alone. On the path of cultivation, the relationship between talent and effort has never been a simple equation. Compared to Zhao Jiang, even the talents of Dongming realm's Su Ji or the martial fanatic Meng Tao paled in comparison, let alone other martial artists who had yet to reach the Dongming realm. The memories continued to flow. For the next 10 years, Zhao Jiang focused solely on swordsmanship. By the age of 30, he achieved mastery in his techniques and reached the late stage of the Dongming realm, becoming the youngest sect master in the history of the Jilin sword sect. However, while the position of sect master was prestigious, it also came with endless responsibilities. The alliances and rivalries between sects, the power struggles among factions, the threats of demonic beasts, and the secrets of celestial cultivators. All these entanglements delayed Zhao Ziyang from breaking through to the Yaoguang realm until he was in his 60s. Having missed the optimal timing, progressing further became exceedingly difficult. In the following 20 years, even with the full resources of the sect seeking opportunities, Zhao Ziyang only managed to reach the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. Without a miraculous opportunity, the Kaiyang realm remained an unattainable dream. 3 years ago, Zhao Ziyang learned of a sacred medicine guarded by a demonic beast. To obtain it, he neglected his own cultivation and the management of the sect, leading to a decline in the Julin sword sect's reputation. 6 months ago, the sacred medicine finally matured, but somehow, news of it leaked, drawing the attention of numerous factions. Zhao Ziyang originally planned to use an ordinary 3-yang ginseng as a decoy to lure the factions into fighting over it, while simultaneously dealing with the demonic beast guarding the sacred medicine. However, when the truth came to light, he was utterly shocked to find his preparations were completely inadequate. It turned out to be 2 Tianyang fruits. Zhang Yuan's soul trembled violently, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The 2 Tianyang fruits in the field emitted an aura that stirred the forces of heaven and earth, instantly plunging the Xinfu division's black-clad guards and the martial artists of the Jianghu into a chaotic battle. Once someone recognized the fruits as Tianyang fruits, the conflict escalated into a brutal slaughter, resulting in heavy casualties. Unable to resist the temptation, Zhao Ziyang ultimately took a desperate gamble, almost annihilating the Xinfu division and the other martial artists. Zhang Yuan felt the flow of his true essence within his body accelerate, transforming into spiraling currents of energy. This was unmistakably the pure, potent medicinal power of the Tianyang fruit. Zhao Ziyang had previously consumed 1 Tianyang fruit and was only 3 days away from breaking through to the Kaiyang realm, but the Zhenfu division's forces had arrived too swiftly. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's body surged with the power of the Tianyang fruit. His true essence rapidly purified, advancing from the 5th rank to the 6th within mere moments. But this was far from his limit. Half a day later, his innate true essence surged to the 7th rank, a level he had never dared to dream of achieving. After 2 days and nights, Zhang Yuan's true essence had reached the peak of the 7th rank. Just then, a soft voice called, "My dear," filled with concern yet bringing him a sense of peace. Though Zhang Yuan remained silent, a gentle figure quietly approached and leaned close to him. 1 day later, Zhang Yuan reached an unprecedented peak state. Outsiders believed he had merely endured the deadly aura of a Yaoguang realm master, and that his injuries were mostly healed. Little did they know that Zhang Yuan's true condition far exceeded their imaginations. Within his mind, 2,800 blood essence beads shimmered like a sky full of stars, and 1,900 crystalline true essence beads radiated brilliance. Most astonishing of all was the 8th rank innate true essence coursing through his body, laying a firm foundation for his future advancement to the Tianshu realm. Brother Yuan, sister-in-law, Brother Yuan. As Zhang Yuan walked through the mountain forest, black-clad guards and patrol troops greeted him warmly. His feat of slaying the 9 absolute swordmaster Zhao Ziyang had not only spread throughout the army but also made the name Luoyang Green Tiger resound across the Jianghu for 1,000 miles. Isn't there a rule against women in the military camp? Sure, Brother Yuan has a special method for dispelling deadly auras. Come, let me tell you. Wow, that method. It's truly remarkable. In the deep autumn season, the 9 forest mountains were a tapestry of red and gold. Yunyang, her cheeks flushed, supported Zhang Yuan as they strolled through the desolate, yet picturesque mountain woods. With the help of Brother Xia and Manager Jin, most of the textile businesses in Luoyang City had reformed an alliance. Yunyang, brimming with confidence, enthusiastically shared updates about the trade situation. Within a month, all the stockpiled fabrics from various places will be moved into the city's warehouses. Are there any businesses refusing to participate? Zhang Yuan tilted his head and asked softly. Yunyang nodded, her tone tinged with regret. The Jutsai Trading Company and the Sanlin Trading Company, these 2 major businesses, which used to hold a third of the city's fabric market, are refusing both to raise prices and to join the alliance. They didn't even care about the fake contract I presented, probably because they weren't involved in the original agreement. Jutsai Trading Company? Sanlin Trading Company? Zhang Yuan sneered. These 2 were, in fact, key participants in the original contract negotiations, and were even the ones who suggested lowering prices. Both Tang Weiliang and Tan Liang have leverage over these companies, not to mention their names are clearly recorded on the real contract. These 2 are minor issues. I'll handle them. He took Yunyang's hand and smiled. Do you have enough funds? Before I left, I gave you 3,000 taels of silver in gold notes and coins, an enormous sum for ordinary people. Don't worry, Yunyang replied confidently. Although the profits this time aren't the highest, a 50% return is assured. However, the capital is still a bit tight. If we could transport the fabrics directly to places like Yunzhou, the profits could at least double. Now I understand why those trading companies dared to sign such contracts. The profits are indeed worth taking risks for. Zhang Yuan nodded. When we return, I'll figure out a way to gather more funds. The treasure on Bema Mountain and the sunken ship left by Su Ji can both be utilized. Not far away, Li Ziang, dressed in a blue robe, looked puzzled. Master Ancestor, why do I feel like Zhang Yuan's aura has changed significantly? She pointed a finger in Zhang Yuan's direction, releasing a beam of spiritual light. Do you want to lose your eyes? Li Chungang waved his hand, sending a faint purple glow that knocked Li Ziang back a step, instantly dispersing the spiritual light at her fingertip. Old man, have you already been secretly observing him? Li Ziang suspiciously studied Li Chungang, who was clad in a gray Taoist robe. Li Chungang coughed lightly and turned away, hands clasped behind his back. Remember, this boy either carries great fortune or is destined for a short life. Don't get too involved. If that's the case, why are you meddling with him? Li Ziang's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. Zhang Yuan and Yunyang arrived at a mountain hollow. His expression turned serious as he said to Yunyang, "Keep watch for me." Releasing her hand, Zhang Yuan walked forward slowly, a faint greenish-gray aura beginning to emanate from him. Demonic energy, Li Ziang whispered in shock from the distant woods. Li Chungang narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Vital energy, true essence, righteous force, and now demonic energy. What secrets is this boy hiding?" At that moment, a foot-long shadowy figure, green and black in color, darted toward Zhang Yuan with alarming speed. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and firmly grasped the neck of a strange little beast, about a foot long. The creature was covered in fine black scales and struggled continuously, but it couldn't break free in the slightest. "Don't move. I know you can understand me." Zhang Yuan tightened his fingers slightly, and the beast immediately ceased its struggle. Yunyang's eyes widened in astonishment. From the distant forest, Li Chungang clicked his tongue in admiration. A scarlet-scaled beast. This is a spiritual creature known as a treasure beast. A treasure beast? Li Ziang glanced around, suddenly realizing, no wonder the Jilin sword sect was able to locate the heavy-scale iron mine. It must have been thanks to this beast. And that Tianyang fruit, it must have been under its protection as well. She elaborated further, it's in the nature of spirit beasts to guard treasures, a result of the natural attraction between spiritual forces. For them to take human form, they usually need the power of great elixirs to survive the tribulation of heaven and earth's lightning. Seeing that the beast had ceased resisting, Zhang Yuan gently stroked its cold scales before moving his fingers to its mouth. The little beast raised its head to look at him, puzzled. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan made a small cut on its sharp teeth. A few drops of fresh blood dripped into the beast's mouth, and its previously confused eyes immediately sparkled with vitality and joy. "Chirp, chirp!" The beast let out a soft cry, greedily licking the blood droplets off Zhang Yuan's fingertips. Then, clutching its belly, it collapsed to the ground, rolling about drunkenly. Those few drops of blood contained the residual medicinal power of the Tianyang fruit, the demonic energy Zhang Yuan had refined, and a trace of 8th grade innate essence, all of which were immensely nourishing for the scarlet-scaled beast. Zhang Yuan had learned of this little creature from Zhao Jiang's memories, along with the secret method to tame it using fresh blood. This technique had originally been passed down by a sect in the immortal path. However, Zhao Jiang had failed to win the beast's favor due to the insufficient medicinal power in his blood and the low grade of his essence. Forced to submit for survival, the beast had exchanged the Tianyang fruit and the location of the heavy-scale iron mine for a few ordinary elixirs. Picking up the now limp beast, Zhang Yuan watched as it transformed into a black and green-scaled bracer that tightly coiled around his wrist. No matter how hard Zhang Yuan shook it, the bracer remained steadfastly in place. Yunyang approached curiously, running her fingers over the unusual bracer. With a hint of envy, Li Chungang remarked, "That little thing has accepted you as its master. As long as you feed it fresh blood regularly, it will grow into something extraordinary once it takes its human form." Li Ziang's eyes flickered with a complex expression as she stared at Zhang Yuan's wrist. The scales of the scarlet-scaled beast are so durable that even the finest weapons struggle to damage them. If it were to transform into armor, she trailed off, shaking her head, silently marveling at Zhang Yuan's incredible fortune. For someone as lowly as a Jiaoyi guard to obtain the allegiance of a treasure beast was nothing short of miraculous, something even she and her master had failed to achieve. Still, the Tianji Dao sect had always valued the principle of going with the flow. When it came to spirit beasts recognizing a master, it was a blessing if it happened, but there was no need to force it if it didn't. They'll help you seal it for now. From now on, feed it once every half month. It will only awaken during feeding time. Usually, it rests quietly on your wrist, with no trace of demonic aura emanating from it, leaving outsiders unaware of its presence. As Li Chungang spoke, he raised his finger, and a flash of golden light imprinted itself on Zhang Yuan's wrist. Yuanyang, standing nearby, gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. This was unmistakably a legendary celestial technique. Zhang Yuan, however, remained composed. To him, this old man Li Chungang was far from the simple figure he appeared to be. He was certainly more than just a severely injured martial artist of the Dongming realm. The golden light left a faint golden mark on the wristband. Zhang Yuan looked up directly at Li Chungang and asked, "Senior, are you a practitioner of the celestial Tao? If there is anything you require, I will do my utmost to assist." When it came to the celestial Tao, Zhang Yuan was no longer the same person who once knew nothing about the world of Xianqin. On this land, the Xianqin Empire used martial arts as its foundation to dominate the 9 provinces and wage wars beyond the heavens. Meanwhile, practitioners of the celestial Tao sought immortality by refining spiritual energy and mastering Taoist techniques. The power of the celestial Tao was mysterious, bearing similarities to the Confucian Tao's ability to manifest laws through words. Among the 3 paths, none was inherently superior, but in the Xianqin world, martial arts were more highly revered. Li Chungang waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, I'm merely an ordinary martial artist who happened to stumble upon a celestial Tao inheritance." He turned to Li Ziyang, his voice low. "I don't have much time left. My only wish is for Ziyang to inherit my legacy, so I can rest in peace." "Li Lao, is there truly no way to heal you?" Yuanyang asked softly, her face filled with concern. Li Chungang shook his head. "Life and death are determined by fate." His words caused a fleeting, suppressed sorrow to flash in Li Ziyang's eyes. At that moment, Zhang Chuanwu hurried over. "Zhang Yuan, people from the Yuansong sword sect are here to see you, and they seem to have brought quite a lot of gifts." When Zhang Yuan returned to camp, he finally understood what was meant by gifts: 50 chests of silver, each containing 2,000 taels, amounting to a total of 100,000 taels of silver. 50 robust martial artists in blue robes stood in a line, while 20 impressive young men carried various ornate chests behind them. Leading the group was none other than the Dongming realm cultivator from the Yuansong sword sect whom Zhang Yuan had encountered in the warehouse of the heavy scale iron mine. "Greetings, young master Zhang Yuan." The disciples of the sword sect saluted in unison, drawing envious looks from the surrounding members of the black-clad guards and the patrol army. Such treatment was exceedingly rare in the eyes of martial artists on the Jianghu. "How is your sect's young master recovering?" Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. The Dongming realm cultivator clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, young master. Our young master has fully recovered. Thanks to your assistance, his cultivation and potential have greatly improved." The assistance naturally did not refer to the piercing stab through the heart, but to the precious nourishing jade pill that Zhang Yuan had gifted, a rare treasure even for the Yuansong sword sect. The young master said that from now on, he considers you a brother. This 100,000 taels is to repay his debt, and the other gifts are a token of his appreciation. He said he owes you his life and will never forget it. Just then, Sun Zhe strolled over from a distance. "Zhang Yuan, the commander has instructed you to escort our guests to the main tent." In the past 2 days, Su Qixiang, the commander of the Jiaoyi guards under the Luoyang Prefecture Suppression Bureau, had secluded himself after treating Zhang Yuan's injuries. On one hand, he needed to await the resolution of the matter regarding his embezzlement of the Tianyang fruit. On the other hand, having recently advanced to the Yuheng realm, he required time to stabilize his cultivation and refine his understanding of the Tao. At this moment, within the central military tent, Su Qixiang's aura fluctuated intensely, and an almost blinding divine light radiated from his eyes. This was a sign that his cultivation had just stabilized, and he had yet to fully control his newfound power. The oppressive energy caused Han Yuni of the Yuansong sword sect, who had accompanied Zhang Yuan, to shudder. He quickly bowed and greeted. "Han Yuni of the Yuansong sword sect pays his respects to Commander Su." Zhang Yuan also followed with a slight bow. Su Qixiang's gaze fell upon Zhang Yuan, a faint smile appearing on his face. "You're quite the lucky one. Almost died under the influence of the deadly aura, yet here you are, alive and well." "Thank you, sir, for using your true essence to help me stabilize my vitality," Zhang Yuan said respectfully with a cupped fist salute. Without the assistance of Su Qixiang and He Muwen, his life would have been in grave danger. Waving his hand dismissively, Su Qixiang turned to Han Yuni. "I should hold your Yuansong sword sect accountable for this." Han Yuni tensed at these words. "However, your sect master has already sent someone to apologize, and the sincerity was acceptable. But let it slide this time. As for the goods you brought for Zhang Yuan, take back 1,000 pounds of heavy scale iron as a return gift from us." The heavy scale iron, worth 100,000 silver coins and equivalent to 1,000 pounds of gold, left Han Yuni overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply and took his leave. Zhang Yuan asked hesitantly, "Commander Su, isn't the heavy scale iron too valuable? Shouldn't it be officially recorded? I've already embezzled the Tianyang fruit. Do you think I care about a bit of heavy scale iron? Su Qixiong shot Zhang Yuan a glance. When you urged me to consume the Tianyang fruit, you certainly didn't hesitate. What's with the sudden cowardice now? Zhang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. He wasn't being timid, he simply hadn't expected Su Qixiong to offer such a significant gift. This way, outsiders would only see it as a regular transaction between the Suppression Bureau and a martial sect, rather than Zhang Yuan personally accepting a bribe. More importantly, it would help maintain the relationship between Yunsong Sword Sect and Zhang Yuan. This battle wiped out the Julin Sword Sect completely. For the next few years, no one in the surrounding thousands of miles will dare stir up trouble, Su Qixiong said with a stern expression. He'll have to take responsibility for the Tianyang fruit incident, so he'll withdraw from public view under the pretense of secluded cultivation for the coming years. He turned to Zhang Yuan, his tone softening. Don't worry, while you are under the Suppression Bureau in Luoyang Prefecture, no one will dare touch you. Focus on cultivating, stay grounded, and in 3 to 5 years, once your foundation is solid, you'll naturally soar to great heights. These heartfelt words would never have been spoken if Zhang Yuan hadn't offered the Tianyang fruit at a critical moment. Su Qixiong's gaze carried the warmth of an elder's concern. He had already come to see Zhang Yuan as a trusted younger companion. I heard from Sun Zhe that you wish to become a Xuanjia guard and also want to uncover the truth behind your elder brother's death, he said calmly. These are trials you must face on your own. I can't help you directly. But with your abilities, becoming a Xuanjia guard shouldn't be too difficult. Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Su Qixiong was right, some things had to be achieved through one's own efforts. As a martial artist, he couldn't always rely on others. Rising to the rank of Xuanjia guard was no longer merely about uncovering the truth of his brother's sacrifice. It had become a critical step in his own path of cultivation. As Zhang Yuan stepped out of the command tent, he happened to encounter He Muwen, Qian Bin, and Chao Zhangtang. He quickly moved aside and clasped his hands respectfully toward He Muwen. Thank you, Academic He, for your assistance with Confucian techniques. He Muwen smiled faintly and said nothing. Beside him, Qian Bin gave Zhang Yuan a once-over and chuckled. Kid, is your body made of iron or something? Ah, to be young again. Chao Zhangtang also smiled knowingly, had used his true energy to heal Zhang Yuan and was privy to some of the young man's secrets, though he kept them to himself. Zhang Yuan addressed the three. Academic He, captains, he'll send some specialties from the Yunsong Sword Sect to your tents later. With that, he turned and left. The three exchanged amused glances. These so-called specialties were, in truth, silver ingots. Chao Jingtang and He Muwen each received 3,000 taels for their assistance, while Qian Bin and Patrol Guard Commander Jing Su received 1,000 taels each. Other officers, including camp captains, banner officers, and junior officers, as well as soldiers, were rewarded amounts ranging from hundreds to mere handfuls of taels. Separately, Su Qixiong was given a whopping 10,000 taels. After distributing 100,000 taels of silver, Zhang Yuan was left with only 30,000 taels cost of the Yangyu pill. This grand gesture of generosity quickly made him a household name in the camp, earning him the affectionate titles of Brother Yuan or Brother Zhang from all who encountered him. Although Su Qixiong had promised to shoulder the matter of the 10th Zanjin shipment of heavy-scaled iron, Zhang Yuan couldn't allow his superior to bear the burden alone. With this distribution of wealth, the matter was understood by all in the camp. If anyone were to investigate the heavy-scaled iron, they would find no one willing to speak. Sun Zhe held the silver Zhang Yuan had given him and marveled. TSK. You just gave away tens of thousands of taels like it was nothing. You must have some grand plan. Each member of Squad 4 received 500 taels. While Chen Liang and the others were amazed at how quickly Zhang Yuan had amassed such wealth, they harbored no envy. They knew all too well that this fortune had been earned through blood and risk. Meanwhile, in the Zhenfu division, the successful annihilation of the Julin Sword Sect had sparked ambitions among many. Sun Zhe leaned toward Zhang Yuan and said in a low voice, our Squad 4 might just make it into the top 3. The news struck Zhang Yuan like a thunderclap. His merits were sufficient, his cultivation level was ready, and if Squad 4 could break into the top 3, he would be one step closer to the Xuanjia Guard trials. As Yunyang could not remain long in the camp, she departed under the escort of Li Ziang and Li Chungang, taking 30,000 taels of silver and other goods back to Luoyang Prefecture to expand her fabric business. 3 days later, the Zhenfu division of Luoyang Prefecture sent people to summon Su Qixiong back to the city and to escort the captured elite of the Fuyang sect. Over the following days, the Zhenfu division's forces and the Patrol Guard army gradually withdrew, transporting the entire 100,000 tael worth of heavy-scaled iron ore to Luoyang Prefecture. When Zhang Yuan inspected the mine one last time, the small beast on his arm, now a wrist guard, suddenly began to stir restlessly. Following its lead, Zhang Yuan moved without drawing attention, navigating through an abandoned mineshaft and several cracks. After traveling an unknown distance from the original entrance, he suddenly found himself before a faintly glowing, phosphorescent cavern. Heavy-scaled iron. There's at least another million gene of it here. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.